Chapter 2401. What kind of explanation can I give you? When he heard what the Goddess of Mercy said, third page Eternal Sin's expression turned strange. From the moment she first laid eyes on the Goddess of Mercy, third page Eternal Sin noticed that there were some of fifth page Truth's sins on her body. This meant that fifth page Truth had definitely interacted with the Goddess of Mercy to a certain extent before all of his sins disappeared. Otherwise, fifth page Truth's sins would already have dissipated after all this time. Third page Eternal Sin reasonably suspected that the Goddess of Mercy was linked to fifth page Truth's death. She might even be the one who murdered him. For a murderer to be acting so aggressively now, her mental quality could be commended. Although third page Eternal Sin's profits had not overlapped with that of the Freedom Federation in the past, she still knew a fair amount about the Freedom Federation. Given the attitude that the Freedom Federation had toward Tower Cannon, there was no reason for the Freedom Federation's members of royalty to try and harm the 8 pages of Tower Cannon. Hence, it was likely that it had been the Goddess of Mercy's own decision to interact and secretly battle fifth page Truth. The Freedom Federation's members of royalty's characters were clear from how they handled the crisis that Fresh City was facing. The God of Fools and Mirror God represented the will of the Freedom Federation. Previously, the Goddess of Mercy had never been concerned with the lives of the experts from the Freedom Federation because she only wanted to obtain the fairy source-type life forms and collect them as toys. This did not clash with the God of Fools and Mirror God's will. But if she had interacted with and caused the death of fifth page Truth, she had essentially ruined the relationship between Tower Cannon and the Freedom Federation. This went against the will of the Freedom Federation. Third page Eternal Sin had heard rumors of problems between the Goddess of Mercy and the Mirror God and God of Fools. However, it would not be smart to put stock in rumors. If mere problems caused the Goddess of Mercy to do such things, there had to be more to the story. The Goddess of Mercy wouldn't betray the Freedom Federation for mere profits unless the amount was significant enough to jeopardize her only place of shelter. Third page Eternal Sin was intensely interested in the Goddess of Mercy's actions. She was eager to uncover why the goddess had targeted fifth page Truth, as knowing the truth could bring her great gains. It seemed unlikely that the Goddess of Mercy knew about the abilities of her sacred source life form. If she had known but couldn't sever her ties with the issue in time, she wouldn't have mentioned fifth page Truth at all. Third page Eternal Sin was well aware of the Goddess of Mercy's capabilities. The goddess had transformed herself into a unique life form by utilizing the mermaid bloodline, making her constitution distinct from that of ordinary humans. Fifth page Truth was not weak, and third page Eternal Sin always deeply feared the Law Staff. Additionally, the evolving Divine Order Evil Fetus had already reached an 11-star level. Since the Goddess of Mercy hadn't ignited her spirit fire, she couldn't have killed fifth page Truth alone. Even if fifth page Truth was weaker than the goddess, he could have escaped. Thus, it was evident that the Goddess of Mercy had accomplices. Fifth page Truth had gone to the Startling Lines continent with the intention of evolving the Divine Order Evil Fetus. He had even taken the Tower of Truth with him to remain on the safe side. This meant that he had intended on staying in the Startling Lines continent long term. He would never have left the Startling Lines continent unless it was for an emergency of astronomical proportions. If not for the continuous changes to Tower Cannon, starting with the death of that old man, then the subsequent restrictions placed on Tower Cannon by whoever was controlling them, third page Eternal Sin would have immediately set off for the Startling Lines continent to see for herself where fifth page Truth's sins had disappeared. Alas, these issues took up all of her attention. Fifth page Truth isn't here because he's dead. I don't know if fifth page Truth's death is related to the Goddess of Mercy, but he had the mermaid aura attached to him when he died. As far as my knowledge goes, the only top expert with the mermaid bloodline is you, Goddess of Mercy. Can you give us an explanation about fifth page Truth's death? Third page Eternal Sin looked right into the Goddess of Mercy's eyes when she spoke. If there was even the slightest shift in the Goddess of Mercy's demeanor, third page Eternal Sin would definitely pick it up. Although the Goddess of Mercy's expression did not change after third page Eternal Sin was done speaking, she noticed a twitch in the Goddess of Mercy's eyebrow. This meant that she had hit the mark with her guess. If she had not hit the bullseye, the Goddess of Mercy would not have reacted in such a way. If the Goddess of Mercy had been wrongly accused, her personality would have resulted in her screeching rebuttal. The God of Fools, Mirror God, and all the other members of royalty looked over when they heard what third page Eternal Sin said. Fourth page Instant Extinguishment, seventh page War, 8th page Apoptosis, and the rest did not look at the Goddess of Mercy. Instead, they frowned at third page Eternal Sin. Fourth page Instant Extinguishment cursed to himself. He did not understand why third page Eternal Sin was suddenly stirring trouble. They had already investigated 5th page Truth's death, but no one had discovered the reason. Why was 3rd page Eternal Sin suddenly pointing the finger at the Goddess of Mercy? The Goddess of Mercy was easily provoked. It was not a smart decision to clash with her now. However, they were all on the same side. He could not dispute 3rd page Eternal Sin before anyone else said anything. Thus, the confused 4th page Instant Extinguishment and the rest could only say, "We haven't had the chance to ask. But now, you and the Freedom Federation need to give us an explanation." The Goddess of Mercy had indeed been caught off guard by 3rd page Eternal Sin's sudden accusation. But she quickly regained her composure. It was true that she was linked to 5th page Truth's death. But she was not the one who had killed him. 5th page Truth had taken Lin Yuan captive and tried to use him to force her and Purple Love into submission. Eventually, Lin Yuan had used his own abilities to take out 5th page Truth. Lin Yuan had even reduced 5th page Truth's remains to nothing. Hence, the Goddess of Mercy guessed that 3rd page Eternal Sin had learned about something. However, 3rd page Eternal Sin's knowledge about the mermaid bloodline had to be scarce. Otherwise, she would have already mentioned Lin Yuan. After getting a grip on the situation, the Goddess of Mercy fully suppressed her nerves and replied calmly, "I indeed have the mermaid bloodline. But who can say if mermaids still exist somewhere in the sea? What kind of explanation can I give you? Are you going to accuse me every time someone's death is related to mermaids?" Chapter 2402 Additional Price. The Goddess of Mercy had mentally prepared herself for the worst-case scenario. She considered the possibility of everything failing and being forced to seek refuge with Lin Yuan in the Radiance Federation. If it came to that, she believed Lin Yuan would empathize with her after she took all the blame. As long as Tower Cannon couldn't produce incriminating evidence within a short period, the God of Fools and Mirror God would hesitate to take action against her. This uncertainty gave her enough time to leave the Freedom Federation and make the necessary preparations. In fact, it was the Freedom Federation that faced the current threat and couldn't afford to lose a powerful combatant like her. The Goddess of Mercy's emotions were evident as she looked at the silent God of Fools and Mirror God. After 3rd page Eternal Sin finished speaking, the members of Tower Cannon expressed their agreement and support, further backing 3rd page Eternal Sin. There was no reason for the God of Fools and Mirror God not to support the Goddess of Mercy, just as Tower Cannon had supported 3rd page Eternal Sin. Having mentally prepared herself for the worst, the Goddess of Mercy's concerns faded away. However, to her surprise, the God of Fools and Mirror God remained silent and instead scrutinized her with their gazes. The Mirror God was aware that the Goddess of Mercy hadn't returned to the Freedom Federation for some time after being injured by him. For the past few years, the Mirror God had been closely observing every member of the Freedom Federation's royal family. If the God of Fools hadn't shown signs of emerging from seclusion, the Mirror God would have personally investigated what the Goddess of Mercy had been up to since leaving the Freedom Federation. He could easily track her from a distance using his Sacred Source Life Forms ability. The Goddess of Mercy had sufficient time to attack 5th page Truth. Furthermore, besides the Goddess of Mercy, it would be difficult to come up with another candidate who could take on 5th page Truth and also possess the mermaid bloodline. The Goddess of Mercy's claims that the culprit was a mermaid was even more of an impossibility. He and his brother had long killed all the mermaids in this world. There were not even mermaids to be found in vast sea labyrinth. Thus, the Goddess of Mercy was just trying to enforce unreasonable logic. There might still be other beings with the mermaid bloodline in their bodies in this world, and the Goddess of Mercy would be the one who knew best if there were. However, their conflict with Tower Cannon had not halted. If the death of 5th page Truth was really pinned on the Goddess of Mercy, the entire Freedom Federation would have to pay the price along with the Goddess of Mercy. The Mirror God was unwilling to do anything that harmed his own profits. The Mirror God did not immediately express his opinion. Instead, he looked at his brother, the God of Fools, to await his instructions. The God of Fools also had his brow deeply furrowed. The God of Fools could no longer suppress his displeasure with the Goddess of Mercy. But to protect his and the Freedom Federation's profits, he could only pretend to be on her side for now and act as a mediator between her and Tower Cannon. Just as the God of Fools was about to speak, one of the army commanders arrived and hastily reported, "Your Majesties, waves of marshes are suddenly pouring out from the Class 6 marsh dimensional rift that has been silent for the past month. The marshes have completely changed Fresh City's environment. I suspect that the dimensional life forms from the marsh world are launching a counterattack." The army commander seemed certain of his assessment. He believed that if he was wrong, there would be no point in pouring so much of the marshes into the main world. The experts from the marsh world had exhibited exceptional intelligence, and there was no reason for them to perform useless tasks. The goddess of mercy could not help but smile when she heard the army commander's report. His report was extremely timely. The invasion from the marsh world was still ongoing. Regardless of whether Tower Cannon really wanted an explanation from her or if the god of fools and mirror god suspected her, everything had to be set aside for now to address the current crisis. Frankly, Tower Cannon did not care about this matter at all. 4th page instant extinguishment, 7th page war, and 8th page apoptosis believed that 3rd page eternal sin had cooked this story out of nothing. Thus, their attention had been fully diverted. The only one who was still looking at the goddess of mercy was 3rd page eternal sin. 3rd page eternal sin winked when she saw the goddess of mercy looking back at her. When she saw the deadly killing intent in the goddess of mercy's eyes, 3rd page eternal sin became even more certain that her guess was right. The mirror god and god of fools instructed the army commander to return to his position. Next, they intended to dispatch the members of Tower Cannon to help them with this threat. But before the mirror god spoke, an extremely unpleasant voice said, "We have wasted almost a month here because of the Freedom Federation. We could have accomplished many tasks during that time. We might have even managed to achieve a breakthrough. Our previously agreed price was to help the Freedom Federation take on the dimensional life forms from the Marsh world. The Freedom Federation has to compensate us for the time wasted. Tower Cannon is not free labor." Previously, 3rd page Eternal Sin, 7th page War, and 8th page Apoptosis detested 4th page Instant Extinguishment's greed. But now that his greed was aimed elsewhere, he became much more appealing to them. They could afford to wait, but not the Freedom Federation. This was the best time to raise the price. 7th page War was infuriated by the month of waiting, feeling that it could have been spent comfortably in the Dark Continent. During this time, the Goddess of Mercy had frequently targeted her, blaming her for the slaughter of the mermaids orchestrated by the God of Fools and Mirror God. Unable to confront her displeasure directly at the God of Fools and Mirror God, the Goddess of Mercy vented it all on 7th page War, which was truly terrible. However, they all knew that speaking out now would likely tick off the God of Fools and Mirror God. There was no need to offend those who were stronger than them and extremely vengeful. They could let 4th page Instant Extinguishment do all of the offending. There was nothing better in this world than a free lunch. The Mirror God and God of Fools had already expected such words to come from 4th page Instant Extinguishment. 4th page Instant Extinguishment had not held back from taking advantage of them when they worked with him in the past. However, that was also the time when the God of Fools and Mirror God needed the most help. Chapter 2403 Why don't you go and rob for it? We agreed that after we reclaim the territory in the Marsh world, you'd receive half of the harvested resources from the next decade. Now, we can increase that time to 30 years. But, there is a prerequisite. If we encounter any problems in the Marsh world from now on, Tower Cannon will have to help us unconditionally. If you agree, we can carry on working together. Otherwise, we can part ways now. This is our base limit. If you can't accept it, you can leave now. The God of Fools and Mirror God could not be bothered to continue negotiating with the greedy 4th page Instant Extinguishment. It would be better to make a clean-cut decision now. The God of Fools and Mirror God understood 4th page Instant Extinguishment to a certain degree. This offer of benefits was sufficient to satisfy his appetite. They were not interested in exploring the Marsh world. Even if they continued venturing into the Marsh world, they would not be able to build another territory. The Freedom Federation could not afford to suffer another loss like this. This incident almost cost them 30 years' worth of profits. The Radiance Federation was currently focusing on building mirror cities in the Abyssal world. The devils from the Abyssal world were not any easier to deal with than the life forms from the Marsh world. The Radiance Federation was sure to suffer greater losses than the Freedom Federation when they dealt with the Abyss demons. The Radiance Federation was in for a world of pain. The Freedom Federation had suffered losses first, but it was better than paying out the losses after they had developed to a greater extent. The Mirror God and God of Fools had been keeping news of the Freedom Federation's crisis under wraps. They had even decided not to seek help from the Azure Federation. A large reason for this was that they did not want the Radiance Federation to observe and learn from how the Freedom Federation dealt with this situation. 4th page Instant Extinguishment ignored what the Mirror God and God of Fools said. This is not the first day of our acquaintanceship. Base limits are meant to be broken. If you can't even break your base limit, it's pointless to have one in the first place. 150 bottles of grade 5 spirit fluids. This shouldn't be a heavy price for you. God of Fools, you should be able to produce that amount after spending a year in seclusion. If you give us 150 bottles of grade 5 spirit fluids, we will help you right now. Fourth page instant extinguishment did not see anything wrong with his negotiating. The base limit that the mirror god and god of fools had set represented the most that they could offer. If too much pressure was exerted on them, they would truly end up leaving. But if only slight pressure was added, the price could still be pushed upward slowly. Before the god of fools and mirror god spoke, Kama shouted angrily, "Do you think the spiritual ingredients used to concoct grade 5 spirit fluids cost nothing? There is also a chance of failure during the concoction process. Why don't you go and rob for the 150 bottles of spirit fluids instead?" 8-page apoptosis, who had not spoken much, chuckled coldly. "Robbing won't be as quick as completing a trade with you. Why would we go and rob if we can trade for it? Do you doubt the mirror god and god of fools' capabilities? You aren't around when they're concocting spirit fluids. If you aren't present, how do you know how high their failure rate is? We have already wasted a month here. Now that your main fey has died, do you even have any right to speak?" Normally, Kama should not be speaking. She knew her own situation better than anyone else did. However, she had already agreed to shoulder all of the losses before Tower Cannon arrived and ended up waiting for a month. After this matter of the 150 bottles of spirit fluids was settled, the mirror god and god of fools would surely vent all of their fury on her. Just as 8-page apoptosis said, her main fey was dead. There was nothing else she could offer. Given the environment in the Freedom Federation, the weak would lose all claim to any resources. Kama had no clue where she would even go to obtain the resources she needed to increase her power. If she was squeezed any more, her power would remain at this level forever. 8-page apoptosis words cut deep and hit Kama's Achilles heel squarely. However, Kama dared not rebuke Tower Cannon like the Goddess of Mercy did. The Goddess of Mercy had power. If she clashed with Tower Cannon, she could protect herself. But if Kama butted heads with Tower Cannon, she would have to rely fully on the mirror god and god of fools' protection. The mirror god and god of fools would only protect her if she had value. Once they deemed that she had lost her value, they would have no more reason to help her. The Goddess of Mercy had been trying to figure out 3rd page Eternal Sin had managed to find out that 5th page Truth's death was related to the mermaid bloodline. The Goddess of Mercy was not omnipresent. There was no way she could find out that 3rd page Eternal Sin's reason for saying so was that she had seen 5th page Truth's sins disappear. There was only one thing that the Goddess of Mercy wanted to do, which was to find out how the god and mirror god felt about her. It would be easy to find out how they saw her. All she needed to do was say things beneficial to them. If they still rejected her, it meant that they did not have positive intentions toward her. After all the years she had spent with the mirror god and god of fools, it would be easy for the Goddess of Mercy to read them. 150 bottles is too many. You should already have known that when you said it. A total of 5 of you came. With 80 bottles, each of you will get 16. Before the Goddess of Mercy finished speaking, the god of fools cut her off. 150 bottles will be fine. This price is fine. However, I have a request. You will have to bring all of your subordinates over. 7th page War happened to be in the greatest need of grade 5 spirit fluids. After hearing the god of fools agree to 4th page instant extinguishment's request, 7th page War, who never got along with 4th page instant extinguishment, suddenly found him amiable. Since we're going to help, it goes without saying that we should go all out. We have already brought all of our chanters over. Of my 30 bottles, 10 must be full of spirit chi while 20 must contain wood elemental energy. Since they already agreed to 4th page instant extinguishment's request for grade 5 spirit fluids, the mirror god and god of fools decided not to negotiate when it came to the type of spirit fluids. The Goddess of Mercy's eyes narrowed when the god of fools interrupted and went against what she said. Once this incident came to an end, so would her time in the Freedom Federation. Chapter 2404 Brilliant Gold and the CI. At that moment, Lin Yuan returned to the city where Luna resided. During his 10-day journey, Lin Yuan helped Wen Yu shoulder some of the work involved with managing the Marsh World's affairs. With Lin Yuan making the decisions, everything progressed much faster in the Marsh World. Lin Yuan had yet to interact with the Samsara Realm dictators from Mermaid Forbidden Sea. Presently, the only Samsara Realm dictators from the water world he had interacted with were Frozen Ocean, Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Extreme Ocean. However, Lin Yuan had already chosen the dictators who would be staying behind to guard the dimensional worlds. He had picked Extreme Ocean for the water world and Vine Source for the Marsh World. In the future, even if the Marsh World and Water World were combined, Lin Yuan intended to keep both of them in their dimensional worlds. They had already been living for thousands of years, and their temperaments were already set. They could not change even if they wanted to. Extreme Ocean liked to play tricks, while Vine Source liked to vent his anger on others. Neither of them had temperaments that Lin Yuan liked. Even Evil Source, the thorn in the entire marsh world's side, was more responsible in completing her duties than the other two. Extreme Ocean and Vine Source had many objections to Lin Yuan's arrangement, but he did not give them the time to voice their opinions. Lin Yuan could not be bothered to give them an explanation. All they needed to do was concentrate on guarding their homes. After all, the enormous marsh and water worlds could not be left unguarded without a Samsara realm dictator. Luna had been playing with the pearl Lin Yuan gave her ever since he left. The pearl radiance that resembled the light of a goddess constantly reminded her of Lin Yuan. Luna played with the elemental pearl while she thought about Lin Yuan and suppressed the temptation of the water elemental energy within the pearl. Luna thought that her dream of seeing Lin Yuan again was nothing more than a pipe dream. She did not expect to have the chance to meet him again so soon. An idea suddenly popped into Luna's head. Could he be back because of his feelings for her? The dishes she had prepared did not appeal to him at all. She could not imagine what reasons he could have for coming back to see her. But it did not take long for him to give her an answer. Take me to the deep chasm Ci. Lin Yuan came to see Luna because she was the only mermaid he knew in Mermaid Forbidden Sea and had interacted the most with her. During their interactions, she had not expressed any intention of harming him. This was very important to him. If he became acquainted with another king-class mermaid, he could not guarantee that he would be able to see eye to eye with them. Although the rankings among mermaids were determined by bloodline, there were differences between each of their personalities. An example would be the Goddess of Mercy, who always saw him in a special way. Furthermore, Lin Yuan also wanted to gain more information from Luna and bait her to reveal more secrets so he could find out more about the secret of the deep chasm Ci. When Lin Yuan mentioned the deep chasm Ci, Luna asked Lin Yuan softly, "Lord Emperor, do you want to go to deep chasm Ci because your emperor-class bloodline has reached a certain level and want to attempt a breakthrough? You have been in seclusion all this time and don't know much about the situation in the deep chasm Ci. My advice is that unless it's necessary, you should stay out of the deep chasm Ci's irradiation. Many emperor-class mermaids were injured because of the deep chasm Ci. Their roots still haven't fully recovered. Otherwise, given Mermaid Forbidden Sea's power and strength, we would have attacked Gray's Sacred Hall long ago." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He had been curious about why the powerful Mermaid Forbidden Sea had yet to advance on Gray's Sacred Hall when mermaids had strong cravings for territory. But now, Lin Yuan finally knew the reason. They had not attacked Gray's Sacred Hall because they were afraid of the inferior mermaids being injured but because there were issues with their elite combatants. Thus, they were not confident that they would be able to defeat Gray's Sacred Hall. Luna's willingness to tell him this meant that she trusted him irrevocably and was putting him on the pedestal of an emperor-class mermaid. According to the information from Luna, Lin Yuan could be certain that he would be capable of conquering Mermaid Forbidden Sea with his own martial force, even if they turned out to be uncooperative. It was rumored that the deep chasm Ci where the new Thearka's scale was hidden was not at peace. Lin Yuan could not ask about the reason the deep chasm Ci was so dangerous. It would not make sense for an emperor-class mermaid to be unaware of one of the mermaid's legends. Thus, he needed to find a way to lead Luna to reveal the answer on her own. "Oh? Were all the other emperor-class mermaids injured?" he asked. Luna hurriedly replied, "Empress Brilliant Gold especially went to ask Gray's Sacred Hall's 2 rulers for help before she attempted to obtain the new Thearka's scale. They rejected her, but she still stubbornly went ahead and made her attempt. Thus, she used her links to veteran emperors to convince 4 other emperors to take on the deep chasm Ci with her. The streams of water around the deep chasm Ci become extremely choppy every 9 lengths. Once the stream catches one's body would be ripped to shreds. Mermaids have weaker physiques than sea beasts, and the deep chasm Ci also seals off mermaids' control over water. Nonetheless, emperor-class mermaids are still able to withstand the outer currents. However, Empress Brilliant Gold did not utilize electrical power when trying to break through the deep chasm Ci, and the currents in the inner streams are thousands of times stronger than the outer streams. Even the Emperor-class experts protecting her from behind suffered serious injuries. The pinnacle Emperor-class Brilliant Gold's tail still hasn't fully regrown. I don't want you to be injured too." Luna spoke the last sentence so softly that Lin Yuan almost did not hear it. Lin Yuan frowned when he heard that. Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean had not mentioned how dangerous the deep chasm Ci was. It was likely that the deep chasm sea ice danger level had been kept under wraps by the mermaids. But since Lin Yuan was already here, he would make a trip to the deep chasm sea ice no matter what. As Dark Blue's power continued to increase, Lin Yuan's bloodline had also reached pinnacle emperor class. It was time for him to attempt a breakthrough. Chapter 2405 Origin of Mermaids. A look of desire came over Luna's face, and she said in a hopeful tone, "Since you've been in seclusion for thousands of years, you probably haven't seen the tome that came out from the relic. It's said that there is a major secret about us mermaids hidden in the tome. Empress Brilliant Gold gave the order to seal away the tome, so I'm not sure what the secret is about. But it must be related to the mermaid bloodline. If you manage to successfully enter the deep chasm sea, you might discover this secret." Lin Yuan started to ponder deeply after he heard what Luna said. None of the mermaids from the water world had attained the Thearch class bloodline. However, Lin Yuan believed that the Thearch class bloodline was not the ceiling of the mermaid bloodline. This was because Dark Blue's bloodline had reached pinnacle emperor class before it even evolved to myth breed. This had to be related to pure spirit chi and elemental energy, but also because Dark Blue's power had been increasing continuously. Once Dark Blue evolved to creation breed, immortal breed, and eternal breed, its bloodline would continue advancing past Thearch class. As such, it seemed that mermaids were not originally born in the dimensional worlds. Lin Yuan had reason to suspect that they came from a world outside of the water world. However, why did the strongest life form in the water world need to head into the deep chasm sea to search for the mermaid's origins? The skunk-like life form, possessing electrical abilities, which the two rulers had discovered, was likely brought to this world along with the deep chasm sea. It was believed to be the key to unlocking the secrets of the deep chasm sea. However, this was all speculation on Lin Yuan's part and had not been verified with evidence. Lin Yuan fixed his penetrating gaze on Luna and said seriously, "Luna, when it comes to the origins of mermaids, do you have any guesses or opinions about it?" Luna excitedly asked, "Lord Emperor, do you know something or have any guesses?" Luna's question made Lin Yuan realize that she had formed her own thoughts about the mermaid bloodline. Otherwise, she would not have reacted so strongly to his question. Immediately after asking her question, Luna realized that she had been too impulsive. Lin Yuan was an emperor-class merman. Even if he did have any thoughts, he would not be obligated to tell her about them. However, Luna still found it difficult to suppress her curiosity. 1,000 years ago, mermaids had been full of questions about their bloodline. At first, they did not think much about their guesses. That was until Brilliant Gold's bloodline reached pinnacle emperor class. Brilliant Gold had openly voiced her suspicions when she went to invite the other emperor-class mermaids to head to the deep chasm sea with her. This was what had ignited the mermaids' passion to investigate their bloodline. As a result, many discussions and debates arose surrounding the origins of the mermaid bloodline, becoming a motivator for their efforts. Luna was a fierce supporter of this endeavor and thus saw Brilliant Gold as her idol. However, what happened next destroyed the image of Brilliant Gold that Luna held. This was not because Brilliant Gold had failed. It was very normal to fail in pursuing and improving one's bloodline. However, Brilliant Gold had renounced her ideas after her failure and even prohibited all the mermaids from further studying their bloodline. Brilliant Gold's actions had sealed off the entrance to the path she had not managed to fully walk down. As a result, no one else could make further attempts in the future. This did not align with Luna's principles. Luna still worshipped Brilliant Gold for the emperor-class mermaid she was. However, she no longer saw her as her idol. He also lost the praise of many king-class mermaids. Brilliant Gold's failure and change in ideology had caused many mermaids to lose their motivation. Otherwise, once the mermaid experts recovered most of their power, there would have been suggestions from king-class mermaids to attack Gray's sacred hall. Things would not have come to a halt like they were now. The lull in activity gave the impression of peace but was actually chipping away at the will of the mermaids. If it had not been the emperor-class merman Lin Yuan who brought up the topic and guesses and opinions but another king-class mermaid, Luna would have already lunged at the king-class mermaid with deadly intentions in order to carry out the order from Brilliant Gold. At that moment, Lin Yuan had no clue that Luna, who he had only met twice before, now saw him as the glimmer of hope that would lead the mermaids to uncover the origins of their bloodline. If Lin Yuan knew what Luna was thinking, he would be shocked. But at the same time, he would think that Luna had placed her hopes in the wrong person. It was true that he wanted to study the mermaid's unknown bloodline. He did this not for the sake of the mermaid clan but for himself. Since the mermaids were searching for a leader, all he needed to do was become the leader they were hoping for. Could he also win over the hearts of all the mermaids, even without a treasure similar to the abundance treasure tree? But in spite of what he was thinking, Lin Yuan would still do his best to obtain the second endless gem from the water world. This was because it would not be enough to depend only on the bloodline to control a massive clan in an entire world. Doing so would open up the risk of being stabbed in the back. According to the research from scholars, there had also been instances in the elite society of alien insects where those with inferior bloodlines rebelled against those with more elite bloodlines. Given that alien insects were capable of doing so, there was no question that mermaids would as well. As apologies spilled out from Luna, Lin Yuan shook his head and said, "The pursuit and study of one's bloodline is something that every intelligent species does. You don't have to apologize. I do indeed have my own thoughts about the origins of the mermaid bloodline. I don't think that the mermaid bloodline is native to the water world. There is a high chance that it arrived in the water world many years ago." Lin Yuan's guess left Luna speechless. She also had her own guesses. However, they were not as brazen or unrealistic as his. When Brilliant Gold first started making guesses about the mermaid bloodline's origins, she only mentioned that the ancestral ground of mermaids could be found within the deep chasm sea. Luna felt that Lin Yuan would not make such groundless guesses flippantly. He had to have his reasons. "Lord Emperor, are there really other worlds?" Lin Yuan did not bother with being secretive and said, "There are other worlds. According to the information I received, the half-corpse that the two rulers from Grace Sacred Hall picked up is from another world. There is no way that my information is false." Chapter 2406. The Sword at Grace Sacred Hall. There was no reason for Luna not to trust an Emperor-class mermaid. Lin Yuan could sense her honesty from their conversations. Hence, he decidedly revealed his true intentions. "I intend on entering the deep chasm sea. I wave a way of gaining entrance. There's no need to seek help from the other Emperor-class mermaids." Luna nodded respectfully and said, "Lord, I would have been able to lead you directly into the deep chasm sea in the past. However, since Empress Brilliant Gold failed to open the deep chasm sea, the other emperors laid down a rule. Anyone who wants to enter deep chasm sea has to first send a report. If you want to go, I will have no choice but to take you to see the other emperors first. I don't have the authority to take you directly into the deep chasm sea. Even if we do go, the king-class mermaid guards will never let us in." Luna was suddenly overcome with the fear that Lin Yuan would decide to go on his own and added, 6 Emperor-class mermaids support those king-class mermaids. Even if they don't have the courage to stop you themselves, they will definitely bring up the matter with those Emperor-class mermaids." When he heard Luna say that, Lin Yuan knew that she was afraid that he would end up in a confrontation with the other Emperor-class mermaids. In actuality, Lin Yuan had no intention of fighting the other Emperor-class mermaids. Brilliant Gold had to have suffered greatly in the deep chasm sea. Otherwise, the other Emperor-class mermaids would never have made such a rule. Lin Yuan felt it would be better for him to meet with the other Emperor-class mermaids to understand the exact situation in Mermaid Forbidden Sea before he made further plans. "Okay, take me to see the other Emperor-class mermaids then." Lin Yuan could be certain that meeting the other Emperor-class mermaids would lead to some sort of confrontation, as none of them had ever seen him before. They would definitely try to figure out his identity. There was nothing that Lin Yuan could do about this now because regardless of what happened, he would not be able to gain the Emperor-class mermaid's complete trust. But if Lin Yuan and the Emperor-class mermaids switched places, there was no way that he would lower his guard after this person who had appeared out of nowhere babbled some excuse about being in seclusion for thousands of years. But at the very least, his mermaid emperor bloodline was real and could stand up to any test. Luna was a king-class mermaid and could move extremely quickly in the sea. However, she was still nowhere as fast as Eternal Source. Lin Yuan invited Luna to take a seat on Eternal Source's back so she could direct them to the 6 Emperor-class mermaids' main palace. He had no idea that a secret meeting of the 6 mermaid emperors was currently taking place deep within Mermaid Forbidden Sea. 6 mermaids with distinct appearances were seated on soft and vibrant corals. All of them were looking at a mermaid with a light green tail and matching light green hair. "Light green Umber, are you really going to make an attempt? You have personally witnessed how dangerous the deep chasm sea is. The result will be the same even if the 5 of us go and help you. I'm sure you're aware of this even without me mentioning it." When Light Green Umber heard what this golden-tailed mermaid said, she shook her head gently. "My mermaid bloodline has been stuck for 2 millennia. Brilliant Gold, if you hadn't gone ahead to evolve your bloodline, I would have asked for your help when my bloodline reached Pinnacle Emperor class. We can't stop just because of the previous failure. The mermaids must continue moving forward. The mermaid with a light purple tail said solemnly, "Light green umber, we mermaids have always supported each other in every situation, regardless of success or failure. We should agree to help you with this. However, the result might be us replaying Brilliant Gold's incident, with all of us suffering serious injuries that we will need thousands of years of recuperation to recover from. If the 4 royal attendants from Grace Sacred Hall suddenly attack, we will be helpless. Grace Sacred Hall's 2 rulers have always been cunning. We received news that the 2 rulers might have passed away, but who can tell if this is true? If it turns out to be fake and the 2 rulers have been trying to mislead us all along, we will end up falling into their trap. If that happens, the entire mermaid species will meet their doom at the hands of Grace Sacred Hall." Light Green Umber responded seriously, "I considered this situation and agree that it's possible. We have suffered in the past because of the 2 rulers. However, we can't just leave things like this. All we need to do is attack Grace Sacred Hall first and take control of the situation. Then we won't have to fear any wicked ploys. We'll also be able to confirm if the 2 rulers are indeed dead or if they are secretly planning anything else. We mermaids are currently the strongest that we have ever been. We are both capable and have the right to take over the world. If the 2 rulers aren't dead, we can use Grace Sacred Hall to threaten them. If we do so, they will have no choice but to help us." Previously, the 2 rulers decided not to help Brilliant Gold because they were afraid that Grace Sacred Hall would lose authority in the water world once the mermaids gained a Thearch class mermaid. If we wreck all that they have built, let's see if they can still come up with any reason not to help us. Light Green Umber looked at Blue Umber, with whom she had always been on good terms. When Blue Umber caught her eye, she immediately responded to what Light Green Umber had said. The mermaids also formed their own teams and alliances for the sake of profits. Only those who shared profits would be willing to help each other if any of them encountered any issues. I agree with what Light Green Umber said. We mermaids have never been this strong. We should declare war on Grace Sacred Hall and try to take over the entire world. Then, we can all try entering the Deep Chasm Sea once our bloodlines reach Pinnacle Emperor class. All this time, we've been searching for a sea beast with electrical power. But after searching for so long, we haven't found any prospective targets worth nurturing within Mermaid Forbidden Seas territory. Chapter 2407 Mermaid's Justification. After the 6 mermaids expressed their intentions and views at the meeting, they received immediate support. Thus, Brilliant Gold, who was always resistant to the opinions of others, could not say anything at such a time. However, her expression was extremely sour. Light Green Umber had always been weaker than her. If Light Green Umber had been capable of rising up as her equal, the older Light Green Umber would not have reached Pinnacle Emperor class later than she did. Brilliant Gold could tell that Light Green Umber had always been brimming with ambition. This was not a bad quality. But if the ambition only pushed her toward gaining authority for the mermaid species, the consequences would only be negative. Light Green Umber had previously ended up seriously injured to help her. Brilliant Gold could not turn down Light Green Umber but could add to what Blue Umber said. Then, let's attack Grace Sacred Hall first. Let's talk about everything else once we've conquered Grace Sacred Hall. After Blue Umber acquiesced, Blue Umber and Light Green Umber looked at each other and relaxed. However, the other Emperor-class mermaids might not also agree just because Brilliant Gold had done so. A mermaid with a snow-white tail snapped gruffly, "Brilliant Gold, I was seriously injured the last time I tried to help you. You are not the one who gets to decide if we help Light Green Umber." The white-tailed mermaid turned and said to Light Green Umber, "I'm sorry Light Green Umber. I just found a partner, and I want to help him to evolve his bloodline. So, I won't be able to help you enter the Deep Chasm Sea. Furthermore, don't you think you should seek my and Red Beauty's opinion? You shouldn't force us into helping after making the decision yourselves. That is just basic manners and respect." The mermaid with the red tail named Red Beauty sighed to herself. Light Green Umber, Blue Umber, Brilliant Gold, and the rest were set on declaring war and thus were at odds with her and White Brocade. It would be difficult for them to come to an agreement when it came to such a disagreement. All of them were only trying to help the mermaid species, so they would not be willing to compromise on any front. Red Beauty was the last to become an Emperor-class mermaid. She was very against going to war because she knew of the widespread injury and death that the war would lead to. The situation wouldn't be Mermaid Forbidden Sea defending themselves from an attack by Grace Sacred Hall, but rather Mermaid Forbidden Sea taking the initiative to conquer Grace Sacred Hall. Red Beauty, who had the least speaking authority of all the Emperor-class mermaids, now spoke resolutely. "White Brocade is right. I'm also against going to war against Grace Sacred Hall. If the two rulers are really still alive, will any of you be able to guarantee that you'll be able to defeat them? Even if they are dead, the 4 royal attendants are still Samsara realm sea beasts. You are less familiar with the 4 royal attendants' source totems. You might not care about your own lives, but I'm sure you wouldn't want the other mermaids to lose their lives too. After all, we still don't have a mermaid thearch who has the overwhelming combat power required to take down Grace Sacred Hall's 4 royal attendants while ensuring that the other king-class mermaids do not end up sacrificing their lives. Red Beauty's words took aback Light Green Umber. She had expected resistance from Brilliant Gold, but she hadn't anticipated White Brocade and Red Beauty becoming her strongest opponents. White Brocade and Red Beauty had clearly expressed their disagreement. Even though Brilliant Gold desired to attack Grace Sacred Hall, she was unwilling to assist Light Green Umber in entering the Deep Chasm Ci. It was highly likely that she would side with White Brocade and Red Beauty. Facing opposition and obstacles in her pursuit to break through her bloodline, Light Green Umber felt disheartened. She glanced at Dazzling Silver, who had yet to speak much. There was a very deep grudge between Dazzling Silver and Light Green Umber, and Dazzling Silver had always been on good terms with Brilliant Gold. If not for the rule that Emperor-class mermaids could not become partners with each other, Brilliant Gold and Dazzling Silver would already have gotten together. If Brilliant Gold was against her, it was unlikely that she would receive Dazzling Silver's vote. However, Dazzling Silver had to express her opinion in this stalemate. It was likely that her opinion would be the decisive move. Regardless, Light Green Umber had already made her decision. Regardless of how the other 5 mermaid emperors felt, she was set on going into the Deep Chasm Ci. Light Green Umber believed that from all aspects, heading to Deep Chasm Ci was more important than attacking Grace Sacred Hall. Not only did she want to awaken the thearch class bloodline and become the shining beacon of the mermaid species, but she also wanted to be the true dictator in Mermaid Forbidden Sea, the one who possessed absolute power. This way, she would not encounter any opposition or be pressured by the other Emperor-class mermaids when she was trying to make a decision. She did not like the current structure of working toward a decision through discussions and how a single voice of disagreement could affect the entire situation. When Dazzling Silver noticed the other 5 mermaids casting their gazes upon her, she turned to look at Brilliant Gold. Seeing Brilliant Gold subtly shaking her head, Dazzling Silver fell silent for a moment. She had a strong inclination to support Light Green Umber in her quest to enter the Deep Chasm Ci, knowing that her success would bring immense glory to all mermaids. Despite their previous failures, the hope of achieving their goal made every attempt worthwhile. Brilliant Gold shouldn't let herself be discouraged by a single setback. Instead, she should return stronger and braver after recovering from her injuries and learning from the experience. While the Deep Chasm Ci was undoubtedly dangerous, with caution, they could avoid death and only face serious injuries. However, even though Dazzling Silver felt this way, she didn't want to go against Brilliant Gold. Doing so would result in Brilliant Gold refusing to speak to her for at least the next 2,000 years. Having grown up together and developed unwavering loyalty since their days as elite mermaids, Dazzling Silver remained devoted to Brilliant Gold even now, as they had ascended to the status of Emperor-class mermaids. Nevertheless, her frustration persisted. Chapter 2408 New Pinnacle Emperor. Light Green Umber and Dazzling Silver had been at odds due to Light Green Umber's excessive caution in the past, which led to their unwillingness to assist Brilliant Gold at the Deep Chasm Ci. Dazzling Silver took advantage of this and taunted Light Green Umber. However, Dazzling Silver's current actions contradicted her previous words. Dazzling Silver blindly supported Brilliant Gold as a loyal follower without questioning her actions. To Light Green Umber's surprise, Dazzling Silver's bloodline had reached Pinnacle Emperor class. Despite allocating most of her resources to Brilliant Gold, Dazzling Silver had still managed to evolve her bloodline to such a high level. It appeared that Dazzling Silver possessed greater talent than Brilliant Gold. Light Green Umber considered it foolish for Dazzling Silver to sacrifice her remarkable talent for fruitless emotions that would not lead to anything. Even without assistance from others, Light Green Umber had no intention of giving up. She glanced at the other Emperor-class mermaids with whom she had coexisted for thousands of years and felt a sense of amusement. If you don't help me enter the Deep Chasm Ci, I'll go on my own. From now on, I will only protect the citizens under my territory and care. Don't come to me for help with anything that happens in the other territories in Mermaid Forbidden Sea. I wash my hands off all of it. Brilliant Gold, I helped you in the past. But today, you aren't extending me the same favor. Where is your sense of morality? You force Dazzling Silver to make a stand in every matter, but this won't change the facts. Light Green Umber did not want to stay much longer and was about to leave when a king-class mermaid excitedly barged in. All 6 Emperor-class mermaids had chosen this King-class mermaid and was in charge of setting up and raising money for meeting venues, as well as the reporting of important events. But now that all 6 Emperor-class mermaids were gathered here, there should be nothing important to report. Could it be that Grace Sacred Hall was attacking? But if that were the case, River Creek should not have such a happy expression on her face. White Brocade asked River Creek loudly, "Why are you interrupting our meeting?" White Brocade knew that River Creek always acted with responsibility. Otherwise, all 6 of them would not have picked her from the throng of King-class mermaids. With River Creek's talent, she could become the next Emperor-class mermaid even if she did not receive favors from any of the other Emperor-class mermaids. River Creek hurriedly said, "In Area 9 of the North District, the King-class mermaid Luna from the outskirts of Area 8 has arrived with a new mermaid emperor. He claims that his bloodline has reached pinnacle emperor class and that he wants to enter the deep chasm Ci. I dared not act on my own accord as this matter involves a new emperor. So I had no choice but to interrupt your meeting." When Light Green Umber heard what River Creek said, her first reaction was not shock but delight. With a new emperor-class merman who also wanted to enter the deep chasm Ci, it meant that there was now someone else who shared her goal. She now had a strong partner. Now that she had someone else on her side, both camps of opinion were at a stalemate again. Even if Brilliant Gold, White Brocade, Red Beauty and the rest were still unwilling to help, she would be able to seek help from this other Emperor-class merman who wanted to enter the deep chasm Ci so they could both try to attain the new Thearchus scale. Light Green Umber was only thinking about herself. However, the other Emperor-class mermaids had all begun guessing where Lin Yuan had popped up from. The sudden appearance of a new emperor was not overly surprising. Mermaid Forbidden Sea was enormous. As long as talented King-class mermaids received some sort of opportunity, there was always the chance that they would be able to reach Emperor class. However, in this case, the King-class merman did not reveal himself after he reached Emperor class. Instead, he went into seclusion and only appeared once he reached the pinnacle Emperor class. Furthermore, his first goal after appearing was to enter the deep chasm Ci, which was the sacred location of mermaids. As such, it was hard not to feel the pricks of suspicion. Brilliant Gold asked River Creek seriously, "River Creek, you must have met that Emperor-class merman. Does his aura match what he said, that he has reached pinnacle Emperor class?" River Creek hurriedly said, "Lordess Brilliant Gold, I wouldn't dare to be careless when it comes to such matters. I have confirmed that the aura of the merman who came with Luna has really reached pinnacle Emperor class. I also think that Emperor-class merman's bloodline is even stronger than yours." Among mermaids, it was not an insult to say that one's bloodline was stronger or weaker than another. Thus, Brilliant Gold was not angered by what River Creek said. Brilliant Gold was the first of the 6 Emperor-class mermaids to reach pinnacle Emperor class. Although her roots had been injured, her bloodline had still improved after thousands of years of recuperation. Now, her bloodline was even slightly beyond that of Dazzling Silver and Light Green Umber. Even a King-class mermaid like River Creek was able to sense that this new emperor's bloodline was stronger than that of Brilliant Gold. This meant that this new emperor's bloodline had to be more powerful. Before Brilliant Gold could continue speaking, Light Green Umber said, "Since you have confirmed that his bloodline has reached emperor class, why don't you bring him in to participate in this unfinished meeting? This meeting involves an important decision for the mermaid species. It would only be right for this new emperor to participate. Don't you agree, Brilliant Gold, Dazzling Silver, White Brocade, and Red Beauty?" Red Beauty did not want to start a war, but she was not against Light Green Umber going to the deep chasm Ci to try and achieve a bloodline breakthrough. Thus, she resented the implications of Light Green Umber's words. Alas, Light Green Umber's bloodline was more elite than hers, so she forced down all of her displeasure. River Creek served all 6 Emperor-class mermaids. Thus, she needed to consider all of their opinions. River Creek did not move after receiving Light Green Umber's order. Instead, she continued waiting until she received nods from the other 5 Emperor-class mermaids. Brilliant Gold, White Brocade and the rest all knew what Light Green Umber was thinking. However, it was very normal to invite a new emperor to participate in a meeting concerning the entire mermaid species. Brilliant Gold and the rest had no choice but to nod at River Creek as they thought about how to persuade this new emperor. It would be difficult to convince an Emperor-class merman to give up on evolving his bloodline. Most importantly, this new emperor had never been to the deep chasm Ci and had yet to personally experience just how dangerous it was. Thus, it would be very difficult for him to fully comprehend the extent of the danger. Lin Yuan, who had just rushed to the main region of Mermaid Forbidden Sea, had no idea that the seemingly united elites of the mermaid species were actually fraught with conflict. He knew that the 6 mermaid emperors had to be curious about his identity and was prepared to use the same script that he had used with Luna. Chapter 2409 Who Made the Rule? Luna looked at Lin Yuan and said softly, Lord Emperor, the king-class mermaid you just met is named River Creek. She is the manager of Mermaid Forbidden Sea, who answers to all 6 mermaid emperors. When the 6 mermaid emperors don't have time to tend to affairs, River Creek manages every matter in Deep Chasm Sea. Although we are both king class, I need to address her as Lordess when we meet. When she spoke, Luna did not try to hide her jealousy of River Creek. It was an incredible honor to be picked by all 6 mermaid emperors. Luna was not alone. There was no single king-class mermaid who did not envy River Creek. Lin Yuan nodded when he heard that. While he had been traveling with Luna to the main district of Mermaid Forbidden Sea, Lin Yuan witnessed just how much mermaids with inferior bloodlines worshipped and adored mermaids with elite bloodlines. He was a complete stranger to these mermaids. However, all of them were extremely respectful toward him because of his bloodline. Almost every king-class mermaid treated him the same way that Luna did, including the king-class mermaid named River Creek. River Creek quickly returned to see Lin Yuan and said softly, Lord, may I know what your name is? Please allow me to call you by your name. It will be my greatest privilege for your name to fall from my lips. Lin Yuan grinned. Call me Dark Blue. Lin Yuan's mermaid bloodline came from Dark Blue, so there was no better name to call him by. River Creek hurriedly said, Lord Dark Blue, please come with me. Your blue tail is stunning. River Creek did not say this just to flatter Lin Yuan but because blue was indeed the most beautiful color in the eyes of mermaids. This was also part of the reason River Creek had caught the eye of the 6 emperor-class mermaids. However, her light blue tail paled in comparison to Lin Yuan's radiant azure tail. It could be said that River Creek fell in love with the color of Lin Yuan's tail the moment she laid eyes on it. She had never seen such a beautiful azure tail before, and there was no question that it was the only one of its kind in the entire mermaid species. This was the first time that Luna was hearing Lin Yuan's name. From now on, she did not need to call him Lord Emperor and could call him Lord Dark Blue instead. Luna greatly admired River Creek's courage. It was likely that only one who received the favor of all 6 Emperor-class mermaids would be brave enough to ask for an Emperor-class mermaid's name. Eternal Source's expression turned strange when Lin Yuan stated his name. In all his time with Lin Yuan, this was the first time that he was hearing the name Dark Blue. Everyone around him called him by the name Lin Yuan, meaning that was his real name, and he only came up with the names 10,000 Source and Dark Blue to achieve his goals. When she saw that Eternal Source intended to accompany Lin Yuan, River Creek said apologetically, Lord Dark Blue, only Emperor-class mermaids have the right to enter the main palace. Your subordinate doesn't possess the mermaid bloodline, so please leave him outside the palace hall. Alternatively, he can come with me to have a soak in one of the baths. The baths are extremely beneficial for sea beasts. Lin Yuan shook his head and asked, who made the rule that sea beasts can't be companions? How ludicrous! There was no way that Lin Yuan would agree to leave Eternal Source behind while he went to see the other 6 Emperor-class mermaids alone. Lin Yuan would not let his guard down just because of the mermaid's attitude toward him. He was well aware of how powerful he was. Without Eternal Source, there was no way that he would be able to defend himself with just Begin Lady if the other Emperor-class mermaids decided to attack him. Moreover, he could not boost Begin Lady's abilities like he could with dimensional life forms. Even if he summoned Green Vine and instructed it to use entire body medium, it would not be enough. The most important thing Lin Yuan needed to do was to protect himself. Lin Yuan's question stumped River Creek. She did not know who had made the rule. All she knew was that the rule had been in place even before she had been picked to be the manager of mermaids. However, all the rules were made by the Emperor-class mermaids. The Emperor-class mermaids did not have much authority to change the rules that each other made. However, River Creek could not casually bend the rules without seeking the approval of the other Emperor-class mermaids because she worked for the 6 Emperor-class mermaids and not for Lin Yuan. Just as she was blanking on what she would do next, a voice said from afar, Pinnacle Emperor class is currently the most elite bloodline achievable by us mermaids. His word is the law. River Creek, are you unaware of such a simple rule? Have you been with Brilliant Gold for so long that you now only listen to what she says? Are you going to ignore the others now? Cold sweat immediately started dripping down River Creek's back. She knew who this voice belonged to. Wasn't Lordess Light Green Umber supposed to be attending the meeting? Why did she make the trip out here? Is she trying to meet Lord Dark Blue? Her bloodline has already reached pinnacle emperor class. There is no need for her to curry favor with Lord Dark Blue. Furthermore, the one who had recently interacted the most with River Creek was not Brilliant Gold but Light Green Umber. Can it be that Lordess Light Green Umber is going to leave me in a tight spot so she can gain favor with Lord Dark Blue? I will be horribly wronged if that happens. Lin Yuan could sense that this mermaid with the light green tail had a similar emperor-class bloodline to him. However, he got a strange feeling from this emperor-class bloodline. It was not about the eliteness of this mermaid's bloodline but that it seemed to only be rudimentary and lacked the nourishment of pure water elemental energy. If this mermaid's bloodline had been nourished by water elemental energy, it would be able to reach an even higher level. Extreme Ocean had repeatedly brought up the wine of exquisite water waves to emphasize his efforts. Lin Yuan did not think that the wine of exquisite water waves was anything as precious as Extreme Ocean made it out to be. It was just wine brewed from water elemental energy that had 93% purity. Chapter 24:10 Light Green Umber's Invitation. Otherwise, the wine of exquisite water waves would not have been able to attract the pinnacle samsara realm Frozen Ocean and Ink Ocean. There seemed to be not many spiritual ingredients containing water elemental energy in the water world. Moreover, the samsara realm dictators could not produce pure water elemental energy. At the same time that Lin Yuan was studying light green umber, she was doing the same to him. However, he was studying her bloodline and the circumstances in the water world while she was only examining his looks. Mermaids were shallow to a certain extent and did all they could to pursue those of the same species with great beauty. This was part of their true nature that they were born with. Previously, light green umber's first pick had been River Creek. She believed that no one fit her standards better than River Creek. The color of her tail and even her physical features all fit light green umber's standards. However, when compared to Lin Yuan, River Creek appeared pale and lacking in comparison. They were not even on the same level of discussion. She could not believe that such a mesmerizing color existed. If this emperor-class merman had opposed her during the meeting, she would not have been as angry as when Brilliant Gold had done so. Hello, my name is Light Green Umber. I heard that you also intend to enter the deep chasm Ci. May I know if this is true? Lin Yuan looked seriously at this emperor-class mermaid named Light Green Umber. From Light Green Umber's words, Lin Yuan could be certain of one thing. She also wanted to enter the deep chasm Ci. Lin Yuan did not need a companion to enter the deep chasm Ci with him. But it would not hurt to glean some information from Light Green Umber. You are right. I intend on going to the deep chasm Ci to try and enable my bloodline to break through. That is the reason behind my decision to appear now. When Light Green Umber received Lin Yuan's reply and confirmed her guess, delight spread across her face. She had never met this emperor-class merman before. She was not as old as Brilliant Gold, but she was not considered young among the 6 emperor-class mermaids. There was no way the others could have met this emperor-class merman she had not met before. Light Green Umber felt that it would be better for her to mention to Lin Yuan now that they would likely encounter opposition when they tried to enter the deep chasm Ci so that he could be mentally prepared. This way, they would be on the same side during the meeting later. In the past, there was nothing that Light Green Umber detested more than collusion and underhanded scheming. But now, it was Brilliant Gold who had thrown the first stone. She knew that Dazzling Silver would definitely side with her and had even roped in White Brocade and Red Beauty. When it came to their claims, there was actually a gap between White Brocade, Red Beauty, and Brilliant Gold. But now, they were standing together in this matter and thus were sharing from the same pool of profits. It was unlikely that they would part ways before this matter came to an end. Blue Umber sided with Light Green Umber, but the two of them stood no chance against the other 4 in terms of authority. If she could pull Lin Yuan to her side, she would have 2 mermaids with pinnacle emperor-class bloodline, the same number that Brilliant Gold had. Red Beauty had only recently become an emperor-class mermaid. Thus, she could only add to the number and did not bring any decisive authority with her. As such, both of them now had equal authority. With this thought, Light Green Umber pursed her lips and said, I have the same plea as you. I also want to enter the deep chasm Ci. The deep chasm Ci is full of danger. It is impossible to make it in alone. You will only stand a chance if you have a group with you. When you were still in seclusion, we helped Brilliant Gold to enter. Although we eventually failed and did not manage to reach its inner sanctum, we did rip open a rift and sensed the aura of the new Thearchus scale within. It is because of this that I want to try again. After the past few thousand years, the mermaid species' overall power has increased distinctly. Making another attempt now won't be a hopeless endeavor. If they're unwilling to help, will you be willing to give it a go with me? Light green umber's words caused the blood to drain from River Creek's face. How could she utter such words so casually? It was the biggest secret of the mermaid species. Moreover, light green umber's words sounded like collusion regardless of how she spun it. If Brilliant Gold were to ask River Creek about light green umber's reaction upon seeing Lin Yuan, what should she say? If she told the truth, she would offend light green umber. If she lied, she would cross paths with Brilliant Gold. River Creek was extremely uncomfortable. From what light green umber said, Lin Yuan learned the piece of information that he craved the most, which was the confirmation of the new Thearchus scale's existence. With this confirmation, it became even more important for Lin Yuan to head to the deep chasm Ci. At the same time, Lin Yuan realized the mermaids were not as peaceful as they seemed. The mermaids with inferior bloodlines were extremely respectful toward those with elite bloodlines. However, there was still intense competition between the mermaids with elite bloodlines. Light green umber didn't bother explaining the situation to Lin Yuan since he could learn about it himself once he entered. Light green umber aimed to portray Brilliant Gold in a negative light, hoping that Lin Yuan would develop a negative impression of her. Despite other mermaids refusing to help, light green umber expressed her willingness to accompany Lin Yuan into the deep chasm Ci. This indicated that there were no specific obstacles to entering the deep chasm Ci. Any mermaid with an emperor-class bloodline would have the opportunity to enter. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan intended to participate in the meeting to its end and take a look at all the other emperor-class mermaids. Once he gained a certain level of understanding of his future subordinates, he would be able to enter the deep chasm Ci. Then, there would be no need for him to know where the water world's endless gem was or devise a plan to make it his. Once he attained the new Thearchus scale and awoke the Thearch-class bloodline to become a Thearch-class mermaid, the other 6 Emperor-class mermaids would be under pressure from their bloodlines to obediently hand over the endless gem and other volumes of the vast sea secret treasure. Lin Yuan noticed that light green umber frequently turned back to look at him while they were moving. However, she avoided his direct gaze each time. Even if Lin Yuan was the oblivious type, he would be able to tell that there was something more there. Lin Yuan was curious. He dipped his head and looked at himself. He confirmed that there were no issues with his appearance, nor had he done anything inappropriate. Suddenly, Lin Yuan connected the way that light green umber, Luna, and the goddess of mercy looked at him to the way that Auntie Zhang looked at Uncle Li. Chapter 2411 Love at First Sight? Hence, the reason for the goddess of mercy's exceptional favoritism toward Lin Yuan, even to the extent of fighting fifth page truth, was her desire to earn his affection. Did she intend to gain his love in order to evolve her bloodline? With this thought in mind, all of Lin Yuan's previous doubts suddenly made sense. A sudden feeling of unease washed over Lin Yuan. In the past, he had often questioned the motives behind the goddess of mercy's assistance. If he discovered any needs the goddess of mercy had, he wouldn't hesitate to offer his help. But if what she desired was his love, Lin Yuan would be unable to fulfill her request. Light green umber eagerly awaited Lin Yuan's response after her speech. However, he remained silent, refusing to acknowledge her attempt to recruit him. Lin Yuan had plans to assert his control over the mermaid species in the future, with the 6 Emperor-class mermaids becoming his subordinates. If he were to join Light Green Umber's faction now, it would hinder his future management of the mermaid species. The other 5 Emperor-class mermaids would likely voice their objections. There was no need for him to engage in something that would create complications for him in the future. Ordinarily, Light Green Umber would have exploded with anger if her offer received no response. Strangely, she felt no trace of displeasure at that moment. In fact, even if this Emperor-class merman named Dark Blue refused to assist her, she was still willing to establish a connection with him. Originally, River Creek should be the one leading the way to the meeting. But now that Light Green Umber had appeared unexpectedly, River Creek had no choice but to trail behind Light Green Umber. She did not dare to do anything that could even be perceived as crossing the line. Light Green Umber's departure from the meeting and taking the initiative to usher this new Emperor-class merman would definitely perturb the other Emperor-class mermaids. White Brocade slammed her tail forcefully on the table as she said, "Light Green Umber is becoming more audacious. First, she asked for our help. Then, she started acting as though she deserved it and that it was only right for us to help her. We were willing to help Brilliant Gold because we weren't aware of the exact situation in the deep chasm Ci and had only intended to scout out the path. Regardless of what this new Emperor-class merman says, there is no way I'm going to help Light Green Umber." Previously, White Brocade had been unwilling to help Light Green Umber because the latter's actions and methods did not sit right with her. Red Beauty had always been on good terms with White Brocade. Light Green Umber had always been extremely arrogant when it came to new Emperor-class mermaids like herself. From a personal standpoint, Red Beauty's unwillingness to interact with Light Green Umber had been separate from her willingness to help her for the sake of progressing the entire mermaid species. However, Light Green Umber not only angered her but also earned the fury of the core group of the entire mermaid species. Red Beauty believed that it would not be bad for the mermaid species if Light Green Umber attained the new Thearchus scale and became a Thearch-class mermaid. When Light Green Umber had been present, Blue Umber had sided with her. But now that Light Green Umber had left, there was no point in Blue Umber putting herself in opposition against the other Emperor-class mermaids for the sake of Light Green Umber. Thus, Blue Umber remained silent. But if Light Green Umber later asked her what had happened, Blue Umber would still honestly relay the situation to her. Blue Umber and Light Green Umber had always maintained a good relationship, and Blue Umber didn't want the mermaid community to be divided because of this situation. Upon hearing White Brocade and Red Beauty's remarks, Dazzling Silver let out a sigh. While Light Green Umber was partially responsible for the current situation, Brilliant Gold also played a significant role. Things might have been different if it had been anyone other than Brilliant Gold who rejected Light Green Umber. Light Green Umber had selflessly and wholeheartedly assisted Brilliant Gold in the past. Light Green Umber's condition was the most severe among the injured, surpassing Dazzling Silver's injuries. She had nearly lost her life and spent over 2,000 years recovering before her wounds finally healed. Uttering such words would undoubtedly hurt Light Green Umber's feelings. She had done so much for Brilliant Gold throughout the years, and the latter regarded her as an equal. As Dazzling Silver observed Brilliant Gold's determined expression, she suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. At that moment, the door to the main hall was pushed open. Given that Lin Yuan was at the front, he was the first one that Dazzling Silver spotted. The seed of blind affection was having a weakness for beauty. Those who were drawn to looks never adhered to logic when they fell in love with someone. But once they encountered a target that caught their attention even more strongly, the previously seemingly deep feelings would dissipate and fade quickly. His azure tail, long hair, and chiseled features immediately dominated her heart. Dazzling Silver had unconditionally sided with Brilliant Gold and did everything she could to help Brilliant Gold enter the deep chasm CI so she could gain the opportunity to evolve her bloodline. RUBNVE.C. Now, Dazzling Silver was willing to do the same for Lin Yuan. The other mermaids were equally stupefied when they glimpsed Lin Yuan. However, due to the rule that Emperor-class mermaids could not pair up with each other, all they felt for Lin Yuan was admiration. Brilliant Gold was trying to come up with a way to persuade Lin Yuan and had no idea that Dazzling Silver, who was standing behind her, was plotting betrayal. Dazzling Silver was the first to greet Lin Yuan. "Hello, you can call me Dazzling Silver. My bloodline is also Pinnacle Emperor class. I heard that you want to enter the Deep Chasm CI. Is this true?" Lin Yuan did not want to waste too much time with this group of Emperor-class mermaids. Since every Emperor-class mermaid could enter the Deep Chasm CI, he did not need to continue mingling with these other Emperor-class mermaids. The more he said, the more likely he was to arouse suspicion. There were no problems with his bloodline. But he would not be able to come up with anything if the topic turned to the secrets of mermaids. Since Lin Yuan had been asked, he answered, "I was in seclusion for almost 10,000 years. My only wish is to evolve my bloodline to Thearch class. I don't need your help. I want to take a look at the Deep Chasm CI myself and take the risk of evolving my bloodline." Lin Yuan had just finished speaking, and the jaws of all the Emperor-class mermaids present dropped. He had been in seclusion for almost 10,000 years. Just how old was this mermaid with azure hair and tail? His lifespan should almost be at its end. It was no wonder that he was so insistent on entering the Deep Chasm CI now. If his lifespan was at its end and he asked the other mermaids for help, it was unlikely that even Brilliant Gold would turn him down. Chapter 2412 Hope you become a Thearch. At that moment, all 6 Emperor-class mermaids were feeling extremely troubled. They had all become accustomed to relying on each other and had lost the will of experts. Experts should face all risks courageously instead of scrambling to find help and making escape plans. White Brocade was the most affected by Lin Yuan's words because her lifespan was also almost at its end. This was because she had suffered a hidden injury that she had been unable to recover from when she had been Emperor class. Thus, her lifespan was not as long as the other Emperor class mermaids. She had never told anyone else about this before. As she looked into Lin Yuan's resolute eyes, White Brocade could not help but say, "Your bravery in trying to break through your bloodline at the tail end of your life is commendable. But we have been to the Deep Chasm CI and know exactly how dangerous it is. Why don't I go with you? I can tell you about my experience, and I'll also be helpful in fending off the whirlpools. Our ability to control water disappears when we are near the deep chasm Ci, so we'll only be able to rely on our bodies for defense. Once White Brocade was done speaking, she swished her tail and approached Lin Yuan. She seemed ready to lead him to the deep chasm Ci. White Brocade's words not only stunned Lin Yuan but Light Green Umber as well. Light Green Umber was shell-shocked. Was she really in such bad shape? When she asked for help to enter the deep chasm Ci, none of them had agreed, with the exception of Blue Umber. Why was White Brocade suddenly so amiable when Light Green Umber was swapped out for dark blue? Lin Yuan was also floored. What had he said? How did he give this white-tailed mermaid the idea that his lifespan was coming to its end? Why did she say that his bravery in trying to achieve a bloodline breakthrough at the tail end of his life was commendable? His lifespan still had a long way to go. Lin Yuan was currently only 18 years old. If he formed a contract with the lifespan mouse in the future, he would be able to continue living for an indefinite length of time as long as he possessed items that contained vitality. Lin Yuan would have preferred it if they had all refused to help him like they had done with Light Green Umber. Now that one of them was offering to help him, he was struggling to come up with a reason to reject her. While Lin Yuan was trying to devise a reasonable excuse to use to turn White Brocade down, Red Beauty also spoke. I was the last to evolve my bloodline to Emperor class and am the weakest of the lot. I probably won't be able to be of much help. Nonetheless, I'm also willing to accompany you. Red Beauty turned to look at Brilliant Gold and Dazzling Silver. You two should come and help too. With another Pinnacle Emperor class mermaid, even if this time ends in failure as well, the 7 of us will be able to cut our losses and end up in a better state than we did last time. Brilliant Gold's expression was troubled. Frankly, she had her own selfish reason for rejecting Light Green Umber. In truth, she wanted to try entering the deep chasm Ci a second time after spending another few centuries accumulating her power. If she helped Light Green Umber obtain the new Thearchus scale, she wouldn't be able to compete against her for the same artifact. If Brilliant Gold sought their assistance to enter the deep chasm Ci, the situation would change. In the event of her success, it was evident that those who aided her would also gain the opportunity to evolve their bloodline using the new Thearchus scale. But now, she did not have a reason to turn down this Pinnacle Emperor-class merman whose lifespan was coming to an end and who was asking for their help. Just as Brilliant Gold was about to voice her agreement, Dazzling Silver spoke first. Okay. I'm willing to help. It just so happens that my power has broken through, so I will be of more help than last time. The 7th jolt of the deep chasm Ci is the most intense one. I can handle that. However, once I've taken on the 7th jolt, I will need to leave the rest to you. Dazzling Silver's words shocked all the other 5 Emperor-class mermaids, including Brilliant Gold. The 7th jolt had almost cost Brilliant Gold her life the last time. Yet, Dazzling Silver had not offered to help Brilliant Gold then. Why was she suddenly willing to put her life on the line for this Emperor-class merman she only just met? White Brocade, Red Beauty, Light Green Umber, and Blue Umber could not help but look at Brilliant Gold. They wondered if they were seeing things or if Brilliant Gold's light gold hair was indeed tinged with green now. Frankly, Light Green Umber and the rest had misunderstood Dazzling Silver. Previously, Dazzling Silver had lacked such capabilities. If she had been capable, she would have done the same for Brilliant Gold. When Lin Yuan noticed that Light Green Umber and the other 2 Emperor-class mermaids who had yet to speak were also about to express their opinions, he knew that he needed to come up with a way to turn them all down. There were many ways to go about with rejections. Lin Yuan needed this rejection to be backed by logic. My plan hasn't changed. I don't need your help. Did you rely on others to evolve your bloodlines to such a level? If the entire mermaid species' top combat power is all invested in one person, the mermaid species will be doomed if any accidents take place. I want to enter the deep chasm Ci and obtain the new Thearchus scale so I can evolve my bloodline to Thearch class. Why covet a position that doesn't belong to you when you lack both power and capabilities? If any among you manage to attain the new Thearchus scale with the help of others, will you be truly respected even after you've become a mermaid Thearch? This speech was Lin Yuan's reason to dissuade the others from wanting to accompany him. But when Brilliant Gold and the others heard this, they felt as though a pail of cold water had been dumped over them. Firstly, the 6 of them could not come up with a reason for why Lin Yuan was turning them down. The only reasonable explanation they could come up with was that he was trying to use his actions to back up his words. His words damaged his profits, yet he was still persisting. Thus, all of them started to contemplate what he had just said. Brilliant Gold had not thought so much or far when she went to the deep chasm sea to attempt to break through her bloodline. After her incident, Mermaid Forbidden Sea's top powerhouses had paid a heavy price. If not for the disappearance of Grace Sacred Hall's 2 rulers, the news would not have been kept under wraps for 2,000 years. Given her understanding of the 2 rulers, they would have laid out an elaborate plan to target Mermaid Forbidden Sea. This would be a great threat to Mermaid Forbidden Sea. If they worked together and helped one of them gain the Thearch class bloodline, would the rest be fine with it? There was even the possibility that the one who attained the new Thearch's scale would turn greedy and turn their back on their teammates. The mermaids were traditionally united. However, there had been exceptions in history. Even Brilliant Gold, who had been the most conflicted about Lin Yuan's appearance, felt a wave of respect for him at this moment. Chapter 2413 Don't interfere with my decision. That gaze could be likened to a final goodbye. Dazzling Silver said with a slightly hoarse voice, I respect your decision. I'll take you to the deep chasm sea now. I hope you manage to obtain the new Thearch's scale. I would gladly accept you as the Thearch of the mermaid species. Dazzling Silver's words were filled with sincerity and echoed the thoughts of White Brocade, Red Beauty, and the rest as well. Even Light Green Umber was in agreement with what Dazzling Silver said. Although it was not strange that Dazzling Silver had said such things, the convictions should not have been expressed by her. Wasn't she always faithfully by Brilliant Gold's side and always prioritized Brilliant Gold's profits? When did she start making decisions of her own accord? Brilliant Gold had yet to make a decision. There was no way that Dazzling Silver's words had come from Brilliant Gold. White Brocade, Light Green Umber, and the rest all looked at Brilliant Gold and saw that her expression had become very peculiar. Amidst her secret glee, Light Green Umber could not help but wonder. Could Dazzling Silver's feelings toward Brilliant Gold have changed when she saw Dark Blue? This seemed like the only reasonable explanation. There were no ugly mermaids. Even the inferior and mid-ranked mermaids had exceptional beauty. The king-class mermaids all had unique features that each had their own charm. It did not need to be said that the emperor-class mermaids all possessed breathtaking beauty. Since there were no complaints about their looks, the only area that could be nitpicked was the color of their scales and hair. Firstly, mermaids desired their scales and hair to be of the same color. Or, at the very least, it had to be shades of the same color. If their hair and scales were of the same color, the next distinction was attributed to the colors themselves. Mermaids always placed the color azure above all other colors, followed by the colors that resembled azure the most, such as navy, indigo, and baby blue. However, these colors were not common. A large reason the 6 Emperor-class mermaids had chosen River Creek was due to her mostly baby blue tail and hair. The slight purple hue that she also possessed was almost undetectable. Apart from blue, the mermaids also placed the color gold on a pedestal. Although gold was still ranked below blue, it was regarded as much more elite than the other colors. This was the reason Brilliant Gold had caught Dazzling Silver's eye. Light Green Umber's color might seem similar to baby blue, but there was an obvious difference in hue. Light Green Umber could tell Brilliant Gold was having difficulty taking this in. However, Light Green Umber did not care about how well Brilliant Gold was taking this. The more uncomfortable Brilliant Gold was, the happier Light Green Umber would be. Regardless of who ended up becoming the first mermaid Thearch, the wedge between Light Green Umber and Brilliant Gold would not disappear. Lin Yuan had no idea that the mermaid emperors were so divided and that their relationships were so complicated. He could sense the sincerity behind Dazzling Silver's words. But he did not require her sincerity. I have no issues with you taking me to the deep chasm sea, but I already said that I want to enter the deep chasm sea myself and that I don't need your help. I don't like it when others interfere with my decision. Lin Yuan swam out of the hall with a swish of his tail. He was trying to use this action to signal to Dazzling Silver to hurry and lead the way. Lin Yuan's previous rejection could be seen as him trying to put up a strong front. But now that he had strongly rejected them again, it was clear that this was truly how he felt. He really did not need help from anyone else. Dazzling Silver quickly flapped her silver tail twice in order to catch up with Lin Yuan. She looked calmly into his eyes and said, I respect your decision. I hope you make it out safely. Since you want to try to enter the deep chasm sea yourself, I will stand guard outside to ensure that you remain undisturbed. Lin Yuan's lips curled. That would be the best scenario. The last thing that Lin Yuan wanted was to be disturbed while he was in the deep chasm sea. Otherwise, he would not be able to summon Green Vine and instruct it to use entire body medium to form the full image of that life form that had surpassed the samsara realm. The life form would have the chance to unleash its might on the world again. Red Beauty and White Brocade hurriedly followed as well. White Brocade said to Lin Yuan, Red Beauty and I will also stand guard. If you succeed, you will bring glory to the mermaids. If you fail, we'll be able to treat your wounds as soon as possible. There is a mountain about 30 leagues away from the deep chasm Ci. One must pass it to reach the deep chasm Ci. We will await your good news there. After dazzling silver, white brocade, and red beauty left, only light green umber, blue umber, and brilliant gold were left in the hall. Blue umber was slightly stronger than red beauty and ranked 5th among the 6 emperor-class mermaids. Thus, she did not want to cross brilliant gold. As such, blue umber remained silent as she expressed the same position as light green umber. Light green umber's bloodline had reached pinnacle emperor class and was on the same level as brilliant gold. As such, there was no need for her to fear brilliant gold. Light green umber looked at brilliant gold with a stormy gaze and said, Brilliant gold, do you remember what you asked us at a previous meeting? When did the mermaids begin this downward trajectory? At that time, we weren't able to come up with an answer. It wasn't because we really didn't know the answer but because no one was willing to say it. You eventually sighed and said the reason for this circumstance was that what went up had to go down. Don't you find that ludicrous? Ever since the first emperor-class mermaid appeared, the mermaids have been thriving. When did we ever show any signs of going downhill? Rather than saying that what went up had to go down, the mermaids have been on a downward trajectory ever since you started taking advantage of Dazzling Silver's feelings toward you and her power to grab hold of the decision-making authority during our meetings. When Light Green Umber saw that Brilliant Gold was about to protest, she cut off Brilliant Gold again. Take in my words and ponder over them first before arguing with me. If you really have the mermaid's best interests at heart, you should be happy about Dark Blue's appearance. Why do you have such an expression hanging off your face? Regardless of whether his lifespan is coming to its end, we now have a 7th emperor. Chapter 2414 Take Form, Entire Body Medium. You want to try entering the deep chasm Ci again to attempt to evolve your bloodline. You don't want to help me and don't want the others to help me either because you want us to help you with this goal in the future. Brilliant Gold could no longer hold back and scoffed. Light Green Umber, don't slander me with your own dirty thoughts. I'm not as despicable as you make me out to be. Light Green Umber chuckled coldly. My dirty thoughts? If I had even a shred of evil in me, I wouldn't have gone all out to help you. Your argument is weak. Even Dazzling Silver might not believe you now. Do you dare to swear on your own bloodline that you didn't reject the others' plea for help in entering the deep chasm Ci because you selfishly hoped to try again in the future? After she was done speaking, Light Green Umber ignored Brilliant Gold. She also did not want to wait to hear Brilliant Gold's explanation. She had accomplished her goal by spilling all of her pent-up unhappiness. If Brilliant Gold indeed had selfish motives, Light Green Umber would prefer for her to be honest. But Brilliant Gold could not own up to her own selfishness even when confronting it privately. Even if Brilliant Gold truly obtained the new Thearch's scale and became the first mermaid Thearch, Light Green Umber would not be able to acknowledge her. Blue Umber, let's help Dazzling Silver, White Brocade, and the rest guard Dark Blue too. As of now, I'm not capable of entering the deep chasm Ci with my own power. I don't intend on venturing into the deep chasm Ci. I will go into seclusion for some time after we're done helping Dark Blue. I will only come out of seclusion when I'm certain I can enter the deep chasm Ci. If I never manage to reach that standard of power, I will give it one last go before my life comes to an end, just like what Dark Blue is doing. Blue Umber and Light Green Umber had known each other for thousands of years, so she was well aware of Blue Umber's character. Light Green Umber was always straightforward and upfront. Blue Umber had lost her goal and direction after she evolved to Emperor class. Now, Blue Umber felt that she could follow in Light Green Umber's footsteps and make the Thearch class bloodline her goal from now on. It did not take long for the group to reach the mountain. Dazzling Silver sternly said to Lin Yuan, "Are you sure you don't need our help? With our help, your chances of success will be higher." "I'm sure. You can wait for me here," replied Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan flapped his tail and shot off in the direction of the deep chasm Ci. He left Eternal Source at the mountain. Eternal Source was holding a thoughts letter paper so he could immediately inform Lin Yuan at the sign of any trouble. Any life forms that were not mermaids could not appear in the vicinity of the deep chasm Ci. Otherwise, it would affect the deep chasm Ci and result in a violent outbreak. Luna had already mentioned this to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had also verified this with Dazzling Silver, White Brocade, and the rest while they were on the way there. All the mermaid emperors knew that the new Thearka's scale was hidden in the deep chasm sea. If the Samsara realm sea beasts could help, they would have been sacrificed long ago. It would be a desperate move if they sought help from the two rulers, considering their possession of electrical power. Despite the potentially violent reaction of the deep chasm sea, there remained a strong likelihood of successfully tearing it open. If Lin Yuan encountered any danger in the vicinity of the deep chasm sea that threatened his safety, he could summon the entire group of Samsara realm dictators immediately. The deep chasm sea was filled with continuous and chaotic currents resembling ropes that sought to pull Lin Yuan down to the depths of the sea. Ever since he gained the mermaid bloodline, Lin Yuan had not felt attacked by water elemental energy. He attempted to activate his faith power, only to find it significantly weakened within the deep chasm sea. With his current level of faith power, Lin Yuan could only progress around 2 to 3 kilometers forward, which was insufficient to reach the entrance of the deep chasm sea. Unfamiliar with using his spiritual power in dimensional worlds, Lin Yuan hesitated. Usually, employing his spiritual power would immediately raise suspicions among dimensional beings. However, with no one around, there would be no one to detect his use of spiritual power. This presented an opportunity for him to assess the receptiveness of the deep chasm sea toward spiritual energy. When he circulated his spiritual power, Lin Yuan realized that the deep chasm sea did not exhibit even the slightest rejection toward spiritual power. He could use spiritual power freely in the vicinity of the deep chasm sea. However, Lin Yuan was currently only a B-rank spirit chi professional, and his body did not contain much spiritual power. It was insufficient to carry him all the way to the entrance of the deep chasm sea. As Lin Yuan continued to move forward, the resistance pushing him back grew stronger. The force was so strong that it nearly caused him to perform a backward somersault in the water. The deep chasm sea welcomed spiritual power, so Lin Yuan decided to summon Blackie. Seated on Blackie's back, he rode swiftly toward the entrance of the deep chasm sea. Due to Blackie's robust diamond/fantasy V physique, much stronger than Lin Yuan's human body, they made good progress. As they accelerated, the deep chasm sea came into view, perched atop a towering altar. The sea, resembling a colossal pearl with shades of blue and gold, emitted intermittent currents that transformed into seawater. This force had been impeding Lin Yuan's progress all along. Curious to explore other energy options besides electricity, Lin Yuan intended to test their efficacy in opening the deep chasm sea. After some testing, Lin Yuan realized that the deep chasm sea did not react to the other types of elemental energy. Lin Yuan had already confirmed the information through the other mermaids and was certain they would not lie to him due to his bloodline. With this assurance, he decided to summon Green Vine and instruct it to use entire body medium to create a life form from another world. This creature possessed electrical power that could be utilized to open the seal of the deep chasm sea. Chapter 2415 Harvest the fruits of effortless labor. Given Green Vine's power and the energy left in the half-corpse, the image of the life form from another world might only last for a few short seconds. But that would already be enough. Green Vine nodded excitedly. It had yet to use this exclusive skill since gaining it. It was actually very curious about this ability. In its human form, Green Vine reached out and pinched the vine in the shape of a skunk that was covered with orange fur. A solid power immediately flowed out from this vine. Normally, feys could not bear to use their secret weapons. However, Green Vine did not feel this way at all. Green Vine had been spoon-fed from the moment it hatched. Lin Yuan provided any and all resources it needed. Thus, it never had to struggle for resources and did not understand how difficult it was to obtain a secret weapon. Thus, Green Vine did not feel even the slightest unwillingness to use entire body medium. Rather, it was Lin Yuan who felt rather reluctant. The half-corpse was the most precious thing that Lin Yuan possessed. He chose to use this half-corpse because he wanted to obtain the new Thearka's scale and evolve his mermaid bloodline from Pinnacle Emperor class to Thearch class. This was the only way to guarantee his control over the mermaid species and obtain the Endless Gem and the remaining volumes without resorting to martial force. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would never give up such life-preserving items so easily. The power released by Green Vine after using entire body medium caused Lin Yuan's soul to shiver. This aura was so strong that it far exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations, and it reminded him of the aura he sensed from the Moon Empress when she was attacking Chengwu for hunting him. Evidently, the life form had been far more powerful than Lin Yuan could ever imagine when it had been alive. Lin Yuan had never encountered a power level stronger than the Pinnacle Samsara realm. It was on par with the strength of Pinnacle Spirit Fire experts. This meant that the skunk life form had to have been an expert who had reached the Divine Kingdom level. But this was just a term that Lin Yuan had come up with. This might not be its actual name. Moreover, there was no certainty that one could create the divine kingdom after setting one's spirit fire alight. Lin Yuan dared not make such a conclusion before he witnessed an expert breakthrough past the spirit fire level. Once its aura reached a peak, the orange fur on the vine started to fall off, and the vine no longer took the shape of a skunk. A silhouette appeared in front of green vine. It was only around half the height and width of a human and was even smaller than the Maine Coons from Lin Yuan's previous life. The skunk was covered with bright gold brands, and 3 balls of flames suspended above its tail. It was as if they contained thousands of lightning bolts. Given green vine's power and the remnants of the corpse, it would be impressive if the silhouette could be sustained for 3 seconds. Lin Yuan immediately ordered green vine to use the skunk silhouette to release its strongest electric attack at the deep chasm Ci. Green vine forcefully waved its hand, and the skunk life form let out an ear-piercing yet pleasant sound as its body darkened. At the same time, the 3 balls of flames became much brighter than before, shooting off toward the deep chasm Ci. The moment the 3 balls of flames shot toward the deep chasm Ci, the electrical energy within them enveloped the deep chasm Ci. It was as though the deep chasm Ci was alive as the electrical energy promptly paralyzed it. As the deep chasm Ci trembled under the electrification, the water stopped flowing out of it. Lin Yuan noticed that the deep chasm Ci, which first resembled a pearl, now looked like a giant eye after it had been electrified. The electricity caused a blue and gold pupil to appear at the center of the pearl. Lin Yuan remembered Dazzling Silver mentioning that they had tried attacking the deep chasm Ci with force in the past, during which they sensed an even more powerful and mysterious mermaid bloodline power within it. Lin Yuan was not sensing anything like that now. He tried circulating his faith power and noticed that now that the deep chasm Ci had been paralyzed by electrical power, it no longer restricted faith power. Lin Yuan summoned Hornless Dragon Source, Evil Source, and Mist Source so they could try entering the deep chasm Ci together. Meanwhile, Dazzling Silver and the rest felt an intense force at the mountain. The reason for the force was that they had heard the roar of the skunk life form. They had never heard such a roar in all their many years of exploring the deep chasm Ci. Most importantly, after hearing the roar, Brilliant Gold, who was late arriving at the mountain, realized that her source type and faith power were not locked like they were in the past but fully opened instead. This meant that Lin Yuan had either successfully entered the deep chasm Ci or had become grievously injured after opening the deep chasm Ci seal. If it was the first scenario, it meant that the mermaid species was about to have its first thearch. But if it was the second scenario, it meant that it would be the best time to harvest the fruits of effortless labor. If the fruits were just hanging there, why wouldn't she harvest them? Even if Lin Yuan could harvest the fruits, she still stood a fighting chance. Brilliant Gold admitted that she had many selfish thoughts that betrayed the principles and values of the mermaid species. But with temptation right before her, she could not suppress her desires. Brilliant Gold wanted to head to the deep chasm Ci, and Light Green Umber and the rest did not try to stop her. However, she was blocked by Lin Yuan's Sea Beast and Dazzling Silver. This Sea Beast was clearly devotedly loyal to Lin Yuan, so it was unsurprising that it was trying to stop her. But what was Dazzling Silver's trying to do? In the thousands of years that they had been companions, this was the first time that Dazzling Silver was going against her. Dazzling Silver's previous actions of acting on her own accord had already rubbed Brilliant Gold the wrong way. Now that Dazzling Silver was brazenly opposing her, Brilliant Gold snarled, "Dazzling Silver, what are you trying to do?" Chapter 2416 Space within the deep chasm Ci. After spending so many years together, you should know by now that I always keep my word. Brilliant Gold, I hope that you won't put me on the spot. Dazzling Silver's words immediately elicited a menacing smirk from Brilliant Gold. Dazzling Silver, are you going to go against me for the sake of someone you just met? Before Dazzling Silver could respond, White Brocade said, Dark Blue was very clear when he spoke. He wants to try to enter the deep chasm Ci and obtain the new Thearchus scale on his own. All of us are aware of this. We didn't stop him then. So why would we change our minds now and risk getting on his wrong side? Brilliant Gold, I am aware of the selfish thoughts floating around in your mind. Those wicked thoughts shouldn't exist in the mind of a mermaid. Take my advice and wipe those thoughts from your mind. Stay here and guard with us. Even if Dazzling Silver permits you to go, the rest of us will never agree. You can check with Red Beauty, Light Green Umber, and Blue Umber to see if they will back me up. Brilliant Gold was one of the 6 Emperor-class mermaids. But she was the first of the 6 to reach Pinnacle Emperor class because she had Dazzling Silver's support. As a result, She always conducted herself arrogantly and saw herself as the decision-maker among the 6 of them. She could not allow anyone who used to be obedient to her to turn against her. Light green umber had already slighted her in the main hall. Now, even white brocade, who had yet to reach pinnacle emperor class, was treating her in such a way. Light green umber did not want to give up on any opportunity to tick off brilliant gold. When dazzling silver turned against brilliant gold, light green umber did not bother to hold back and said, "All this time, I've been wondering why the mermaid species has been going downhill in spite of our continually rising power. But now, I understand why. Brilliant gold, you should reflect on yourself. You are now openly breaking a promise to another emperor-class merman. As an emperor-class mermaid, you have failed. If you insist on going, I will have to attack you. Both of us are pinnacle emperor class. Even if I don't manage to defeat you, you won't be able to get away unscathed, either. All I need to do is hold you back until Dark Blue returns. If Dark Blue manages to become a Thearch-class mermaid, all you will be able to do is hope that your actions now aren't misunderstood by Dark Blue." Eternal Source never thought much of the Emperor-class mermaids from the water world. Although they possessed a similar bloodline to Lin Yuan, the latter's goal of coming to the water world was not to connect with his relatives but to conquer the water world. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have gone to Grace Sacred Hall immediately after arriving in the water world instead of Mermaid Forbidden Sea. This meant that there had to have been something within Grace Sacred Hall that appealed to Lin Yuan more than Mermaid Forbidden Sea did. The mermaids were also the strongest Samsara realm dictators in their dimensional world. Eternal Source could see the mermaid emperors like Light Green Umber, who Lin Yuan had made an impression on Lin Yuan as his equals. If mermaids like Brilliant Gold, who held malicious thoughts and lacked friendly intentions toward Lin Yuan, didn't change their mindsets, they would ultimately face a fate similar to Vine Source and Extreme Ocean. Although Lin Yuan did not dislike Brilliant Gold as much as he did Extreme Ocean and Vine Source, it would be difficult for Brilliant Gold to be allowed to work with the other 5 from now on. Ink Ocean, Ancient Ocean, and Frozen Ocean had always been enemies with Brilliant Gold. Thus, Brilliant Gold would not have much luck trying to join Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean's camp either. As such, this lonely Samsara realm dictator was not worth Eternal Source's concern. The united front that the mermaids put up came from the principled structure of their upper echelon. Brilliant Gold had clearly broken a taboo. Our Lord said that he wants to try to enter the deep chasm Ci on his own. So if you want to go, you'll have to get past me first. When it comes to power, both of us are somewhat equals. Even if they don't stop you, you won't be able to defeat me. Eternal Source promptly activated his Source Sacred Body and positioned himself in front of the Emperor-class experts. Previously, Brilliant Gold possessed more sway and often targeted Light Green Umber. Now, she was finally experiencing what Light Green Umber usually felt. Given the circumstances, she had no choice but to resign herself and make the only choice presented to her. Brilliant Gold sat on a chair on the mountain and fixed her gaze on the deep chasm Ci in the distance. After entering the deep chasm Ci, Lin Yuan noticed that the space within was not large. It was only around a quarter of the space in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, making it around 100 square meters. This space was even smaller than Lin Yuan's bedroom in the Return from Faraway mansion. There was only one tall stage in the deep chasm Ci. There was a blue and gold shell hanging above the tall stage. Lin Yuan could sense that the mermaid power, which was on a higher level than his own, was coming from that gold and blue shell. As such, the new Thearch's scale was definitely within that blue and gold shell. Lin Yuan started swimming toward the blue and gold shell. When he arrived in front of the shell, Lin Yuan exerted some force and opened it. There was a blue and gold scale within the shell. The blue and gold scale was even purer than the blue scales on Lin Yuan's body. When he looked closer, he saw that the scales were fully azure. They were just covered by golden patterns. The patterns appeared to be random swirls at first glance, but Lin Yuan noticed that they were actually inscriptions of the narrative behind the mermaid bloodline. Since he had the mermaid bloodline in his body, Lin Yuan knew what to do with the new Thearch's scale when he saw it. Lin Yuan placed his hand on his tail and ripped off one of his scales before replacing it with the new Thearch's scale. Lin Yuan felt that the position where the new Thearch's scale had been placed was now extremely hot. The heat was so intense that Lin Yuan felt as though he had been set on fire. Lin Yuan knew that he was feeling this way because the energy from within the new Thearch's scale was cleansing the mermaid bloodline in his body and making it even purer than it already was. Immediately after the heat appeared, Lin Yuan started feeling pain and itchiness. After consuming the Earth Center fine milk, Lin Yuan's pain tolerance had significantly increased. There was virtually no type of pain in the world that Lin Yuan couldn't handle. However, itchiness and pain were completely different. Chapter 2417 Lin Yuan, the Merman Thearch. At that moment, Lin Yuan and Begin Lady were utterly defenseless like meat on a chopping board. Luckily, Hornless Dragon Source, Evil Source, and Mist Source were unaware of Lin Yuan's current situation. The new Thearch's scale sealed one's body, spiritual energy, and soul. Under the nourishment from the new Thearch's scale, Lin Yuan's spiritual energy and soul continuously improved. It could be said that Lin Yuan had no way of communicating with the Abundance Treasure Tree to eliminate Evil Source, Mist Source, and Hornless Dragon Source in the event that they betrayed him. Lin Yuan had fully ensconced himself in danger. Evil Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Mist Source were all Samsara realm dictators who could sense Lin Yuan's current situation. However, after enduring Lin Yuan's pressure for a long time, they had lost their will to resist. They were also unwilling to risk attacking Lin Yuan now and exposing themselves to the possibility of being killed by the Abundance Treasure Tree. Evil Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Mist Source exchanged looks before they naturally arrived at the outskirts of the deep chasm Ci to guard Lin Yuan and prevent the mermaids from rushing over. Besides fear, the three of them each had their own reasons for not wanting to betray him. Mist Source had always firmly stood with Eternal Source. Eternal Source was now Lin Yuan's loyal supporter, and Mist Source would not go against Eternal Source's decision. In fact, if Evil Source or Hornless Dragon Source came up with any evil ideas, Mist Source would definitely step in to protect Lin Yuan. Protecting Lin Yuan was the equivalent of safeguarding Eternal Source's will. After Evil Source lost the bet to Lin Yuan and lost her Greenfield secret treasure, she had fallen to rank 7 among the dictators with the word Source in their names. Even Carnage Source, who was the weakest of the lot, had the audacity to target her. If Lin Yuan had not conquered the Marsh world, Evil Source would never have been able to reach her current status. As such, Evil Source believed that following Lin Yuan was a very profitable choice. Hornless Dragon Source focused on the future more than the other dictators from the Marsh world did. Hornless Dragon Source was willing to take on even more suffering for a better future. This mindset allowed him to sit firmly in her position as the Marsh world's third-rank Samsara realm dictator all this time. Otherwise, given Hornless Dragon Source's species, it would have been near impossible for him to achieve all of his accomplishments. There was no reason for Hornless Dragon Source not to treasure this opportunity of coming with Lin Yuan to the new world that was the water world. With the pain and itchiness that he was feeling, Lin Yuan could not concern himself with anything else. Even with his willpower, he was almost driven to insanity by this endless itchiness. As the seconds ticked past, the color of Lin Yuan's scales and hair was also slowly transformed by the new Thearch's scale. An illusionary image appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. It depicted an endless expanse of sea that could only be the kingdom of mermaids. Mermaids were swimming around delightedly in the sea. Suddenly, a group of life forms with bat wings descended from the sky. They were just as beautiful as mermaids. However, mermaids were mostly female, while these life forms with bat wings were more likely to be male. A long and drawn-out battle began. It only ended when the entire sea was stained by blood, and most of the mermaids had been massacred. A mermaid dressed in battle armor with an orange beast next to her pierced the trident she was holding into the center of her forehead and dug out the scale from there. The blood-stained scale lay silently in the mermaid's hands for a moment before she reached up and dug out her left eye and replaced it with the scale. Next, she sent this small orange beast far away with her left eye. However, 3 of the handsome winged life forms soon attacked the small beast, and it fell back into the dimensional currents below. At that moment, the image in his mind shattered, and his body, spiritual energy, and soul were unlocked. At the same time, a blue and gold scale appeared on Lin Yuan's forehead. It was completely different from the one that Lin Yuan had absorbed, as it was now covered with his own aura. Lin Yuan's fishtail and long hair were now the same shade of blue and gold as the new Thearch's scale. The transparent blue and radiant gold, which were the most revered colors by mermaids, appeared on Lin Yuan's body. The moment Lin Yuan's bloodline recovered, he broke through his limits, and his bloodline transformed to Thearch class. Lin Yuan could sense that his body had become much more solid. During the process of his bloodline evolving from Pinnacle Emperor class to Thearch class, Lin Yuan came to understand 3 things. The first was the origin of the new Thearch's scale and what the deep chasm Ci exactly was. Both of them came from a mermaid Thearch. The image he had seen was not fake. Lin Yuan would not have seen the skunk with orange fur if the image had been fake. The skunk was the spitting image of the form that Greenvine had produced with entire body medium. He would not have been able to tell anything from just the half-corpse that he had been left with. It turned out that the mermaids, or the mermaids that used to be under this mermaid thearch, had been embroiled in a bloody battle by another species that ended in the loss of most of the mermaids. Otherwise, a mermaid thearch would never have harmed herself in order to find a way out for the mermaids that would allow them to continue surviving and passing on their bloodline. The skunk life form had indeed arrived in the water world alongside the deep chasm Ci. It was akin to the key to the deep chasm Ci. However, the winged life form had killed the skunk long before it arrived in the water world, and the other parts of its corpse had likely already been ground up by the dimensional currents. It would not have ended up in Grace Sacred Hall's two rulers' possession if it was still alive or still had any consciousness remaining. The second thing he learned was that the scene he had seen had not taken place in the main world. For now, he would call the life forms with bat wings the Blood Clan. The life forms from the Blood Clan were very similar to the vampires that Lin Yuan had read about in his previous life. That other world contained a great number of species. Lin Yuan was filled with excitement toward this world. But given his current power, he also knew it was too early for him to explore it now. The third thing he learned was what the mermaid species represented and how he could enable their bloodline to carry on. Instead of saying that the new Thearch's scale would allow Pinnacle Emperor-class mermaids to evolve their bloodlines to Thearch class, it was actually a unique method for them to carry on their legacy. Chapter 2418 A Rank Breakthrough. This plan was actually very easy to carry out. However, after using this method to evolve their bloodline, it would be difficult for them to take this shortcut again. The mermaid species' bloodline evolution could never be accomplished solely through shortcuts. During the evolution of their bloodlines, what mermaids lacked the most was pure spirit chi and water elemental energy. Pure water elemental energy was extremely rare in the water world, while spirit chi was non-existent. Hence, mermaids appeared to be the dictators of the water world but were actually severely restricted by the water world's resources. After Lin Yuan became a merman thearch, he had the ability to enhance the bloodlines of emperor-class mermaids. This involved bestowing his thearch-class bloodline upon them, granting them the chance to acquire the thearch-class bloodline for themselves. Additionally, he could provide them with spirit chi and water elemental energy to further develop their potential. After sensing the mermaid thearch bloodline in his body, Lin Yuan became even more certain that the thearch-class bloodline was not the peak of the mermaid bloodline. Lin Yuan was now certain of the direction he was going to improve in. He might be able to transform in a whole new way once his bloodline reached a new breakthrough. With his current thearch-class bloodline power, Lin Yuan could easily control the deep chasm Ci. With a wave of his hand, the deep chasm Ci shrunk to the size of an eyeball and appeared on Lin Yuan's palm. The water that continuously flowed out from the deep chasm Ci was actually the tears of the mermaid thearch. Lin Yuan felt that the best use of the deep chasm Ci would be to turn it into a precious instrument. The precious instrument made from the deep chasm Ci would definitely suit him well. All this time, the existence of 12 stars precious instruments had only been a legend. There was no guarantee that the precious instrument made from the eyeball of a mermaid thearch would be able to break past this ceiling. In actuality, Lin Yuan could feed the deep chasm Ci to Green Vine to enable it to gain the mermaid thearch bloodline. It would then become capable of producing the image of the mermaid thearch. But if he did this, he would only gain a one-off fighter. After using entire body medium once, the deep chasm Ci would be gone. If Lin Yuan wanted Green Vine to gain the thearch class bloodline, he could just feed his own bloodline to it. There was no need for him to go through so much effort. When Lin Yuan, who had just been in the deep chasm Ci moments ago, suddenly appeared before Hornless Dragon Source, Mist Source and Evil Source, they were all taken aback. They were even more astonished when Lin Yuan effortlessly stored the deep chasm Ci away. However, considering the series of mystical events surrounding Lin Yuan, their surprise was understandable. Upon sensing the significant enhancement in Lin Yuan's bloodline, Evil Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Mist Source felt an immense pressure emanating from the aura of his bloodline. Overwhelmed, the three of them knelt and congratulated Lin Yuan, saying, "Congratulations on advancing your bloodline to a higher level." Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. It was said that blessings never came in pairs, while trouble was never alone. Yet, Lin Yuan happened to receive 2 blessings today. Not only did his bloodline evolve from Pinnacle Emperor class to Thearch class, but after the nourishment from the new Thearch's scale, he had become an A-rank spirit chi professional. He could now command myth breed feys. All of the feys he possessed were on the cusp of their own evolutions. Lin Yuan had never forgotten that he was a spirit chi professional first and foremost. "Let's go. Return to the mountain with me. I hope that nothing has happened there. Eternal Source had not contacted Lin Yuan using the Thought's letter paper. This meant there had been no issues with martial force at the mountain. But given Lin Yuan's understanding of the 6 Emperor-class mermaids, a few were ruled by their selfish thoughts. It was likely that they would think of their profits first once they sensed the changes that had taken place to the deep chasm Ci. Now that he was a merman thearch, Lin Yuan saw all the mermaids in the water world as his relatives. Lin Yuan liked the united front put up by the mermaids, which he wanted to pursue and maintain. If any Emperor-class mermaid went against his wishes, he would not give them the blessing. Once he injected a large amount of pure spirit chi and water elemental energy into the mermaids, the mermaid species' overall power would skyrocket. When Lin Yuan went on to conquer the abyssal, alien insect, and subterranean worlds in the future, he would be able to save some time. Evil Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Mist Source followed Lin Yuan, and the group soon arrived back at the mountain. The changes to the aura around Lin Yuan and his looks subtly exhibited the improvement in his bloodline. The Emperor-class mermaids had always been regarded as the peak of the mermaid species. Red Beauty did not even feel such pressure from Brilliant Gold's pinnacle Emperor-class bloodline when she had only been King-class. Lin Yuan cast his gaze at Dazzling Silver and said, "Thank you for watching out for me from here. This is a gift to thank you." Lin Yuan gave Dazzling Silver a blessing. Instantly, Dazzling Silver felt her shackled bloodline becoming active again. This meant that her bloodline now had the opportunity to advance. Before Dazzling Silver could fully sense the change to her bloodline, Lin Yuan went on to say, "My blessing will give you the chance to break through to Thearch class as well. From now on, all you need to do is build yourself up slowly." Was there anyone who insisted on going to the deep chasm Ci when I was still there? I want to know who they are. Lin Yuan's words caused Dazzling Silver, Brilliant Gold, Light Green Umber and the other Emperor-class mermaids to freeze. Dazzling Silver was feeling the most conflicted of the lot. Firstly, Lin Yuan's blessing had given her the opportunity to advance further. This was something that all Emperor-class mermaids desired. She should be over the moon now. Alas, it seemed that Lin Yuan wanted Brilliant Gold to take responsibility for her mistake. Brilliant Gold was the only one who had tried to leave to go to the deep chasm Ci. Brilliant Gold would be reprimanded or punished if this was revealed to Lin Yuan. However, with regard to bloodline reverence and her own selfish reasons, Dazzling Silver would never lie to Lin Yuan in response to a question he had asked her. Brilliant Gold started trembling in fear. She had come up with many possibilities, but none of them involved Lin Yuan successfully becoming a merman thearch. She had assumed that becoming a merman thearch without anyone else's help was akin to a pipe dream. Yet, Lin Yuan had achieved this and was now a merman thearch. Chapter 2419 Dazzling Silver's Honesty. If Brilliant Gold had faced Light Green Umber and the other Emperor-class mermaids, she could have handled them even without Dazzling Silver's support. A thread of hope unconsciously formed in Brilliant Gold's mind. She prayed that Dazzling Silver, who had always felt affection for her, would not reveal what she had done to Lin Yuan. Even if she did reveal her action, she could bend the truth or smooth over the details. When the same action was recounted in different ways, it would produce different reactions. If Dazzling Silver was willing to paint her in a better light, she could make it seem as though Brilliant Gold wanted to go to the deep chasm Ci out of concern for Lin Yuan's safety. As a merman thearch, Lin Yuan would have no reason to fault her for having such intentions. Even if Light Green Umber, Blue Umber, White Brocade, and Red Beauty wanted to oppose her, they would never send her to her doom. Not even Light Green Umber, who had always been the biggest thorn in Brilliant Gold's side, would do so. Brilliant Gold had already thought about what she would do to ameliorate Lin Yuan's negative emotions toward her once Dazzling Silver helped her to fudge the truth. It was true that Brilliant Gold wanted to snatch the opportunity from Lin Yuan. However, she was not the type to cross the line. She also felt the necessary respect toward this merman thearch. She dared to scheme and have wicked thoughts against mermaids of the same level of bloodline because she had been sitting comfortably on the throne of the first-ranked mermaid of Mermaid Forbidden Sea for too long. She had been placed on a pedestal for such a long time that it went without saying that she became increasingly selfing. Light Green Umber, White Brocade, and the rest were not thinking about Brilliant Gold at all. All of them were solely focused on the blessing that Dazzling Silver had just received from Lin Yuan. Apparently, it was possible for a mermaid thearch to help mermaid emperors evolve their bloodlines. Moreover, they did not need to attain Lin Yuan's affection for this method to work. If they had to rely on gaining his affection to evolve their bloodlines, none of them would dare to try to gain his affection regardless of whether they could catch his fancy. King-class mermaids all hoped to receive the favor of Emperor-class mermaids. Instead of courting the Emperor-class mermaids, the king-class mermaids were waiting to be picked. The mermaids with inferior bloodlines had no right to court mermaids with more elite bloodlines. Luna had numerous opportunities to approach Lin Yuan during their journey to Mermaid Forbidden Sea. However, she refrained from revealing her true feelings, fearing any inadvertent slip. All she could do was patiently await his decision. She would never dare to broach the subject unless he showed interest in her. Furthermore, mermaids had another trait: it was rare for those with more elite bloodlines to feel affection toward those with inferior bloodlines. Mermaids were all obsessed with beauty and were all hedonistic. However, they were not disloyal, nor did they cheat. Mermaids were always faithful and rarely parted from their chosen partners. If dazzling silver and brilliant gold had truly ended up together, she would not have been affected by Lin Yuan even after laying her eyes on him. When the factor of attaining a more elite mermaid's love to evolve their bloodline was not considered, it would be difficult for a mermaid with more beautiful features, as well as bearing the favored hair and scale colors, to fall in love with an inferior mermaid. Rather than falling in love with another mermaid, they could save all of their adoration for themselves. Why would they choose to be with someone else when they were already so beautiful? This was a characteristic that all mermaids shared. White brocade, light green umber, blue umber, and red beauty all believed that their beauty was nonpareil. The mermaid's two most worshipped colors had appeared on one person. Light green umber looked at dazzling silver and thought, I hope dazzling silver is smart and doesn't do anything dumb that will waste dark blue's reward. It was best to act carefully when responding to mermaid thearchs. Brilliant gold had always used dazzling silver to raise her own authority. If dazzling silver still allowed herself to be used by brilliant gold, there would be no hope for her. If she did not have a will of her own, she would be nothing more than a shell even if her bloodline broke through to thearch class. Furthermore, Lin Yuan had instructed his sea beast to remain with them on the mountain and act as a witness to everything that happened. Even if dazzling silver tried to help brilliant gold, Lin Yuan's sea beast would not permit any deception. If she had been the only one standing against brilliant gold, the latter would have used brute force to head to deep chasm Ci. If even she could guess what brilliant gold would do, there was no way that Lin Yuan would not be able to guess. If brilliant gold had gone, she might have prevented Lin Yuan from evolving his bloodline. The mermaids were always united. They were all either friends or lovers. However, the prerequisite to being on the same side was that they were all working toward the same future that benefited all mermaids. Light green umber's opposition to brilliant gold was partly because they did not get along. However, a larger reason was that light green umber could not watch brilliant gold selfishly burn the path to evolution for a merman who was trying his best to evolve his bloodline. Dazzling silver looked at brilliant gold and saw that she was tapping her index finger. This was a sign that brilliant gold had established with dazzling silver. Once brilliant gold did this, it meant she wanted dazzling silver to speak up on her behalf. When dazzling silver had been in love with brilliant gold, she saw her as perfect and did not think that there was anything wrong with brilliant gold's actions. But now, dazzling silver realized that brilliant gold was not repentant and was still trying to manipulate her. As such, she felt rather disgusted. Dazzling silver had paused for a full 12 seconds after Lin Yuan had asked her his question. It was not that she did not know what to say, but that she was trying to give brilliant gold a chance to explain herself and apologize to Lin Yuan. However, it was clear that brilliant gold did not understand her intentions. Dazzling silver sighed and said honestly, Lord Thearch, brilliant gold was the only one who tried to head to the deep chasm Ci. But we stopped her. Dazzling silver saw brilliant gold looking at her with astonishment and disbelief. Dazzling silver could not help but sigh to herself. What kind of image of myself did I present to brilliant gold? Was she actually led to believe that I would deceive a merman Thearch just to help her? Dazzling silver shook her head and added, a fight almost broke out when we tried to stop brilliant gold. Chapter 2420 What gives you the right to help me? Lin Yuan fixed his penetrating gaze on brilliant gold. The subordinates did many things that would not cause him any harm. For example, when Vine Source whipped Ink Ocean, Ancient Ocean, Frozen Ocean and the other patrolling sea envoys. Extreme Ocean had been anxious to show off his achievement and had not properly assessed the situation. When it came to such mistakes, Lin Yuan would not blame them too much. All he did was leave one of them to guard the water world and the other the marsh world. As a person with high status, Lin Yuan understood that the magnitude of the reward had to match the magnitude of the punishment. They were two sides of the same coin. Lin Yuan would be doomed to fail if he managed a faction using only rewards and no punishments. So far, Lin Yuan had doled out only rewards. This time, he was not going to show any mercy. This was not because he wanted to make an example out of brilliant gold in order to make himself seem formidable. Mermaids were ruled by their bloodlines, and there was no point in establishing formidability. If Lin Yuan was only a king-class mermaid, these emperor-class mermaids would never submit to him regardless of how fearsome of a front he put on. Since he obtained the Thearch-class bloodline, the emperor-class mermaids would acknowledge him as their master even if he did not exhibit his power. Lin Yuan intended to be stricter than usual because brilliant gold had threatened his and Begin Lady's safety. At first, Lin Yuan did not know that Begin Lady had also been sealed. But once he found out, he could not help but shiver in fear. He could have lost control of the situation at any moment. Any mistake would have resulted in unmitigable consequences. This was why he was so invested in finding out who had tried to head to the deep chasm Ci during his transformation. As things were, her actions had been fully revealed to Lin Yuan with nothing held back. For the first time in a few thousand years, Brilliant Gold fell to her knees and performed the ritual bow that mermaids offered to mermaids of more elite bloodlines. Lord Thearch, I didn't have any ill intentions for trying to head to the deep chasm Ci. All I wanted to do was see if I could be of any help. If you needed me, I could have helped immediately. Lin Yuan chuckled coldly. In your attempt to help me, you went against my wishes and fought with the others. Is that what happened? Brilliant Gold thought that Lin Yuan believed and was in agreement with what she said. In actuality, what Brilliant Gold wanted was not Lin Yuan's trust. All she wanted was for him not to pursue this matter. Previously, Brilliant Gold had the courage to scheme against Lin Yuan. But now, she would never dare to do so. Loyalty was the only option when it came to this merman Thearch. The moment Brilliant Gold spoke, she felt an overwhelming bloodline power crash down on her. How stupid do you think I am to believe what you just said? You don't even have the right to enter the deep chasm Ci. How could you have helped me? There is an emperor scale inside each emperor-class mermaid. If you dig yours out, we will consider this matter settled. Previously, Lin Yuan was unaware of the existence of the emperor scale because he was not technically a mermaid. Thus, his body did not contain the emperor scale. The mermaids had acknowledged Lin Yuan's bloodline, but his body was actually vastly different from that of regular mermaids. The emperor scale had a similar function to the new Thearch's scale, both were ways for emperor-class mermaids to pass on their bloodlines. When the emperor scale was planted in the body of a king-class mermaid, there was a high chance that the king-class mermaid's bloodline would achieve a breakthrough. However, Lin Yuan was unaware that mentioning the emperor scale was taboo in the water world. The emperor scales were not mentioned openly in the water world, and many king-class mermaids were not even aware of their existence. This was the rule that the first batch of emperor-class mermaids had come up with. It was difficult to alter the loyalty that came from within their bloodline but not impossible. Once they were presented with the chance to evolve their bloodlines, their desire could override their loyalty. Brilliant Gold's actions had just proven that. Thus, the Emperor scale had only ever been known to Emperor-class mermaids. The King-class mermaids had no idea that their bloodlines could be evolved through this method. Normally, Emperor-class mermaids only revealed the secret of the Emperor scale to their offspring when they were on the brink of death so they could pass on their Emperor scale. This was what had happened to Brilliant Gold. If an Emperor-class mermaid who still had much of their lifespan left lost their Emperor scale, their bloodline would revert back to King-class. Although it would be much easier for them to produce the Emperor scale again and evolve their bloodlines than it would be for other King-class mermaids, it would still take at least 4,000 to 5,000 years. Mermaids had long lifespans, but there was still a limit. There was no way that a King-class mermaid would have the opportunity to reach Emperor class twice. Even if they were exceptionally talented and were lucky enough to be given opportunities, their power would never be able to reach the same level it had been before their Emperor scale was removed. Once she removed her Emperor scales, she would no longer be able to exert bloodline pressure, and the King-class mermaids would lose their respect for her. Now that Lin Yuan had reprimanded her, the other King-class mermaids would definitely ostracize her in an attempt to gain Lin Yuan's favor. She had been the one who had selected River Creek. If she lost her Emperor scale, River Creek's status would be above her own. There was no way that Brilliant Gold would allow this to happen if she could help it. However, did she really have the will to oppose this merman Thearch? Lin Yuan decided not to kill Brilliant Gold. It would seem too cruel for a new merman Thearch to kill a mermaid emperor. This would not only create a negative impression of him in the minds of the other Emperor-class mermaids but would also cause him to be feared by mermaids of inferior bloodlines. Lin Yuan would not enjoy such a result. The mermaid society worked in a similar way to an ant colony. When there were numerous mermaid emperors, it was the equivalent of a colony having multiple queens. But now, there was only one queen, which would result in the other ants surrounding and shielding her. If one of the ants got on the wrong side of the queen, it would be difficult for this ant to continue living amongst the other ants. Given that Lin Yuan had not killed Brilliant Gold, he did not come off as cruel. But this was also enough for him to establish his might. As Brilliant Gold quivered and remained silent instead of replying, Lin Yuan said, "I'll give you 5 minutes to think. Are you going to remove your emperor scale on your own, or will you need me to do it for you? If you remove it on your own, I'll allow you to remain in Mermaid Forbidden Sea, which you will be in charge of guarding from now on." Chapter 2421 What happens to the Emperor Scale? After speaking to Brilliant Gold, Lin Yuan turned and looked at Dazzling Silver. "Bring me Mermaid Forbidden Sea's endless gem and the vast sea secret treasures." Once Brilliant Gold removed her Emperor Scale, she would become nothing more than an inconsequential king-class mermaid. Grace Sacred Hall's endless gem and vast sea secret treasures were in the two rulers' possession. Just like how the Greenfield secret treasures represented dominion over the marsh world, the vast sea secret treasures were icons of the water world's rulers. There were a total of 6 emperor mermaids, but there were only 3 volumes of the vast sea secret treasures. Thus, there was not enough to go around for each of them to possess one. Regardless of how united the emperor-class mermaids were, there had to be some who were willing to give up on such power. Thus, the endless gem and vast sea secret treasures were both stored in the mermaid's treasure vault. Even if Lin Yuan had not become a merman thearch and gained the ability to enable emperor-class mermaids to break through, his current bloodline was enough to restrict the emperor-class mermaids from going against his will. Currently, Lin Yuan possessed the most elite bloodline among all mermaids and had the authority to use any of their resources. Although Lin Yuan had directed his question at Brilliant Gold, Dazzling Silver interrupted her before she could reply. "Lord Thearch, the 3 volumes of the vast sea secret treasures and the gem you seek are stored in the treasure vault. Brilliant Gold usually holds the key to the treasure vault. Since they belong to all mermaids, Brilliant Gold couldn't have removed the vast sea secret treasures and endless gem from the treasure vault. If you receive the key from her, you will be able to retrieve the vast sea secret treasures and endless gem from the treasure vault at any time you please." Dazzling Silver turned and growled, "Brilliant Gold, give him your key now. Are you really going to wait for him to ask you explicitly before you do it?" Brilliant Gold was completely at a loss about what to do. It seemed as though Lin Yuan had given her 2 choices, but there was actually no difference between them. Either way, she would have to remove her emperor scale. Was there really a difference between doing it herself and having someone else do it for her? Her possession of the key to the treasure vault represented her authority. Her fall from grace from an emperor to a criminal had been so sudden that she was still struggling to process reality. Nonetheless, she still took out the key to the treasure vault and handed it to Lin Yuan with trembling hands. She looked extremely pathetic as she was doing this, but Lin Yuan did not feel even a shred of sympathy. If Dazzling Silver and the other 5 mermaids had not stopped Brilliant Gold, Eternal Source would not have been able to stop Brilliant Gold, given that he was out of his element and did not have Lin Yuan to boost him. If Brilliant Gold had entered the deep chasm Ci, she would definitely have tried to take the new Thearch's scale from him, or even tried to kill him. Lin Yuan pointed at Brilliant Gold, and a jet of water shot out and transferred the key to Lin Yuan's palm. "If you still haven't made a decision, let me help you." This was the first time that Dazzling Silver was seeing Brilliant Gold in such a state. Realization dawned on Brilliant Gold when she heard what Dazzling Silver said. If she removed her Emperor scale and gave it to Lin Yuan, she would be submitting to him. It would also be seen as her taking action to make up for her mistake. But if Lin Yuan had to be the one to perform the punishment, it could no longer be taken as her making up for her mistake. Rather, it would be a punishment that he was doling out. News of this would definitely get out. Without her Emperor scale, she would be no different from a criminal at that time. Brilliant Gold clenched her jaw and said, "Lord Thearch, I am aware of my mistake and am willing to pay the price for it. I hope you will spare me." Brilliant Gold plunged her hand into her forehead and tugged, revealing a light gold scale that resembled a crystal. At the instant that Brilliant Gold removed this scale from her forehead, her entire aura weakened. Her gold hair and tail turned grey. Every Emperor-class mermaid was aware of the Emperor scale because it was right in their foreheads. However, mermaid emperors mostly only removed their Emperor scales when they were on the brink of death. Light green umber, blue umber, dazzling silver, white brocade, and red beauty had never seen an Emperor-class mermaid remove their own Emperor scale. Brilliant Gold was in a very pitiful state. Losing one's color was the biggest punishment that could befall a mermaid. Although there was the possibility of regrowing the Emperor scale in the future after recovery and recuperation, and Brilliant Gold's color would also eventually return to its original state, all the other mermaids would be aware of the sins that Brilliant Gold was carrying. This was similar to the stone insect branding of the Grotto continent that Bei Su belonged to. Lord Thearch, this is my Emperor scale. Lin Yuan received the Emperor scale from her. He already knew what his plans for it would be. He intended to give it to the Goddess of Mercy so she could evolve her bloodline without earning his favor. This would be his way of thanking her for all that she had done for him. Otherwise, he would never be able to stop feeling like he owed her in some way. Lin Yuan tapped Brilliant Gold's Emperor scale and sent it, as well as the key to the mermaid's treasure vault, into the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan had already established preliminary control over the water world. All he needed to do was retrieve the endless gem from the treasure vault, and he would be able to combine the two endless gems from the water world and take control of all the life forms from the water world. Lin Yuan had already been in the water world for some time. But thanks to the Thought's letter paper, he knew that no issues had cropped up in the outside world. There was also no more commotion from the Freedom Federation. Chapter 2422 To gain after a loss. Eternal Source was the dimensional life form that Lin Yuan used the most and was always by Lin Yuan's side. Although Whitespeak was constantly helping Lin Yuan manage his territory, it would be humiliating for Eternal Source and the other Samsara realm dictators to be managed by an apostle. Whitespeak would not have the courage to do so either. Although Lin Yuan used Eternal Source the most, he did not feel as much affection for Eternal Source as he did for the Emperor-class mermaids. The water world lacked pure water elemental energy and was a barrier to the mermaid bloodline and power. Based on Lin Yuan's understanding, the best way for mermaids and sea beasts to obtain water elemental energy was to absorb strange water. After all, spiritual ingredients like the wine of exquisite water waves were very rare. However, even top-grade strange water had remnants of their special characteristics. There were many types of special characteristics, and some strongly countered each other. If they were all absorbed by a mermaid, there was a high chance that it would affect the mermaid's body. Now that Lin Yuan was a merman Thearch, he wanted to change this situation. Lin Yuan took out a wooden chest from the Spirit Lock spatial zone and said to Dazzling Silver, "Go and distribute the items in the wooden chest. I will only be able to bless one of you at a time. The remaining 4 of you will eventually receive my blessing as well. You don't need to be envious of Dazzling Silver nor feel rushed." Dazzling Silver, who had received Lin Yuan's blessing, did not feel many emotions. However, the other Emperor-class mermaids were beside themselves with joy. Since they were all going to receive Lin Yuan's blessing, they were all on the same side. They could now see their shining futures as mermaid Thearchs. Apparently, this new merman Thearch was extremely generous with his subordinates. Lin Yuan's promise of blessing them caused the Emperor-class mermaids to momentarily forget about his wooden chest. Dazzling Silver received the wooden box and was about to carry out Lin Yuan's order when she opened the wooden box, and her eyes immediately widened to the size of saucers. The outer radiance of elemental pearls was extremely attractive to mermaids. However, what was attracting Dazzling Silver's attention now was not the outer radiance of the elemental pearls but the pure water elemental energy within the elemental pearls. It would be easier to process if only a few of these elemental pearls existed. However, there were thousands of elemental pearls inside this wooden box. Each Emperor-class mermaid would be able to obtain a few hundred elemental pearls. With the pure water elemental energy within these elemental pearls, Dazzling Silver believed that it would not be difficult for one's bloodline to break through once they received Lin Yuan's blessing. In all her years of ruling over the sea as an Emperor-class mermaid, she had never seen items that contained such pure water elemental energy. It was no wonder that Lin Yuan managed to successfully become a mermaid Thearch. If Lin Yuan absorbed such water elemental energy daily, the improvement he attained in a month would take her centuries to match. In spite of her shock, Dazzling Silver distributed the elemental pearls. There was no one who would be averse to generosity. His bloodline and generosity allowed Lin Yuan to quickly gain these mermaids' genuine affection and support. For now, it would be enough just for the Emperor-class mermaids to absorb the pure water elemental energy within the elemental pearls. He could provide them with pure spirit chi later. Lin Yuan intended on properly evolving these mermaids. It would be relatively easy to evolve the mermaid's power. All he needed to do was use elemental pearls and energy ores so the spirit pool could produce more spirit chi and grow more spirit-mouthed peonies. Dazzling Silver and Light Green Umber, both of you are currently Pinnacle Emperor class. Head to where the King class mermaids are residing and call them all over. The elite mermaids will travel alongside the King class mermaids. My bloodline has only recently reached the Arc class. I intend to rest for a few days. When I'm done resting, I hope to see that you have performed the task well. Lin Yuan was not doing this because he wanted to publicly reveal his identity to Mermaid Forbidden Sea and declare that he had attained the Thearch class bloodline. Rather, he wanted to gather the most elite mermaids in Mermaid Forbidden Sea so he could take control of them, just like when he gathered the strongest experts in the Marsh world in Marsh West Circle. He could slowly take control of the mermaids with inferior bloodlines later. In honesty, there were still many life forms in the Marsh world who were not under the Abundance Treasure Tree's control. But once the experts were under his control, the inferior mermaids would also submit to him. Dazzling Silver and the rest hurriedly agreed to uptake Lin Yuan's task. Just like how King-class mermaids did not matter much to Emperor-class mermaids, Emperor-class mermaids did not occupy much presence in the face of Thearch-class mermaids either. Thus, they would not have many opportunities to demonstrate their capabilities to Lin Yuan. Now that Lin Yuan had given them a task, they would do all they could to perform well. Dazzling Silver and Light Green Umber replied simultaneously, Lord Thearch, you can rest assured. We will do everything we can to meet your expectations. The King-class mermaids and elite mermaids will be honored to receive your summons. Lin Yuan nodded when he heard what Dazzling Silver and Light Green Umber said. Next, Dazzling Silver led him to the mermaid's treasure vault. A few days ago, Morbius had been asleep while it absorbed the endless gem obtained from Grace Sacred Hall's treasure vault. But now, Morbius was awake, and Lin Yuan had unlocked Blackie's abilities. Once he obtained another endless gem, he intended to unlock the Remembrance Soul Whale's abilities. Lin Yuan had come to this decision after a discussion with Morbius. Morbius mentioned that it would be best if the Fey unlocked by the Endless Gem was affiliated with the Endless Gem's attributes. The Endless Gems from the Water World were Water-type. Thus, they were best used to unlock Water-type Feys. Remember Ling could not fight but had abilities that no other Fey could replicate. Without Remember Ling, the Mother of Bloodbath's mother's soul would not have solidified. The Mother of Bloodbath and Blood New Moon would also never have had the opportunity to reunite as a family of three and be able to speak and interact with one another. Lin Yuan had much higher hopes for Remember Ling than Blackie. The main world was about to be thrown into chaos. If he gained a way to protect the people around him, Lin Yuan would feel much more assured regardless of what actions he had to take. Chapter 2423 Bone-Burying Clam. A look of excitement crossed Lin Yuan's face. Dazzling Silver left immediately after leading Lin Yuan to the Water World's treasure vault. The mermaid species' bloodline sensitivity was very strong. As an emperor, Lin Yuan had the authority to enter the treasure vault. It would also seem inappropriate if Dazzling Silver remained in the treasure vault. Dazzling Silver would only wait for him by the entrance if Lin Yuan asked her to stay. The mermaid's treasure vault was much fuller than Grace Sacred Hall's treasure vault had been. This was largely due to Mermaid Forbidden Sea's increasing territory. Furthermore, the mermaid emperors did not require many resources to break through their power. Meanwhile, Grace Sacred Hall's two rulers had been steadily using up Grace Sacred Hall's best resources. It was now time again for the source sand to work. The source sand produced a large amount of close guard sand and began sorting through the treasure vault. Although there were many items in the mermaid's treasure vault, they were better organized than Grace Sacred Hall's treasure vault. This significantly reduced the work that the source sand had to do and sped up its progress. Lin Yuan swam to the coral shelf at the center of the treasure vault. There were 5 shells lined neatly on the coral shelf. These 5 shells had to contain Mermaid Forbidden Sea's most important resources. He opened the first shell and saw 3 books within. These 3 books were the 3 vast sea secret treasures. Lin Yuan stored the 3 vast sea secret treasures inside the Fountain of Faith in his divine kingdom, just like he had done with the Greenfield secret treasures. The 6 vast sea secret treasures also combined into one tome that started to rapidly absorb the water in the Fountain of Faith. Lin Yuan moved on to open the second shell and saw that it contained an endless gem. Lin Yuan handed this endless gem to Morbius, and Morbius softly replied, "Partner, once I wake up from my next sleep, you will be able to take full control of the water world." Lin Yuan nodded. Lin Yuan had spent a long time conquering the Marsh world, while it had only taken him less than 2 months to conquer the water world. If he managed to control the 5-dimensional worlds in 6 months, he would possess enough power to do anything he wanted in the main world. The Freedom Federation no longer posed any level of threat. Lin Yuan was already used to Morbius' bouts of hibernation. These 2 crystal balls resembled amber, and they were the source of the skunk's aura. When he saw the markings on these 2 balls, Lin Yuan was suddenly reminded of the skunk's strange eyes. The 2 balls that the mermaids had been storing within the shells had to be the skunk's eyes. But after such a long time had passed, the eyes had petrified. Lin Yuan could not sense electrical power from within these 2 eyeballs. This made sense. If they contained powerful electrical power, Brilliant Gold would have used them when she was trying to break through her bloodline instead of leaving them here for him to find now. Lin Yuan summoned Green Vine again and instructed it to swallow the 2 eyeballs. It had been proven that these 2 eyeballs had belonged to the skunk life form. Although these 2 eyeballs could not be compared to the half-corpse in terms of size, they contained far more energy than the half-corpse. When Green Vine used entire body medium again, the skunk's form would be maintained for longer than it previously had. When it came to the 4th shell, he realized that it was very heavy. Dazzling Silver had mentioned that the Emperor-class mermaids had used almost all of the top-grade strange water to evolve their bloodlines. There was no way that this shell contained top-grade strange water. But what could be so heavy if not top-grade strange water? Filled with curiosity, Lin Yuan opened this shell and saw that it was full of the bones of Emperor-class mermaids. The Emperor-class mermaids passed on their legacies through their Emperor scales, and the mermaids did not like the idea of allowing their corpses to float around in the water after death. They preferred for their corpses to be collected by their loved ones and kept at home so that they could continue to be with their loved ones. Lin Yuan started to count. Due to an extended period of time having passed, many of the Emperor-class mermaids' bones had decayed. However, there had been tens of mermaid emperors in the mermaids' entire history. Lin Yuan had been trying to come up with a way to obtain spiritual ingredients that would complement the deep chasm Ci when he turned it into a precious instrument. Now, he had found what he was looking for. The deep chasm Ci was the eye of a mermaid thearch. It would be a perfect match to complement it with the corpses of tens of mermaid emperors. There was no way that Lin Yuan could allow Diwanmai to forge this precious instrument. Although his master had become a Class 6 creation master, he had found out through testing that Begin Lady was more capable of forging precious instruments. Lin Yuan intended to hand the deep chasm Ci and all the mermaid corpses to Begin Lady so that it could turn them into a precious instrument. Now, there was only 1 shell left on the shelf. Going off convention, the last item in the row should be what the mermaids saw as the most important. Lin Yuan opened the last shell, but all he saw inside was a ring. There was an azure crystal set into the center of the ring that contained 3 emperor scales. If there was a thearch class mermaid in the water world, the seal on the deep chasm Ci would have been broken long ago, and the new thearch's scale would have been retrieved. Emperor scales were very effective at aiding the emperor class bloodline. If Brilliant Gold and the others could break the azure stone and remove the 3 emperor scales within, they would have already done so to evolve their bloodlines. This ring was not a precious instrument, and Lin Yuan could not find anything impressive about it after studying it for some time. It looked like an ordinary luxury accessory. But a regular and useless accessory would not have been used to store 3 emperor scales. Chapter 2424 Conquer the Water World. Lin Yuan forcefully suppressed his curiosity. He was going to have to wait for Morbius to wake up before he could investigate this ring. Once the source sand was done sorting through the resources in the treasure vault, Lin Yuan left and summoned Light Green Umber and the other mermaids over. Regardless of how quickly the source sand sorted through the resources, Lin Yuan still needed to spend a significant amount of time in the treasure vault. However, it would also take a long time for Light Green Umber and Dazzling Silver to summon the King-class mermaids and elite mermaids over. As a result, they were rather nervous about his summons. Ever since Lin Yuan became the first thearch-class merman, the lives of Dazzling Silver, Light Green Umber, and the rest had changed significantly. They were not at all upset by their demotion in authority. Frankly, the only mermaid that could stand above Dazzling Silver, Light Green Umber, and the rest was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan seemed as though he had no intention of taking control of the mermaids and only wanted to manage things from the sidelines. This was extremely different from Brilliant Gold's way of doing things. But the difference was that Light Green Umber, White Brocade, and the rest had been full of grievances against Brilliant Gold, but they were now fully submissive toward Lin Yuan. Now, Brilliant Gold did not have any authority to speak of amongst the mermaids. Even River Creek had started ordering her to do guard duty. Brilliant Gold and River Creek had fought because of this. Even without her Emperor scale, Brilliant Gold was still stronger than River Creek. However, she dared not cause trouble on account of Lin Yuan. She was currently being punished. If she caused trouble now, there was a high chance that Lin Yuan would boot her out. Brilliant Gold's eyes had almost fallen out of their sockets when she saw the elemental pearls that Lin Yuan had been distributing. In all the years of being a mermaid emperor, Brilliant Gold had never seen such treasures containing so much water elemental energy. Moreover, the water elemental energy in the pearls was so pure that it was astonishing. If she could gain Lin Yuan's blessing and be aided by such treasures, she believed that she would also be able to become a Thearch mermaid in less than 500 years. It was unlikely that Lin Yuan would continue holding a grudge against her after punishing her. If she managed to produce another emperor scale in the next few thousand years, she would still have a significant amount of her lifespan left. At that time, even Red Beauty, the weakest of the lot, would have evolved to Thearch class. Brilliant Gold could not understand why Lin Yuan did not use such precious resources himself and was giving them away instead. Was he trying to win over their hearts? With his bloodline, there was no need for him to try and win their hearts. If Brilliant Gold was the one who possessed such precious resources, she would never give them away. Light Green Umber and Brilliant Gold had been butting heads for a long time, and Light Green Umber often mocked Brilliant Gold. Now that she had lost her Emperor scale, Brilliant Gold dared not step out of line. Lin Yuan was sitting serenely on the throne. Although there were empty seats next to him, Light Green Umber dared not sit down. When she noticed that Brilliant Gold was about to speak, Light Green Umber greeted Lin Yuan first before saying softly, "Lord Thearch, we have sent people out to spread the news of you becoming a Thearch. The King class and elite mermaids will definitely make their way here to offer their greetings. Even the King class mermaids who live in the furthest regions will be able to rush here within 2 weeks. However, the elite mermaids are too slow, and it will take them more than 6 months to arrive." Lin Yuan frowned. Light Green Umber did not want to lag behind Dazzling Silver in everything. They both had pinnacle Emperor class bloodlines and were considered rivals. She would have to fight for the opportunity if she wanted to be seen. If Dazzling Silver had not stepped forward and spoken up on behalf of Lin Yuan, the latter would not be holding her in such high regard now. However, she seemed to have made a mistake this time by stepping forward first. Light Green Umber reflected on what she said. There seemed to be nothing wrong. Lin Yuan suddenly realized that his previous plan had not been detailed enough. Once the two endless gems joined together to produce the treasure of the water world, Lin Yuan would not only be in control of the experts in Mermaid Forbidden Sea but those in Grace Sacred Hall as well. If he rooted the treasure in Mermaid Sacred Hall, its effects would take a long time to reach Grace Sacred Hall's territory. The best way to take control of the water world was to root the treasure at the center of the water world. The center of the water world was not far from the dimensional rift. Lin Yuan decided to use the dimensional rift as a line of reference and gather all the water world's powerful life forms there. It had been easy for Lin Yuan to gather all the Samsara realm dictators from the Marsh world because Klein Hub was linked to the Marsh world. The water world was not linked to Klein Hub, so the water world life forms would have to pass through the dimensional rift to reach the main world. If he gathered all the water world's life forms at the dimensional rift, he would be able to transport them to the main world quickly when needed. Wolun had established his fleet of boats and had begun sailing toward the Great Lush Federation. Along the way, he had encountered numerous dangers. Luckily, the blue ring sea octopus that Lin Yuan had given him managed to protect all the boats. Lin Yuan did not have any ties to the vast sea labyrinth. Although the Heavenly Family Cottage and vast sea labyrinth were linked by marriage, Lin Yuan could not ask the Heavenly Family Cottage to request the vast sea labyrinth to send experts to protect Wolun's boats. Lin Yuan felt that it would be better to send the sea beasts from the water world to the main world to safeguard Wolun and his boats. As long as the sea beasts were not injured and their bodies did not decay, the poison from the blood would not contaminate the water from the main world. Lin Yuan issued an order, in consideration of the speed of the mermaids, let's set the gathering location here. Lin Yuan tossed a small map to Light Green Umber. He had obtained this map from Grace Sacred Hall. The markings on the map were complex and detailed as they pointed to a special location in the water world. Light Green Umber definitely knew how to read maps. Moreover, Lin Yuan was acting under the declaration that he was caring for the elite mermaids. This made him come across as a kind ruler. After studying the location on the map, Light Green Umber hurriedly said, if we gather there, and taking into consideration that the elite mermaids aren't residing within Mermaid Forbidden Sea, it will take about 2 weeks for all the mermaids to gather. However, this location is at the boundary of Grace Sacred Hall and Mermaid Forbidden Sea's territories. I am concerned that Grace Sacred Hall will hunt or kill the elite mermaids. This has happened in the past. We have no choice but to keep our guard up. Lin Yuan smiled and said something that shocked Light Green Umber, Grace Sacred Hall will listen to my orders as well. Even if the 4 royal attendants arrive, they will not harm a single mermaid. Chapter 2425 Dazzling Silver's Possessiveness. What? Grace Sacred Hall obeys Lin Yuan's commands? Even if the rumor that the 2 rulers were dead was true, the 4 royal attendants were still around. All 4 rulers had reached Samsara realm, while Ink Ocean and Frozen, who were the strongest of the 4, had reached pinnacle Samsara realm. The 2 of them had revealed their power a few thousand years ago. Because they had displayed their power, Brilliant Gold did not immediately rush over to attack Gray's Sacred Hall after hearing the news of the 2 rulers' disappearance. Instead, she had headed to the Deep Chasm Sea to try to find a way to break through her bloodline. Mermaid Forbidden Sea had more Samsara realm experts than Gray's Sacred Hall, but pure numbers were not significant. If the 2 sides ended up crossing swords, Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean had enough power to easily eliminate Mermaid Forbidden Sea's experts. If they were pushed to their limits and were willing to give up their lives, they might even be willing to overpower the pinnacle Emperor-class Brilliant Gold. Dazzling Silver, White Brocade, Light Green Umber, and Blue Umber planned to have a meeting to discuss Gray's Sacred Hall while Lin Yuan was in seclusion. The territory boundary hindered their development, and since they prioritized territory, it became a significant concern. The mermaid population was flourishing, but their continued development was challenging without a larger living space. That's why Light Green Umber had previously made the decision to raise Gray's Sacred Hall. Brilliant Gold was also aware of the mermaid's circumstances. However, Light Green Umber hadn't expected Brilliant Gold to oppose her on this matter, which only intensified Light Green Umber's displeasure toward Brilliant Gold. Previously, Brilliant Gold had been focused on establishing her power, but now she was evidently causing damage to the mermaid species' profits. With Dazzling Silver's help, Brilliant Gold's bloodline had held a prominent position among the mermaids for a long time. Light Green Umber didn't dare confront Brilliant Gold until her own bloodline reached pinnacle Emperor class. Partly, it was because Light Green Umber didn't want to become a target of Brilliant Gold and Dazzling Silver's combined force. Additionally, Brilliant Gold hadn't done anything that betrayed the mermaid species. However, Brilliant Gold no longer held the authority she once had. In fact, she was far from it now. Thus, Light Green Umber gathered the other 4 Emperor-class mermaids to discuss whether they should bring this matter up with Lin Yuan. The 5 of them began deliberating. Firstly, they weren't sure if Lin Yuan was a strong-willed ruler. A war would inevitably result in casualties, which would harm Lin Yuan's profits. Stability was crucial for a new ruler. Lin Yuan had yet to receive greetings from any king-class or elite mermaids. Even if they wanted to bring up this matter, it wouldn't be appropriate to do so at the moment. Eventually, Light Green Umber and the others dismissed the idea and decided to wait until some time had passed before discussing it with Lin Yuan. But before they had the chance to mention it, Lin Yuan declared that he had taken control of Gray's Sacred Hall. They never doubted the truth of Lin Yuan's words, but they were curious about how he had accomplished such a feat on his own. Light Green Umber said with delight, "Lord Thearch, I will go and make the arrangements now. The king class and elite mermaids will all head toward the location you pinpointed." Lin Yuan saw through Light Green Umber's thoughts. The one who he had been communicating with had been Dazzling Silver. Yet, Light Green Umber had cut in. This meant that Light Green Umber badly wanted to prove herself to him. The reason for this was clear. Light Green Umber did not have any wicked intentions. The fact that she had been willing to severely injure herself for Brilliant Gold's sake was the best proof of this. Lin Yuan was not against internal competition among the mermaids. If competition existed, the Emperor-class mermaids would be able to feel some pressure amidst their peaceful state. This would motivate them to work hard on the tasks that he gave them. Otherwise, things would be too easy for the Emperor-class mermaids if they were only acting under pressure from their bloodline. Dazzling Silver shot a stormy gaze at Light Green Umber. Dazzling Silver did not mind that Light Green Umber had interrupted her to respond to Lin Yuan first. But a certain feeling had unconsciously formed in her mind. She did not want Lin Yuan to look at anyone else or interact with anyone else. She wanted him to look only at her. Dazzling Silver felt a certain degree of possessiveness toward Brilliant Gold in the past, and she had found it strange. She had tried to suppress her possessiveness all this time but had not succeeded even after thousands of years of hard work. Now, her possessiveness over Lin Yuan was even stronger. It was so strong that she was afraid of losing control. Alas, she had no choice but to control herself. According to the mermaids' rules, mermaids of different classes could pair up, just like Emperor-class and King-class mermaids. However, in such relationships the mermaid of lower class had absolutely no power and needed to be utterly obedient to the mermaid of higher class. Inferior mermaids could only rely on their looks to attract mermaids with higher class bloodlines. It was obvious that she had not stunned Lin Yuan with her looks. Otherwise, he would have paid attention to her from the beginning. He was only interacting with her frequently now because of her pinnacle emperor-class bloodline. Additionally, she had been the first to respond to him. Frankly, Lin Yuan treated her no differently than light green umber, blue umber, white brocade, and red beauty. Dazzling Silver could not help but feel some regret. At that moment, Lin Yuan said, "The water world isn't the only world in existence. There is a much wider world outside of it. The mermaid bloodline came from this wider world. I am sure that you have made some guesses regarding this. In the future, I will lead you to seek out the origin of the mermaid bloodline. You will all eventually have the chance to become mermaid thearchs as well. The thearch class bloodline is not the ceiling of the mermaid bloodline." All of them had made guesses related to what Lin Yuan just said. If the mermaids had never had a thearch before, how could the thearch class bloodline have been passed down? If there were truly other mermaid thearchs in the water world, they would have already taken control of the water world long ago instead of allowing Mermaid Forbidden Sea to share power with Grace Sacred Hall. Grace Sacred Hall had always been secretly hunting mermaids and trying to glean information from them. When the two rulers were in their prime, Grace Sacred Hall had even managed to gain the upper hand over the mermaids during a battle. The 3 emperor scales stored in the ring were the best evidence of this. In the past, under the guise of benefiting the mermaid species, Brilliant Gold had tried to use the 3 emperor scales to temper her bloodline. Chapter 2426 The goal is the abyssal world. Light green umber was not alone. Dazzling Silver also felt that the chances of success were much higher if the 3 emperor scales were used to evolve king-class mermaids to emperor class than if Brilliant Gold absorbed them to try to break through to thearch class. Brilliant Gold had visited Grace Sacred Hall to seek help from the 2 rulers in order to enter the deep chasm Ci. The 2 rulers possessed information of an even higher level that went beyond the water world. At the time, all of them had been focused on helping Brilliant Gold and had not thought much about what the 2 rulers had said. But now, Dazzling Silver, Light Green Umber, and the rest had no choice but to believe what Lin Yuan said. Light Green Umber was always thinking about how she could expand the mermaids' territory in the water world. If the mermaids could leave the water world and spread their bloodline in the wider world, they would be able to break through the mermaids' limits and allow the mermaids to enter an age of prosperity. Dazzling Silver took a deep breath and decided to do everything she could to increase her power. Everything else could be addressed afterward. Even if she could not possess Lin Yuan, she definitely had to gain his trust and become his right-hand aide. Dazzling Silver was not stupid. She often thought things through thoroughly. Lin Yuan had taken control of Grace Sacred Hall before he came to Mermaid Forbidden Sea, and he had done so without rustling even a single leaf. Besides Eternal Source, Lin Yuan had other Samsara realm sea beasts as his servants. This caused Dazzling Silver to guess that Lin Yuan was not a native of the water world. Dazzling Silver was not the only one who thought so. Light Green Umber, Blue Umber, White Brocade, and Red Beauty were also having the same thoughts. However, they did not care about Lin Yuan's background at all as long as he possessed the thearch class bloodline. For the next 2 days, Lin Yuan did some sprucing up and gave some of the spirit-mouthed peonies to the mermaid emperors before he brought Eternal Source with him to the dimensional rift. Lin Yuan could not remain in the water world dimensional rift for another month or 2 until the king class and elite mermaids and the experts from Grace Sacred Hall all arrived. As such, he decided to return to the main world. Lin Yuan had taken control of the water world, and it would be impossible for any accidents to break out. Lin Yuan had been communicating with the Moon Empress and Lu Ji through the Thoughts letter paper. The Radiance Federation had been helping the Azure Federation for the past 2 months. Additionally, Lin Yuan was done conquering the water world. Thus, it could be said that Azure Federation's time of danger had passed. Once he returned to the Radiance Federation, Lin Yuan intended to target the Abyssal World and collect its 2 endless gems and treasure that were scattered as books. Once Lin Yuan collected the 2 endless gems and treasure and took full control of the water world, he could easily enter the water world through the Class 6 water world dimensional rift that had opened in the Azure Federation. In the past 2 months, while Lin Yuan had been busy with work, everything had been going smoothly over on Buletin Po's side. Nothing special had taken place. Buletin Po had chosen a fey that was suited to him and formed a contract with it before he used his own abilities to evolve it to gold/flawless. The fey would be evolved to epic quality in around 20 days. However, Buletin Po's competitor had the support of 2 Sky Mother families and had already evolved his fey to platinum/legend. Ever since Lin Yuan gained status, he came to understand that the deeper the decay extended, the easier it would be to cut away. If the Spirit Mother wanted to eliminate these 2 Sky Mother families, he would act immediately after becoming suspicious. All the changes would take place in the final month. As long as the current Spirit Mother was not lacking intelligence, he would not allow the two Sky Mothers' families' coercion to be successful, even if Bulletin Po was not his first pick. Thus, Lin Yuan had no preference between helping Bulletin Po to increase his feys power, so he stood a better chance of fighting his competitor and using his overwhelming power to crush the two Sky Mother families. Lin Yuan had already sent Carnage Source and Mountain Ridge Source to the Spirit Mother Federation to watch over Bulletin Po. Furthermore, Lin Yuan's sights were not only set on federations with Class 5 Creation Masters. Even if Bulletin Po did not become the next Spirit Mother of the Spirit Mother Federation, the Spirit Mother would never dare to say no to Lin Yuan's requests. With Lin Yuan's assurance, Bulletin Po was extremely relaxed and no longer carried any psychological burdens. He was not afraid of anything happening to him. Lin Yuan had rescued his life. If he lost his life while performing a task Lin Yuan had given him, he would just be compensating Lin Yuan. Bulletin Po was most afraid for his sister's safety. He would even be willing to assassinate the Spirit Mother as long as she was safe. Besides sending Carnage Source and Mountain Ridge Source to the Spirit Mother Federation, Lin Yuan had also sent 2 Marsh World Samsara Realm Dictators and 10 Turning Wheel Realm Dictators to the Iron Hammer Federation. From his communications with Luolan and Su Yiren, Lin Yuan could be certain that the Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift had opened at the site that the Snow Celestial Mountain used to occupy. Although Lin Yuan had left one of the eternal weapons with Luolan, it would only be able to handle the trivial issues that came with the Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift. The eternal weapon would be swiftly destroyed if it encountered more serious issues, such as a dictator. The Iron Hammer Federation was rich in mineral resources, which were very attractive to subterranean dimensional life forms. It was likely that the subterranean dimensional life forms would charge into the Iron Hammer Federation immediately after getting a whiff of the minerals. Hence, Lin Yuan sent 2 Samsara Realm Dictators and 10 Turning Wheel Realm Dictators to the Iron Hammer Federation to hold down the fort. Even if a Samsara Realm Dictator wanted to launch a counterattack after passing through the Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift and was sent packing, it would take some time to do so. Chapter 2427 The 18th Level of the Abyss. Lin Yuan only set aside 2 months to take over the Abyssal World. The 2 Samsara Realm Dictators and 10 Turning Wheel Realm Dictators were sufficient to ensure the Iron Hammer Federation's safety for 2 months. After venturing into and taking control of 2 dimensional worlds, Lin Yuan had an impressive understanding of the dimensional worlds. The dimensional worlds were similar to the main world in that they also had factions. Each dictator in the Marsh world resembled a small federation from the main world, lacking a Class 5 Creation Master. The Turning Wheel Realm Dictators represented federations with a single Class 5 Creation Master, whereas the Samsara Realm Dictators represented larger federations with multiple Class 5 or Class 6 Creation Masters. The internal affairs of the dimensional worlds were just as messy as those of the main world. Things were slightly better in the water world as only 2 factions existed. However, despite the appearance of power sharing between the 2 factions in the water world, the hidden conflicts within this world were even more intense than in the Marsh world. Within the factions of the Marsh world, where Samsara Realm Dictators resided, there were constant battles among them. However, it was unheard of for 2 Samsara Realm Dictators to kill one another. They were all cautious and feared initiating an attack, as it would make them vulnerable to other Samsara Realm Dictators seeking retaliation. This caution extended even to Samsara Realm Dictators with names like Eternal Source, who exercised extra care before taking any action. Despite Evil Source not suffering any physical injuries or loss of strength when she lost the bet, she still ended up losing her power and authority. Although Grace Sacred Hall and Mermaid Forbidden Sea appeared peaceful in the water world, the 2 rulers of Grace Sacred Hall were secretly assassinated by the 4 royal attendants. The internal strife and plotting within each faction prevented the top combat powers from uniting. Ink Ocean, Frozen Ocean, Ancient Ocean, and Extreme Ocean were constantly trying to undermine one another. Lin Yuan later learned that Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean were unaware that the other had reached pinnacle Samsara realm. The 2 of them were the strongest of the royal attendants and planned to seize power once their power had increased. However, they ended up being whipped by Vine Source because of Extreme Ocean and Vine Source's scheme. As such, the 2 of them ended up joining forces. This was when they found out about the other's breakthrough in power. After gaining a deep understanding of the workings of the dimensional worlds, Lin Yuan now knew that with more factions in a dimensional world, the factions would act as deterrents for each other and lead to more peace among the top factions. Once the top combatants from the dimensional world colluded, that dimensional world's internal affairs were sure to turn choppy. The life forms from the subterranean dimensional rift fed on minerals and mineral vein hearts. However, mineral veins and their hearts could not be shifted. As such, the factions in the subterranean dimensional world had to be organized in a way that every faction controlled a certain geographical location. Each of them tapped into and utilized the minerals hidden in the area under their control. Minerals were resources that could increase power but were also limited. After being studied by scholars, it was found that minerals were produced naturally more quickly in the subterranean world than in the main world, but it still took tens of thousands of years. The top factions from the subterranean world definitely fought fiercely with each other over control of the mineral veins and territory. Hence, it was unlikely that they would collude with each other. The Radiance Federation was currently building mirror cities in the abyssal world, and the members of royalty were in the process of scouting out the abyssal world. Lin Yuan had learned from the Moon Empress that the abyssal world was split into levels. There were a total of 18 levels. The stronger the dimensional life form, the higher the level they were assigned. The Moon Empress had previously captured Shadow in order to learn more about the system in the abyssal world. The Radiance Federation had captured many dimensional life forms in recent years and learned from those that possessed intelligence that the Radiance Federation was located at the 4th level, exactly at the entry and exit position. 20 of the 32 mirror cities were built on the 4th level, while the other 12 were built on the 3rd level so they could harvest the abyssal world's resources from 2 separate locations. The Radiance Federation's major cities differed in terms of financial and combat abilities. It was inevitable that they would become rivals when establishing their mirror cities in the abyssal world. The Radiance Federation did not want the major cities to fight with each other, so they separated them based on their individual powers. The 12 more powerful cities were placed on the 4th level, while the weaker cities were assigned to the 3rd level. These were all top secrets of the Radiance Federation. Normally, the Moon Empress would never reveal them to Lin Yuan unless he asked. But now that she understood his capabilities and power, she shared such information with him even without him asking. Lin Yuan found the situation in the abyssal world troublesome. The world had numerous levels, requiring him to find the entrances to access each level. Though he had enough manpower to locate these entrances in a vast space, it would consume considerable time. The Samsara realm dictators alone couldn't complete this task. An idea struck Lin Yuan. He could utilize Klein Hub to transform the Spirit Lock spatial zone into a tunnel connecting the marsh and abyssal worlds. This would enable the dimensional life forms from the marsh world to explore each level of the abyssal world. Furthermore, Lin Yuan could follow the example of the Radiance Federation and capture intelligent abyss demons. He could acquire the entrance locations and expedite the process by interrogating them. One major challenge in the abyssal world was the abundance of fire and flames, which posed a strong counter to Lin Yuan's merman body. Fortunately, Lin Yuan could easily portray himself convincingly as a dictator in the marsh and water worlds. But if his merman form was discovered in the abyssal world, the aura of water elemental energy would definitely cause him to be suspected by the natives from the abyssal world. Hence, Lin Yuan could not take the front seat in the abyssal world. There were many more types of dimensional life forms in the marsh world than there were in the water world. The rankings among dark-type abyss demons from the abyssal world were determined by their strength. The stronger they were, the more respected they would be. They would immediately be regarded as an elite if they also had large bodies. It was highly likely that they would be able to catch the attention of and gain a partner in one of the succubi. When the main world handled abyss dimensional rifts that were class 3 and above, they sometimes caught glimpses of succubi. The succubi were a type of dimensional life form with a human form and strange lamb horns growing from their heads. The larger and more curved their horns were, the stronger their powers of seduction would be. Chapter 2428 The Moon Empress Happiness. If their horns resembled that of mountain sheep, they would be considered the cream of the crop and deemed worthy of becoming the partners of powerful dictators. Apart from their lamb horns and hooves, they resembled any other stunningly attractive female and were often collected by many large factions. However, humans and demons had very different standards of beauty. Humans could not appreciate the large lamb horns. They were extremely sharp and obstructive. Thus, the succubi, who ended up in the hands of the large factions, all had their horns cut off. They then received the same treatment as sheep raised to become food in that the stumps of their horns were burned to prevent growth. Next, beautiful gems were placed over the healing wounds so that the succubi fit more with the human standard of beauty. Although Shadow was dark type, it had a small stature. Thus, it was unable to gain any status among the demons in spite of its impressive combat abilities. The marsh dimensional life forms that Lin Yuan would send to the abyssal world were class 8 and above. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to endure spending a prolonged time in such a hot environment. The average temperature on the 3rd level reached 55 degrees Celsius, while on the 4th level, it varied between 65 degrees Celsius and occasionally spiked up to 70 degrees Celsius. The heat in the abyssal world differed from that of saunas or steam rooms. It was a dry heat emanating from sulfur, which rapidly depleted the body's water content. One needed a certain amount of source-type power to endure such a harsh environment. Since the Radiance Federation had only explored the 3rd and 4th levels, Lin Yuan lacked sufficient information to accurately estimate the temperatures of other levels. However, he was certain that the temperature would exceed 100 degrees Celsius on the 10th level and beyond. Fire and water were known to be merciless forces. Lin Yuan had contracted numerous water-type feys, but his only fire-related fey was Green Vine. However, Green Vine's true body was not affiliated with fire type. It had acquired fire-related abilities after absorbing the 5 dark gold snake scales. When Green Vine evolved into fantasy breed, Morbius also reached the platinum grade along with Lin Yuan's other feys, granting them access to another fey. However, Lin Yuan had been too busy recently and had not had time to pick a fey to unlock. He decided that the next fey he locked would be fire type so that his combat structure would be more balanced. Once he obtained the endless gems from the abyssal world, Lin Yuan would be able to unlock the fire-type fey. Since unlocking the fey with a type that was related to that dimensional world's endless gems attributes would bring about the biggest benefits, Lin Yuan would not be able to do anything even if he obtained the abyssal world's endless gems because he did not possess a fire-type fey yet. Upon leaving the water world, Lin Yuan noticed a significant presence of men and horses stationed at its entrance. The immense four-sided ice wall remained intact, sealing off the Class 6 water world dimensional rift. The recent calamity had clearly instilled fear in the Azure Federation, prompting them to exercise utmost caution. However, Lin Yuan was not obligated to disclose the full truth about the water world's situation to the Azure Federation. Even if he did, they couldn't simply withdraw all their defensive forces stationed at the entrance based solely on his words. As soon as the guards at the dimensional rift entrance caught sight of Lin Yuan, they promptly reported his arrival. Rather than rushing away, Lin Yuan took his time to engage with the members of the Azure Federation. Once he had completed his immediate tasks, he swiftly sought out the Moon Empress and escorted her into the water world. Lin Yuan smiled at the Moon Empress and said softly, "Master, you may begin absorbing the water world's moon. Don't worry. No dimensional life form will disturb you while you're absorbing the moon." Lin Yuan had not said everything explicitly, but the Moon Empress managed to read between the lines. Lin Yuan was not the type to blow hot air. Instead, he was always careful and serious in his actions. If he said that no dimensional life forms would disturb her, did that mean that he had conquered the water world just like he had done with the marsh world? With the Moon Empress' understanding of the abyssal world, she knew just how strong a dimensional world could be. Had he achieved all this after just 2 months in the water world? If the Moon Empress had only heard about this instead of witnessing it firsthand, she would never have believed it. The extent of power that Lin Yuan had gained would have allowed him to act freely without any restrictions or obstacles. However, upon emerging from the water world, Lin Yuan showed utmost respect to the head guard from the Azure Federation. This not only protected the pride of the Azure Federation but also demonstrated the noble character of the Radiance Federation. The Moon Empress couldn't help but be amazed multiple times at how much her disciple had matured. It was evident that not only had his power grown, but he was also evolving into a true leader. The understanding that one should never display arrogance solely based on their power was a lesson the Moon Empress had learned a decade ago when she suffered an injury that shortened her lifespan to a few years. Yet, her disciple already grasped this principle. A sense of shame washed over the Moon Empress. Initially, she had been grateful to receive gifts from Lin Yuan. However, as he continued to bestow more and more upon her, the benefits far exceeded her expectations. The guilt she initially felt transformed into reassurance. The Moon Empress used to find happiness in teaching and assisting Lin Yuan, considering it a joyous endeavor. However, she now found another form of happiness in being cared for by her disciple. Aware of the shift in their dynamics, the Moon Empress understood that she had transitioned from being a protector to a companion. She desired to spend the remaining years of her life witnessing his remarkable journey. Lin Yuan had expressed his eagerness to explore the outer world on several occasions. This indicated his strong yearning to venture beyond. While the Moon Empress had speculated about the existence of higher-level worlds outside the main world, she had never been able to validate her assumptions. The calm and composed manner in which Lin Yuan discussed the outside world hinted at a significant discovery on his part. If Lin Yuan possessed the ability to control the water world, he could potentially access other Class 6 dimensional rifts and assume control over different dimensional worlds. Chapter 2429 Lin Yuan's Origin. The Moon Empress easily absorbed the moon from the water world. Once the moon absorption was complete, the Moon Empress used Totem Moon to transport Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, and other members of the Radiance Federation back to their homeland. Currently, there was no immediate pressure on Lin Yuan to rapidly increase his power. However, he valued his time and disliked wasting it. Lin Yuan's transformation from an ordinary person to a powerful and influential spirit Qi professional was not solely due to Morbius but also because of his own hard work and discipline. During their journey on Totem Moon, Lin Yuan shared his plans with the Moon Empress. Unsurprisingly, the Moon Empress was not taken aback by Lin Yuan's desire to explore and conquer the abyssal world. Now that Lin Yuan had already ventured into the marsh and water worlds, it was time for him to delve into the abyssal world. Furthermore, the entrance to the abyssal world was conveniently located within the Radiance Federation, making it more accessible for exploration compared to other dimensional worlds that required locating Class 6 dimensional rifts. Based on her own exploration of the abyssal world, the Moon Empress confirmed that the Radiance Federation lacked the necessary power to explore it fully. Lin Yuan openly discussed with the Moon Empress the number of Samsara realm dictators and their positions in the dimensional worlds, withholding no information. As Lin Yuan explained, a sense of fear began to creep upon the Moon Empress. Fortunately, they had not yet encountered any dictator-level abyss demons since the decision to establish mirror cities in the abyssal world. Thus, they had not faced large-scale attacks from these creatures. Otherwise, the Radiance Federation would have ended up in the same situation as the Azure Federation and Freedom Federation. The Moon Empress agreed to let Lin Yuan explore the abyssal world, which would serve as a rescue mission for the Radiance Federation. However, his request had implications beyond the Moon Empress herself, requiring an imperial meeting to address it. The Moon Empress was confident that the imperial meeting would support Lin Yuan's request, given that the royal members had personally witnessed his contributions to the Federation. Additionally, the Federation itself stood to benefit from Lin Yuan gaining control over the abyssal world. The 1st to 8th levels of the abyssal world offered suitable conditions for establishing cities. However, any level beyond the 8th surpassed temperatures of 100 degrees Celsius, making them uninhabitable for humans. Modifying the environment using ice-type feys would come at an exorbitant cost, even for the powerful factions in the Federation. As a result, the price of ice-type feys had skyrocketed within the Radiance Federation. Master, you don't have to prepare anything for my exploration of the abyssal world. I have already prepared everything. I will be able to complete my exploration of the abyssal world in around 2 months. The Moon Empress nodded relaxedly. She no longer felt as troubled as she had been after becoming certain that she was no match for him. Okay, I shall wait for your return at the Radiant Moon Palace. While you're exploring the abyssal world, I will instruct Mystic Moon to take a team with him to uncover the locations of the Alien Insect Dimensional Rift and Subterranean Dimensional Rift. Carnage Source and Mountain Ridge Source had 2 missions to accomplish in the Spirit Mother Federation. The first was to protect Buletin Po. They had to bring him back from the Spirit Mother Federation if he failed to become the next Spirit Mother. As for the second mission, Carnage Source and Mountain Ridge Source had conducted an investigation while on the way here and discovered an enormous rift. After receiving Lin Yuan's permission, Mountain Ridge Source and Carnage Source went inside the rift and confirmed that it was indeed the Class 6 Alien Insect Dimensional Rift. By now, Mountain Ridge Source and Carnage Source had a faint understanding of how the main world and dimensional worlds were connected. After entering the main world and interacting with humans, Mountain Ridge Source became certain that Lin Yuan was a life form from the main world. This was because he shared the same aura as the life forms from the main world and could also contract phase. With this Class 6 dimensional rift, the reason behind Lin Yuan's ability to enter the dimensional worlds was now clear. Carnage Source had been trying to give Mountain Ridge Source a sense of security. As such, Mountain Ridge Source's impression of Carnage Source became increasingly better, and she now liked to discuss all matters with him. After hearing what Mountain Ridge Source had to say, Carnage Source said with a grim voice. Mountain Ridge Source, you have broken one of the rules of being a subordinate. We should never forget our place. We are no longer high and mighty dictators of the Marsh world but Lord Lin Yuan's subordinates. I'm sure you didn't like being questioned by your subordinates when you were in a position of power. Because of your curiosity surrounding his background, you will desire to look into it. If he finds out about this and pursues the matter, you will harm yourself and those close to you. Mountain Ridge Source, it's fine if you are only going to tell me about it. But if anyone else hears about this and spins it the wrong way, they will step over you to win favor with Lord Lin Yuan. At that time, you will end up in a worse state than Vine Source. Mountain Ridge Source could not help but tremble when she heard what Carnage Source said. Carnage Source spoke with logic, and what he said was true. After being warned by Carnage Source, Mountain Ridge Source dared not make any more guesses surrounding Lin Yuan's background. Even if any new guesses did unwittingly appear, she would not voice them. Besides being afraid, Mountain Ridge Source was also thankful to Carnage Source. At that moment, Carnage Source continued speaking in a solemn voice. You were also there with Lord Lin Yuan in the water world, so you must have sensed the mermaid bloodline in his body. So, it's not fully accurate to say that he is a life form from the main world. Chapter 2430 The Noblest Trade. It's evident that the power of the main world goes far beyond such limitations. Can you truly believe that a world like that is capable of giving birth to someone like Lord Lin Yuan? Mountain Ridge Source took a sharp breath upon hearing Carnage Source's words. She couldn't help but feel that he might be onto something. However, she also recalled that Carnage Source had advised her against making assumptions about Lin Yuan. So why was he suddenly doing just that? The Moon Empress's face showed a look of shock as she heard the news. Lin Yuan had successfully determined the locations of the alien insect and subterranean dimensional rifts. The Sand Island continent had been experiencing a significant increase in alien insect activity, prompting them to seek help urgently. The Moon Empress speculated that there must be a Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift in the Sand Island continent. It would take multiple Class 5 alien insect dimensional rifts to produce such a large number of alien insects. Additionally, these alien insects had demonstrated formidable strength by withstanding attacks from myth-breed feys. This indicated the presence of exceptionally powerful alien insects among their ranks. Initially, the Radiance Federation had considered assisting the Sand Island continent and investigating the insect armies. However, they decided against it due to the Azure Federation's plea for help and the Sand Island continent's strained relationships with several federations. These federations were willing to sacrifice their own interests rather than allow their enemies to gain any advantage. The factions most threatened by the insect armies were also the ones with the least diplomatic skills. It was not surprising that other factions held resentment toward a faction that primarily engaged in plundering as their main business. Even the Spirit Mother Federation that neighbored the Sand Island continent was unwilling to help. The intentions of the Radiance Federation were solely to assist, as they had no reason to engage in activities that would harm themselves. Consequently, they refrained from dispatching Spirit Chi professionals to aid the Sand Island continent. The appearance of the alien insect armies occurred while Lin Yuan was at the startling Lines continent, indicating his likely unawareness of this news. Additionally, the Radiance Federation lacked information about the Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift. So how did Lin Yuan become aware of it? When did his network of information extend so far and wide? The Moon Empress did not doubt Lin Yuan's sincerity regarding this matter. His composed demeanor suggested that he had obtained relevant information. Curiously, the Moon Empress asked, "Little Yuan, the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift has opened near the Sand Island continent. What about the Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift?" Lin Yuan honestly replied, "Master, the Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift has opened in the Iron Hammer Federation. It was recently discovered." The Moon Empress nodded in understanding. It became clear how Lin Yuan had such up-to-date information. The Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift had indeed opened in the Iron Hammer Federation. The Moon Empress had yet to inquire about Lin Yuan's experiences during his training in the startling Lines continent. "Little Yuan, head back to the Radiant Moon Palace and rest for 2 days while I attend the Imperial meeting. You can enter the Abyssal World once I return. Your control over the Abyssal World will be of great help to the Radiance Federation. If you need anything that the Radiance Federation can help you with, don't hesitate to let me know. They also have to give me around 8% of their world graces. If they refuse, that's fine too. All they have to do is not use resources that came from me." Lin Yuan had wanted to do this long ago. He was doing this to increase the Radiance Federation's overall power and to help himself to gain more resources. An Emperor-class expert only needed to use 1 or 2 law crystals to enable their phase to break through. 3 to 5 law crystals would be sufficient for those with weaker foundations. Once these feys were evolved to the point that they were able to begin their world cleansings, they would bring him significant benefits. Even a fey that had only recently reached myth breed would be able to provide Lin Yuan with hundreds of Spirit Chi crystals. The benefits and investments were not proportionate at all. A small amount of investment would bring him a sea of benefits. As Lin Yuan continued to take control of more dimensional worlds, his store of law source crystals and world source crystals had crossed the billions. This quantity was so gargantuan that the sacred sword-wielding queen could not absorb all of them. The main world was destined to merge with the dimensional worlds, and the Radiance Federation's current strength was insufficient. With Lin Yuan present, he would not allow the dimensional life forms to bully the Federation. However, relying solely on Lin Yuan's individual strength to suppress the dimensional life forms was not a sustainable solution. Therefore, Lin Yuan saw the successful execution of his plan as the perfect opportunity to obtain valuable resources. He couldn't let such a chance slip away easily. Offering the diamond Fey storage box to the Moon Empress, Lin Yuan continued his resource-sharing gesture, which was not the first time for him to do so. The Moon Empress had grown accustomed to receiving resources from him and no longer felt burdened. Nonetheless, she couldn't comprehend the true intent behind Lin Yuan's words. His proposal of distributing resources throughout the entire Radiance Federation seemed to suggest an overwhelming abundance of resources. She couldn't fathom the extent of the resources he was referring to, considering she couldn't claim to possess such a massive quantity even after centuries of accumulating resources. Lin Yuan's words appeared audacious as if he were a fearless young man bragging without substance. But when the Moon Empress opened the Diamond Fey storage box and witnessed the contents, her jaw dropped in astonishment. Chapter 2431 The Goddess of Mercy in Danger. The pile of spirit-mouthed peonies resembled a small mountain, and each flower was showing signs of closing up. One could only imagine how much pure spirit chi each flower contained. Furthermore, there was also a pile of world crystals and law crystals, which were items that took a long time for even the Moon Empress to produce. This pile of world crystals and law crystals was just as tall as the pile of spirit-mouthed peonies. It was difficult to tell if the pile of law crystals and world crystals or the pile of spirit-mouthed peonies was taller. However, the pile of elemental pearls was definitely taller than the other two piles. The Moon Empress could only imagine how many experts these resources could produce and how many feys that had been stuck would be able to increase their powers. These resources would allow the Radiance Federation's top combat power to soar by leaps and bounds. Even if they did not manage to surpass the Freedom Federation, it would surely close the gap between the two federations and allow the Radiance Federation to dominate the main world. Master, I hope that this matter will be carried out quickly. I have even more resources to give you in the future. The seriousness of Lin Yuan's tone heightened the Moon Empress' surprise, and she could not help but remind him, "Little Yuan, I understand that you want to contribute to the Radiance Federation, but these are far too many resources. This is an enormous number of resources, and you say that you intend to give more in the future. You have your own establishment, and Sky City is currently developing very well. Why don't you give these resources to those who are loyal to you instead of factions who have no ties with you?" The Moon Empress was a member of royalty, but she was not saying this because she was narrow-minded but because all she cared about was Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress always controlled the factions under her with an iron fist, so none of them dared to form any wicked thoughts after receiving resources from her. The Bamboo Monarch always admired those who were able to properly control their factions. Of the 3 Class 5 Creation Masters, the only one who did not pay much attention to his factions was Chef Supreme. As a result, those who claimed they were loyal to him had stabbed him in the back. Whale Ocean Commerce had perpetrated the most serious incident. They had not only betrayed the Radiance Federation but had also drained the power of the Radiance Federation as a whole. Their motive was clear. They wanted to strengthen their family to the point that they could rule over the Radiance Federation and protect themselves from being pursued for their past crimes. This logic would be acceptable in the Freedom Federation, where power was held above everything. As long as one was sufficiently powerful, one could do no wrong. However, this did not apply to the Radiance Federation because its royalty always acted according to their principles and would never do anything that crossed the line. If any member of royalty did anything that crossed the line, that member of royalty would not only be ostracized by the other members of royalty, but their authority and status as a member of royalty would also be stripped. The Moon Empress was afraid that Lin Yuan would not receive a positive result after making such a contribution and would end up disappointed. Lin Yuan understood the meaning behind the Moon Empress' words. He smiled and said, "Master, you won't have to worry about me. As long as you can ensure that those who managed to increase their power using my resources are all gathered, I will help their feys to achieve a breakthrough in power. Once I receive the 8% of their world graces, I won't be disadvantaged in the least. I already did my own preparations for those in my faction before I decided to give these resources out. You don't need to worry about this. Master, besides the items that are meant to be given away, most of them are meant for you. So you can be generous in your distribution. You won't have to hold back at all." The Moon Empress did not say anything else after hearing that. Usually, she could not bear to use the resources that he gave her because she was afraid that using too much would cause her to become a burden to him. The Moon Empress knew that Lin Yuan was not pretending to be generous whenever he gave her resources. He could easily obtain resources that even she might not be able to produce after investing a significant amount of time and effort. The Moon Empress had passed on her mantle to Lin Yuan. Since he was now the young lord of the Radiant Moon Palace, she allowed him to use the resources from the Radiant Moon Palace as he pleased. If the Moon Empress allocated more of these resources to the Radiant Moon Palace, she would also be increasing Lin Yuan's power. Since you have made your decision, I will bring this matter up at the Imperial meeting. With you around, it's only a matter of time before the Radiance Federation surpasses the Freedom Federation. Lin Yuan said seriously, Master, the Freedom Federation is no longer an issue for us. You know that I now control the Marsh world. The Freedom Federation has been so quiet of late because I have used the experts from the Marsh world to hold back the Freedom Federation through the Class 6 Marsh dimensional rift that opened in Fresh City. Unless the Freedom Federation finds a way to close that Class 6 Marsh dimensional rift, their experts won't be able to move too far from Fresh City. One member of the Freedom Federation's royalty almost lost her life in the Marsh world. The Freedom Federation's royalty has already clashed with the Samsara realm dictators from the Marsh world and ended up suffering a lesson that they will never forget. After listening to Lin Yuan's explanation, the Moon Empress suddenly understood many things. First, she understood why the Freedom Federation had not caused trouble while the Azure Federation had been struggling through its crisis. She knew that this was the best chance for the Freedom Federation to stir up chaos. The second thing she understood was why the Goddess of Mercy had not sent any information over. It turned out that she had been with the Mirror God and God of Fools all this time and had not had the chance to do so. After sending her last correspondence, she had attracted suspicion from the Mirror God and God of Fools. The Moon Empress knew that the Goddess of Mercy was not having an easy time in the Freedom Federation. The Moon Empress did not understand why the Mirror God and God of Fools were so insistent on holding down the Goddess of Mercy. If she had been held down by the Space-Time Elder instead of being nurtured by him while the Radiance Federation had been growing, would she still have the same mindset and attitude that she had today? This was why the Moon Empress could understand the Goddess of Mercy's decision to turn her back on the Freedom Federation. Suddenly, the Moon Empress frowned as a thought came to mind. The Freedom Federation was in a similar state of danger that the Azure Federation had been in. In fact, they might be in even greater danger. Chapter 2432 Lin Yuan's chance to settle down. However, the Freedom Federation had to face Samsara realm dictators that were akin to experts who had access to their spirit fires. There was only one possible faction that could possibly agree to help the Freedom Federation, which was Tower Cannon. Tower Cannon and Freedom Federation had worked together in the past. They had even teamed up and inserted themselves into the Radiance 100 sequence selection. This showed just how deep their ties went. The Moon Empress had encountered a few of the 8 pages in the past. The one who had left the deepest impression on her was 3rd page Eternal Sin. They had crossed swords in the past. But at that time, 3rd page Eternal Sin had held back some of her power and only assisted 7th page War from the sidelines. The Moon Empress remembered that 3rd page Eternal Sin's sacred source life form could make judgments and conduct divinations by making use of sins. Lin Yuan had not told her about how he had killed 5th page Truth because he did not want her to worry. However, Purple Love had told her all about it. The Goddess of Mercy had not only been present when 5th page Truth was killed but had also played a part. After 3rd page Eternal Sin saw the Goddess of Mercy, she would be able to see that the ties between the Goddess of Mercy and 5th page Truth ran deep. There was no reason for her not to reveal this discovery. Both the God of Fools and Mirror God were the type to think frequently and deeply. They were already suspicious of the Goddess of Mercy. Thus, they would grab onto any clue coming their way to nail her to the cross. There was no way that they would let her go free after learning with certainty that she had killed 5th page Truth and was in cahoots with the Radiance Federation. The Moon Empress had always had her doubts about the Goddess of Mercy and could not trust her because she believed that the Goddess of Mercy was plotting against Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was the apple of the Moon Empress' eye and would not tolerate anyone who had evil intentions for him. But ever since the Moon Empress found out that the Goddess of Mercy had placed her life on the line to protect Lin Yuan, her impression of the Goddess of Mercy changed. As such, the Moon Empress decided to tell Lin Yuan about the current circumstances. Lin Yuan had taken control of 2-dimensional worlds and was holding the Freedom Federation back using just the Marsh world. Now that he had the Water world in his grasp as well, he was fully capable of bringing the Goddess of Mercy to the Radiance Federation. Through the Goddess of Mercy and Radiance Federation's collaboration, the Radiance Federation benefited from the information they could gain about the Freedom Federation. But now that the Freedom Federation was no longer a threat to Lin Yuan, there was no need to remain updated on the situation. Frankly, I can't help but think that the Sleeper's revival plan will bring with it enormous waves. I can't rest easy until I know all about it. Lin Yuan hurriedly nodded. He now had sufficient power but felt that his experience and knowledge were still lacking. Just because he set his sights high did not mean that he had the experience to back up his ambitions. Lin Yuan had many questions he hoped the Moon Empress could answer. The Moon Empress smiled. Little Yuan, when you first became my disciple and started asking me questions, I had to think carefully before choosing appropriate answers. As your knowledge grows, I'm sure you have realized that the answers to many questions need to be critically analyzed. But without sufficient information, trying to verify the answer will be a messy and difficult process. For the questions that you ask me now, I can tell you my personal opinions. But we can have a discussion when it comes to questions that even I am unsure of. I am sure our question and answer sessions will soon turn into me asking and you answering. Lin Yuan knew that the Moon Empress was affirming his growth. Besides Chu Ci, the Moon Empress was the closest person to Lin Yuan. She was an elder who had constantly showered him with care. He felt that it was his honor to be able to answer her questions. Master, you were always the one who enlightened me about matters I was unaware of. Now, feel free to ask me anything. If I know the answer, I will definitely relay it to you. If you want to know the details of my growth, I can share them with you as well. There was nothing that was more important to Lin Yuan than his privacy. He believed that there were many things that he did not need to share with others. This not only included the Moon Empress but Chu Ci as well. This was not because he did not trust them but because it was likely that issues would arise with more people knowing. Although Lin Yuan would not arrogantly wield his power in the main world, he was no longer afraid of anyone. He could protect whoever he wanted to protect as well as do whatever he wanted. But he had yet to reach the peak and was still in the midst of accumulating power. Lin Yuan was very willing to share his growth process with those close to him. The Moon Empress smiled and replied, Little Yuan, I have always been curious about your growth process and want to know all about your development. But as always, I want to tell you not to share your secret weapons with others. Once you reveal them, they won't be as useful as they had been. Your Spirit Chi professional rank has reached A rank. Regardless of how much power enters your grasp, the most important thing is for you to increase your own personal power. So, if you ever get the chance to step out to new territories, I hope that you won't rush forward immediately. Give yourself a chance to settle down. It is only when your power has reached the peak of this world and surpasses all of your subordinates that you can confidently face all the unknown dangers that could exist in the outside world. This will also result in all your subordinates remaining fully loyal to you even when presented with temptation. Chapter 2433 How to Take Control? Whether Lin Yuan wanted to listen to it or if it even applied to his circumstances would be up to him. The only thing the Moon Empress needed to do was fulfill her duty as his master. Lin Yuan had always valued the words of his family and friends. He held great respect for the Moon Empress and would not allow his increased power to make him arrogant or disrespectful in her presence. Her words had deeply moved him, highlighting an issue he had been neglecting. Lin Yuan had always felt a sense of lacking, but he had yet to pinpoint what it was. The Moon Empress' words acted as a wake-up call for him. He had not relied solely on his own power to build his vast establishment and gain control over multiple dimensional worlds. Instead, he used his bloodline, assumed identities, and abundant resources to tame those around him. In this realm of fey taming, Lin Yuan treated people as if they were feys, bending them to his will to enhance his own power. To achieve this, he needed substantial power and the right mindset and attitude. Even if someone else possessed Morbius, it would be challenging for them to accomplish what Lin Yuan had. In reality, it had only been a short time since Lin Yuan became a Spirit Chi professional. He acknowledged that he had been impulsive and needed to settle down. The Moon Empress's words were true. If he truly desired to explore a broader world, he needed to be calm and capable of handling any dangers and challenges for his venture to succeed. This responsibility extended not only to himself but also to his subordinates. The outside world remained entirely unknown to him. Even a Thearch-class mermaid could not be confident of being above all dangers in this world. Lin Yuan still needed to take a look for himself. A foreigner could not expect an unknown world to be fully accepting and friendly toward them. Lin Yuan did not want Lu Ji, Wen Yu, and the rest to become embroiled in the fighting and end up killed by stronger factions and enemies because he lacked the power to handle invading forces from the other worlds. Not only did he need time to settle down, but Lu Ji, Wen Yu, and the rest of the members of the Astronomical Parliament needed the same. The Sky City atop the floating island Whale was also a long time away from being completed. Lin Yuan bowed deeply to the Moon Empress and said, Master, thank you for reminding me. I do indeed need some time to settle down. At your age, you are still considered part of the younger generation of experts who have awakened their birth horoscope. For now, I will set my goal as taking control of the entire main world. Once this goal is accomplished, your power will also be able to reach a new and higher level. At that time, we will be able to head to the outside worlds together. Once I have taken control of the main world, everything in the main world will be operating smoothly and in an orderly manner. So, you won't have to worry about the safety of the Radiance Federation. The Moon Empress was slightly stunned when she heard this and asked seriously, Little Yuan, how do you intend to take control of the main world? Lin Yuan was stumped by her question. Until now, he had only been thinking of taking control of the main world but had yet to plan out how he would do so. It was easy to want to take control of the main control, but putting it into action came with significant difficulty. Unlike what he did in the Marsh world, Lin Yuan could not take control of all the Samsara realm dictators of the main world and use them to control the dimensional life forms that were under them. Firstly, human experts did not have such strong control over their weaker counterparts. Secondly, this would erase the culture and societal order of the main world's federations. But this did not mean that Lin Yuan was helpless when it came to achieving this goal. The Startling Lines continent was the best model for Lin Yuan's plan to take over the main world. However, he did not have anyone he could trust, nor did he have sufficient time to use the Startling Lines continent to take over the main world. From the moment he arrived at the Startling Lines continent, Lin Yuan had used power that was beyond the Startling Lines continent. But if all he had was power, he would only be able to manage the Startling Lines continent the same way that Fifth Page Truth had and would be unable to lead the Startling Lines continent to a better future and bring happiness to its citizens. Lin Yuan was the main reason for the Startling Lines continent's current prosperity. But the efforts of Su Yiren, Luo Lan, Yi Huailong, Jin Kyungsun, and the rest were also indispensable. Although these people worked under Lin Yuan, it was not easy to gather them. Lin Yuan did not have the time or energy to do so. Rather than spending his effort on taking control of the main world and increasing the happiness of the citizens of the main world, Lin Yuan preferred to spend the energy on increasing his own power and settling down. After some silence, Lin Yuan said, Master, taking control of a world means taking responsibility for all the life forms in that world. Unlike in the dimensional worlds, I don't want to set many rules after taking control of the main world. The main world shall continue developing along its current path. It will be best if none of the regular people even notice that a change has taken place. I will send people to communicate with the leaders of each federation so they can participate in the major federation meeting. The Radiance Federation will be the director of the major federation meeting and oversee the other federations. Now that Sky City's development has begun, there are many things that don't require my personal involvement. After learning what I want, they will come up with several feasible plans for me to pick from. Lin Yuan had Su Yiren and Wen Yu, who were extremely capable of governance and management. Wen Yu was detailed, while Su Yiren was daring. With these two different opinions, Lin Yuan could conduct an objective analysis and come up with a final plan. The Moon Empress smiled and nodded at Lin Yuan. Ever since he said that he wanted to take control and responsibility for a world, the Moon Empress decided not to ask him any more questions. As the leader of a faction, Lin Yuan was skilled at using his talented people and would not insist on doing everything himself. This was not something that many others of high ranks could do. After holding a question and answer session with the Moon Empress, Lin Yuan asked her about many issues that he had been unsure of. Chapter 2434 His Radiance. As Lin Yuan's horizons continued to expand, the number of questions that he had would decrease. The Moon Empress was very curious about the dimensional worlds and asked Lin Yuan many questions about them. Now, the Moon Empress finally understood the dimensional worlds well. Lin Yuan did not hide anything from the Moon Empress and told her there was a high chance he would combine the dimensional worlds and main world in the future. When the Moon Empress heard this, she realized that her disciple had more plans than she had expected and was more capable than she had imagined. Once Lin Yuan accomplished this, the main world would undergo a huge change. It would be fully valid to declare that moment as the end of the fifth epoch and the beginning of the sixth. Lin Yuan would become the one to put an end to the fifth era and begin the sixth. It would not be the Moon Empress who granted him such a title, but the undeniable changing of times. There were many remote places in the main world that were not even recorded on maps. The map of the main world was already large enough. But once the five-dimensional worlds were combined with the main world, the map of the main world would only grow. If she went with Lin Yuan to explore the wider world, the space-time elder who had to stay back to guard the main world would not feel lonely in the least. When that time came, the main world needed to be guarded by someone. Naturally, it went without saying that regardless of how the world changed and epochs progressed, the Radiance Federation would not be impacted too significantly because the dictators from the main world were all his subordinates. They would never touch the Radiance Federation under any circumstances. Furthermore, the Moon Empress had learned about the way that dimensional life forms were ranked. This was the first time she became aware of just how detailed the ranking of power was among dimensional life forms. The dimensional life forms, apostles, and dictators formed the societal structure of dimensional worlds. The Moon Empress had already gone to the Imperial Court to hold a meeting with the members of royalty. Mystic Moon's power had surpassed Eternal. Although he was not a member of royalty, his status was no different from one. Moreover, the Moon Empress had already become a Class 6 Creation Master and was the strongest Creation Master in the Radiance Federation. There was no member of royalty that dared to cross her. A while ago, the Moon Empress took out a large batch of high-class Creation Master resources that significantly benefited the other members of royalty. Hence, all of them owed her a favor. At first, the Moon Empress did not reveal that the resources had come from Lin Yuan because she feared that he would become a target. Now that Lin Yuan's power had grown to such an extent, anyone who wanted to target him would realize that they were completely incapable of doing so. The Moon Empress knew that Lin Yuan did not care about notoriety. However, he was in the process of growing. Now was the time for him to shake up the world with his name and enjoy all the glory that came with it. This imperial meeting happened to be a prime opportunity. The Moon Empress could let the other members of royalty know just how much her disciple had done for the Radiance Federation. Next, she would tell them about his request and distribute the resources that he had given her. She would first enable the members of royalty and their factions to increase their power before she moved on to the other factions of the Radiance Federation. Otherwise, if the other factions' power skyrocketed first, war would soon break out among them. It would work against Lin Yuan's goal if fighting broke out among the factions. This would also hinder the Radiance Federation's development. The Moon Empress' first priority was to prevent something like this from happening. The best way to do this would be to pressure the large factions. The Moon Empress and Lin Yuan talked through the night until noon the next day. The Moon Empress only reluctantly put on her robes and left the Radiant Moon Palace when it was almost time for the imperial meeting to begin. After consuming the Earth Center fine milk, Lin Yuan's body condition far surpassed that of regular humans. Lin Yuan only needed 3 to 4 hours of sleep to feel fully energized the next day, even without using feys like the Vitality Sloth. A few days ago, Lin Yuan absorbed the new Thearchus scale, making him a Thearch-class mermaid. With this upgrade, his body could handle staying awake for several days without any issues. As Lin Yuan prepared to venture into the abyssal world, he thought of Su Yiren. Over the past few months, Su Yiren had finished assisting Luolan in managing matters for the Iron Hammer Federation. Now, the Federation could proceed with its development plans, utilizing the bloodline of Begin Lady to create more plant-type feys with the Sacred Wood bloodline, thus boosting their combat power. Lin Yuan had already assigned 2 Samsara Realm Dictators and 10 Turning Wheel Realm Dictators to guard the Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift that opened where the Snow Celestial Mountain once stood. The Iron Hammer Federation no longer needed to rely on Su Yiren for everything. Rather than keeping Su Yiren in the Iron Hammer Federation, she would be more valuable in helping Wen Yu manage and plan for the takeover of the abyssal world. It was likely that Wen Yu was almost finished with her tasks in the Marsh world. The Marsh world had been divided into 10 districts, fostering constant contact among its life forms. At Lin Yuan's command, all the life forms in the Marsh world would be activated instantly. This framework seemed promising, and Lin Yuan believed it could also work in the abyssal world. However, the specifics would need to be adjusted based on the circumstances. Lin Yuan employed 2 distinct management styles in the water world and the marsh world. To reach the abyssal world through the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift, Su Yiren needed to go through several steps. She had to travel from the Iron Hammer Federation to Sky City's underground palace, pass through the space tunnel, and arrive at the basement of the Return from Faraway Mansion. Even with the assistance of the Eternal Weapon Lin Yuan left with Luolan, the journey would still take her at least 3 days. Before proceeding, Lin Yuan decided to discuss the takeover of the abyssal world with Wen Yu. Wen Yu was near Klein Hub and could join Lin Yuan whenever needed. After learning of Lin Yuan's intention, Wen Yu gave him a plan. Back when she found out that Lin Yuan was done taking over the marsh world and was preparing to sink his claws into the water world, Wen Yu became certain of one thing. Lin Yuan was going to go for the abyssal world next. Wen Yu was in charge of collecting information for Sky City and used the elemental paper to make a record of all the tomes in Radiant Moon Palace. A large proportion of the tomes in the Radiant Moon Palace were about the Abyssal World. Chapter 2435 Chinese Suitors. If the day came that Lin Yuan needed it, Wen Yu could provide him with the plan immediately. It had not been long since Wen Yu came up with the plan before Lin Yuan asked her for it. Wen Yu could not help but be filled with an immense sense of satisfaction. Her actions had been helpful to Lin Yuan in advance. She was glad to be able to help him in advance. Lin Yuan was rather surprised as he had not expected Wen Yu to already have a plan to manage the Abyssal World. After studying the plan that Wen Yu handed over, Lin Yuan could be certain that Wen Yu had invested a lot of effort into this matter. Wen Yu had written down all her ideas and notes in the plan as well. If Lin Yuan wanted to know how she thought, all he needed to do was look at the information. All Lin Yuan needed to do now was wait silently until the Moon Empress returned from the Imperial meeting and informed him of the result. Without permission from the Imperial meeting, there was no way that Lin Yuan would go over the Radiance Federation's head to enter the Abyssal World. Left with nothing to do, Lin Yuan logged into Star Web to see if he could find any special fire-type phase. It had been a long time since he last logged into Star Web. When he entered, he realized that both his identity as Black and his original identity had received numerous messages. Lin Yuan had set up the blocking function so that he would only receive messages from his friends. Moreover, all of his friends on Star Web were people he was very familiar with. Lin Yuan opened the messages and saw that all of the friends he had added had sent messages to him. Since the messages were from a few months ago, when he won the Radiance 100 sequence selection, Lin Yuan decided not to reply to them. Lin Yuan's reason for setting up this Star Web account was simple: he could sell his resources. This account was what had earned him his first bundle of profits. Lin Yuan saw that the message from Stream in the Cloud congratulated him and expressed the wish to trade 2 spider species phase. His first bundle of profits had come from Stream in the Cloud, the girl with the hair wrap. Lin Yuan immediately replied. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, I do have spider species phase. What level of spider species phase do you want? I can produce them to your liking. The price will be based on the abilities of your chosen phase. When he saw that Stream in the Cloud was not online, Lin Yuan immediately switched accounts after sending the message. Black's account had fewer friends than his Deep Mountain Elder Lin account. Yet, his inbox showed that there were more than 999 messages. Excluding those that came from the system, it turned out that only around 20 of the more than 999 messages came from Tian Ning Ning. The rest of them came from a person named Bai Hao. Lin Yuan immediately remembered who Bai Hao was, and a strange expression came over Lin Yuan's face. Bai Hao and Lin Yuan were actually connected. Bai Hao was Chimi's #1 fan and often supported Chimi when she used to live stream as Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess. It usually took a long time for the members of the Radiance 100 sequence to evolve their phase and increase their power. Bai Hao should only be watching Chimi's live streams because he liked to listen to her voice and wanted to use it to unwind. Chimi was actually a bird. Could it be that Bai Hao had any unorthodox desires? When he opened Bai Hao's message, Lin Yuan felt as though he was reading diary entries. Bai Hao, I know that Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess is your fae. I don't care about whether she is human. I want to be with her. I hope you will give us your blessing. Bai Hao, why hasn't Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess done any live streams in the past week? Will she still have live streams in the future? I remember her mentioning that she is considering holding a future fan meeting. Bai Hao, I am missing Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess again today. Are you going to object to my union with your fae? I sincerely want to be with her. Every few days, Bai Hao sent such messages containing his emotional state. At first, it was likely that Bai Hao hoped to receive a reply. But Lin Yuan could sense that Bai Hao slowly lost most of his hope as time went by and began treating his inbox as a dumpster where he could release his emotions. Since he had nothing better to do, Lin Yuan began reading Bai Hao's messages carefully. With every message, Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. He could not understand how someone became so enamored with Chimi just based on its voice. Lin Yuan never liked to intervene when it came to the relationships of fays. However, he would not selfishly decide his phase pairings just because someone had said a few things. If Chimi wanted to enter into a relationship in the future, it could decide for itself. But if in the future Bai Hao decided to court Chimi openly, Lin Yuan might be willing to give Bai Hao the chance to try. In the past, Lin Yuan had not considered that love could bloom between fays and humans and that the two could be joined in marital union. It was Duan He who had broadened his horizons in this regard. When he went to the Azure Federation, he learned that the descendants of feys and humans could awaken beast patterns. The beast patterns were symbolic of the upper echelon in the Azure Federation. After closing his chat window with Bai Hao, Lin Yuan opened his chat window with Tian Ningning. Lin Yuan had a very good impression of his exclusive reporter. He saw her as someone who was responsible and capable when it came to her job. But it seemed that she was now jobless because of him. Since she was his exclusive reporter, she could not report on anything else or take on any other jobs. But recently, he had not even been present in the Radiance Federation, much less participated in fights on Star Web. Lin Yuan felt guilty that she did not have any news about him that she could report. Chapter 2436 Demon-Faced Spike Spider. Whenever a live streamer spoke about the capture the general or team battle, their live stream would explode with popularity. Recently, the number of live streamers on Star Web had increased exponentially. There were many live streamers who used to only stream their battles which were now engaging in conversations and discussions as well. This change in trend frustrated many battle live streamers. If they only showed themselves battling, their viewership would not be as high as it used to be. There were many audience members who used to like watching battle live streams who now paid attention to posts that were related to Lin Yuan first before watching live streams that explained Lin Yuan's fights. No live streamer was deluded enough to believe that they could be more popular than Lin Yuan. Since they could not beat him, the best option was to join the trend. The wave of live streamers was all rushing to benefit from Lin Yuan's popularity. It went without saying that Lin Yuan's exclusive reporter Tian Ningning was no exception. Tian Ningning had sent so many messages because she wanted to know what he, the young man who had created countless miracles, was currently working on. Was he still working tirelessly at improving himself? Lin Yuan had been considering using Black's account to participate in a few more Star Web battles so that Tian Ningning would have more news to report on. But he soon dismissed the thought. It was easy to participate in the Star Web fights, but there was no longer any point in him fighting the younger generation. Lin Yuan did not have a habit of scrolling through posts. If he did, he would realize that he had become the representative of the Radiance Federation's younger generation. If anyone dared to say on Star Web that someone else was the representative of the Radiance Federation's younger generation, they would immediately meet with strong outbursts of protest. To regular people, Radiance envoys were a peak that the younger generation could never surpass. But those from top factions and the ones that had experience competing to become Radiance envoys might not be convinced as easily. Many of them appeared to be respectful but actually saw themselves as the cream of the crop of the younger generation. No one else deserved to represent them. However, Lin Yuan's appearance had completely changed their minds. Firstly, Lin Yuan was sufficiently powerful. He could even beat a freedom envoy like Qian Yu. Moreover, he was very young. In fact, he was the youngest member of the Radiance 100 sequence. They would not have believed that such a thing had happened if they had not witnessed it for themselves. But more importantly, he was the only disciple of the Class 6 Creation Master, the Moon Empress. These 3 points made Lin Yuan incomparable. They could not ever hope to replace him. Lin Yuan returned to his Deep Mountain Elder Lin account so he could go to the auction area to see if there were any decent fire-type feys. Lin Yuan did not need to put much effort into searching. Although a fey's strength was related to their natural potential, the true deciding factor was in how they were nurtured. When Lin Yuan went to the auction area, he saw that Stream in the Cloud was online and had replied to him. Stream in the Cloud, you're finally here. Thank you for protecting the Radiance Federation's pride. You are my idol. You can pick the spider species phase for me. I believe in your taste. I will contract whichever you think suits me. From the moment Yun Xi got to know Lin Yuan, she began paying close attention to him. As the creator of the Purchase with No Loss store, no one in the virtual world knew Lin Yuan better than Yun Xi. However, Yun Xi never expected Lin Yuan to reply to her. Yun Xi had been astonished when she first found out Lin Yuan's true identity. When she remembered that both of her feys had been nurtured by Lin Yuan, an uncontrollable smile spread across Yun Xi's face. The fire-type elemental pearls that Yun Xi had helped her father to obtain from Lin Yuan had shocked their entire family. Yun Xi's parents and elders had never expected the girl they had always regarded as a child to be so capable. She did not expose Lin Yuan's identity to them and kept her connection to Lin Yuan a secret. She would only go to Lin Yuan for help again if anyone in her family truly needed his help. Lin Yuan had provided her the Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls at a much lower price than what others were offering. Thus, every trade between them increased Yun Xi's debt to Lin Yuan. However, Yun Xi could afford to pay for the spider species phase. She had to be able to afford the price for the exchange to be counted as a trade. Lin Yuan paused for a moment after he saw Yun Xi's message before he replied. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, the spider species phase you have contracted are all control type. However, there will definitely be times in the future when you will need to leave the safety of your team and take on enemies on your own. My suggestion is for you to pick power offense type spider species phase. This will greatly increase your chances of victory when taking on enemies alone. It will be a bonus if control type spirit chi professionals can contribute to a team. Normally, the needle-haired spider will be able to evolve into the ghost shadow bristled spider. If it is guided specially, it will even have the chance to evolve into the demon-faced spike spider. The demon-faced spike spider will be more suitable for you than the ghost shadow bristled spider. Yun Xi said that she wanted Lin Yuan to make the choice because she trusted him. But another reason was that she truly did not have any good ideas of her own. She was still in school and had not had many opportunities for real battle experience. Her battle experience came from fighting against her classmates during classes. She was known as the little dictator in her school. Yun Xi could not figure out her fey direction without a taste of the fierceness of battle. Thus, she could not decide on a fey. Things would be much easier if Lin Yuan could make the decision for her. Yun Xi felt the twinge of a headache when she heard the ghost shadow bristled spider's name, and words unconsciously floated to the surface of her mind. There is no need to panic after being bitten by the ghost shadow bristled spider. First, drink hot water with herbs before cleaning the wound. Next, find a cool and ventilated place to lie down to prevent your body from releasing an odor. If you have the resources to do so, lie on a cool mat. Yun Xi still did not know who that foolish online friend was. They used to bicker often on the forums. But there had been no activity from that account for the past 7 to 8 months. Yun Xi did not feel saddened by this. Rather, she was happy. If it was possible, Yun Xi wanted to tell this friend that his family could also eat funeral food even if the ghost shadow bristled spider did not bite him. Chapter 2437 Astonishing Talent. Yun Xi always saw Lin Yuan as cold and brooding, as his replies always only contained a few words. Yet, his reply came as a long passage when it came to serious matters. He was such a responsible and gentle person. However, Yun Xi had only heard of the needle-haired spider evolving into the ghost shadow bristled spider but never the demon-faced spike spider. Just what kind of a fey was the demon-faced spike spider? Yun Xi trusted Lin Yuan deeply and knew he would not exploit her. With his status, his time was extremely precious, and a trivial character like her was not worth him wasting his time. Stream in the cloud, Lin Yuan, I have never heard of the demon-faced spike spider. How is it different from the ghost shadow bristled spider? When Lin Yuan saw the message from Yun Xi, he realized that he had completely lost all anonymity after revealing that his Black and Deep Mountain Elder Lin accounts belonged to the same person. Almost everyone who contacted him on Star Web addressed him as Lin Yuan directly. It was to be expected that Yun Xi did not know the demon-faced spike spider. It was a special spider species fey that the Moon Empress had nurtured. It looked completely different from the ghost shadow bristled spider. The ghost shadow bristled spider's body was grey and black and was covered with hard bristles. It attacked using its swiftness. Once the target made contact with its bristles, it would pierce its bristles into the target. The ghost shadow bristled spider was not feared for the strength of its venom. A spirit chi professional could not be saved once an extremely venomous fey bit them. For example, if a person breathed in the pollen from the sky poison powder butterfly's wings, even constant nourishment from a Class 5 creation master would only be able to provide that person with a small hope of survival. The ghost shadow bristled spider's bristles were very light. As long as there was wind, it could float in the air for a long time. Thus, the ghost shadow bristled spider regarded its surroundings as a territory. The targets within the territory were all possible targets for the ghost shadow bristled spider's attacks. Nonetheless, there were limitations to such an ability. Wind was very capable of limiting the ghost shadow bristled spider's attacks. Chaotic bursts of wind would rapidly blow the ghost shadow bristled spider's bristles away. There were many feys that could be encountered on both the battleground and in the wild that had the ability to create strong gales. The demon-faced spike spider's back resembled the face of a human. However, the Moon Empress called it the demon-faced spike spider instead of the human-faced spider because the color of its back was too alluring and strange. When the two were of the same grade, the demon-faced spike spider was smaller than the ghost shadow bristled spider. The demon-faced spike spider also used its bristles to attack targets. But the difference was that the demon-faced spike spider was able to weave webs. The webs it weaved were the same strange color as its back and had ghastly faces. The ghastly faces on the web contained a powerful psychotoxin that would enter a body through the eyes. It would cause the target to become nauseated and dizzy. After some time passed, if the target's spiritual energy was weak to begin with, the nausea and dizziness would morph into headache and unconsciousness. This would make the target extremely easy to control. Furthermore, the demon-faced spike spider's bristles could also stick to the web in the event of strong winds. If there was no wind, the bristles could spread freely. Thus, wind was no longer a limiting factor. The demon-faced spike spider's attacking ability was not only more stable than that of the ghost shadow-bristled spider but also had controlling abilities. Thus, the demon-faced spike spider won out over the ghost shadow-bristled spider in all regards. Since Lin Yuan was going to recommend a fey to Yun Xi, he would definitely inform her of the differences between the ghost shadow-bristled spider and demon-faced spike spider. Now that she had asked before he told, he replied with all the information he had. Yun Xi's eyes became increasingly brighter as she read Lin Yuan's long response. Lin Yuan's response contained at least 2,000 words and clearly described the differences between the ghost shadow-bristled spider and demon-faced spike spider, as well as the advantages of the demon-faced spike spider. He even told her about how she should nurture the demon-faced spike spider. The two feys that Yun Xi had contracted were very outstanding. She had also invested a large amount of resources into nurturing them. Yun Xi had very high expectations when it came to her choice of feys. She had less than nothing to complain about Lin Yuan's recommendation. Or rather, she had no right to complain. If she had not told Lin Yuan that she wanted to buy feys from him and he happened to agree, her family would never be able to obtain a fey as outstanding as the demon-faced spike spider. As Yun Xi's father's power grew, the family business prospered, and they established ties with a top family faction. Thus, Yun Xi's family was now a stable veteran faction. Yun Xi was certain that the cage of Brahma insects would never provide her with a fey better than the demon-faced spike spider, even if her father went to beg them. Stream in the cloud, thank you so much, Lin Yuan. I will be 16 years old in a few years. At that time, I will also try out for the Radiance 100 sequence selection. I am now a D-rank Spirit Chi professional. After rolling grades, I will be able to contract gold feys. I have also comprehended a willpower rune. I will likely be able to become a C-rank Spirit Chi professional before I reach 16 years old. I might just be able to secure a place in the Radiance 100 sequence. Yun Xi saw Lin Yuan as her idol and really wanted to join his camp. However, she believed that Lin Yuan would have already become a Radiance envoy by the time she reached 16 years old 2 years later. Yun Xi was not the only one who believed that Lin Yuan would become a Radiance envoy. There were many people who already saw him as an eventual Radiance envoy. Previously, all Lin Yuan knew about Yun Xi was that she was young. Thus, he always communicated with her as though she was a young child. But it turned out that she was extremely talented. With the talent to become a C-rank Spirit Chi professional before the age of 16, she was a rare talent that rivaled Chu Ci. Moreover, she had already comprehended a willpower rune. Once she reached C-rank, she would be able to obtain a platinum/fantasy fey. This power was stunningly shocking. It was true that she stood a good chance of trying out for a place amongst the Radiance 100 sequence once she contracted a platinum/fantasy fey. However, the chances of her gaining a place were very small. Now, the Radiance 100 sequence selection not only took power into consideration but many other factors as well, unlike in the past when just gaining victory on the battleground was enough. Chapter 2438 Cave Flames Pig and Burning Mud Hedgehog. Although she might not make it into the Radiance 100 sequence at 16 years old, if her luck was not too bad, she might be able to once she became a B-rank Spirit Chi professional and gained a Diamond/Fantasy Fey. Yun Xi was taken aback when she saw this. She had not expected the demon-faced spike spider to be nurtured to be produced so quickly. But she found this reasonable when she remembered that Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple. Stream in the cloud, the address I gave you in the past was my home address. I am in school now, so I will send you my school's address. When he received the address from Yun Xi, Lin Yuan saved it on Star Web. The needle-haired spider could be found on Star Web. There were many Spirit Chi professionals who were affiliated with spider species feys who chose to contract it for its impressive combat power. This was because it was easy to find and thus was cheap, but also because it did not require a lot of resources to be nurtured. A plant type called the demon-faced flower was needed to evolve the needle-haired spider into the demon-faced spike spider. This evolution had a high chance of success. Hence, Lin Yuan only bought 3 of the needle-haired spiders in preparation. Although the needle-faced flower was rare, it was almost never used by creation masters because of the psychotoxin it contained. Thus, many adventure groups would not pick them after encountering them in the wild. It was easy to counter poison. But once afflicted with psychotoxin, the spirit chi professional's career would be affected. Lin Yuan could not find a single demon-faced flower after scouring Star Web. But just because the demon-faced flower could not be found on Star Web did not mean that it could not be found in the Radiant Moon Palace's storage as well. All he needed to do was take some of the demon-faced flower's pollen from the Radiant Moon Palace's storage. Now that he had settled Yun Xi's matter, Lin Yuan turned his attention to the fire-type feys. Lin Yuan now possessed far more feys than regular people. Because of Morbius spirit locking and the source-type items that Lin Yuan had contracted, his quantity of feys had long exceeded 10. The high number of feys and source-type items allowed Lin Yuan to perfect both his combat and defense systems. Now, he was practically free of any shortcomings. If a shortcoming had to be picked, it would be that he lacked a powerful long-distance individual combat strategy. Lin Yuan's only means of individual long-distance combat now was through Chimey. Many fire-type feys were skilled at combat, so Lin Yuan did not take long to discover many powerful fire-type feys. But there were times when quantity was not a benefit as it was easy to become overwhelmed. This was what was happening to Lin Yuan now. Nonetheless, he did not give up. After making his rounds, Lin Yuan excluded all the feys that did not possess special abilities. Eventually, he was only left with 4 fire-type feys. It had a giant size and not only possessed fire-type abilities but spatial-type abilities as well. The Cave Flames pig had a fire type that made up 80% of its overall type, which, according to the assessment of scholars and fey observers, fell short of qualifying it as a dual-type fey since it didn't exceed the required 70%. Notably, the Cave Flames pig's body bore significant indentations that would eventually be filled with lava. These indentations served another remarkable purpose. Contractors had the ability to fill these indentations with magma, and during battles, the stored magma could be released as a form of equipment. As the power of the Cave Flames pig reached diamond grade, each indentation would increase by at least 20 square meters, with the potential to reach 100 to 200 square meters. While some factions opted for feys capable of carrying heavy loads instead of utilizing ostrich logistics, the Cave Flames pig remained one of the most popular choices. However, Lin Yuan possessed a ring made from the shell of the spatial mother shellfish, a valuable instrument crafted from the jeweled cave golden toad, and the spirit lock spatial zone. Since acquiring Klein Hub, Lin Yuan no longer needed to meticulously plan the usage of space within the spirit lock spatial zone, as the dimensional world beyond Klein Hub provided the optimal storage capacity. When it came to carrying burdens, the Cave Flames pig paled in comparison to the land-lifting marsh turtle. Given Lin Yuan's commitment to utilizing all aspects of a contracted phase abilities, he decided to forego the Cave Flames pig. The second fire-type fey was called the Burning Mud Hedgehog. The Burning Mud Hedgehog possessed both fire and earth elemental attributes, enabling it to transform earth and rocks into flowing burning mud with remarkable speed. There existed a significant disparity between burning mud and lava. Burning mud exhibited greater viscosity and stronger adhesive properties compared to lava. When the Burning Mud Hedgehog concealed itself within the burning mud and the mud adhered to its spines, even a small needle could transform into a massive projectile covered in burning mud. The strength of the Burning Mud Hedgehog depended largely on the purity of the elemental ingredients and potions it was exposed to. If the purity was low, the resulting projectiles would only be torch-sized, lacking power and range. However, when high-purity fire and earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were utilized, each projectile would possess the destructive force of a volcanic eruption. There was a possibility that the Burning Mud Hedgehog could synergize with the source sand, but its limited number of needles posed a challenge. Regenerating the needles was a slow process for the Burning Mud Hedgehog, even with the assistance of a healing-type fey to restore its vitality during battles. A second wave of needles would not be feasible. The ejection of needles was a natural bodily function for the Burning Mud Hedgehog and did not harm it. After releasing its initial wave of needles, the Burning Mud Hedgehog would become temporarily ineffective. After careful consideration, Lin Yuan decided to abandon the idea of obtaining the Burning Mud Hedgehog. Chapter 2439 Burning Heart Flame Mushroom. These feys occasionally appeared on Star Web, but regular spirit chi professionals never dared to form a contract with such feys that were the first of their kind. Due to the high price of these feys, scholars, fey observers, and even most creation masters could not bring themselves to purchase them. Feys that were the first of their kind usually did not have stable transference powers. Factions like Condense Fairy Orchard, the Cage of Brahma Insects, and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine that nurtured feys as their role all had experienced suffering losses due to such feys. Although these feys were not suitable to be bred, they were a good choice for contraction. However, many people also saw contracting these feys as a huge loss. After the disciples of these large factions contracted such feys, they realized that they needed special or rare types of energy and spiritual ingredients in order to evolve their quality and grade. Providing these feys with such energy and spiritual ingredients for a long time might rack up a higher bill than the price of the fey itself. Moreover, there was no guarantee that the feys would be strong after they were nurtured. The disciples from veteran and top factions were usually averse to making the wrong decision when it came to contracting feys. Only feys like the sea demon snake that were capable of beating out many other feys were favored by the disciples of veteran and top factions. Lin Yuan could use true data to check on the feys and assess their future development direction. Hence, he did not need to worry about picking a weak fey or that he could not afford the resources needed to nurture them. Lin Yuan's third choice was the Burning Heart Flame Mushroom. It was the most special fire-type fey that Lin Yuan had ever encountered. Normally, the flames of fire-type feys were presented outside their bodies. The Burning Heart Flame Mushroom's flames would not cause physical harm but damage a life form's mind, spirit, and soul. If the mind, spirit, and soul were regarded as a piece of paper, the Burning Heart Flame Mushroom's flames would immediately light that piece of paper. Without interference, the flames would burn the mind, spirit, and soul to ashes. The Burning Heart Flame Mushroom used fire elemental energy to attack the mind, spirit, and soul. However, its fire elemental energy was a mutated form produced after passing through its spores. This mutation could not be described using normal spirit chi professional knowledge. If the Burning Heart Flame Mushroom continued to be evolved and was nurtured with pure fire elemental energy, its abilities would continue developing in its current direction. Lin Yuan's current combat methods did not include one that targeted the mind, spirit, and soul. The Burning Heart Flame Mushroom would help him to make up for this gap. Lin Yuan still had the unused willpower rune with the aura of destruction. It would be a good match for the Burning Heart Flame Mushroom. If Lin Yuan had not noticed the fourth fey, he would have picked the Burning Heart Flame Mushroom without hesitation. The fourth fey was known as the Fire Spirit Puppet, formed naturally over an extensive period of time within a volcano. Lin Yuan had acquired the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon from Xiaqing, which shared similarities with the Fire Spirit Puppet. However, the Fire Spirit Puppet was not as rare as the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon. Typically, only elemental source-type life forms could embody elemental forms. The Fire Spirit Puppet was one of the few feys capable of assuming elemental forms. It excelled in large-scale elemental attacks, and as its power grew, its flame armor transformed into a formidable, close combat weapon resembling a powerful flame giant. The Fire Spirit Puppet met all of Lin Yuan's initial requirements and was compatible with the destructive aura of the willpower rune. Despite his dislike for indecision, Lin Yuan found himself torn between the Burning Heart Flame Mushroom and the Fire Spirit Puppet. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan chose the Burning Heart Flame Mushroom. While the Fire Spirit Puppet's fire-based attacks could be substituted by the Source Sand, Dark Blue, and Chimey, Lin Yuan lacked an attack that targeted the mind, spirit, and soul. Having made his decision, Lin Yuan placed a bid on the Burning Heart Flame Mushroom, but he didn't relinquish the Fire Spirit Puppet either. His decision was not due to any lack of admiration for the Fire Spirit Puppet. Currently, Sky City was actively nurturing its white-clothed followers, and Lin Yuan saw the opportunity to enhance Sky City's defensive capabilities by assigning the Fire Spirit Puppet to the white-clothed follower with the greatest potential. After bidding for the fey he wanted, Lin Yuan left Star Web. Normally, Lin Yuan sent all of the goods he bought to the return from faraway mansion. But this time, he sent them to the Radiant Moon Palace. There were requirements to be met in order to use Star Web's express delivery. The user had to make more than 5 transactions on Star Web monthly, and each transaction could not amount to less than 500 Radiance dollars. Lin Yuan had not bought anything on Star Web for the past 6 months. Aneng was no longer Lin Yuan's dedicated courier. At that moment, a courier from Ostrich Logistics' Ascending Dragon City branch was organizing his orders. Suddenly, he noticed that the address for one of the orders was listed as Leaning Moon Mountain. Regular people might not be aware of Leaning Moon Mountain, but Ostrich Logistics couriers were always out delivering goods and were well aware of what kind of place it was. It was the Moon Empress territory. This courier never expected that he would one day have the chance to deliver such an order. Ascending Dragon City was not far from the royal capital. Thus, Lin Yuan received the burning heart flame mushroom and 3 needle-haired spiders in an hour. The imperial meeting was in session while Lin Yuan was examining the burning heart flame mushroom. There were 13 members of royalty seated around a long and ancient table. More changes had taken place to the Radiance Federation recently than there had been for the past few decades. Luckily, all the changes seemed to be pointing toward a positive outcome. The Radiance Federation's 3 wounds that no one had been willing to mention had been solved. The first was the Bamboo Monarch's bad luck. He was the one who had chosen to make Wang Fuxiang his wife. No one could stop him if he wanted to be with her at the cost of his own life. When the members of royalty who were on good terms with the Bamboo Monarch tried to stop him, he bristled with hostility against them. His relationship with several of them had yet to heal to this day. Luckily, the Moon Empress had found a way to remove the Bamboo Monarch's bad luck. Otherwise, the Radiance Federation would have lost one of their Class 5 Creation Masters. The loss of one Class 5 Creation Master would severely impact the Radiance Federation. The second matter was the Moon Empress confrontation with the Freedom Federation's members of royalty. After killing her opponent, she was injured to the point of only being left with 10 years in her lifespan. Chapter 2440 The Solved Riddle. The Moon Empress issue had to be resolved, or she would not have received the Earth Center fine milk from the Space-Time Elder, which could prolong her lifespan. Similarly, the Space-Time Elder's lifespan issue had been resolved to ensure the stability of the Radiance Federation's foundation. As a result, the atmosphere at the Imperial meeting was far from tense. Tianfeng grinned, feeling fortunate. He looked at the Bamboo Monarch and remarked, "The atmosphere this year is quite pleasant. The feys and spiritual ingredients from various regions have met our expectations." The Bamboo Monarch scoffed and disregarded Tianfeng. For the past year, the Bamboo Monarch had refused to communicate with Tianfeng and had shown no signs of friendliness. Tianfeng had expressed his desire to eliminate Wang Fuxiang for the sake of the Radiance Federation, and the Bamboo Monarch still held a grudge over it. However, Tianfeng didn't mind the Bamboo Monarch's behavior. They had been good friends even before the Bamboo Monarch met Wang Fuxiang. Tianfeng was closer to the Bamboo Monarch than Cicada Song and Iron Prison. The Bamboo Monarch seldom rejected Tianfeng's requests for Class 5 Creation Master resources. Tianfeng had conveyed his stance to the Bamboo Monarch, believing that the Bamboo Monarch's attitude toward him would eventually change. Cicada Song interrupted, saying, "I will dispatch people to deliver food rations and strategic resources to the mansion for storage." The Freedom Federation has become significantly quieter. However, we must remain cautious as they might be planning something bigger. Chef Supreme shook his head and responded, "We need not worry about the Freedom Federation. Our focus should be on developing the Radiance Federation. If any issues arise in the Freedom Federation, we will adapt and address them accordingly." 5 of the mirror cities in the abyssal world are nearly complete, contributing 25% of the GDP of the main world cities. This is just the beginning. It seems we made the right decision. While Chef Supreme and Cicada Song were chatting about the development of the mirror cities in the abyssal world, Iron Prison said, "Moon Empress, thank you for the resources you provided me with. They have allowed my power to reach another level. If you have any requests for me in the future, don't hesitate to let me know." Iron Prison owed a major favor to the Moon Empress, but as he wasn't a creation master, he couldn't repay her with resources. Nonetheless, Iron Prison was determined to show his gratitude in other ways. Despite his stoic appearance, he never forgot to repay those who had helped him. However, the Moon Empress shook her head and dismissed any obligations. "I don't have any requests for you. I helped you because it benefited the Radiance Federation as a whole. You don't need to feel burdened by this," she assured him. Night-leaning Moon couldn't help but smile upon hearing the Moon Empress's words. She was relieved that the tensions between the Moon Empress and Iron Prison had subsided. She understood that Iron Prison's willingness to share his lifespan with the Moon Empress had brought about this change. His selflessness had allowed the Moon Empress to see him in a new light and understand his actions better. Iron Prison furrowed his brow in response to the Moon Empress comment, feeling underestimated. "I made a promise to repay you, and I intend to keep it. Don't think I won't be able to afford the price," he retorted. Cicada Song couldn't help but feel amused by Iron Prison's response. The Moon Empress and Iron Prison had just started to reconcile, yet Iron Prison was already creating new tensions. They had finally managed to convene an imperial meeting, and it was important to maintain a positive atmosphere. Observing that the royal members had been engaged in discussion for some time, the Moon Empress decided it was time to bring up the purpose of the imperial meeting. She glanced at the Space-Time Elder, who held the main seat, signaling that she had something to address. The space-time elder had formed a contract with the lifespan mouse that Lin Yuan had given. Although the Moon Empress had not said everything explicitly, there were some things that the space-time elder could guess for himself. Others might not be aware of how capable the Moon Empress was, but the space-time elder was well aware. There was no way that the Moon Empress was the one who had nurtured the lifespan mouse. If she was this capable, she would not have been in a rush to break through her bloodline and put her life at risk to extend her lifespan. After some deductions, the space-time elder found that the root of all of the positive changes that had taken place in the Radiance Federation could be attributed to the Moon Empress disciple. Even the Goddess of Mercy's alliance with the Radiance Federation was related to the Moon Empress disciple. Everyone in the Radiance Federation knew that the Moon Empress was now a Class 6 creation master. But was she really capable of concocting such pure elemental energy? The elemental energy he had obtained from the Moon Empress had increased his main phase power significantly. If the Moon Empress was capable of concocting such pure spirit chi, she should have been able to set her spirit fire alight long ago. It seemed that the Moon Empress was going to solve the riddle today. Moon Empress, speak candidly. The resources that you gave have greatly benefited every person sitting here. There are also many things that I need you to explain. The space-time elder's words caused all the members of royalty to turn their attention to the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress gently tapped the table and went on to utter words that caused the jaw of every person present to drop. Presently, the Freedom Federation is being restrained by the Marsh world and is no longer a threat. My disciple Lin Yuan intends on venturing into the abyssal world and taking control of it. All of the Creation Master resources that you've used came from my disciple. He also instructed me to provide you with even more resources. The Moon Empress did not say anything else after this. Instead, she gave the other members of royalty space to react. Even Night Leaning Moon, who understood the Moon Empress best, was shocked by what she had just said. But when the image of Lin Yuan floated to the front of her mind, Night Leaning Moon felt that what the Moon Empress had just revealed could be true. This would explain why the Heavenly Family Cottage was so close to Lin Yuan and was even willing to ally with the Radiance Federation because of him. Not even the Space-Time Elder had such influence. There was no way that the Heavenly Family Cottage, a faction that never liked interacting with human factions, would easily make such an outrageous decision. Chapter 2441 The Radiance Federation's Continent Vein Core. Lu Ji's talent and power had not been deciding factors in Night Leaning Moon's decision to accept him as her disciple. She had accepted him at the recommendation of the Moon Empress disciple and because of his character. The Radiance Federation's top factions rarely sent their main members to compete for a spot in the Radiance 100 sequence. The disciples from top factions used only top Creation Master resources. Hence, their power rivaled that of veteran experts. Lu Ji had competed with the direct descendant disciples of top factions at the Guardia banquet. At first, Night Leaning Moon assumed that Lu Ji's ability to control insect species carcinoma phase was due to the Insect Queen's mutation. But she slowly realized that Lin Yuan's figure was always looming behind Lu Ji. Everyone around Lin Yuan had received great benefits. Wen Yu, Condense Fairy Orchid's son Ningxiang, Gao Feng, and Chef Supreme's disciple Zhong Ziyi were all examples. At first, Night Leaning Moon thought that this was all due to the Moon Empress. It was understandable for the Moon Empress to be selfless when it came to her disciple. However, it was impossible that she would extend such generosity to others. The amount of resources that a Class 5 Creation Master could produce was limited. In order to protect their position, a Class 5 Creation Master could not give away all of the resources they had on hand. After all, who would seek help from a Class 5 Creation Master who had no resources? There would be no factions like the Cage of Brahma insects who chose to attach themselves to the Moon Empress. Now, Night Leaning Moon only had one query in her mind. How had Lin Yuan managed to do all this? If Lin Yuan had achieved all this after a few centuries, Night Leaning Moon would have attributed this to the Moon Empress teachings. However, Lin Yuan had only been the Moon Empress disciple for around a year and had spent most of that time training outside of the Radiance Federation while the Moon Empress had remained in the Radiance Federation. Hence, it was clear that Lin Yuan's achievements were all of his own merit. In spite of her curiosity, Night Leaning Moon knew that this was not the right time and did not ask questions. Regardless of what the reason was, Night Leaning Moon knew the Moon Empress well enough to know that she would never reveal confidential information about her disciple. Night Leaning Moon had been the Moon Empress teammate before she became a member of royalty. She knew how important privacy was to the Moon Empress. Back then, the Moon Empress had kept her secret weapons hidden from Night Leaning Moon. It went without saying that nothing much had changed. This imperial meeting went on for longer than usual. The Moon Empress was also much more patient than usual and fielded all questions that came her way. But when the topic encroached into more private areas, the Moon Empress would honestly express that she was unsure and that it was not her place to say more. The imperial meeting only came to an end after an entire day had passed. All of the members of royalty left the imperial court with strange but happy expressions. The strangeness was due to some sense of ludicrousness and surrealness. The world was going to belong to the young, so they needed to have great foresight. It was clear that their sights were now set beyond this enormous main world. There would be more imperial meetings in the future, and it would not be too late to discuss this matter then. None of the members of royalty had opposed Lin Yuan's request to venture into the marsh world. This was because they had all been blessed by him and because he was motivated by his desire to protect the Radiance Federation. He wanted to prevent the powerful dimensional life forms from damaging the mirror cities that the Radiance Federation had painstakingly built. The Azure Federation's request for aid had been the best example. The Radiance Federation had invested massive effort into building mirror cities in the abyssal world. There was no way they would be able to afford any damage. If there was any damage incurred, it would not only affect their resources but would also hurt the Radiance Federation's citizens' confidence about expanding into the abyssal world. It was difficult to rebuild confidence once it was shaken. The Moon Empress had been about to leave the imperial court when she was stopped by the space-time elder calling out to her. A confused expression came over her face. She could not think of a reason for him to be calling her. Could he have something to say about her request? The Moon Empress had great respect for the space-time elder. Without him protecting the Radiance Federation would have stood no chance of securing its position as one of the three major factions. The Moon Empress and Bamboo Monarch would also not have had such a conducive environment in which to increase their powers. After Cicada Song left, the only ones left in the imperial court were the Moon Empress and Space-Time Elder. The Space-Time Elder smiled and waved at the Moon Empress as he said softly, "I never expected you to accept a disciple of your own volition, nor that your disciple would become this extraordinary. With your domineering way of doing things, I've always been curious about your teaching style." The Moon Empress was reminded of her past self. After thinking for a moment, the Moon Empress launched into a serious explanation, "People will change. You previously asked me if there was anyone in the world that I would miss if I left. I did not answer you then. That wasn't because my ties with Leaning Moon aren't deep enough but because I have seriously considered the hypothetical scenario of my life coming to an end. I would be indignant. Indignant that I wasn't strong enough to overcome this. After accepting Lin Yuan as my disciple, I overcame my failed birth horoscope. I was also indignant when I found out that I did not have long left in my lifespan. But my indignance was no longer related to my power but that I would be unable to continue accompanying and watching over Lin Yuan. I wouldn't have been able to have any more question and answer sessions with him or experience the joy of watching him grow." A serene smile spread across the space-time elder's face. "Xiu, you have always been arrogant and aloof. You found it difficult to stand in the shoes of others. Perhaps, when you became Lin Yuan's master, you finally gained the benevolence you were lacking." Chapter 2442 Engulfing Flames Heart Mushroom. There are no records of it, so I named it the Continent Vein Core. This is the Radiance Federation's Continent Vein Core. Give it to Lin Yuan. He is now the strongest member of the Radiance Federation and will be overhauling the Radiance Federation. He will be able to protect the Radiance Federation better than I can. From now on, I will be an observer, just like you. To be honest, the lack of this pressure is freeing." When the Moon Empress did not receive the wooden box from him, the space-time elder thrust it into her hands. "You know what kind of person I am. Even if it cost me my life, I would never give the Radiance Federation's Continent Vein Core to another person. Don't you want me to lay down my burdens and relax? That's enough now. You can leave. I still haven't shaken my habit of taking afternoon naps." The space-time elder reached down and wheeled himself into his bed chamber. The Moon Empress looked in the direction the space-time elder had left in, and an inexplicable emotion welled within her. However, handing the Radiance Federation's Continent Vein Core to Lin Yuan was not a bad idea. He would definitely be able to handle this heavy responsibility. Lin Yuan successfully contracted the Burning Heart Flame Mushroom and evolved it to Bronze/Legend. When the Burning Heart Flame Mushroom had been normal grade, it had only been a small purple and pink mushroom with complex purple patterns that was about the size of a bottle cap. When one stared at the purple patterns for too long, they would feel themselves losing control of their faculties. The effects affected the mind, spirit, and soul. When it had been normal grade, the Burning Heart Flame Mushroom was planted in a small pot around the size of a bowl. But once the burning heart flame mushroom reached bronze/legend, its exterior changed significantly. Its body was still pink and purple, but the purple patterns now looked wicked and ferocious as they covered the entirety of the fungus. Additionally, there were now many warts covering the mushroom's cap. These warts quickly turned into pustules that burst, releasing plumes of dark red smoke. Even Lin Yuan found it difficult to endure the dark red smoke and was hit by a wave of dizziness. Lin Yuan found this situation to be surprising. Genius was Lin Yuan's source of support when it came to spiritual energy. After all that he had experienced, Lin Yuan's mind was much stronger than that of regular people. After his soul had been cleansed of impurities, it was exceptionally clear. Regardless of the reason, Lin Yuan should not be affected by a bronze-grade fey. Lin Yuan composed himself and collected some of the dark red smoke before checking on it using true data. Lin Yuan noticed that just like the fungi reproduction method, this smoke would absorb nutrients from the life forms it attached itself to. Once it was breathed in, the dark red smoke would immediately absorb nutrients from the mind, spirit, and soul while altering them. This was the first time Lin Yuan encountered such a special ability in all his experience of nurturing feys. Genius was no longer as busy as it had been. Previously, Genius had been focused on nurturing the army of 100 questions beasts. But after several rounds of expansion, the 100 questions beasts could handle themselves. The army of 100 questions beasts nurtured the cat species feys that had been taken into the marsh world. Their power had now reached Diamond X/Fantasy V, which was the limit of Genius' current control. Now, Genius spent more time organizing knowledge than concocting spirit fluids. Lin Yuan had obtained many books from the startling lines Continent's 3 federations. He did not have the time to read them, so he gave them all to Genius. Although there were not as many books in the dimensional worlds as there were in the main world, they still existed. Many powerful dictators liked to leave records of their experiences. Most of these records were left in written form. Lin Yuan could gain a deeper understanding of the dimensional worlds from the dictators' records. In the past, Genius only possessed knowledge of the main world. But now, it also knew a considerable amount about the dimensional worlds. Genius had long wanted to try sacrificing one of its tails to communicate with a higher power so it could try and find a way to create a Class 5 creation master. Genius would have to pay a price if it wanted to use its tail to communicate with higher powers. To remain on the safe side, Lin Yuan only instructed Genius to continue accumulating its knowledge. Nothing bad could come out of steady accumulation. Lin Yuan summoned Genius and told it about the burning heart flame mushroom. Lin Yuan's words seemed to remind Genius of something as it said in a childlike voice, "Yuan, the burning heart flame mushroom's specialties are very similar to a type of succubi called the seduction heart demon. I suspect the burning heart flame mushroom is connected to the seduction heart demon. The seduction heart demon's flames also have similar abilities. However, the seduction heart demon's flames won't be able to take host inside a body." Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard what Genius said. He also believed that this was possible. The trip to the Azure Federation allowed Lin Yuan to stumble upon an interesting situation. Many aquatic feys from the main world had mutated because of the influence of water world dimensional life forms. Such feys were always welcomed when the Azure Federation noticed them. The Radiance Federation's interactions with the Abyssal world still could not be considered far-reaching. There was a chance that the Radiance Federation's Spirit Chi professionals had not noticed the same situation. Lin Yuan had already summoned the willpower rune with the aura of destruction and fused it with the burning heart flame mushroom. At the instant that the black and red willpower rune with the aura of destruction entered the burning heart flame mushroom, the burning heart flame mushroom started to shrink. It used to be the size of a chicken egg. But now, it was the size of a quail egg. It was now small enough to be a tea pet. Due to its small size, the beautifully complex patterns made the burning heart flame mushroom resemble a beautiful piece of artwork. Its small size also caused the bursting pustules to seem less obvious. The dark red smoke stopped spreading but was now controlled by the burning heart flame mushroom and turned into red gems that attached themselves to the bacillus. Chapter 2443 Exclusive Skill, Honesty Reflects the Heart. Fey Name, Engulfing Flames Heart Mushroom. Fey Species, Parasitic Fungus Species / Flaming Fungus Species. Fey Grade, Bronze, 3/10. Fey Type, Fire. Fey Quality, Fantasy I. Abilities. Seeping Flames, the flames will seep into the target's mind, spirit, and soul through the heart and brain. The spirit and soul will begin to burn. If the flames begin to die out, it can absorb the energy from the heart and brain to reignite itself. Exclusive Skill. Honesty reflects the heart, the spores will host themselves deep within the target's spirit and soul and determine the genuinity of the target's exterior. Crumbled parasitic cycle, the bacterial strain will be sacrificed. After being sacrificed, the energy around it will crumble, along with other energy-containing entities. At the moment that he saw the seeping flames ability, Lin Yuan understood why Genius said that the engulfing flames heart mushroom's dark red smoke targeted and took host within a target's mind, spirit, and soul. The dark red smoke contained many of the engulfing flames heart mushroom's spores. Once the engulfing flames heart mushroom activated the energy in the spores, it would be set alight. The flames would infect the target's heart and brain before preying on the cores of the target's body, namely its mind, soul, and spirit. If the flames were being extinguished, it could even use the energy within the heart and brain to revive itself and continue attacking the target. This ability was extremely ruthless. Lin Yuan believed that it was a curse ability that targeted the mind, spirit, and soul rather than a fire-type ability. It could target the heart and brain, which were the most important organs in a life form's body, and also possessed powerful destruction effects. If the engulfing flames heart mushroom spores were breathed in or its flames were absorbed into the body, breaking free from its effects would be difficult unless a special method was used. 3 exclusive skills had appeared when the engulfing flames heart mushroom evolved to bronze grade. Lin Yuan evolved all the feys that were meant to be contracted by the white-clothed followers to epic grade when they reached elite quality. It went without saying that the same also went for feys that were spirit-locked by Morbius. The 3 exclusive skills that appeared were Paralysis Mycelium, Honesty Reflects the Heart, and Hidden Form Bacterial Strain. Paralysis Mycelium would produce a paralyzing effect after the spores grouped together. This ability was not rare among poison-type feys. When such abilities appeared in poison-type feys, they were usually weak and thus rarely selected. Yet, it was extremely powerful when it appeared in the engulfing flames heart mushroom. This was because the engulfing flames heart mushroom targeted the life form's heart and brain, the 2 most important organs. Once the heart was paralyzed, the blood circulation in the body would stop. Once the brain was paralyzed, the body's functions would slowly shut down. After some time passed, the life form would lose consciousness, and there would be irreparable damage to its intelligence. Paralysis Mycelium was considered control type. When used by the engulfing flames heart mushroom, it was a powerful lethal move. The second option was Honesty Reflects the Heart. This exclusive skill allowed the engulfing flames heart mushroom to gain an interrogation ability. The spores would take root deep within the target's soul and spirit. When a life form was trying to deceive others, signs of the deception would show on their spirit and soul. Even if they forcefully suppressed their spirit and soul to prevent them from being triggered, soul and spirit fluctuations would still be released. More importantly, when the engulfing flames heart mushroom used Honesty Reflects the Heart, others would not become aware of its abilities, so they would be unable to shield themselves in advance. Lin Yuan had yet to come into possession of an ability that could effectively assess the authenticity of others. If Lin Yuan's ambition was only limited to the main world and he had no desire to venture into other worlds, Honesty Reflects the Heart would have no use to him. However, Lin Yuan's goal was the outside world. Given that he had no information about the outside world, Honesty Reflects the Heart would allow him to tell if those he encountered were being genuine. This would enable him to gain accurate information about the outside world without worrying about being disadvantaged by fake information. From this angle of consideration, Honesty Reflects the Heart was a strategic class exclusive skill. The third exclusive skill was Hidden Form Bacterial Strain. It was the most useless one of the 3. Its effects would hide the engulfing flames heart mushroom spores so the bacterial strains would lose their form and be undetectable by the naked eye. The engulfing flames heart mushroom's bacterial strains were not attached to the target's exterior. Rather, they were attached to the heart and brain. So, it did not matter if the naked eye could detect them. It was impossible that anyone would try to claw out their heart and brain during battle to remove the attached bacterial strains. Lin Yuan's choice had been between Paralysis Mycelium and Honesty Reflects the Heart. Eventually, he chose Honesty Reflects the Heart. Paralysis Mycelium would only increase the engulfing flames heart mushroom's attacking power. Lin Yuan had many lethal techniques and had no urgent need for the engulfing flames heart mushroom. The best options would be functional type abilities and exclusive skills. The exclusive skill Crumbled Parasitic Cycle that the engulfing flames heart mushroom gained when it reached Fantasy Breed was largely related to the willpower rune that was filled with the air of destruction. Crumbled Parasitic Cycle increased the engulfing flames heart mushroom's combat abilities. When the engulfing flames heart mushroom used seeping flames to infect the target's heart and brain, it could sacrifice those bacterial strains and destroy the brain and heart in the process. This ability made use of the life form's weakest links. Targeting a target's heart and brain was much more sinister and difficult to fend off than targeting the lower body. Lin Yuan could not be happier with any of the feys in the spirit lock spatial zone. If the engulfing flames heart mushroom wanted to evolve its grade, it needed pure fire elemental energy and spirit chi. Although Lin Yuan had given the Moon Empress many resources, he still had sufficient resources to increase his feys powers. It did not take long for Lin Yuan to nurture the engulfing flames heart mushroom beyond bronze grade. He needed top-grade spiritual ingredients such as top-grade strange flames in order to evolve the engulfing flames heart mushroom to fantasy V. This was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Lin Yuan had given the task of evolving the engulfing flames heart mushroom to genius. Chapter 2444 The Completed Spirit Tide Ink Flood Dragon. Since it was a fey that had been spirit-locked by Morbius and Lin Yuan had yet to obtain the Endless Gem from the Abyssal World, he could not unlock its abilities. Lin Yuan had used the Endless Gem he obtained from Gray's Sacred Hall to unlock Blackie's abilities. Now, Blackie had 6 abilities, just like any other Diamond Fey. It was no longer only limited to its normal ability Spirit Injection. Lin Yuan summoned Blackie and looked through its complete data. Fey name, Spirit Tide Ink Flood Dragon. Fey species, Horn Dragon species / Flood Dragon genus. Fey grade, Diamond, 10/10. Fey type, Water. Fey quality, Fantasy V. Abilities. Spirit Injection, restore a huge amount of spiritual power at once and restore the lost spiritual power over a period of time. Spirit Roar, let out a roar to control the direction of the flow of spiritual power. It can choose to boost or drain the spiritual power of the targets in a given area. Endowment Spirit Rain, the bloodline can be used to gather the clouds and release rain that contains spiritual power. The targets that make contact with the rain will be able to replenish their lost spiritual power. Spirit Channel System, the spirit chi in the body can be released into the environment. A perfect and invisible channel system will be formed through the spirit chi. The channel system will not only recover its own spiritual power but decrease the rate at which its spiritual power was diminished. Spirit Judgment Imprisonment, pick a target and judge the concentration of spirit chi within the target's body. If the concentration of spirit chi in the target's body is higher than its own, all of the spirit chi in its body will be emptied out. If the concentration of spirit chi in the target's body is lower than its own, the target's spiritual power will be imprisoned. Spirit Wrath, the dragon aura will be unleashed. The dragon aura will burn off all of the spirit chi in the area and cause the surrounding environment to be empty of spiritual power. Exclusive Skill. Spirit Chi Imprint, the spirit chi constantly released to the environment would be stored within the spirit chi imprint instead. It can also drain a small amount of the spirit chi released from other dragon species phase within the surrounding area that does not exceed the phase grade and inject it into the spirit chi imprint. It would be branded on the contractor's body, and the contractor could release spirit chi contained within the spirit chi imprint. Spirit Essence Explosion, gather the spiritual power into a single point, and explode all the energy. The Spirit Essence Explosion can only be applied in places where there is contact with the Spirit Chi imprint. After the Spirit Tide Ink Flood Dragon was unlocked, the abilities Spirit Injection, Spirit Chi Imprint, and Spirit Essence Explosion did not change at all. The 5 new abilities were Spirit Roar, Endowment Spirit Rain, Spirit Channel System, Spirit Judgment Imprisonment, and Spirit Wrath. Not only could it recover spiritual power, but it could also control the flow of spiritual power to drain all the spiritual power in the area. This would decrease the spiritual power of all the life forms in the area. Endowment Spirit Rain made use of the rain cloud and rain creation technique to quickly replenish spiritual power. This was very similar to the Spirit Spring Lily's ability. Spirit Channel System would boost Blackie. Once it used Spirit Chi to create a Spirit Chi channel system, Blackie would be able to continuously replenish the spiritual power it used up as well as slow down the rate at which its spirit chi was used up. Blackie was a support-type Fey. Abilities that could replenish an entire team of spirit chi professionals' spiritual power were much rarer than those that could heal an entire team. Endurance abilities were a godsend for such Feys. Blackie truly did not disappoint as a Fey that had been nurtured with pure spirit chi right from the start. Spirit Channel System was much stronger than many other diamond abilities of the same type. Spirit Judgment Imprisonment was an allocation-type ability. Allocation-type abilities would select a Fey, and a comparison would be conducted. If they won, the targeted Fey would be punished. If they lost, they would also receive a punishment. Allocation-type abilities were usually more of a punishment than they were a reward. With Spirit Judgment Imprisonment, winning would only result in the target's spiritual power being locked. If it lost, the price would be all of the spiritual power in its body. This was not a good deal at all. If this ability was used in combat and the result of the judgment was a loss, Blackie would be rendered useless. But when it came to comparing the purity of spirit chi, Lin Yuan was very confident. Lin Yuan had yet to encounter spirit chi that was purer than the one produced in the spirit lock spatial zone. Blackie had been using spirit chi imprint to gather the spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone. Thus, it was unlikely that Blackie would lose when it used spirit judgment imprisonment. Blackie could try using spirit judgment imprisonment on feys that were eternal and above, or even those that had unlocked their spirit fires. This would result in the feys that had unlocked their spirit fires becoming nothing more than weaklings that could only rely on their bodies to do battle. This would allow Lin Yuan to gain a way of restraining the God of Fools and Mirror God's main phase before he took control of the dimensional worlds. But now, Lin Yuan was no longer threatened by anything in the main world. He was uncertain if spirit chi was also used in the outside world. But given that Heaven's trial did not target fairies, it was likely that the root power of the outside world was also related to spirit chi. This was because the root power of fairies was also spirit chi. This was something that Lin Yuan had tested through Begin Lady and Celestial Sight. Thus, spirit judgment imprisonment would also be useful in the outside world. The spirit lock spatial zone's grade would eventually rise alongside Morbius evolutions. The spirit chi produced in the spirit pool would also become more concentrated. Spirit Wrath used the dragon species phase strongest technique, the dragon aura, to strip an environment of its spirit chi. The area affected by the dragon aura would be like a bubble that was devoid of spirit chi. Lin Yuan found this ability to be powerful. Just like spirit judgment imprisonment, it could also be used in the outside world. While Lin Yuan was looking through Blackie's data, he could sense that the Remembrance Soul Whale's abilities had also been unlocked. Chapter 2445 Whalehorn Piercing Crystal. The Remembrance Soul Whale was very important to Lin Yuan because it was able to revive souls. Even if his loved ones were killed, Lin Yuan could use Rememberling's ability Soul Knot to gather their soul. If a sufficient proportion of their soul was gathered, they would even be able to regain their memories from when they were alive and continue interacting with Lin Yuan normally. The Mother of Bloodbath's sacred source life form, the 10,000 medicine hot spring, had already reached 5 stars. The Mother of Bloodbath was still a long way from being able to put together bodies, but when the thousands of medicinal properties in the 10,000 medicine hot spring were activated, it stood a greater chance of being able to put together the bodies of those who had passed. When Lin Yuan first met Rememberling, it had been a silver fey that only had the abilities Soul Knot and Whale Fantasy. The ability Whale Fantasy would allow Rememberling to transform its body into soul energy and spread out over the area to evade the attacks of enemies. Even if it was injured, it could attach its soul to nearby entities. When fleeing from danger, its soul would slowly morph into the main body. Thus, Rememberling only gained 4 new abilities after it was unlocked by the endless gem that Lin Yuan obtained in the Mermaid Forbidden Sea. Lin Yuan summoned Rememberling and checked on it. Fey name, Remembrance Soul Whale. Fey species, Soul Whale species / Single-horned whale species. Fey grade, Diamond, 10/10. Fey type, Soul. Fey quality, Fantasy V. Abilities. Soul Knot, when faced with the body of a dead target, singing the whale song will combine all the hidden souls in the body and awaken the soul within the target. If there is enough soul in the target's body, the memories in the soul will be activated. Whale Fantasy, when faced with an attack, the body can be turned into soul power and spread out into the surroundings. This will be able to dodge any attack. When heavily injured, the soul will attach itself to the closest object. Once out of danger, the soul can re-solidify into its original form. Singing Soul, the soul energy will be spent, and the soul's past experiences will be recited. This will help to recover the soul's memories. Whale Soul Tears, after consuming the fragments of the soul and draining the energy within them, the energy can be released through the eyes as sacred items and be used to heal and nourish souls. Sacred Whale Song, when the sacred whale song is sung, curses placed on the soul will be broken. The impurities in the soul will also be cleansed. Exclusive skill. Soul Remember Gift, by combining with the collected dead souls, the dead souls will eventually become soul imprints once they are completely absorbed. When the soul imprint is applied on a life form of the same species, the life form's comprehension ability will be raised, and it will be able to comprehend willpowers and laws more easily. Lin Yuan looked elated after reading through the information. The 4 new functional type abilities made Rememberling even more useful than before. Lin Yuan used to be the most afraid that Remember Ling would not have sufficient soul fragments when trying to revive them. Without sufficient soul fragments, the soul it created would not possess any consciousness. The exclusive skill Burning Soul New Life could indeed complete a soul, but soul-type spiritual ingredients were too rare, and Lin Yuan did not possess many of them. He had used most of what he had to nurture Remember Ling and evolve it to Diamond X/Fantasy V. He did not have enough left to evolve Remember Ling to Creation Breed. Lin Yuan was still worried about how he was going to increase Remember Ling's power from now on. As a soul-type Fey, the best way to increase Remember Ling's power and quality would be to absorb soul-type spiritual ingredients. Although Remember Ling could absorb vitality and use pure spirit chi to evolve its grade and quality, this would not allow Remember Ling to reach its maximum potential. There was a chance that it would become stuck at a certain grade and impede the increase of Morbius power. After all, Morbius power was determined by the weakest Fey that it had spirit locked. With the ability Singing Soul, Lin Yuan would not need to worry that the soul it had created would lack the memories of when it was alive. Singing Soul used up the soul energy within Remember Ling to enable the soul to regain the memories from when it was alive. The soul energy within Remember Ling could be recovered after being used up. As long as Lin Yuan had some information about when the life form had been alive and Remember Ling used Singing Soul continuously, the entity would eventually be able to regain all of the memories from when it had been alive. There would be no need for Lin Yuan to use too many soul-type spiritual ingredients for the sake of recovering the soul's damaged memories. The ability Whale Soul Tears gave Remember Ling more ways of utilizing the soul fragments. Apart from using Soul Remember Gift to increase the comprehension abilities of the same types of life forms, Remember Ling could also use Whale Soul Tears to produce sacred items that could heal and nourish soul injuries. This gave Lin Yuan the ability to heal soul injuries. The healing of soul injuries was also an extremely useful healing technique. The ability Sacred Whale Song could remove curses placed on souls. This was a very rare type of ability. Ji Feng's prior decree Sleeping Lotus could heal soul injuries but not remove curses. Besides removing curses, Sacred Whale Song could also clear out the impurities in a soul. Some people were born with impurities in their soul and could not live normal lives. Their souls would forever be muddled and soiled. Many of the strong combat techniques that targeted souls also had a high chance of staining the souls. Once an expert's soul was stained, they would often go mad and become unhinged. Chapter 2446 The Goddess of Mercy's Helper. The ability Whalehorn Piercing Crystal would enable the whalehorn to pick out the souls hidden in non-life forms. Lin Yuan's eyes could not help but light up when he saw this ability. As Lin Yuan continued to grow stronger and learned more about souls, he realized that possession was not impossible. The soul that invaded another body had to be of an extremely high level. It was difficult to tell if another soul possessed a life form. Remember Ling could use the ability Whalehorn Piercing Crystal to remove the possessed soul. Thus, this ability also had an investigative function. Lin Yuan believed that the ability could be considered a key ability. He could not be certain what dangers existed in the outside world. Remember Ling's ability would be able to protect Lin Yuan and those around him to a certain extent. At the very least, they would not have to be afraid of being infiltrated by spies and being oblivious to the danger. Remember Ling could not only pick out the soul from non-life forms but could also modify the soul through the soul energy. This would turn the soul into a crystal and prevent it from returning to its original body. This would keep the possessed soul from causing any more trouble. Remember Ling definitely lived up to being a Fey from legend. Lin Yuan believed that its abilities were irreplaceable. During his recent crusade in the water world, Lin Yuan's nerves had remained tightly wound. He was beyond exhausted. After returning to his accommodations in the Radiant Moon Palace, Lin Yuan took a long and deep rest. After he woke up, Lin Yuan checked the time and rationalized that it was almost time for the Moon Empress to return from the imperial meeting. He was confident that the Radiance Federation's royalty would not reject his request. Firstly, he had become akin to a general in the Radiance Federation because he had supplied many resources. Lin Yuan had proven his loyalty to the Radiance Federation. This would let the members of royalty know that he would never do anything that hurt the Radiance Federation's profits, even if he ventured into the abyssal world. Lin Yuan returned to the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace to wait for the Moon Empress' return. During his previous visits to the Radiant Moon Palace, the Moon Empress had always prepared breakfast for him. Now that he had time to spare, Lin Yuan called Cai Cha over. Since their acquaintance, this was the first time that Lin Yuan had called Cai Cha. She was slightly surprised by this. She had watched the Moon Empress pick Lin Yuan to be the young lord of the Radiant Moon Palace and knew that Lin Yuan had to be well taken care of. If he was neglected in any way, the Moon Empress would regard the act as a failure of competence. Cai Cha was a servant who the Moon Empress had taken in. The Moon Empress would definitely be forgiving towards her. But if the Moon Empress found out that Lin Yuan had been disrespected, there was no way that Cai Cha would be allowed to continue remaining in the Radiant Moon Palace. Age did not determine the ranking of status among experts. Chef Supreme was almost 10 times the Moon Empress age, but they were considered the same rank. Cai Cha asked Lin Yuan softly, "Young lord, do you need me for something? Just say the word. I will definitely perform the task well." Lin Yuan believed the Moon Empress would be hungry after being in the meeting all night. Cai Cha was happy to hear this. Given Lin Yuan's importance to the Moon Empress, she would definitely be over the moon to be greeted by the meal he had prepared. Before she accepted Lin Yuan as her disciple, Cai Cha saw the Moon Empress as a cruel and aloof person who never acted based on her emotions. But after Lin Yuan became her disciple, the Moon Empress' mood even became affected by the gifts he gave her. No one in the world was more important to the Moon Empress than Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's culinary skills were by no means outstanding. In the past, when Lin Yuan had to fend for himself and choose CI, he could only afford the most basic ingredients that were useless when it came to training one's culinary skills. Now, he was often by Lu Ji's side when Lu Ji cooked and managed to hone a few tricks that he had learned. The Moon Empress had been full of praise the last time that Lin Yuan had cooked for her. While Lin Yuan was cooking breakfast for the Moon Empress, the Goddess of Mercy finally managed to relax. With 2 spirit fire experts waiting in the wings to support her, she would have no problems fleeing the Freedom Federation if she so pleased. However, she was rather taken aback. When did the Radiance Federation gain 2 spirit fire experts? Since she had not heard of such news, there was no way that the Freedom Federation was aware of it either. If the Freedom Federation knew that the Radiance Federation had gained 2 spirit fire experts, they would never have come up with so many schemes to target the Radiance Federation. After all, there were only 2 experts in the Freedom Federation who had awakened their spirit fires. The 2 experts who the Goddess of Mercy believed had set their spirit fires alight were actually 2 Samsara Realm dictators sent by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan sent these 2 Samsara Realm dictators to meet with the Goddess of Mercy under the guise of being part of the Radiance Federation because he did not want to expose himself directly. After all, he had yet to conquer all 5-dimensional worlds, and Tower Cannon was still hiding in the shadows, waiting to close their jaws around the main world at an unknown time. Furthermore, he hoped that the appearance of these 2 Samsara Realm dictators would shake up the Freedom Federation and reduce them to timid puppies who cowered in fear of the Radiance Federation's power and never dared to even form a mean thought against the Radiance Federation. The Goddess of Mercy had endured significant pressure from the God of Fools and Mirror God. Throughout, she had not dared to fight back for fear that they would work together to attack her. She had no idea that 3rd Page Eternal Sin found out that she was involved with 5th Page Truth's death because she carried the sin of 5th Page Truth's disappearance. She assumed that it was because 3rd Page Eternal Sin and 5th Page Truth had maintained contact and 3rd Page Eternal Sin had witnessed their battle. If she found out that 3rd Page Eternal Sin was basing her judgment on sins, the Goddess of Mercy would have rebuked 3rd Page Eternal Sin instead of remaining idle when the Mirror God and God of Fools were suspecting her. Chapter 2447 The Goddess of Mercy's Artillery. The Goddess of Mercy and the Radiance Federation's alliance was not transparent. The Goddess of Mercy was still trying to find a way to gain Lin Yuan's affection. The Goddess of Mercy already possessed great talent, and transforming her bloodline to that of the mermaid bloodline had indeed brought her significant benefits. But this had also restricted her power. If she had not made that choice, her talent would be enough to enable her to set her spirit fire alight. Due to their bloodlines, she would not form any evil intentions against Lin Yuan even if her bloodline did manage to reach Emperor class. She would also preserve her friendly relationship with the Radiance Federation for his sake. But the Goddess of Mercy never saw the Radiance Federation as something she needed to protect and remain loyal to. This was similar to when she was being targeted by the Mirror God and God of Fools and gave up on her position as one of the Freedom Federation's royalty. Rather than carrying the heavy burden of being a member of royalty, the Moon Empress was more suited to being a free-roaming expert. She had not studied the Radiance Federation as thoroughly as the Mirror God and God of Fools had. She only began to learn more about the Radiance Federation when she decided to initiate an alliance with them. The Goddess of Mercy realized that the Radiance Federation was very strange. It was clear that the members of royalty worked independently. Yet, they banded together and were united when they faced powerful enemies. None of them would suffer the same fate as she did in the Freedom Mystic Temple, where she was pushed and held down on the chopping board by the rest. Sometimes, one word with enough rational backing would enable one to take in profits. Thus, no one was willing to take a step back. The Space-Time Elder protected the Radiance Federation on his own. It was only when he combined the Radiance Federation that the Mirror God and God of Fools were deterred from targeting the Radiance Federation. The Space-Time Elder was the Radiance Federation's strongest expert. But he never once tried to dampen young geniuses like the Moon Empress. This was in stark contrast to the treatment she received from the Mirror God and God of Fools. The Goddess of Mercy remembered that the Radiance Federation managed to rise up and prosper within a few decades. This speed was almost unbelievable. Perhaps, the reason for the Radiance Federation's rapid development was the model of unity and the positive environment among the members of royalty. The Goddess of Mercy never assumed that she was important to the Radiance Federation. She was making use of the Radiance Federation so that Lin Yuan would see her contributions and form a positive impression of her. But she also believed that the Radiance Federation was using her to obtain information about the Freedom Federation so they could devise a way to effectively deal with the Freedom Federation. The Goddess of Mercy never expected the Radiance Federation to send 2 Spirit Fire experts to help her when she was in danger. As hard as her heart was, she was still deeply moved by this act. Now that she had support, the Goddess of Mercy did not have to worry and opened an attack on 4th Page Instant Extinguishment. 4th Page Instant Extinguishment, how did you manage to become so ugly? You're both ugly and greedy. Even marsh crocodiles are more attractive than you. Since you agreed to help, stop lying around and scheming. Go and kill all of the dimensional life forms that are crawling out of the Marsh East region. 4th Page Instant Extinguishment had just finished clearing out all the dimensional life forms in a large area and was about to head back into the dimensional rift to rest. He was also suppressing a volcano of rage. If you, the Freedom Federation's royalty, do not want to go and clear out the dimensional life forms but expect us, Tower Cannon, to do it instead, how is that any different from the Freedom Federation treating Tower Cannon as manual labor workers? You should be grateful that we're willing to help the Freedom Federation in your time of need. Now, we're only staying out of pure goodwill and to make up for some of the negative impacts that resulted from our high asking price. But why did she say he was ugly? That was a grievous insult. It would have been fine if she stopped at calling him ugly. It was true that he could not be described as handsome because of the influence of the feys he had contracted. But why did she have to go on to say that he was even uglier than the marsh crocodiles? She could have used any other comparison. 4th Page Instant Extinguishment did not hold back and retorted angrily, Goddess of Mercy, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to ruin the relationship between Tower Cannon and the Freedom Federation? 3rd Page Eternal Sin said that you are the one who killed 5th Page Truth. It is true that 5th Page Truth has been missing for some time. Given your attitude toward Tower Cannon, I suspect you are indeed the one who killed him. After 3rd Page Eternal Sin brought up that 5th Page Truth's death was related to the Goddess of Mercy, the latter had not dared to bring up a similar topic for fear that 3rd Page Eternal Sin would continue harping on the subject. The Goddess of Mercy's expression changed abruptly when she heard what 4th Page Instant Extinguishment said. It turned out that 3rd Page Eternal Sin was the only one who knew about the matter, while the rest of Tower Cannon were only guessing. Moreover, 3rd Page Eternal Sin could not be exactly certain either. Otherwise, she would have already informed the rest of Tower Cannon about it. The Goddess of Mercy's rage spiked. She had fallen for 3rd Page Eternal Sin's trick and had been worried for nothing. 3rd Page Eternal Sin better pray that she never ended up in the Goddess of Mercy's grasp. Otherwise, she would show 3rd Page Eternal Sin what hell truly was. You say that you have reason to believe that I'm the one who killed 5th Page Truth. Do you think I would appear in front of you if I did kill him? I would have killed you long ago. If I was that capable, I would have represented the Freedom Federation to fend off the Marsh World's dictators myself. Why would we turn to you? You make it sound as though I have set my spirit fire alight. The Goddess of Mercy lifted her tail and splashed water toward 3rd Page Eternal Sin. She had casually created this wave of water, but 3rd Page Eternal Sin knew that she would be injured if hit by it. Before 3rd Page Eternal Sin could respond after dodging, the Goddess of Mercy said furiously, I didn't say anything just now while you were spouting nonsense out of consideration for the danger that the Freedom Federation is in. But you only pushed harder. Do you really think I don't have a temper of my own? You must give me an explanation for this matter. Since you claim that I am linked to 5th Page Truth's death, show me some real hard evidence. Chapter 2448 Wronged. The Goddess of Mercy said this out of anger, and her tone was extremely overbearing. The other members of the Freedom Federation's royalty were very familiar with the Goddess of Mercy's sharp glare. This was how she truly looked. It was a completely different sight from her previous timid display. The goddess of mercy's reaction caused even the mirror god and god of fools, who had been suspecting her, to reassess their judgment. Could it be that her non-responsiveness had really been because she recognized that the Freedom Federation was in danger and wanted to ensure that the Freedom Federation did not burn all their bridges? If that was the case, then both of them had wronged her. The goddess of mercy's current actions were fueled by the knowledge that she had support. As such, she could act out and vent as much as she wanted. She had not expected her actions to move the mirror god and god of fools' suspicion off of her. Since the situation had evolved to such a state, the goddess of mercy decided to stay here a while longer. Given the mirror god and god of fools' personalities, they would surely seek her out to speak with her. Once they came to speak to her, all she needed to do was act as though she was angry at being wronged. This should allow her to obtain some benefits from them. Now that the Freedom Federation had made another powerful enemy out of the Marsh world, the mirror god and god of fools would need to rely on her strength. Thus, they would continue to tolerate her. Besides gleaning information from them, the goddess of mercy also wanted to find out more about Tower Cannon. Tower Cannon had been acting too mysteriously lately. All the 8 pages were powerful elites, but they had been swapped out too often recently. It was as though there was an invisible hand controlling them. If the goddess of mercy had detected that something was fishy, the mirror god and god of fools would definitely have sensed that something was off as well. Given the way that the god of fools and mirror god's minds worked, they would definitely be extremely bothered by this matter. Since that was the case, she would make use of the conflict with Tower Cannon to remove this pain in the god of fools and mirror god's necks. The goddess of mercy was not afraid of testing Tower Cannon's limits and causing them to become unwilling to continue helping the Freedom Federation. After all, once she left with the 2 spirit fire experts sent by the Radiance Federation, she would no longer have anything to do with the Freedom Federation. With this thought, the goddess of mercy fixed her gaze on 6th page Parting Thorn, who had the least imposing presence. Why has Tower Cannon's 6th page been changing so frequently? 6th page Lashing and 2nd page Revival went to the Radiance Federation to try and unlock the Black Mass Cup during the key juncture of the Radiance 100 sequence selection. You even contacted Li Yang and asked him to lead a team to the Radiance 100 sequence selections location so he could find out more about Star Web. But in the end, 2nd page Revival did not appear, and 6th page Lashing was swapped out for 6th page Inverse Growth. But 6th page Inverse Growth did not hold the position for too long before it became 6th page Parting Thorn. Do you know who picks Tower Cannon's 8 pages? The Freedom Federation and Tower Cannon have always maintained a working relationship. In order to ensure that our partnership is well maintained, I would like to request an explanation from Tower Cannon. While she was speaking, the goddess of mercy observed the mirror god and god of fools expressions, as well as the expressions of the other members of Tower Cannon. The mirror god and god of fools looked questioningly at 6th page Parting Thorn, meaning that they were also curious to find out the answer. They would have stopped her long ago if they had not wanted her to question this matter for fear that it would affect their relationship with Tower Cannon. Apart from 6th page Parting Thorn, all the other members of Tower Cannon had extremely awkward expressions. This meant that they were not completely sure of everything either. If that were the case, then things would be much more interesting. The goddess of mercy actually wanted to ask about what the Sleeper's revival plan entailed. If she straightforwardly asked the question, the god of fools and mirror god would stop her even before the members of Tower Cannon did so. After all, Tower Cannon had been preparing for the Sleeper's revival plan for a century and was the core of all their actions. Thus, the goddess of mercy decided to start small and slowly move the topic toward the Sleeper's revival. However, her first step had already hit Tower Cannon's main sore spot. The goddess of mercy decided to stop for now. She had opened the table of conversation for the members of Tower Cannon. If they had any questions, the other 4 members of Tower Cannon could also use this opportunity to voice them. The goddess of mercy did not know that the conflict within Tower Cannon had appeared even before they arrived at the Freedom Federation. It was only that they had not had the chance to continue the conversation. But now that the topic had been reintroduced, 7th page War could not hold back her queries and took aim at 6th page Parting Thorn. 7th page War clearly remembered how 6th page Parting Thorn had changed the topic. He had said, "First page Crimson was the one who picked me. I am now officially the 6th page of Tower Cannon. Is there a need for me to introduce myself? We will eventually get to know each other and learn how to get along after time passes. If you have any doubts about my identity, you can take your questions up with First page Crimson." 6th page Parting Thorn had used First page Crimson to silence the rest. First Page Crimson had exhibited great power, and no one had more experience being targeted by him than 7th Page War. Nonetheless, First Page Crimson's strength could not justify his background. First Page Fate had been a veteran of Tower Cannon and managed all of Tower Cannon's affairs. He always stepped in when conflict broke out between 7th Page War and 2nd Page Revival. The Tower Cannon of that time made 7th Page War feel like a true dictator. Later, First Page Fate was killed by Purple Love of the Heavenly Family Cottage. First Page Crimson appeared before they had a chance to hold a meeting about this matter. It seemed as though no one besides 2nd Page Revival had been previously acquainted with First Page Crimson. The circumstances were undoubtedly strange. Tower Cannon began changing from that moment on. No one knew where First Page Crimson came from. 6th Page Partingthorn had managed to silence everyone because they were headed to the Freedom Federation and were focused on helping the Freedom Federation to gain more benefits. Now that they had signed an agreement with the Freedom Federation, the matter could be reintroduced. 6th Page Partingthorn would not be able to put a stop to the topic even if he brought up First Page Crimson again. 6th Page Partingthorn, all of us also want to know the answer. You only have two choices now. First, tell us how First Page Crimson picked you. Or, we'll leave you here so you can be the bait to lure First Page Crimson here, and we'll ask him ourselves. He had not participated in the past few meetings with the 8 pages. Despite his absence, he still managed to recruit you. This sure is interesting. 7th Page War did not like ambiguity and preferred for everything to be clear. 3rd Page Eternal Sin, 4th Page Instant Extinguishment, and 8th Page Apoptosis all frowned when they heard what 7th Page War said. Chapter 2449 Imminent Crisis. If she came on too strongly, there was a higher possibility of leading to negative consequences. Tower Cannon had been able to maintain the peace all this time because many matters were swept under the carpet and never addressed. Once they were brought up, it would lead to irreconcilable conflict within the faction. If someone else besides 7th Page War had posed the question, they would not have done so in such a straightforward manner. But now that 7th Page War had already spoken, they had to side with her. With things as they were, they could take the opportunity to learn everything that they wanted to know. 4th Page Instant Extinguishment and 8th Page Apoptosis were both key members of Tower Cannon. But 3rd Page Eternal Sin's real identity was completely unrelated to Tower Cannon. After all her years as a spy, the more information she found out about Tower Cannon, the more confused she became. This caused 3rd Page Eternal Sin endless frustration. It could be said that no one wanted to know more about the inner workings of Tower Cannon than 3rd Page Eternal Sin. Hence, 3rd Page Eternal Sin decided to dump fuel into the fire. I agree with 7th Page War. 6th Page Partingthorn, not only do you have to talk about your own background but First Page Crimson's background as well. If you don't explain his origins, we won't be able to assess your nature. If everything in Tower Cannon is such a confusing mystery, I'd rather not be the 3rd page. Recently, those from her organization had been urging her to return. The situation in Tower Cannon had been getting increasingly perilous. It was so dangerous to the point that she was no longer capable of controlling the situation. Every tower in Tower Cannon had a book. 3rd Page Eternal Sin had assumed that the books were part of Tower Cannon's legacy. She had opened the book on the top floor of the Tower of Eternal Sin before First Page Crimson had arrived. Opening the book required a large amount of soul power, and it would take at least a year for the soul power that had been used up to be replenished. There was almost no one who would be willing to spend so much soul power just to feed their curiosity. 3rd Page Eternal Sin was a spy, and a spy's most important job was to gather information. Thus, 3rd Page Eternal Sin recently went to the top floor of her tower in order to learn more about the book. She wanted to see if she would be able to take the book with her when she left Tower Cannon. But after repeated tests, 3rd Page Eternal Sin realized that she could no longer open it despite previously being able to. She was the master of the Tower of Eternal Sin, yet she did not even have control of the book that was meant to be a part of Tower Cannon's legacy. This made 3rd Page Eternal Sin feel as though she was not the true master of Tower Cannon but just a tool. 3rd Page Eternal Sin had refused to relent the last time she received an advisory from the members of her organization because she found it humiliating to return empty-handed after all her years of work. But the current circumstances were filled with too many uncertain variables. She could no longer keep a firm hold on all of them. Thus, she knew that her only way out would be to return to her organization. This was the only way she would be able to ensure her own safety. At the very least, she would end up losing her life. It was clear that righteousness was much smarter than her and had voluntarily returned to the organization after realizing in the Radiance Federation that things were not looking up. Given 4th page instant extinguishment and 8th page apoptosis's understanding of 3rd page eternal sin, she should be acting as a mediator now. She was always the first one to compromise. But why was she not doing so now, and was even adding fuel to the fire? This should not be happening. The situation was currently barreling toward disaster. 4th page instant extinguishment, who always prioritized his profits, now had to be the one to step in to quell the fire. If the members of Tower Cannon fell out now, the deal they had discussed with the Freedom Federation would become null. 4th page instant extinguishment had always yearned for the harvests that the Freedom Federation had collected from the marsh world. A black candle lit up within 6th page Parting Thorn's eyes at the same moment that 3rd page Eternal Sin spoke. The purple flames moved in a wild and sinister dance. 3rd page Eternal Sin, 7th page War, and 4th page Instant Extinguishment had not noticed this, but 6th page Parting Thorn and 8th page Apoptosis had both caught a glimpse. The two black candles stupefied 8th page Apoptosis. He could not feel as though he was prey that had entered the sights of a predator and, at any moment, was going to end up losing his life. 8th page Apoptosis hastily shifted his gaze away. But after 4th page Instant Extinguishment stepped in as the mediator, the pair of candles in 6th page Parting Thorn's eyes immediately vanished, and his eyes returned to their original light green pupils. An enraged expression appeared on 6th page Parting Thorn's face again. It was as though he was capable of independent thought again. 8th page Apoptosis had previously sensed the energy fluctuations radiated by 1st page Crimson. He had been in charge of managing the Fey statues in the garden on the island. After the statues were stripped of their faiths and laws, the faiths and laws were all eventually taken away by 2nd page Revival. 1st page Fate had been very obedient to 2nd page Revival. Thus, 8th page Apoptosis had always had the feeling that 2nd page Revival was the true decision-maker in Tower Cannon. In order to curry favor with 2nd page Revival, 8th page Apoptosis had used his Sacred Source Life Form's ability to create a life monument for her but had yet to tell her about this. Instead, he let her sense it for herself. After all, it would be easier for them to become closer if 2nd page Revival realized his contribution on her own rather than him showing it to her. But unfortunately, 2nd page Revival had yet to mention this matter to 8th page Apoptosis. 2nd page Revival's life monument should send out a signal after it was erected. 8th page Apoptosis could judge the degree of apoptosis within the life monument to see which direction their life was headed toward and use his apoptosis power to remove all the possible bad luck standing in their way. 2nd page Revival's life was very blurry, and 8th page Apoptosis felt as though she was closer to a corpse than a living creature. Yet, she was standing there alive, right in front of him. With her strength, there was no way that she was a puppet that had been given life by an external entity. 8th page Apoptosis thought things would blow over now that 4th page Instant Extinguishment had stepped in as the mediator. Alas, 7th page War and 3rd page Eternal Sin refused to let the matter rest. Chapter 2450 Crimson's Power. If you side with 6th page Parting Thorn, we will have no choice but to fight you. At the very least, it'll give me the chance to see if you have improved over the years. Did your phase manage to break through after consuming all the resources you painstakingly collected? After all, her original body was a plant, and 8th page Apoptosis' Sacred Source Life Form, the wilted wasteland, would cause plants to wither quickly and be stripped of their main source. When 7th page War was done speaking, 3rd page Eternal Sin said, "You're right. Don't force me, 4th page Instant Extinguishment. I won't show any mercy if you oppose me again." Those who were always after their own benefits were capable of sizing up the situation and setting up safeguards for themselves. Even if they suffered a loss, they would minimize it to the greatest extent. Hence, 4th page Instant Extinguishment did not bother arguing and sided with 7th page War and 3rd page Eternal Sin. This was because 3rd page Eternal Sin and 7th page War had formed an alliance. They were currently the strongest group until 8th page Apoptosis made his stance. If he sided with them, their strength would be further bolstered, and the large gap in strength would make the addition of 8th page Apoptosis inconsequential. Furthermore, 4th page Instant Extinguishment also wanted to know exactly what was happening in Tower Cannon. An expert did not have to be bound to a faction, especially a faction as lax as Tower Cannon. The black candles in 6th page Parting Thorn's eyes did not light up again, but a genderless and cold voice sounded out. "What? Isn't my invitation to 6th page Parting Thorn to join Tower Cannon a reasonable enough explanation?" This voice was very foreign to the goddess of mercy. The mirror god, god of fools, and Tower Cannon's gazes changed abruptly. Not even 7th Page War dared to pose any doubts at that moment. None of them expected 1st Page Crimson, who had been missing for so long, to make his reappearance here. None of them was 1st Page Crimson's match and dared not try to use force against him. Thus, there was no way that they would be getting any answers today. But sometimes, it was the unanswered questions that revealed the biggest conclusions. It was clear that the other 8 pages of Tower Cannon no longer had any authority to speak of. Despite also being one of the 8 pages, 1st Page Crimson acted as though he was superior to all of them. Even 4th Page Instant Extinguishment, who was only motivated by profits, was extremely indignant. Since he would not be able to obtain the profits he wanted by siding with 3rd Page Eternal Sin and 7th Page War, 4th Page Instant Extinguishment jumped ship back to 1st Page Crimson's side. Let's set this matter aside for now. This is part of Tower Cannon's internal affairs. Once the Freedom Federation has settled its issue, we can discuss it when we return. 1st Page Crimson, now that you're here, we have a better chance of taking on the dimensional life forms from the Marsh world. 1st Page Crimson's entire body was enveloped in the red robe, to the point that not even his hands could be seen. When 3rd Page Eternal Sin saw that 7th Page War was about to speak, she immediately stopped her by grabbing her hand forcefully and shooting her a glare. If 1st Page Crimson dared to attack 7th Page War, he would definitely be willing to go after 3rd Page Eternal Sin as well. 7th Page War almost let out a cry of pain after being grabbed by 3rd Page Eternal Sin. She whipped around in annoyance to look at 3rd Page Eternal Sin. But once she saw the stern expression on 3rd Page Eternal Sin's face, she understood the reasons behind 3rd Page Eternal Sin's actions and broke out in a cold sweat. 1st Page Crimson paused before hissing. You are the ones who held the discussion with the Freedom Federation. You can stay here to help them. I don't want any accidents to happen to Tower Cannon during this time. I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. The moment he finished speaking, dark red flames erupted on his robes. Crimson flowers danced within the flames. The atmosphere only settled back down once 1st Page Crimson had fully disappeared. The Goddess of Mercy knew that something big had to have happened in Tower Cannon. For the sake of her own safety, now was not the right time to investigate Tower Cannon further. Even the 8 pages of Tower Cannon encountered obstacles when they tried to dig deeper. Given her position, she had no right to insert herself. The Mirror God and God of Fools had to have many guesses and ideas surrounding Tower Cannon. The Goddess of Mercy had never seen them carrying such austere expressions. She decided to take off as soon as she could to head to the Radiance Federation with the 2 Spirit Fire experts. It was likely that the Radiance Federation's 2 experts would report the situation even if she did not. Given that 1st Page Crimson had not noticed the 2 Spirit Fire experts sent by the Radiance Federation, it meant that he had reached the Spirit Fire level as well. The Goddess of Mercy had no clue that Frozen Ocean and Ink Ocean were currently standing frozen and dared not move a single muscle for fear that the next second would be their last. The 2 of them only let out sighs of relief once 1st Page Crimson's aura had fully disappeared. Frozen Ocean and Ink Ocean could say with certainty that they had never sensed such powerful pressure before in their lives. At that moment, they finally understood why this world that seemed to be filled with weaklings was called the main world. Evidently, the true experts were not living it up as kings but were hiding in the shadows instead. If that expert had intended to attack them, they would not have been capable of fending him off. At first, Lin Yuan had not intended to send Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean to the Freedom Federation. The 2 of them had fought for this opportunity. But now, they were filled with fear and eager to return to Lin Yuan to tell him about this incident. Chapter 2451. Don't try to maintain a clean reputation. Given that the 2 of them had even risked their lives, it was unlikely that Lin Yuan would only show favor to the mermaids and abandon them. A powerful force exploded out from an enormous black coffin. The coffin was pushed open by a crack. A black and red tentacle emerged from the crack and slapped the black candle on the coffin. The candle fell to the ground, and the black wax oil sprayed all over the obsidian tiles on the ground, melting holes into the tiles. The purple flame had already been extinguished, but a soft peal of laughter caused the flame to be reignited. Crimson, you're still the same even after the millennia that have passed. You're still unwilling to believe me. While she spoke, the girl wearing a black skirt with her head lowered picked up the burning candle on the ground with one hand while she waved her other hand as though she was sweeping away non-existent dust in the air. A deep voice said from within the black coffin, reality has proven that you still don't deserve my trust even after all these millennia. Warbler Candle, settle down. I know you're eager to see Falling Rainbow again, but you should know that Epic God Palace won't sit by and be idle about you activating the Sleeper's revival. We're not the only ones who landed here from that place. It seems that the Tarot Round Table is also connected with the outside world. Second page Warbler Candle's expression turned solemn when she heard the words Epic God Palace. If not for Epic God Palace, they would not have had to sleep in the black coffins for almost 10,000 years. Luckily, the existence of Epic God Palace was only to ensure that there was no chaos in the epochs and that everything proceeded normally in the 6 epochs. It was almost as though Epic God Palace was waiting for something to turn up from the 6 epochs. If the Sleeper's revival plan was activated now, it would affect the 5th epoch's progression to the 6th one. Someone from Epic God Palace would definitely step in. Even now, First Page Crimson did not know what level Epic God Palace was at. Those few members of Epic God Palace were calling out 2 forbidden names and praying to them. Their actions could not be more clearly that of servants. The tentacle that I created has been destroyed. Once I go back to sleep, no one will be around to restrain you. If you think you can handle Epic God Palace, you may do as you please. An enormous surge of strength appeared from within the black coffin and pulled the coffin shut. Second page Warbler Candle looked at the black candle burning with a purple flame in her hand but did not place it back on First Page Crimson's coffin. Forget it. I'll wait another 8 months. Falling Rainbow, I wonder if you still look as you did even after all these years. While she spoke, a sentimental and nostalgic expression appeared on Second Page Warbler Candle's face. Strange candle flame patterns appeared on the left side of her face and started spreading outward. The candle flames were extremely bright and filled the large hall with dark shadows. By the time that light returned to the large hall, Second Page Warbler Candle had returned to her original appearance. Hee hee. Those grasshoppers I picked up are becoming better at jumping. They want to leave Tower Cannon? From the moment they became part of Tower Cannon, they were fated to be imprisoned by Tower Cannon forever. Let me take some time to discipline the lot of you and also take the chance to address your suspicions. I'll show you just what Tower Cannon is. That night, the God of Fools and Mirror God sought the Goddess of Mercy out to speak to her privately. The Goddess of Mercy had started out feeling nervous, but she relaxed after they came to call on her. After being shocked by First Page Crimson's aura, Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean had completely different attitudes from before. They were now very cautious and afraid of encountering trouble. After spending time with the Goddess of Mercy, they finally understood what a foul-mouthed girl was like. She clearly possessed the Mermaid King bloodline but did not have the elite demeanor that came with it. She was either insulting someone or about to do so. At first, they were excited when they heard her insulting others. It was as though she was saying the words that they wanted to say but could not. But now, they only had one hope, which was that she spoke as little as possible so she did not end up offending someone they could not afford to offend. Lin Yuan had personally tasked them with taking care of the Goddess of Mercy. His tone had been extremely serious when he was giving them the task. Thus, even if they encountered an expert they could not handle, they would have no choice but to fight to the death. They could not abandon the Goddess of Mercy and flee, or else they would be unable to face Lin Yuan. The Goddess of Mercy looked haughtily at the Mirror God and God of Fools as she waited for them to reveal the purpose of seeking her out. The Goddess of Mercy never expected that they would end up trying to comfort her. Tower Cannon was trying to divide us. Don't take it to heart. After this incident, we will ask them to make it up to you. For now, the Freedom Federation is in crisis. You will have to endure them for some time. I'm sure that you can understand where we're coming from. The Mirror God and God of Fools' words caused the Goddess of Mercy to roll her eyes internally. Understand where they were coming from? Who could understand? She had her own difficulties. She no longer saw herself as a part of the Freedom Federation. The Mirror God and God of Fools were trying to comfort her. But when it came to compensation, most of the benefits would go to them while she only received a small portion. Ever since they unlocked their spirit fire, they no longer had any respect for her. They were only comforting her now because the issue with the Marsh world had not been resolved. The Mirror God and God of Fools did not want to end up handling a situation that they were not equipped to handle. The Goddess of Mercy would not have commented on the Mirror God and God of Fools' fears in the past. Moreover, she was linked to 5th page Truth's death. 3rd page Eternal Sin had not been lying. But now that she had a source of support, the Goddess of Mercy could not be bothered with caution. The only thing she wanted to do now was to tick them off. Understand where you're coming from? What difficulties could you have? You just want to sacrifice my prophets to get on Tower Cannon's good side. Otherwise, why did none of you stand up for me when third page Eternal Sin was maligning me? You just let her continue saying whatever she wanted. We're all aware of what kind of people the two of you are and what you've done. Don't try to maintain a clean reputation. The Goddess of Mercy's words caused the Mirror God and God of Fools' expressions to change, and they both glared at her. Chapter 2452 The Real 8 Pages? Tower Cannon's behavior was extremely abnormal. Now, the Goddess of Mercy was acting out of character as well. This gave the Mirror God and God of Fools the feeling that the main world was about to go out of control. Previously, both of them saw themselves as the kings of the main world. The Mirror God could not hold back from yelling, "Goddess of Mercy, you have crossed the line. Don't you dare think that you can act however you please just because the Freedom Federation is in a bind now." The Goddess of Mercy scoffed. "I was never able to act however I pleased in the Freedom Federation because I haven't set my spirit fire alight. I learned this lesson many years ago. You just want to use me to quell the commotion. I can do this for the sake of the Freedom Federation. But in exchange, I don't want to have to interact with Tower Cannon anymore. I want to return to the Freedom Federation Sea and stay there for some time to calm myself down. You can contact me if you need my presence here." The Goddess of Mercy made it clear that she was going to leave. Now that she had thoroughly ruffled their feathers, she was going to quickly make her escape. The Mirror God and God of Fools did not know that she was in contact with the Radiance Federation and that she was going to escape there. Hence, they were not at all concerned about her returning to the Freedom Federation Sea. Given the situation, neither of them could leave to accompany and watch her. If one of the Freedom Federation's other members of royalty were sent to accompany her, rather than watching her, the Goddess of Mercy believed that she could kill them before she left and offer them as a gift to the Radiance Federation. She was the third most powerful figure in the Freedom Federation and was stronger than the other members of royalty. She was certain that the Radiance Federation's 2 spirit fire experts would help if she attacked the Freedom Federation's royalty. She would be able to take control of them quietly and without alerting anyone. The Mirror God and God of Fools looked at each other, but neither moved to stop the Goddess of Mercy. Given the Goddess of Mercy's temperament, it was indeed unwise to put her in the same space as third page Eternal Sin again. If a confrontation broke out, it would be very difficult to get things under control again. In the past, the God of Fools and Mirror God would definitely have picked Tower Cannon in a choice between Tower Cannon and the Goddess of Mercy. She was just too disobedient, and she had a high chance of turning on them. Furthermore, the Freedom Federation could not do without Tower Cannon's help in this matter regarding the Marsh World's invasion. But now, things had changed. There were serious issues within Tower Cannon. There might be news of infighting and the changing of the guard within Tower Cannon soon. Given the circumstances, there was no need to continue maintaining a relationship with them. Moreover, this interaction with Tower Cannon allowed the Mirror God and God of Fools to see Tower Cannon's greed. Neither the God of Fools nor Mirror God were masochistic. They did not want to constantly end up with the short end of the stick when working with the greedy Tower Cannon. After the Goddess of Mercy left, the Mirror God said, "Brother, do you think that the Goddess of Mercy might be more obedient today if we hadn't obstructed her journey to increase her power by killing the remaining mermaids?" The God of Fools did not hesitate to shake his head and replied, "Since things have already happened, there is no point in dwelling over what-ifs. We won't be able to turn back the clock and do things over again. The Goddess of Mercy is strong-headed, and the mermaids prioritize their bloodline. Neither of us possesses the mermaid bloodline, so we have no way of pressuring her. Let's take full control of her first rather than allowing her to set her spirit fire alight and break out from our control. With all that she has suffered, there is no way that she will obediently listen to us and follow what we want. She will forever be under our control once she loses the opportunity to set her spirit fire alight. That is the right plan of action for us. If we are really unable to take control of the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift, we can try another plan. There are no Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rifts in any other main world continent. If we conquer other continents and move the Freedom Federation there, it will no longer just be the Freedom Federation that is under threat by the Marsh World, but the entire main world. It will be difficult for even the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation to remain unscathed. At that time, we will be able to use the legitimate reason of protecting the main world and safeguarding peace to use the power of the entire main world to seal off the entrance to the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift and reclaim the Freedom Federation's territory. Fresh City was not far from the Goddess of Mercy's palace in the Freedom Federation Sea. The Goddess of Mercy gave the excuse of recuperating and hurriedly packed up her things. Meanwhile, Frozen Ocean and Ink Ocean took out the Thoughts letter papers so they could report the incident with first page Crimson to Lin Yuan. Both of them had the aim of claiming credit. But Lin Yuan frowned when he saw their reports. Frozen Ocean and Ink Ocean had reached pinnacle samsara realm. It would have been difficult for Lin Yuan to tame them if they had not been poisoned and were shocked by the samsara realm dictators that he had boosted. They were the strongest combat power in his arsenal and had comparable power to Eternal Source. Yet, they believed that they would not be able to defeat First Page Crimson. This did not make sense to Lin Yuan. When did the 8 pages of Tower Cannon become this powerful? If they had truly become this powerful, they did not need to come up with schemes. They were fully capable of conquering the main world by force. Lin Yuan instinctively wondered if Frozen Ocean and Ink Ocean had sent him false news. But he quickly dismissed this idea. Firstly, he now controlled both of their soul fires. There was no way that they would dare to deceive him. Furthermore, everything that Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean knew about Tower Cannon came from the Goddess of Mercy. Once the Goddess of Mercy arrived, he could find out the truth by asking her. It was unlikely that Frozen Ocean and Ink Ocean were this stupid. The Goddess of Mercy was a mermaid with the king-class bloodline. There was no way she would lie to Lin Yuan, who was a Thearch-class merman, for the sake of 2 outsiders. Hence, this news had to be true. This caused Lin Yuan to be gripped by the fear of danger. Tower Cannon was much stronger than he had expected. The only items in his arsenal that had the power to compete with Tower Cannon were the spiritual ingredient that came from the skunk as well as the deep chasm Ci. He could create the true forms of these 2 items through Green Vine's utilization of entire body medium. However, First Page Crimson might not be the only expert from Tower Cannon who possessed such power. First Page Crimson's power was distinctly different from the previous 8 pages. He had only stepped in after Purple Love killed First Page Fate. Chapter 2453 Advance Preparations. The current 8 pages of Tower Cannon were just figureheads that managed Tower Cannon on behalf of the true 8 pages. However, the figureheads seemed to be unaware of this. Moreover, he wanted to speed up his exploration of the 3-dimensional worlds so he could accumulate more strength and provide himself with more ways of taking on Tower Cannon. This way, he would not end up in a situation where he could only helplessly watch from the sidelines. Lin Yuan's relaxed state became tense. Even Wen Yu sensed that his emotions had shifted and that his expression was more solemn than before. Young master, why don't we find out more about the subterranean dimensional rift so we can make advance preparations? Powerful alien insects are currently controlling the alien insect dimensional rift. Why don't we kill those alien insects first before we begin exploring the abyssal world? After all, the alien insects invading the main world won't retreat until you've taken control of the alien insect world. We can't allow the alien insects to run amok and cause chaos in the main world. Lin Yuan nodded. Normally, Lin Yuan placed peace before anything else. However, time was needed before peace could be achieved. This was time that Lin Yuan did not have. First Page Crimson had been hiding his power all along. He had exposed his power this time in order to threaten Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean. Regardless of whether he had been under the duress of the existing threat or if he had already intended to reveal his power, Tower Cannon would definitely make a move soon. This did not give Lin Yuan much time to prepare. He would definitely have to battle Tower Cannon before he could venture into the outside world. Lin Yuan had already guessed that Tower Cannon could be hiding their power. But he did not expect them to be hiding such massive power. Lin Yuan could find a way to handle the situation if their powers were evenly matched. But their current power was beyond him, and he would have no way of standing up to them. Lin Yuan could not afford to use up the deep chasm Ci and spiritual ingredients from the skunk before he was certain that doing so would enable him to defeat Tower Cannon's hidden 8 pages. While Lin Yuan had a solemn expression and was trying to plan for his future steps, the Moon Empress returned to the Radiant Moon Palace with a grin hanging off her face. The Space-Time Elder's willingness to give the Radiance Federation's Continent Vein Core to Lin Yuan meant he was handing over the responsibility to Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan accepted the Continent Vein Core, he would succeed the Space-Time Elder in becoming the protector of the Radiance Federation. As Lin Yuan's teacher, the Moon Empress was filled with pride. However, she was curious about why Lin Yuan had such an expression on his face. He was not the type to be grumpy. Could he have encountered a difficult issue? In the past, the Moon Empress believed that she would be able to guess where the problem lay. But now, his horizons had been broadened far beyond the main world. Hence, she could no longer begin to guess what he was thinking. Lin Yuan did not keep the Moon Empress in suspense and told her everything. The Moon Empress froze when she heard this. She had only recently activated her birth horoscope and had yet to set her spirit fire alight. All this time, she saw the spirit fire level as her goal. The Moon Empress could clearly sense how large the gap between the birth horoscope level and spirit fire level was. It was not a gap that could be easily closed. The gap between the spirit fire level and the level beyond had to be even larger. This gap could not be made up for with mere power. No matter how many preparations they made, it would be difficult for them to fight back against absolute power. Hence, preparations were moot, nothing more than a coping mechanism to self-soothe. Eventually, the Moon Empress sighed and decided to hold another emergency imperial meeting specifically to discuss Tower Cannon. Tower Cannon was not just the enemy of the Radiance Federation but the entire main world as well. Besides the Freedom Federation, no other federation was willing to work with Tower Cannon. Tower Cannon acted as they pleased, and they had felled countless small and weak federations. The Dark Federation was the best example. The Azure Federation and Radiance Federation had become allies, so the Radiance Federation could share this information with them so that they were also made aware. Little Yuan, does the Freedom Federation know about this? Lin Yuan nodded hesitantly. Given that Frozen Ocean and Ink Ocean could sense First Page Crimson's aura, the Mirror God and God of Fools, who were also Spirit Fire experts, should also be able to do the same. But at First Page Crimson's level of power, it was highly possible that he had used his aura to lock up Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean. Lin Yuan could not confirm this matter with Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean, nor could he ask the Mirror God and God of Fools. Hence, there was no way of verifying the truth. Master, I think that the Freedom Federation wasn't aware in the past. Otherwise, they would not have decided to ask Tower Cannon for help and risk being taken advantage of. They would have rather come to the Radiance Federation for help. But as the Freedom Federation and Tower Cannon became closer and after witnessing the mess that is Tower Cannon's internal affairs, they must have sensed that something was off. If they are still ignorant, it means that the Goddess of Mercy, Mirror God, and God of Fools are truly stupid. I think that the Freedom Federation needs an explanation and is also afraid of the puppet 8 pages. I will send someone to keep a close eye on the 8 pages to try and find out more. Now, the Radiance Federation and the Heavenly Family Cottage are allies. At the same time, Tower Cannon and the Heavenly Family Cottage are bitter enemies. I think we need to tell the Heavenly Family Cottage about this. Please send someone to contact them. They will definitely be more anxious than us when they find out about this. Chapter 2454 The Radiance Federation's Legacy. At that time, the Heavenly Family Cottage can decide for themselves if they want to contact the vast sea labyrinth. If my guess is right, Tower Cannon will fully bare their fangs once they kickstart the Sleepers' revival plan. The Moon Empress had not expected Lin Yuan's overall plan to be so capable. He was a natural leader. Before she left, the Moon Empress took out a brocade box and handed it to Lin Yuan as she said, "Little Yuan, I don't think you have heard of the continent vein core, right? Every large continent has one. It's like the heart of that continent. Once the continent vein core shatters, the continent will crumble within a few centuries. This information is not common knowledge. I don't know if other federations are aware of this, but the Space-Time Elder sensed its presence back when he was fusing the Radiance Federation. It can't be considered a treasure because it doesn't serve any function. After you form a contract with it, you will be tied to this continent and won't be able to leave. You will need to use up your lifespan in order to boost yourself with the continent vein core. Although the Space-Time Elder has set his spirit fire alight, his lifespan is dwindling and he has less than 10 years left. This is because he has used the continent vein core multiple times in order to defend against strong enemies who had activated their birth horoscopes. He is giving you the continent vein core because he acknowledges you and wants you to take over the responsibility of protecting the Radiance Federation. Are you willing to do this? The Moon Empress never liked to force him to do things that he did not want to do. This was how it had always been and how it would continue to be. This responsibility would be heavy on anyone's shoulders. Even if the Moon Empress became more powerful than Space-Time Elder and he wanted her to take this responsibility, she would also feel immense pressure. Hence, she did not want to force Lin Yuan and let him think it over carefully for himself. But she did not expect him to receive the continent vein core without hesitation and say with austere respect, "Master, I will make sure to live up to the Space-Time Elder's expectations and do a good job of protecting the Radiance Federation." Lin Yuan stored the continent vein core in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, a space that no one else could access. Lin Yuan had lived his entire life in the Radiance Federation and was a native citizen. Every person that was important to him existed in the Radiance Federation. Regardless of where he went in the future or what he grew into, his roots would never leave the Radiance Federation. This was something that would never change. The Moon Empress could sense Lin Yuan's sincerity. She could not help but pat his head. Go forth, child. The abyssal world is waiting for you to conquer it. Who would have thought that after just a short year, I can no longer tuck you under my wing? Rather, it's you who is protecting me now. But don't forget that how I feel about you will never change. Even if I can't protect you with my power, you can still discuss any perplexities with me. Lin Yuan seriously told the Moon Empress, Master, your care for me is twofold. Besides protecting me with your power, you also care for my mind. Your protection of my mind gives me assurance. This will speed up my growth more than power can. Not only has your protection of my mind remained unchanged, but it has fulfilled me even more than before. I will let you know immediately if I encounter anything that I can't settle on my own. I hope you won't find me overly talkative. Since you have contracted the lifespan mouse, we will never be separated as long as I still live. For some reason, the Moon Empress' heart skipped a beat when Lin Yuan mentioned the part as long as I live. The more you cared about someone, the more clouded your mind would be when matters involved them. The Moon Empress was always decisive and strong-headed. She hated nothing more than hearing about the possible deaths of those she cared about, even if it was only hypothetical. Lin Yuan's words deeply touched the Moon Empress. She reached out and gently patted his back as she said with a smile, Go ahead. I will continue living so I can watch you fly even higher and further. You are my greatest pride. When the Moon Empress turned her head around, she realized that her eyes had welled up with tears. A splash of something warm flowed out from the corner of her eyes. She could not remember the last time that she had felt this way. The Moon Empress did not wipe away her tears because she did not want Lin Yuan to notice. Lin Yuan felt heavy when he heard what the Moon Empress said as he fully grasped the weight of this responsibility. Let's go. We're heading into the abyssal world. Lin Yuan suddenly sensed that Celestial Sight was looking for him in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, and he immediately released Celestial Sight from the Spirit Lock spatial zone. After appearing, Celestial Sight immediately said, Lin Yuan, I heard that the abyssal world is a place filled with fire and flames. You know that my true form is the Snow Celestial Mountain. If I turn back into my original form in the abyssal world, I can reduce the temperature of almost a 10 million square foot area. I should be of help to you in the abyssal world. Recently, Celestial Sight had been rather down because it was not able to do much for Lin Yuan. Protecting Lin Yuan was Begin Lady's job. Moreover, the dimensional life forms that Lin Yuan later collected were all even stronger. Even Begin Lady could no longer be of much help. Celestial Sight was well aware of how much it could contribute to Lin Yuan. Celestial Sight was only able to make it to today because of Lin Yuan's nurturing. Hence, it hoped to be able to return the favor and show Lin Yuan that it could also be of use. Lin Yuan had thought about the issue of reducing the temperature in the abyssal world, but he had not considered using Celestial Sight. It was true that Celestial Sight did not cross Lin Yuan's mind often. Its initiative brightened Lin Yuan's spirits considerably. Chapter 2455 Entering the Abyss. The Iron Hammer Federation's total area only amounted to less than 10 million square feet. Previously, due to Celestial Sight, ice covered the Iron Hammer Federation, and countless people froze to death in winter. Ever since Celestial Sight overcame its heavens trial, became a lower fairy, and left the Iron Hammer Federation, the Iron Hammer Federation's temperature was now similar to that of the Divine Wood Federation. Now, fruits and vegetables could be grown in the Iron Hammer Federation. This even caused Listen to wonder if there was a need to set up a trading route between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation. The Divine Wood Federation's main export was plant-type feys. The reason for setting up the trading route was to prevent the Iron Hammer Federation's tribes from starving during winter. The Iron Hammer Federation was rich in metal spiritual ingredients. Sky City's underground palace was situated within the Divine Wood Federation. If the Divine Wood Federation needed anything, it could be delivered through the underground palace. Thus, after some contemplation, Listen decided that a simple one-way trading route was necessary. This would allow the overseas resources the Great Lush Federation's trading groups obtained to reach the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. Listen had consulted Lin Yuan about this matter so they could clarify the benefits and drawbacks. Lin Yuan responded to Listen's queries. The trading route between federations will not only involve an exchange of resources but emotions and culture as well. Thus, we not only have to set up trading routes between the Startling Line's continent's 3 federations, but we have to build them well. If we are stuck in the old ways, we won't have any future to speak of. Listen was able to manage a chamber of commerce well, but his foresight was lacking when it came to strategizing on behalf of federations. Lin Yuan could make this decision because he had experience from his past life and was riding on the experience of a prospering civilization. After witnessing how a civilization could rise and fall, he knew a lot more than others from this world. Regardless of which level of the abyssal world celestial site was located, Lin Yuan would not have to worry about the high temperatures in the abyssal world once it transformed into its true form. The environment in the abyssal world was the complete opposite of that of the water world. The water world dimensional life forms would not be able to live in the abyssal world. But with celestial sight, there was no longer any need to worry. Celestial sight, you will stay by my side from now on. We will be heading into the abyssal world. The goddess of mercy would have people receiving her once she arrived in the Radiance Federation. The Moon Empress would arrange everything perfectly, so there was no need for Lin Yuan to be involved. Lin Yuan saw his conquering of the abyssal world as an adventure into an unknown world. This was something that filled him with excitement. Klein Hub linked the marsh world to the Spirit Lock spatial zone. As such, Lin Yuan regarded it as a storage space. Hence, he did not need to bring many helpers with him into the abyssal world. All he needed were some simple items, and he and Wen Yu would be ready to enter the abyssal world through the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift. Lin Yuan had yet to take a look for himself ever since the major cities began constructing mirror cities in the abyssal world. But it could be said that he had partial contributions to the construction of the mirror cities in the abyssal world. He was working with the city guards of Ascending Dragon City, Indigo Azure City, Cloud Lake City, and Bronze Furnace City. He had nurtured many high-quality bronze feys for them in exchange for law source crystals. The law source crystals were useless resources in the main world, so Lin Yuan's trades with the city guards had significantly increased the city guards' combat power. This allowed the construction of the mirror cities to be sped up as they could drive the demons away quicker and provide more protection for the mirror cities. It had been a long time since he last heard news from Zhong Ziyi. From their last correspondence in the group, Zhong Ziyi should be training in the abyssal world. Lin Yuan did not know which level of the abyssal world Zhong Ziyi was training at, but he was unlikely to be in danger. Zhong Ziyi was impulsive, but he would never endanger himself during battle. Chef Supreme knew that Zhong Ziyi easily got ahead of himself when he was training and would definitely send someone to protect him. Lin Yuan believed that he could bump into Zhong Ziyi while exploring and trying to take over the abyssal world. The first dimensional rift that Lin Yuan had entered for the sake of training was a Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. At that time, he had happened to encounter Tower Cannon's sinister plot. Eventually, he worked with Long Tao, Shisu, and the other Radiance 100 sequence to resolve the danger, thereby earning his title as a young hero. Many people had been selling bottles of water and ice-type phase like the frozen ice grass at the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift entrance. Lin Yuan remembered that one of the frozen ice grass only cost 500 Federation dollars. But now that the road to the abyssal world was open, prices of ice-type phase like the frozen ice grass had skyrocketed to 5 Radiance dollars. This was an astronomical rate of inflation. Although the Radiance Federation had been trying to control the price, they could not control the rising daily need for ice-type phase. The price of fire-type phase had fallen steeply ever since the abyssal world was opened. There were many factions that used to sell fire-type phase that had gone bankrupt or were suffering heavy losses. Thus, they were forced to minimize their risks and search for alternative business plans. Many veteran factions and top factions ended up being sacrificed to these circumstances. There were also many rising factions that gained the opportunity to thrive because of this. In just 6 months, they managed to overtake many veteran and top factions. This change caused the Spirit Chi professionals who were affiliated with Fire-type and Ice-type phase to be overjoyed. The Spirit Chi professionals who were affiliated with Fire-type phase needed Fire-type spiritual ingredients to nurture their phase, and those spiritual ingredients were now much cheaper than before. The Spirit Chi professionals who were affiliated with Ice-type phase had made their choice in advance, thus they were now worth much more than before. Even a King-class expert could now enjoy the same treatment as an Emperor-class expert. Lin Yuan had personally witnessed this change. Given such a change, he used his own method to address it and was now the one who decided the direction of the change and the overall situation. Lin Yuan was full of lamentations about this. A woman did not recognize Lin Yuan and Wen Yu but could tell from their clothes that they came from decent backgrounds. She held up the ice wheel flower, which was of an even higher level than the frozen ice grass, and said to Lin Yuan and Wen Yu, "It looks like you don't have enough phase and spiritual ingredients that can reduce temperatures. Why don't you buy these 2 ice wheel flowers? They will be useful once you're in there." Chapter 2456 The Specialties of the Abyss. One of the ice wheel flowers cost around 4 Radiance dollars. Lin Yuan looked into the woman's expectant eyes and said with a smile, "It just so happens that we need 2 of the ice wheel flowers. This is the first time that we're entering the abyssal world. I want to ask if there's a way for me to get to a specific mirror city." When the Radiance Federation first put out the idea of building the mirror cities, they had promised the citizens that fairness would be upheld. The allocation of resources and treatment received by the mirror cities would be exactly the same. Traffic would be an issue if the mirror cities were all located on the same flat plane. There was no way that the Radiance Federation did not consider this. Moreover, the mirror cities were not all located on the same level in the abyssal world. The stronger mirror cities were located on the 4th level, while the weaker ones were located on the 3rd level. Ever since Lin Yuan participated in the Radiance 100 sequence selection, he wore the faceless paper whenever he went out. Otherwise, he would cause a huge commotion wherever he went in the Radiance Federation. In a way, this was proof of his absolute popularity. There were some who would give anything to be in his position. In fact, when it came to popularity, there were even some members of royalty who were no match for him. After all, some members of royalty were extremely mysterious. For example, there was almost no information about Iron Prison that was available to the outside world. When the woman heard what Lin Yuan said, she knew that her sales tactic had worked and began telling Lin Yuan about the abyssal world in detail. "So, this is the first time that you are entering the abyssal world. I'm sure you're a collateral descendant from some family. For your first time entering the abyssal world, you will have a tough time even with the ice wheel flowers. So you have to be prepared. Don't worry. Once you're in there, there will be dedicated transportation. You will be able to ride the dedicated transportation to any city without spending a single cent. However, every citizen of the Radiance Federation will only be able to use this free transportation 12 times a year. If you exceed the number, you'll have to pay the fee. Apparently, this transportation is managed by Ostrich Logistics. You will know how amazing it is once you're in there." The woman's words answered all of Lin Yuan's questions. However, he wanted to know how she decided that they were collateral descendants from a family. Before Lin Yuan could ask, "When you did just that, how can you tell that we're collateral descendants from a family?" As a weaver, when you felt that she was being insulted. All of the clothes that she and Lin Yuan were wearing were of her personal designs. The fabric was made from the tail feathers of the swan feather phoenix. She had used unique cutting techniques to display the design of this luxurious material. It was a piece that she was very pleased with. So how did someone end up getting the impression that she and Lin Yuan were collateral descendants of a family? The woman immediately realized that she had said something wrong and hurriedly waved her hands as she said, "My dumb mouth. I didn't mean to expose you as collateral descendants." However, training in the abyssal world has become part of high school education. Teachers will now take third-year high schoolers into the abyssal world to train for a week. The 2 of you don't look like high schoolers. Even if you missed the time when they changed the syllabus, I don't think you have gone more than 6 months without training. Wen Yu's lips twitched. This woman's way of thinking was rather strange, but it was still reasonable. It was true that there was a high chance that direct descendants who came from a good family would have already been sent to train in the mirror cities. After paying, Lin Yuan and Wen Yu entered the abyssal world. Instead of taking the dedicated transport provided by Ostrich Logistics, Lin Yuan summoned the Kill Food Sky Butterfly and instructed it to carry them to the first level according to the map that the Moon Empress had given him. They would start their adventure there. The first level should be the weakest part of the abyssal world. However, even after sending in 4 members of royalty, the Radiance Federation had still been unable to break the seal on the first level that allowed them to travel from the second level to the first level. Lin Yuan became very curious when he heard about this and wanted to find out the reason. Could it be that there was something different about the first level of the abyssal world? Or could there be something hidden there? Lin Yuan wanted to go and take a look. Samsara realm dictators possessed the peak combat power in both the water world and the marsh world. Lin Yuan planned on letting out 2 Samsara realm dictators to see if they could break the seal. If even they failed, it meant that the abyssal world had to be hiding a secret. The 4 members of royalty sent by the Radiance Federation had not included the Moon Empress and the Space-Time Elder because the Space-Time Elder had formed a contract with the Continent Vein Corps and could not leave the Radiance Federation. After forming a contract with the Lifespan Mouse and gaining an unlimited lifespan, they were destined to remain in and protect the Radiance Federation's land. This would not change regardless of how much time passed, what events happened, or how many generations of life forms were born and passed. Since neither the Space-Time Elder nor the Moon Empress had been there, it meant that none of the experts who had been there had awakened their birth horoscope. The strongest of them would be Pinnacle Eternal, which was about the same level of power as a Samsara realm dictator. The kill food sky butterfly was extremely fast, and the antennae on its head were very sensitive to geographical positioning. It did not take long for Lin Yuan to leave the area where the mirror cities were located. As Lin Yuan looked down at the almost completed mirror cities, he could not but feel that the Radiance Federation had much better luck than the Azure Federation. If they encountered a strong demon and it managed to escape, the news would reach the dictators on the lower levels. The demons would then surge into the Radiance Federation through the dimensional rift. This was something that they could already anticipate. As skilled at flying as the kill food sky butterfly was, it was still a sovereign/creation fey. Thus, its speed was still a far cry from that of the eternal level. The abyssal world's environment made Eternal Source very uncomfortable, but he could still hold his own by using Source-type power. After being summoned by Lin Yuan, Eternal Source was very excited because he once again had the chance to learn about a world he had previously not known about. Chapter 2457 Demon Matrix. It would likely take Lin Yuan less than 3 days to travel from the first level of the abyssal world to the entrance of the second level. Lin Yuan could clearly sense changes in the environment when he neared the entrances of the first and second levels. Normally, the lower the level, the higher the environmental temperature and the stronger the demons that lived there. But the temperature around Lin Yuan when he moved from the second to the first level made him rather uncomfortable. Wen Yu had even been forced to take cover in the jeweled cave Golden Toad. She was not the delicate type. Regular heat and fire elemental energy were useless on Lin Yuan. He had contracted the sacred sword-wielding queen that had consumed a large amount of willpowers, laws, and worlds. Lin Yuan had strong resistance to fire attributes. He would not be harmed even when facing attacks from platinum fire-type phase as long as the attacks were not mixed with earth-type to form lava. However, Lin Yuan's body now felt itchy and painful. There were even blisters appearing on his hands. Lin Yuan could not ascertain what the temperature was, but it had to be at least 500 degrees. Lin Yuan only managed to hold on and was not forced to hide in the spirit lock spatial zone because Eternal Source had used his aura to envelop him. At that moment, Eternal Source was filled with suspicion. He did not understand why Lin Yuan was afraid of high temperatures. Could it be due to his mermaid bloodline? Eternal Source could not use logic to come up with a reason. Lin Yuan was now a mermaid thearch. No matter how hard Eternal Source thought, he would not come to the realization that Lin Yuan was even weaker than a regular dictator. He was so weak that he would die after being squeezed by Eternal Source. So far, Lin Yuan had relied on his resistance to fire elements to endure the heat of the abyssal world. He had not expected such a situation to take place as he moved from the second to first level. The Moon Empress had not informed him of this in advance. This meant that the temperature had not been this high when the 4 members of royalty had been here. Otherwise, they would definitely have made a note of it. This meant the extreme high temperature he was facing was intermittent and only happened infrequently. He only happened to encounter it by chance. Alternatively, something abnormal occurred in the first and second levels recently. Lin Yuan felt that the possibility of the latter was small. If something abnormal had truly taken place, it would have affected the entire abyssal world rather than just this level. Hence, it was likely that such an event often took place. It was just that the Radiance Federation's members of royalty had yet to encounter it. Lin Yuan sensed the change in Eternal Source's expression. However, he did not react any differently past having a strange expression hanging off his face. This meant that he had trained and tamed Eternal Source extremely well. Lin Yuan had already used the Abundance Treasure Tree to take full control of Eternal Source, so he did not care what Eternal Source thought. Furthermore, the one who he had assigned to accompany him to Mermaid Forbidden Sea was Eternal Source. It was likely that Eternal Source had sensed Green Vine's might when it used entire body medium. Eternal Source would only think that fire was Lin Yuan's weakness and would not suspect that the extent of his power had been entirely made up. Just as Lin Yuan was about to instruct the sacred sword-wielding queen to fully unleash his resistance to fire elements before sending Celestial Sight to change the temperature of the environment, he heard Eternal Source say softly, "Lord, I can sense that the temperature here is climbing. If you don't like this environment, I suggest that you leave. The temperature is rising quickly." Lin Yuan's eyes widened, and he looked amused. Regardless of whether he was a human or a mermaid, Lin Yuan was not sensitive to temperature changes. A change in temperature from 510 degrees to 520 degrees would feel about the same to him. But it was clear that Eternal Source was very sensitive and could accurately sense the changes in environmental temperature. If the temperature climbed rapidly in a short span of time, this meant that this phenomenon would not last for too long. This explained why the Radiance Federation's members of royalty had not encountered such a situation when they were here. Lin Yuan wanted to find out the reason for the rise in temperature. Thus, he did not immediately release Celestial Sight and instruct it to change the environment because he was afraid that causing a big change would put a stop to something that was about to happen. This was because he did not know if whatever was causing this situation was alive or dead. Although Lin Yuan did not instruct Celestial Sight to change the environment, he summoned out all the Samsara realm dictators under him so they could stand guard. He even summoned Vine Source, who had been tasked with watching over the marsh world. Suddenly, he saw the seal between the first and second level breaking from the inside. A purple and red mass that resembled mud flowed out from the boundary between the first and second level of the abyssal world. The movement of the flow made it seem as though the sea had been compressed and contained within the mass. There was a large hold in the mass from which the sea was flowing out of. There was a purple and red flesh-like item pulsing lightly. It was filled with soul aura and vitality, so it was hard to tell if it was related to something that was dead. The aura of this purple and red entity was very similar to that of demons, but upon closer inspection, Lin Yuan could tell that the two auras were clearly different. To make a comparison, the demon's flesh was cake while the purple and red entity was whipping cream. It was as though it could be turned into any cake as long as it was carefully molded. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the purple and red entity. What he saw led him to believe that he had just grasped a big secret of the abyssal world. True data stated that this purple and red entity was called the demon matrix. It was also mixed with fluids from the abyss womb. The information on true data allowed Lin Yuan to form many reasonable guesses about things he previously did not understand. Previously, scholars had all been curious about how demons procreated. Scholars found joy in, and it was also their profession to study evolution. They were filled with curiosity about any new entity. There were countless dimensional life forms that had been captured by scholars and experimented on. The scholars found that even after demons of the same type were held in captivity for 3 to 5 years, they had no primal urges for procreation. Chapter 2458 Abyss Womb. If the alien insects did not procreate within a set time, they would die due to the changes to their bodies. This situation was very easy to explain. Due to the massive numbers of alien insects, they had to have strong procreative abilities. In the alien insect world, many alien insects consumed weaker alien insects. Thus, there had to be many new alien insects to make up for the loss. The alien insects that could not procreate were useless to their ecosystem. Natural selection had already incorporated a mechanism to eliminate such existences. There were some water-world dimensional life forms that did not procreate for long periods of time. But each time they did, they would produce hundreds of thousands of eggs. There was no need for all the eggs to survive. It would be lucky if 1/1000 of them survived. Demons were the only known dimensional life form whose method of procreation was still unknown. This was a significant source of headache for scholars. They even tried using succubi to control low-class demons. The low-class demons would clearly become infatuated with the succubi, but all they did was quietly prostrate themselves once they had declared their affection. This caused the scholars to come up with a common conclusion. In spite of their strength, demons could not be of much use. After trying all ways and means, they still failed to learn how demons procreated. There was no way they could apply for research grants from the Radiance Federation with such research that did not have any practical use. Thus, the scholars' curiosity eventually eroded away. The purple and red flesh-like entity contracted and expanded before producing many worms. After using true data on these worms, Lin Yuan saw that they were called the abyss worms. He found out that they could transform into various demons. After being born, the abyss worms used their weak consciousness to consume the demons they had regenerated from while absorbing the fire elemental energy in the sulfur vapors around them. After the abyss worms consumed a certain amount of the demon matrix, they began wading toward the abyssal world's higher levels. This was because they were not satisfied with the energy provided by the demon matrix and intended to cannibalize other abyss worms. It would not take long for their original form to change. Lin Yuan noticed that the abyss worms that had consumed other abyss worms would start to take on humanoid features. Thus, the eruption of the demon matrix on the first level would be the starting point for all the demons in the abyssal world. The decisions they made at birth would affect the rest of their lives. It was already clear what currently existed on the first level. The entity that created the abyssal world, the abyss womb, was on the first level. The temperature started dropping rapidly after the demon matrix erupted. It was now around 10 degrees cooler than the third level of the abyssal world. The temperature between the second to first level could be said to be similar to that of Bronze Furnace City. Apparently, the eruption of the demon matrix used up all the fire elemental energy of the second level. Now that Lin Yuan had uncovered one of the abyssal world's secrets, he took a deep breath and asked Eternal Source and Dazzling Silver, "Do you have the ability to break this seal?" After sensing it, Eternal Source and Dazzling Silver looked unsure. Eternal Source investigated the seal before Dazzling Silver did and said seriously, "Lord Lin Yuan, I sensed the eruption of the purple and red entity. Given my current power, overcoming the energy released by the eruption will be difficult. I will have to do some tests to see if I will be able to break the seal. But I can't be certain if my tests will cause negative consequences." Eternal Source's words caused Lin Yuan to look surprised. Lin Yuan had not expected that even a pinnacle Samsara realm dictator like Eternal Source would be stumped. If Eternal Source could not break the seal, it was unlikely that any other entity in the abyssal world could. From this, it seemed that he would not have to reach the 18th level of the abyssal world to take control of the abyssal world. All he needed was to take control of the first level, which was the starting point of the abyssal world. Dazzling Silver was always cautious. She did not object to Eternal Source's assessment. "Lord Thearch, this seal gives me the same feeling as the deep chasm Ci. Do you feel the same way? I think that only power that is beyond the samsara realm will be able to break it." Dazzling Silver looked at Lin Yuan adoringly and caused him to feel rather awkward. "Hello? What are you looking at me for? I might have the Thearch class bloodline, but I don't have the power to match." Lin Yuan had the spiritual ingredients from the skunk as well as the deep chasm Ci. He could use green vine to demonstrate the might of the deep chasm Ci again. If the threat of tower cannon did not exist, Lin Yuan would have been willing to demonstrate his secret weapon for the sake of exploring a dimensional world. But now that tower cannon was looming over him, the Radiance Federation, and the entire main world, Lin Yuan could not risk losing weapons that he could use against them. Hence, Lin Yuan would have no choice but to leave even if he did not manage to reach the first level of the abyssal world. Even if he reached the first level and found the abyss womb, it would not be of any help unless he found the books and endless gems as well. Lin Yuan now understood what happened once a dimensional world's books and endless gems were together. They would form the treasure of that dimensional world. When the books were combined, they would form a tome. Whoever possessed the tome would be able to dictate the rules of that dimensional world. They could also change the number of books that the tome could be separated into to determine the authority that each book possessed. Furthermore, the tome could also speed up the rate at which one took control of the dimensional world. The tome would then become akin to the continent vein core once that dimensional world was combined with other dimensional worlds. However, these were not the most important functions of combining the books into a tome. The tome could be contracted. In order to form the contract, one needed to use soul power so the tome would recognize the life form's soul. However, there was a prerequisite to the contraction. The contractor had to form a contract with that dimensional world's treasure first. One would enter a state of slumber when using soul power to form a contract with the tome. Chapter 2459 Eternal Source's Breakthrough. Because of this, Lin Yuan had yet to form a contract with the Marsh World's tome. Once Lin Yuan formed a contract with the tome, the faith power generated by the dimensional life forms would all be automatically gathered within the tome. Lin Yuan would no longer have to worry about collecting faith power from that dimensional world. As long as the amount of faith power accumulated by believers, favored believers, apostles, and dictators in the dimensional worlds increased, Lin Yuan's store of faith power would increase. Thus, Lin Yuan would no longer have to worry about holding back when he used faith power. The right way to control a dimensional world was to look down on it from a deity's point of view after taking control of the life forms within it. Lin Yuan fused with dark blue, and water flowed with him at the center. The soft waves almost instantly turned into a boundless sea. This was the reverberation of Lin Yuan's bloodline. Dazzling Silver had an enraptured expression as she looked at Lin Yuan. She desired both his aura and appearance. At that moment, two pillars of faith power linked Dazzling Silver and Eternal Source together. Both of them had reached pinnacle samsara realm. This was not the first time Lin Yuan was boosting Eternal Source, but it was the first time Dazzling Silver received this treatment. Dazzling Silver could clearly sense the energy within her body rising. Although it did not break through past the samsara realm, it was close. Lin Yuan was exhibiting abilities that were far beyond Dazzling Silver's comprehension. The other samsara realm dictators were shocked but also looked at Dazzling Silver and Eternal Source with envy. Firstly, after being boosted and experiencing power that was above the samsara realm, it would be easy to raise one's level in the future. Secondly, it was clear that Eternal Source and Dazzling Silver were the samsara realm dictators that Lin Yuan relied on the most. It was unquestionably an immense honor. Go and try to see if you can break the seal. Lin Yuan did not add the part if you fail, leave and head downward to investigate because it would affect their confidence. Confidence was critical to the team that Lin Yuan was leading. Experts were capable of sensing the extent of power that they could successfully attain. This seal that they were previously unable to break was no longer as stubborn as it had been but had loosened. Their attacks caused energy fluctuations to ripple out from the seal. Although they could not break the seal had loosened. About half an hour and hundreds of attacks later, energy gaps appeared on the seal. It was like a thick piece of porcelain that was being attacked, so pieces of it were breaking off. Lin Yuan could have sped up the breaking of the seal by boosting the other pinnacle Samsara realm dictators. However, he did not do so because boosting them for a prolonged period was extremely draining. He was already at his limit boosting the current two for such a long time. It was likely that he would be able to boost more pinnacle Samsara realm dictators for a prolonged period once he formed a contract with the tome. At first, the two of them attacked the seal as normal. But suddenly, Lin Yuan sensed that Eternal Source had entered a strange state. In this state, Eternal Source's aura had skyrocketed, and it caused Lin Yuan to shudder. Lin Yuan immediately raised his hand to stop Dazzling Silver from continuing her efforts to break the seal. It was likely that Eternal Source's power was about to break through. Once Eternal Source's power broke through, he would reach an unprecedented level for dimensional life forms. Dazzling Silver did not know Eternal Source well, but she envied the expression he had while in the midst of increasing his power. He was going down a path that she wanted to pursue as well. Eternal Source's aura was steadily rising. It was likely that his evolution would be successful. Mist Source looked at Eternal Source with excitement and joy. It was as though Eternal Source's breakthrough made him even happier than his own breakthrough. During the first time that Lin Yuan used faith power to boost Eternal Source, the latter told Mist Source that he had gotten the sense that he would be able to break through that wall. At that time, Mist Source wanted to ask Lin Yuan to boost Eternal Source again so that Eternal Source would gain the chance to transform his power. Mist Source understood Eternal Source's desire to break through more than anyone. The other Samsara realm dictators' desire to break through came from their desire for power and other associating factors. However, Eternal Source's desire to increase his power was simple, and there was nothing more to it. They had given up their freedom to remain by Lin Yuan's side. However, they had managed to gain such an opportunity in the process. This fit Eternal Source's wishes exactly. Ever since Lin Yuan took control of the Marsh world, he did not display and enforce his authority by commanding the life forms to bow and worship him. Instead, he organized the Marsh world's power and gathered the previously scattered power. The 11 armies with dictators at the helm were ready for action at the first command. With such governance, Eternal Source, Vine Source, Evil Source, and the others were not the only ones to submit. Even when Lin Yuan doled out harsh punishment to Vine Source, the latter had no choice but to obediently submit and dared now show even the slightest hint of unhappiness. Mist Source badly wanted Eternal Source to break through, but the other Samsara realm dictators from the Marsh world all had strange expressions. If Lin Yuan did not have them under his control, they would have to listen to Eternal Source's will once he broke through. There was no guarantee that Eternal Source would treat the other Samsara realm dictators fairly. Regardless, there was no way that he would be able to provide them with as much resources as Lin Yuan had. Without mentioning the Samsara realm dictators, even the regular dictators from the Marsh world had consumed the big and small source fruits and thus received benefits from Lin Yuan. It was not common in the dimensional worlds to see high-class life forms giving gifts to lower-class life forms, much less give rewards of pure source-type power. Chapter 2460 Beyond the Samsara Realm. Both in the Marsh world and Water world, Eternal Source had been the strongest and the first to break through his power beyond the Samsara realm. Lin Yuan was only going to rely on him even more from now on. However, the increase in Eternal Source's power was not fully bad news as it proved that Samsara realm dictators truly had the opportunity to continue advancing their power. But in order to do this, they needed to find a way to be boosted by Lin Yuan in the future. When Begin Lady evolved to reach the Spirit Fire level, it had not caused as big of a stir as Feys evolving to Creation Breed and Immortal Breed. The stronger that one was, the less obvious one's aura ripples would be. However, Eternal Source's aura could not continue rising steadily. However, the fact was that the amount of energy in Eternal Source's body was still lacking. This caused Eternal Source to lack the sustainability to carry on and become stuck. Normally, Eternal Source would be forced to give up and continue accumulating for some time before attempting to break through again. However, Eternal Source did not want to give up on this rare opportunity for fear that he would never be able to sense this level again. After becoming a dictator, subsequent increases in power were indeed related to the accumulation of power but were mainly determined by the opportunities that one received. Opportunities were abstract and difficult to explain with logic and reason. Eternal Source intended to set his own bloodline and blood energy alight to break through this key obstacle. By asking Dazzling Silver to halt her attacks on the seal, Lin Yuan wanted to create a conducive environment for him. There was no one else who would so sincerely help him to break through her power. Vine Source and the rest would have tried to trip him up if not for Lin Yuan. Since Lin Yuan was willing to give him such an opportunity, it was likely that Lin Yuan would be understanding if his body was injured while trying to break through. Frankly, Eternal Source would push ahead even if Lin Yuan did not permit him to set his bloodline alight. But before Eternal Source could set his bloodline and blood energy alight and unleash the explosive power that would enable him to break through, he suddenly sensed a large amount of pure Source-type power flowing into his body. The amount of Source-type power was so massive that it was like a sea that was enveloping him. Eternal Source instinctively assumed that Lin Yuan was the source of this power. The amount of Source-type power that Lin Yuan injected into Eternal Source caused Eternal Source to realize just how large the gap between him and Lin Yuan was. Lin Yuan had spent a bomb on Eternal Source. He was prepared to give Eternal Source all of the Source-type power that the sacred sword-wielding queen had accumulated. He was going to give Eternal Source as much power as he needed to break through. It was highly likely that the hidden tower cannon was made up of 8 experts above the spirit fire level. With another subordinate that had reached the spirit fire level, some of Lin Yuan's pressure would be reduced. The main reason experts could pull up a faction's overall level and rank was the might they exhibited. Once one had the might, other experts would not dare to act recklessly unless they were significantly more powerful. This was because none of the experts wanted to take the risk of taking on another expert with the same amount of power. If a faction did not have honor and faith to bind its members, the experts in the faction would not hesitate to harm each other for the sake of their own profits. The Source-type power flowing from Lin Yuan into Eternal Source only stopped when he had absorbed more than 500,000 units of the 1 million that Lin Yuan had supplied. At this moment, Eternal Source's aura shot up. The Source totem on Eternal Source's body lit up. Eternal Source was already using his dictator's body, and his body now started writhing wildly as threads of flesh emerged from his body and encased him within. Now that Eternal Source had successfully broken through, Lin Yuan retracted the rest of the Source-type power. Otherwise, Eternal Source would definitely absorb all of them. Lin Yuan had been guessing that the level above Spirit Fire was the Divine Kingdom because the shrine in his soul had formed the Divine Kingdom after being roasted by the Spirit Fire. However, it was clear from what happened to Eternal Source that his guess had been wrong. While Lin Yuan had been injecting Source-type power into Eternal Source's body, the sacred sword-wielding queen still had full control of the Source-type power and had been investigating Eternal Source's body the entire time. While Eternal Source was absorbing the Source-type power, he had left his guard completely down. Lin Yuan noticed that Eternal Source was weakening the proportion of faith power in his body. Most of the power in his body was made up of Source-type power. Lin Yuan had not stopped using faith power to boost Eternal Source. Once Lin Yuan stopped boosting Eternal Source would lose his ability to comprehend that level, and his evolution might end up failing instantly. If Eternal Source had any requirements for faith power while in the process of his breakthrough, he would absorb the faith power that was being used to boost him. Given that his level of faith power was declining and Source-type power was now the main power in his body, there was no way he could produce the fountain of faith. The core of the Divine Kingdom was faith power. It seemed that the Divine Kingdom level could have come from coincidence rather than natural progression. If the level above Spirit Fire was not the Divine Kingdom, then what was it? It seemed that only Spirit Fire experts in the main world were able to sense the boundary between Spirit Fire and the level beyond. Lin Yuan did not know many Spirit Fire experts in the main world. The ones he knew were the Mirror God, God of Fools, and the Space-Time Elder. None of them were figures he could question freely. The cocoon produced by Eternal Source's threads of flesh jumped around wildly. The movement caused tremors throughout the Abyssal World's second level. Lin Yuan did not go on to boost Dazzling Silver and Light Green Umber, who were also Pinnacle Samsara Realm dictators, and instruct them to attack the seal because he did not know exactly what existed on the first level of the Abyssal World. If something powerful popped out from the first level and affected Eternal Source's breakthrough, the losses would be unimaginable. Lin Yuan ended up waiting for 2 weeks. However, he was not idle during these 2 weeks and sent out dictators from the Water World and Marsh World to scout out the other entrances in the Abyssal World. While Lin Yuan was looking at the incomplete map of the Abyssal World, the cocoon that encased Eternal Source suddenly changed from red and gold to ashy white. Chapter 2461 The Afterlife Realm. Eternal Source's body had changed significantly from before. Previously, when he activated his dictator's body, there were holes in his chest even when he was in human form. These holes represented his status as a dimensional life form. Lin Yuan never revealed any holes throughout his body. Thus, all the dimensional life forms he encountered assumed that he was hiding his holes under his clothes. The clothes that Eternal Source usually wore also covered the holes on his chest. But now that he had evolved, the amber light from the Source Totem covered all the important parts of his body, and he had no clothes on him. The light that was transformed from the Source Totem slowly took on the form of clothes and accessories that draped over Eternal Source's body. All along, his eyes had been closed. But now, he seemed to be slowly waking up. Besides the holes that had disappeared from his chest, the Source Totem was no longer restricted to one position on his body but had fused with his flesh. He could unleash the might of his Source Totem through any part of his flesh. rwbnve.co. The aura from Eternal Source's body suppressed all the other dictators who were present. All the other dictators shivered when they sensed this aura. Now, Eternal Source could end their lives whenever he pleased. At that moment, Eternal Source opened his eyes. The first sight he laid his eyes on was Lin Yuan, and he bowed to him. He was even more respectful and submissive toward Lin Yuan than usual. No one else knew how much Lin Yuan had done for him, but as the receiver, Eternal Source was well aware. Lin Yuan had given him 500,000 to 600,000 units of Source-type power to support him. Without Lin Yuan, he would not have been able to scrounge up 500,000 units of Source-type power on his own to enable his own breakthrough, even if he burned up his Source Totem and the energy in his flesh. At first, Eternal Source had been slightly resentful because of Lin Yuan's control over him. But now, all of that resentment had disappeared. From now on, if anyone dared to target Lin Yuan, Eternal Source would safeguard Lin Yuan's benefits and protect him even if Lin Yuan was no longer in control of him. When Eternal Source broke through to the Samsara realm, Vine Source, Hornless Dragon Source, Evil Source, Dazzling Silver, Light Green Umber, Red Beauty, and the other Samsara realm dictators all had different thoughts flying through their minds. Mist Source had been happy for Eternal Source, but Vine Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and the rest were all wondering if Eternal Source would manage to escape Lin Yuan's control after his breakthrough and if he would be able to take on Lin Yuan after escaping his control. In the scenario Eternal Source attacked Lin Yuan, what were the rest of them supposed to do? They were still under Lin Yuan's control, so they would have no choice but to side with him and follow his orders to fight Eternal Source as their enemy. Would Eternal Source be willing to kill them? Lin Yuan was a mermaid thearch. Although he had not used the water world's treasure to take full control of Dazzling Silver, Light Green Umber, Red Beauty, and the other Emperor-class mermaids, their bloodline was enough for them to feel genuine respect and admiration for him. Dazzling Silver, Red Beauty, Light Green Umber, and the rest would side with him and take his standpoint into consideration. All of them would enter combat mode and be ready to help him. They only relaxed when they saw Eternal Source's attitude toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan reached out to the bowing Eternal Source and asked, "How much stronger are you compared to before?" Eternal Source became solemn when he heard Lin Yuan's question. Eternal Source did not have an answer for exactly how strong he was now. If he fought with Light Green Umber, Dazzling Silver, and the others who used to be of similar power to him, he would be able to flick them away with ease. Now that he had reached a higher level, the foundation of his power had also changed. He looked at the seal between the first level and second level of the abyssal world before saying, "Lord Lin Yuan, I will be able to break the seal with one punch. Samsara realm dictators who have not crossed that boundary will be no match for me. It won't work even if they try to overwhelm me with numbers. The level I've reached can be called the afterlife." Eternal Source had created history for the dimensional worlds. Since Eternal Source said that the level could be called the afterlife, the level after the Samsara realm would be called the afterlife realm from now on. Lin Yuan intended to instruct Eternal Source to release his aura in front of Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean when they returned so they could judge if First Page Crimson or Eternal Source was stronger. Even if Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean could not be certain who was stronger, they could at least tell from the auras if Eternal Source and First Page Crimson were on the same level. This would allow Lin Yuan to determine exactly how powerful his enemy was. He hoped that the aura that First Page Crimson had released was not more powerful than that of Eternal Source. Eternal Source, go ahead and break the seal. Let's take a look at the first level of the abyssal world. Eternal Source gathered all the power from his Source Totem into his fist. As a result, his fist turned gold and green. Eternal Source swung his fist at the seal and shattered it with a blast. Now that Eternal Source's power had reached a new level, Samsara realm dictators were of no threat to him, regardless of how many there were. Thus, Lin Yuan only brought Eternal Source with him into the first level of the abyssal world and instructed the others to wait on the other side. This was because the first level might very well contain one of the dimensional world's foundational secrets. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. Furthermore, there were definitely powerful life forms living on the first level. The seal between the first level and second level was not to prevent life forms from the second to 18th level from entering but to keep the life forms from the first level from leaving. Lin Yuan had been communicating with Shadow, who had been to the 18th level of the abyssal world in the past. It had been captured and forced to do hard labor. One of the apostles under a dictator had deemed Shadow as too skinny and weak and decided that Shadow could not be of much help in terms of manual labor. Thus, Shadow had been chased away, and it finally managed to flee after much hardship. Hence, Shadow had a good grasp of the temperature of every level of the abyssal world. Shadow had said with certainty that the temperature of the first level was much higher than that of the 18th level. Lin Yuan did not want to lose his Samsara realm dictator subordinates now that he could be facing an attack from tower cannon any day. But regardless of how strong the life forms on the first level were, there was no way they could be stronger than Eternal Source was now. If they were, they would not have been stuck in the first level instead of breaking through the seal and escaping. Eternal Source entered the rift and made sure there was no danger around before Lin Yuan stepped in. Chapter 2462 Abyss Secret Treasure, Volume 10, Evil Blood. Eternal Source remembered that Lin Yuan did not like high temperatures, so he used his aura to effectively shield Lin Yuan from the heat. Lin Yuan looked around at the environment of the first level of the abyssal world. He saw that the main colors that dominated the environment's visual scenery were black and purple. All of the soil and stones were black and purple, just of varying shades. The Moon Empress had already taken the abyssal world's red moon, but the sky of the first level of the abyssal world was still dark red. The heavy odor of sulfur forced Lin Yuan to cover his nose and mouth with his hand. There were much fewer dimensional life forms in the abyssal world than in the other dimensional worlds. But this did not mean it was difficult for Lin Yuan to spot one. The first level of the abyssal world could be described as desolate. Eternal Source released his aura to sense the surroundings. Soon, he pointed out and said, "Lord Lin Yuan, the first level of the abyssal world isn't normal. When I released my aura, I noticed several life forms that possess similar power to Samsara realm dictators. The nearest one is in that direction. All of them have very similar auras, so they should be the same type of life form." Eternal Source was filled with confusion while he spoke. Eternal Source felt that it was difficult for any life form to evolve into dictator, much less Samsara realm dictator. There were very few dictators in the marsh world that were of the same species. Even if dictators of the same species existed, they would have mutated continuously during the evolution process and ended up looking significantly different from each other. Yet, the aura released by the dictators in the first level of the abyssal world was exactly the same. This was definitely not normal. When Lin Yuan heard what Eternal Source said, his mind immediately flew to one possibility. Could it be that the demon matrix's abyss womb mass-produced these life forms with the same aura? Let's go and take a look. Lin Yuan was very curious about how the abyss womb looked. According to the method of procreation that he had just witnessed, the abyss womb was the mother of all the demons in the abyssal world. But now, it seemed that there was not just one mother but quite a few of them. Lin Yuan could not help but imagine a hypothetical scenario. What if one day, a demon from the abyssal world managed to break through past the samsara realm and broke the seal between the first and second level of the abyssal world? After arriving at the first level, it would be met with multiple abyss wombs and would have no idea which one was its mother. Eternal Source transformed into his beast form and carried Lin Yuan through the first level of the abyssal world. Lin Yuan had ridden Eternal Source before in the past. But now, he felt that Eternal Source was at least 10 times faster than before. If Eternal Source moved with this speed in front of the other Samsara realm dictators, all they would see was a blurry flash. Lin Yuan did not take long to encounter the Samsara realm life form that Eternal Source had been referring to. Frankly, Lin Yuan had already spotted a giant figure from far away. The giant figure was like an enormous flesh furnace. Its purple and red flesh was contracting and expanding constantly, accompanied by loud booms and blasts. Lin Yuan was unable to see this life form's information on true data but was certain that it was called the Abyss Womb. Only the Abyss Womb would be able to produce the demon matrices like water spraying forth from a fountain. The abyss womb seemed to be incapable of sensing, as it did not react even after Lin Yuan arrived next to it. It also did not react to Eternal Source's aura. Lin Yuan could not help but be reminded of the enormous, carefree jellyfish floating in the sea. Since the abyss womb did not react, Lin Yuan did not try provoking it. Morbius' voice echoed in Lin Yuan's head. "Partner, I can sense there is a book nearby. It is the abyss secret treasure. Go closer to the abyss womb, and I should be able to sense its exact location." After hearing what Morbius said, Lin Yuan said to Eternal Source, "Eternal Source, take me closer to the abyss womb. If it doesn't show any signs of attacking, you don't need to lay a hand on it either." Eternal Source nodded seriously. He guessed that Lin Yuan was going to begin conquering the abyssal world just like he had done to the marsh world and water world. Lin Yuan must not want to be obstructed by the abyssal world's power. "Lord Lin Yuan, I am confident of ensuring your safety without killing the abyss womb even if it does try to attack you. Just now, I tried communicating with the abyss womb, and I realized that its consciousness is chaotic and doesn't even have the intelligence of a class 2 or 3 marsh crocodile. Thus, as long as we don't try to harm it, it won't do anything to us either." Eternal Source brought Lin Yuan closer until they were only about 500 meters away from the abyss womb. Morbius helped to direct Lin Yuan to the right location. "Eternal Source, turn right and continue moving for another 1,500 meters." Eternal Source did not understand why Lin Yuan would give such an order. But since it was an order from Lin Yuan, he would not dare to disobey. When they arrived at the location that Morbius had directed them to, Lin Yuan saw a fleshy root poking out from the ground. It was purple and black and very thick. This root was wrapped tightly around a book, which according to true data, was called the Abyss Secret Treasure, Volume 10, Evil Blood. The fleshy root greatly resembled the tentacles that were attached to the abyss womb. It was clear that they were part of the same entity. In spite of its chaotic consciousness, the abyss womb had to be aware of how precious the abyss secret treasure was. Otherwise, it would not have wrapped up the book so tightly. If he snatched the book away, the abyss womb would retaliate for sure. "Eternal Source, go and grab that book, then immediately take me to the next abyss womb." The abyssal world's book existed on the first level instead of the 18th level, where the strongest life forms existed. Due to the seal, there was a high chance that the multiple abyss wombs controlled all of the books in the first level. Lin Yuan was going to verify this. Eternal Source's power now exceeded that of the abyss wombs, and there was no need to prepare any plans of attack. He could just use brute strength to pull apart the abyss womb's tentacles, and it would be helpless to resist. After he was done with his task, Eternal Source brought Lin Yuan far away. The abyss womb behind Lin Yuan shuddered as though it had been electrocuted. The roots that had been underground suddenly shot out and began chasing Lin Yuan. Chapter 2463 The Abyssal World's Endless Gems. The abyss womb seemed to have a lock on the book's location. Despite already being far away, the abyss womb could still continue to accurately track Lin Yuan. Eternal Source sensed the aura of the abyss womb that was chasing them and said with certainty, "Lord Lin Yuan, I can promise that the abyss womb behind us won't be able to catch up before we arrive at the next abyss womb's location." Lin Yuan nodded at Eternal Source. He was now wondering if every abyss womb possessed such a book. The abyss womb would stick its roots tightly into the ground, and it did not have much intelligence. If he had to comb through the abyssal world aimlessly, the chances of finding the books were very slim. The abyss womb was able to breed demons. Thus, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was the mother of demons. There were many abyss secret treasures. Hence, assuming that every abyss womb on the first level had one would be reasonable. At that moment, Lin Yuan looked out into the distance and spotted the figure of the second abyss womb in the distance. All Lin Yuan needed to do was to walk over and investigate the vicinity of the abyss womb, and he would be able to tell if his guess had been right or wrong. But Morbius' voice rang out in his head when he neared the second abyss womb. "Yuan, your guess seems to be right. There is the aura of another book near this abyss womb." Under Lin Yuan's instructions, Eternal Source obtained another book for Lin Yuan. Like the previous abyss womb, this abyss womb also started relentlessly chasing Lin Yuan. For the next few days, Eternal Source brought Lin Yuan around the first level of the abyssal world. As a result, Lin Yuan now had 7 of the books in his possession as well as 7 of the abyss wombs chasing him in a mad frenzy. In order to retrieve the books, the 7 abyss wombs were no longer expanding and contracting their bodies. Evidently, they had stopped producing the demon matrices. At that moment, something changed slightly in Eternal Source's demeanor. "Lord Lin Yuan, 2 auras have appeared in front of us. They are not the auras of the abyss wombs. They seem to be pinnacle samsara realm dictators and are about to break through. Moreover, these two auras are very similar. It's likely that they are linked. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and thought, if these aren't the auras of the abyss wombs and their power has reached pinnacle samsara realm, they must be the strongest combatants in the entire abyssal world. The abyss womb's consciousness was muddled. There was no way that the seal between the first level and second level was meant to seal off the abyss wombs. Apparently, the seal had been created due to these two life forms. But if Lin Yuan's guess was right, who had created the seal? Eternal Source, capture these two life forms. I have questions for them. Eternal Source nodded and replied, if I hadn't increased my power, I wouldn't dare to have confidence. But now that I've reached the afterlife realm, you can rest assured that I will capture them immediately. The two demons flying toward them were in human form and had red and purple flames blazing around them. This was clearly the iconic feature of the burning flame demons. However, they also each had a set of curly goat horns, which was the iconic feature of the succubi. Purple and black hair extended down to their waists and turned into needles with every sway. This was the iconic feature of the needle-haired demons. With the features of so many high-class demons on these two figures, it could not be clearer how powerful their bloodlines were. The two demons were currently flying swiftly, and their eyes glinted with cold fearsomeness. Eternal Source used his aura to sense the locations of these life forms. The life forms weaker than Eternal Source would not notice Eternal Source's aura unless he specifically targeted them. It was clear that these two demons were not there because of Eternal Source. It was likely that their deadly anger was due to the abyss womb's loss of books. The two demons looked surprised when they saw Lin Yuan, as though his appearance was inexplicable. They let out gasps of shock that had both the dominance of the burning flame demons and the gentleness of the succubi. If these two demons were not speaking with a thick abyssal world language accent, their voices would please anyone who prioritized voice and sound. Eternal Source did not give these two demons time to get over their shock before he attacked them. He used his energy as a lock and chain to restrain these two demons. He also applied his energy to the exteriors of these two demons, so they were separated from the rest of the world. Unless these two demons were able to wrestle free of Eternal Source's control, they were no longer any threat to Lin Yuan's safety. Lin Yuan did not question these two demons himself. Instead, he decided to give the opportunity to Shadow. Although Lin Yuan generally understood the abyssal world's language, he was still far from Shadow's standard. There were many types of languages in the abyssal world. This was just like in Lin Yuan's previous world, where many dialects existed. After Shadow was summoned, its legs automatically turned weak, and it fell to its knees. It knew that these two demons had been captured and that it had Lin Yuan's support, but it still could not help but be afraid. Shadow had seen a burning flame demon dictator on the 18th level of the abyssal world. At that time, it felt as though it was looking up at a mountain. Now, Lin Yuan had nurtured it into a dictator, and it was confident that it would be able to calmly take on the burning flame demon that had traumatized it. But to Shadow, these two demons seemed to encompass the entire abyssal world. The pressure was so great that Shadow could not even form any thoughts. It was only when it remembered the task from Lin Yuan that it forced itself to resist the two demons' auras. Shadow only managed to struggle to its feet after almost 5 minutes had passed. However, it was still unable to meet the gaze of the two demons. Lin Yuan did not rush Shadow and gave it time to adjust. Otherwise, Shadow would only become traumatized again. This would affect its growth from now on and prevent it from continuing to increase its power. Lin Yuan injected 1000 units of Source-type power into Shadow's body as a form of support. Chapter 2464 The Abyssal World's Secret. Although Shadow's heart was still racing, it still summoned its courage to carry out Lin Yuan's instruction to communicate with these two abyss demons. Lin Yuan did not have much to say to these two abyss demons. He just wanted to ask if they knew about the endless gems. If they were given the opportunity to prepare, they would be able to hide their emotions. But if Lin Yuan did not give them any time to prepare and immediately posed the question, the abyss demons would be so startled that Lin Yuan would be able to catch the changes in their expression even if they refused to admit the truth. Shadow's question stunned the two abyss demons, and astonishment and confusion bloomed on their faces. It was as though they were curious about how this person knew that they possessed the endless gems. Eternal Source saw the two abyss demons' pupils trembling fearfully. It was clear they were trying to come up with a strategy. Eternal Source coughed loudly and clasped his hands in front of him to tighten his energy around the two abyss demons. The two abyss demons could feel their bodies being crushed. This was what dying felt like. When they looked into Eternal Source's chilling eyes, the two abyss demons knew that their opponent would kill them without hesitation if their answer was deemed to be unsatisfactory. They had embedded the gems on their abdomens. Once they were killed, it would be easy for their opponent to discover the gems. They could not hide them even if they wanted to. The wise ones were those who comprehended the circumstances, especially when facing life forms that they stood no chance of defeating. No life form with an extended lifespan was willing to give up their life. The two demons were unable to move and spoke in the abyssal language to verbally describe the location of the endless gems to Shadow, who reported what it had heard to Lin Yuan. Eternal Source's energy trapped the two demons, and they were completely incapable of escaping. Shadow could not pass through Eternal Source's energy to search the two demons' abdomens. Eternal Source transformed his energy into a chain and penetrated the two demons' armor. Amidst howls of pain, the endless gems embedded into the two demons' abdomens were dug out and wiped clean before being placed in Lin Yuan's hands. Lin Yuan placed the two endless gems in the spirit lock spatial zones so they could be fused with Morbius. It was clear that the endless gems had been very important to the two demons. Now that they had lost their endless gems, their expressions had fully deflated. After a while, one of the demons asked Shadow, "How did you get in? Has the seal been broken?" Shadow did not reply and looked at Lin Yuan instead. Firstly, Shadow did not know what had happened outside. Although Shadow was from the abyssal world, it could only supply Lin Yuan with information about the abyssal world but was unable to accompany Lin Yuan in his conquest. Even if Shadow did know, it would never reveal important information to the two demons without Lin Yuan's permission. Lin Yuan understood what the two demons had said and replied in the language of the abyssal world, "We broke the seal. If you're willing to become loyal to me, not only will I spare your lives, but I will also give you the chance to leave the first level of the abyssal world, or even the abyssal world itself. If you're unwilling, you can just stay here and deal with the consequences." Lin Yuan was clearly trying to tempt them. Unlike the abyss wombs, the two abyss demons were clearly highly intelligent. It was torturous for highly intelligent life forms to be imprisoned. Furthermore, they had already been imprisoned for an unknown amount of time. Lin Yuan was not going to attack these two demons. Once he combined the two endless gems into the treasure, he would be able to control all the life forms in the abyssal world. Thus, the two demons with pinnacle samsara realm power started to form thoughts of going against their nature and becoming Lin Yuan's subordinates. Rather than being stuck at pinnacle samsara realm, they would have the chance to advance toward the afterlife realm. However, Lin Yuan's words were both a source of temptation and a threat to the two demons. When he mentioned the part about them dealing with the consequences, the two demons felt as though Lin Yuan saw them as trash that could be eliminated with ease at any time. If they stayed in the first level of the abyssal world, they would have to continue to watch over the abyss wombs and continue to have no freedom. It would not be considered a bad result if they could trade for the opportunity to see the outside world by becoming loyal to this life form. The demons looked at each other before asking Lin Yuan, "How do we become loyal to you? We can promise our loyalty, but how can you trust us?" The two demons saw loyalty as a two-way process. The figure they became loyal to also needed to trust them. If one side failed, loyalty would not form. The two of them were on the weaker side, and the other side did not have to be afraid of them retracting their loyalty. Rather, it was they who had to be afraid that the other side could not be trusted. Without trust, they were vulnerable. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He liked the way that the two demons thought. "You don't need to worry about how you can demonstrate your loyalty. I will take your loyalty. When I do, it goes without saying that I will give you trust in return. How many abyss mothers are there on the first level? How did the seal between the first level and second level come to be?" Lin Yuan had asked the question to which he most wanted to know the answer. From the conversations that he had with Eternal Source while they were traveling, Lin Yuan learned that the strength of the seal did not diminish with the passing of time. Clearly, the seal between the first and second levels of the abyssal world exceeded that of the samsara realm. It also had to hold up against the intermittent attacks from the demon matrices. Thus, it had to have been created by an expert that had reached the afterlife realm. Were there experts of the afterlife realm in the abyssal world? Lin Yuan needed to find out the answer from these two abyss demons. The two abyss demons did not know how Lin Yuan intended to collect their loyalties, but they knew he had no reason to lie to them. They were now his prisoners, and he could decide if they lived or died. As for the questions he had asked them, there was no reason for them to hide anything from him now that they had decided to become loyal to him. Chapter 2465 The Dead Abyss Great Emperor. If you want to see the three abyss wombs, we can call them over for you now. The two abyss demons had troubled expressions. The Abyss Great Emperor had been the most respected figure in the abyssal world, considered a myth. In all honesty, these two Abyss demons were not grateful to the Abyss Great Emperor at all. Instead, they bore some hatred for him. They had not received help from the Abyss Great Emperor to increase their powers. Back then, the two of them had been rivals with the Abyss Great Emperor and had been planning on becoming loyal to him after he achieved a breakthrough as a means of extending an olive branch. This was their way of leveraging important roles among his subordinates. The Abyss Great Emperor had indeed given them important roles, as they had been tasked with looking after the Abyss wombs. However, he died soon after they took on the jobs, leaving them trapped in the first level of the abyssal world. It went without saying that such a situation was out of their control. The situation back then was rather similar to the current one. The Abyss Great Emperor would have targeted them if they had not voluntarily submitted to him. To outsiders, the Abyss Great Emperor was mad. After his breakthrough, he insisted on changing the abyssal world and claimed that the abyssal world was lacking. But in the end, having started out as a horn demon, he paid extra favor to the horn demons while in the process of changing the abyssal world. He had reserved the 7th to 14th levels of the abyssal world, which were also the levels with the most habitable environments, for the horn demons. Hence, many other species of dimensional life forms had no choice but to form alliances with the horn demons in hopes of gaining more resources. This unfair arrangement made it difficult for others to sincerely submit to him. The Abyss Great Emperor had been like a child who was trampling over things and changing rules as he pleased to satisfy his selfish desires. Because of this, he had turned the entire abyssal world into a toy that he used to gain pleasure. The only right decision that the Abyss Great Emperor had made was to seal all 10 of the abyss wombs in the first level of the abyssal world so that no powerful demons could take control of them. The abyss wombs were the demons' only method of procreation. Whoever controlled them would be able to continuously produce new demons. The two of them had once controlled 2 of the abyss wombs and became the third largest faction in the abyssal world, with the exception of the Abyss Great Emperor. They had decided to submit, but the second largest faction in the abyssal world had not chosen to become loyal to the Abyss Great Emperor. Rather, they decided to oppose him. In the end, the Abyss Great Emperor had utilized a cruel method to wipe them out. The memory of their old rival's pathetic ending filled Carlos and Caroline with immense grief and residual fear. An afterlife realm expert had died. Lin Yuan was very curious to find out how this had happened. Dimensional life forms were similar to feys in that their lifespans were extended each time they achieved a breakthrough. How can you be sure that the Abyss Great Emperor is dead? How did he die? Eternal Source also wanted to know the answer to Lin Yuan's question. Now that Eternal Source had reached the afterlife realm, he was very curious to know what kind of power was able to kill an afterlife realm expert. An afterlife realm expert would never decide to take his own life. An expert who did not treasure his own life would never be able to reach the afterlife realm. In fact, he would have died before he even became an apostle. Lin Yuan's question caused Caroline and Carlos to think that he did not trust them, and they hurriedly said, "Lord Lin Yuan, we are also curious to find out how the Abyss Great Emperor died. He never left the palace after he tasked us to remain on the first level to watch over the abyss wombs. We never saw him again for the next few thousand years but never dared to enter his palace. One day, 2 abyss wombs started fighting immediately after encountering each other. One of their roots was injured and required a large amount of source-type power to be healed. We had no choice but to head to the palace to seek out the Abyss Great Emperor. That was when we discovered his corpse. His body had not decomposed but was completely lacking any aura of vitality." Lin Yuan was silent momentarily after hearing what Carlos and Caroline said. Then, he looked at Eternal Source and saw that Eternal Source was also frowning with doubt. Lin Yuan did not need to use the engulfing flames heart mushroom to judge if the 2 abyss demons were telling the truth. Even if they were telling the truth, they had not explained the situation clearly. He had seen the abyss wombs for himself. Given their intelligence, they did not move unless their lives were being threatened or if the books had been stolen. Even when the books had been stolen and the abyss wombs gathered together in a frenzy, they had not fought each other. A few of the 7 abyss wombs that were chasing him had already encountered each other. Thus, it was impossible that 2 of the abyss wombs had started fighting and ended up with injured roots. What must have happened was that the 2 demons had incited a fight between 2 abyss wombs so that they would have a reason to see the Abyss Great Emperor. Lin Yuan had caught something from Carlos and Caroline's words. Demons had the habit of cannibalizing each other and did so even if they had plenty of other food sources. This was because consuming the flesh of other demons would allow them to quickly increase their own power. If the Abyss Great Emperor's body had been in the palace, these 2 demons would have used it to try and attain breakthroughs so that they would be able to break the seal themselves. They had no reason to leave his corpse alone for all this time. Chapter 2466 The Gathered Fire. Eternal Source's power had broken through past the samsara realm to reach the afterlife realm. Thus, he was on the same level as the Abyss Great Emperor. With Eternal Source around, Lin Yuan decided to head to the Abyss Great Emperor's palace to investigate his corpse. Lin Yuan could understand the two Abyss demons' selfish schemes. They had only become loyal to him because they were under duress from Eternal Source's power. Once Lin Yuan used the treasure to take control of the abyssal world, these two Abyss demons would become his personal possessions. Anyone would hold back in such a situation. Carlos and Caroline could not help but feel a chill go up their spines when they looked into Lin Yuan's eyes. They could not shake the feeling that he had noticed something. This should not be so. Lin Yuan had only recently entered the first level of the abyssal world and had not even heard of the Abyss Great Emperor. There was no way he could be aware of the details. Neither of them had lied but only cherry-picked the parts of the full truth. This was not considered lying. Even if he interrogated them again, their answers would not change. After reaching the afterlife realm, Eternal Source realized he gained a strong mind-sensing ability. When he was near another life form, he could sense what they were thinking. He did not have the courage to use this ability on Lin Yuan but was fine with using it on Carlos and Caroline. Since Eternal Source understood Lin Yuan's methods, he felt that Carlos and Caroline's schemes were very stupid. Lin Yuan had a whole slew of subordinates besides him and the mermaids who shared his bloodline and thus trusted him. Rather than trying to come up with a way to gain his favor, they were trying to scheme against him. They were definitely going to regret this. The two of you, lead the way to the Abyss Great Emperor's palace. Instruct your 3 Abyss Wombs to also head toward the palace so I can take their books. Lin Yuan gleefully climbed back onto Eternal Source's back. He previously assumed that he would have to spend several months in the abyssal world, but he ended up stumbling on the abyssal world's secret soon after entering. Besides the 2 weeks he had spent waiting for Eternal Source to finish his breakthrough, Lin Yuan only took 3 days to obtain all 10 books as well as both the endless gems. Hence, he would be able to conquer the marsh world within a month. With both endless gems and the 10 books in his possession, he did not need to continue exploring the abyssal world. Once he brought Carlos and Caroline out, all they needed to do was to send them out to inform the demons that had reached the dictator level to gather at the 9th level of the abyssal world. Lin Yuan had decided to plant the abyssal world's treasure on the 9th level. Carlos and Caroline sighed as they led the way. It was true that they were unable to consume the Abyss Great Emperor's corpse. His corpse was extremely tough, and they could not make a dent in him no matter how much force they exerted into their bite. Eternal Source possessed similar power to the Abyss Great Emperor and could definitely make an impact on the Abyss Great Emperor's body. Hence, they now could not keep the Abyss Great Emperor's corpse for themselves. Without the right tools, one would be helpless even when standing right in front of a gold mine. There was nothing that one could do if others who had the tools came along. When Lin Yuan looked at the palace that Carlos and Caroline were pointing at, he could be certain that it had not been retouched or renovated for thousands of years. Even the extremely sturdy fire rock crystals had been eroded away by the wind. Eternal Source sensed the aura from within the castle and said solemnly, "Lord, there is indeed the aura of an afterlife realm expert within the palace. It doesn't have any vitality fluctuations, but it's really strange." Lin Yuan's expression immediately turned wary. Eternal Source never exaggerated when he spoke. If he said that something was strange, he had to have noticed something. Eternal Source did not continue speaking, meaning he did not understand where this feeling of strangeness was coming from. Luckily, Lin Yuan still had Green Vine's entire body medium as his secret weapon. He had once used entire body medium to produce the image of the skunk. The skunk's aura had been much stronger than that of Eternal Source. The Abyss Great Emperor had gone into the palace soon after his breakthrough and had not emerged since then. Thus, he had to be weaker than that skunk. The 3 Abyss Wombs were not far from the Abyss Great Emperor's palace, so Carlos and Caroline could contact them. First, they soothed the 7 Abyss Wombs. Then, they brought the 3 Abyss Wombs to the side of the Abyss Great Emperor's palace, and Lin Yuan obtained the 3 books. Lin Yuan was using the sacred sword-wielding queen to support himself. Thus, he was very sensitive to elemental energy. He could sense that the fire elemental energy flowing in the surroundings was gathering toward the palace. After confirming this, Lin Yuan asked Eternal Source seriously, "Eternal Source, are you sure that the life form in the palace doesn't have any aura of vitality? Why do I sense all the fire elemental energy in the surrounding gathering toward the palace?" Lin Yuan's words were a reminder to Eternal Source. As a dimensional life form from the marsh world, Eternal Source was not sensitive to fire elemental energy. He was the most sensitive to faith power and source type power. But it was true that there was fire elemental energy continuously gathering around the palace. The fire elemental energy was not moving quickly, or else Eternal Source would already have noticed it. However, the palace had already stood for over 10,000 years, and thousands of years had passed since the Abyss Great Emperor died. Given the speed at which the fire elemental energy was gathering, one could only imagine just how much fire elemental energy had gathered over the past thousands of years. Yet, no energy fluctuations were coming from within the palace. There were two possibilities to explain such an occurrence. The first was that the Abyss Great Emperor was not dead and was in a pseudo-dead state for some unknown reason. He was currently absorbing all the fire elemental energy in order to heal himself. The thought of the second possibility led Eternal Source to look at Carlos and Caroline. The second possibility was that these two Abyss demons were planning something. The second possibility seemed more reasonable to Eternal Source. If the Abyss Great Emperor was still alive, the two Abyss demons would have already come up with a way to kill him rather than giving him the chance to heal himself. Chapter 2467 Sea Consuming Emperor Sunflower. The two Abyss demons' souls were complete, and their faith power was not restricted. Thus, they were not being controlled by the Abyss Great Emperor in any way. Since they had neither given their faith to anyone nor were their souls under anyone else's control, it meant that another entity was limiting neither of these two pinnacle samsara realm life forms. However, Eternal Source could not come up with a reason for why these two Abyss demons would be causing trouble. When the gap in power was this large, there was only one result for any attempts at scheming, which was futility. Eternal Source looked at Carlos and Caroline. He noticed that neither of their expressions changed after Lin Yuan's question. This meant they were aware of this event but had no special thoughts about it. Lord, I can sense the gathering fire elemental energy. It disappears immediately before entering this dilapidated palace. Just as Eternal Source was done speaking, Carlos hurriedly said, Lord Lin Yuan, this situation isn't relevant to the Abyss Great Emperor at all. The Abyss Great Emperor chose to build his palace here and created the seal to keep all others out because he wanted the convenience to control all 10 of the Abyss wombs and act as the true dictator of the Abyssal world. But another reason was that the first level of the Abyssal world is the only place where the Abyss Red Lotus exists. The Abyss Red Lotus can gather fire elemental energy and is a pinnacle samsara realm life form itself. The Abyss Red Lotus refused to bow to the Abyss Great Emperor's pressure and be enslaved. So it was eventually killed and consumed by the Abyss Great Emperor. Later, the Abyss Great Emperor discovered that there was an unmatured lotus hidden at the center of the Abyss Red Lotus. Due to its ability to gather fire, the Abyss Great Emperor buried it underground and built his palace on top of it. After all the years that have passed, the fire-gathering attribute of the palace has become increasingly stronger. Our guess is that after being nurtured by the fire elemental energy for almost 10,000 years, the Abyss Red Lotus previously unmatured lotus is about to sprout. Carlos knew that he could not allow Lin Yuan to misunderstand him at such a time, so he needed to provide as detailed of an explanation as possible. Just like how he did not trust Lin Yuan, the latter also had no reason to trust them. Part of the reason for Carlos and Caroline's pain was the corpse of the Abyss Great Emperor, who had been an afterlife realm expert. But a bigger reason was that Lin Yuan was about to obtain the Abyss Red Lotus unmatured lotus. The Abyss Great Emperor's corpse had been too tough for them to consume, so they had no choice but to look on helplessly. However, there was no way that the Abyss Red Lotus would have a high intelligence after sprouting, meaning that it would be extremely easy to control. The Abyss Red Lotus fire-gathering ability was so important to the Abyss Great Emperor because he wanted to use it to increase his power. If the two of them could nurture the Abyss Red Lotus, they would definitely be able to reach the afterlife realm before their lifespans ended and thus escape the Abyss Great Emperor's restraints and break the seal on the first level of the Abyssal world. But now that Lin Yuan was there, everything was ruined. If not for the fact they were no match for him and any attempts would result in their own deaths, Carlos and Caroline would have already gone all out in a battle against Eternal Source and Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's expression changed abruptly. For the lotus to have such power even before it sprouted, it meant that the Abyss Red Lotus had to have an extraordinary background. All life forms had clear distinctions in their ranks. For example, the 100 Questions Beast and Soundbird were not even considered feys. If not for Lin Yuan, this species would never have had the opportunity to become feys. The brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon could bring forth natural phenomena upon birth by summoning mountains and rivers. There was a life form called the sea-consuming emperor sunflower that lived in the sea. When it was born, the sea's water level would fall drastically as it consumed a large amount of seawater. The Moon Empress had told Lin Yuan about a time when she was still a Radiance envoy and the entire world had been gripped by drought. All the water in rivers and streams automatically flowed to the sea. The sea level had fallen to the point that the water could not flow back to the land, so all of the rivers and lakes on land dried up. At that time, everyone assumed that this was a naturally occurring calamity. It went without saying that they had to search for a reason or source of such an event. At that time, the Radiance Federation had already been one of the 3 major federations and countless smaller federations clamored over each other to seek help from the Radiance Federation. Eventually, the Radiance, Azure, and Freedom Federations joined forces to form a drought-resisting alliance with over 400 large, medium, and small federations. After almost 5 months of searching, they finally discovered that the seawater had been consumed by a strange life form. The main world deemed this life form as an SSS-class carcinoma fey. Carcinoma feys were always dealt with without mercy and killed upon discovery. But the matter of the sea-consuming Emperor Sunflower had been too bizarre, and all the sea clans had banded together to protect it. The sea clans rarely engaged in conflict with the humans, and this almost caused a war to break out between the humans and sea clans. Apparently, even the vast sea labyrinth had left the sea because of this matter. There was an expert from the vast sea labyrinth who was skilled at creating rain. He had used his roots to create rain in the main world for more than a month and managed to prevent the war. The sea-consuming Emperor Sunflower would stop consuming seawater after it was born, so the sea level slowly rose again. The sea clans had given humans many benefits for the next decade. During that time, the sea clans allowed humans to nurture the island whales and use them in trade. Otherwise, given the island whales' affinity with aquatic life forms and their unique characteristics, the trades would not have successfully taken place. This was because aquatic life forms did not harm the island whales but would not hesitate to attack the humans on their backs. Purple Love later mentioned that the sea-consuming Emperor Sunflower was now an extremely important figure in the vast sea labyrinth. The sea-consuming Emperor Sunflower's power had risen significantly in just a few decades. Given the life form distinction of ranks, the sea-consuming Emperor Sunflower should be deemed as in possession of the highest rank now. In his comparison, Lin Yuan excluded fairies like Begin Lady and Celestial Sight. Fairies were able to attain power beyond the birth horoscope level upon birth. Thus, they could not be grouped together with regular feys. This was just like how humans could not be grouped together with feys. Fairies could be said to be a life form that was similar to humans. Like humans, Begin Lady could also use its spiritual energy to form contracts with feys. It had already tried this out. Lin Yuan had taught Begin Lady how to form a contract with Little Peach, which it had created out of its own bloodline. Chapter 2468 The Abyss Red Lotus. With just a seed, the Abyss Red Lotus could continuously gather all the fire elemental energy in the abyssal world. Thus, its life rank had to be at least as high as the sea-consuming Emperor Sunflower from the main world. If he really could not form a contract with it, he could provide it with source-type power to help it to grow. This would cause it to form a positive attachment to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had already tested this on Rising Lizard and White Pavilion. The attachment formed from helping a life form to gain intelligence by providing it with faith power was even stronger than blood ties. White Pavilion felt more attached to Lin Yuan than it did to White Speak. The two of you, lead the way. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Yuan's words caused Carlos and Caroline's chests to tighten. But they soon relaxed because they truly had no intention of lying to Lin Yuan. All they did was selectively pick a portion from all that they knew. This was not considered lying. If they lied, they would have to pay with their lives. Eternal Source had reached the afterlife realm. Thus, his power was akin to a giant mountain that was crushing Carlos and Caroline, preventing them from having thoughts of mutiny. While Lin Yuan had been waiting for Eternal Source to increase his power, he looked at all the Abyssal World's infrastructure. The Abyssal World's dictators had a higher standard of beauty than the dictators from the Marsh World. Although the infrastructure was completely comprised of rocks in abundant supply in the Abyssal World, they had a unique style full of ancient mystery and stern majesty. The Abyss Great Emperor's castle was definitely of an even higher class but did not have any style or tried to give off any feeling. The patterns on the castle's outside walls had been ground flat, and the carvings on the interior had all been broken by the past thousands of years of impact from the gathering fire elemental energy. Thus, the interior was in an even worse state than the exterior. Lin Yuan's gaze swept past Carlos and Caroline and spotted the image of a formidable demon on a stage that resembled an altar. The demon was seated on the altar. There was a pulsing unbloomed lotus diagonally in front of the demon. The lotus was continuously absorbing the fire elemental energy that was flowing around. It seemed to be delighted by being able to absorb fire elemental energy and was spinning happily. Lin Yuan was about to use true data to check on the seed when he heard Morbius' voice. Partner, I've always said that you have good luck. Looking at how things are, what I said is indeed true. I thought that your biggest opportunity would be encountering Begin Lady. But now, you've encountered an even bigger and better opportunity. This Abyss Red Lotus might hold the truth of the abyssal world. Lin Yuan looked curious when he heard what Morbius said. Was the truth of the abyssal world not linked to the abyss wombs? What did it have to do with the Abyss Red Lotus? But Lin Yuan could be certain that the Abyss Red Lotus did not come from an abyss womb. Could it be that the abyss wombs came from the Abyss Red Lotus? The Abyss Red Lotus seed contained pure fire elemental energy as well as the aura of nature that came with all plants. This was very different from the aura of abyss demons. Morbius sensed what Lin Yuan was thinking and started to explain, partner, you've misunderstood. Think about the auras of the abyss wombs and abyss demons. Neither of their auras have a heavy proportion of fire elements. It seems as though the fire elements were only added on later. When abyss demons like the invisible demon continue to evolve in the future, the fire elemental energy in the demon matrices will be gone, and they will become dark type instead. This evolution process means that the fire elemental energy in the demon matrices does not come from the abyss womb's genes. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before he nodded in agreement. This was indeed true according to the rules of life form evolution. If there were only a few examples, like the invisible demon, this could be considered a subsequent mutation. But the fact was that the invisible demon was an entire species, and there were other species that also eventually lost their fire type as a part of their growth. But despite gaining the dark type, it did not come with any obvious characteristics and continued to use its body to fight. Could it be that the fire elemental energy of the abyss wombs and the entire abyssal world came from the Abyss Red Lotus? This feeling caused a chill to run up Lin Yuan's spine. If his guess was right, this meant that the Abyss Red Lotus life rank was almost unreasonably high. After all, this would make it a life form that could affect the life rank of other life forms. It was almost a creator of life. If the abyss wombs were the mothers of all the abyss demons in the abyssal world, the Abyss Red Lotus could be said to be the father. Begin Lady could use its own bloodline to influence all plant type phase and enabled the experts from the Divine Wood Federation to gain the plant type phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline. This was similar to what the Abyss Red Lotus could do. However, Begin Lady needed to provide a part of itself to hand over its bloodline, which was its river water. On the other hand, the Abyss Red Lotus could affect the abyss demons with just its aura. If the abyss demon's fire elemental energy was considered to be obtained externally, it meant that the Abyss Red Lotus created the environment of the entire abyssal world. This was why the Abyss Great Emperor had insisted on keeping the Abyss Red Lotus for himself even after reaching the afterlife realm. While Lin Yuan was comprehending the significance of the Abyss Red Lotus, he heard Morbius' serious voice say, "Partner, the Abyss Red Lotus is very strong-headed. Not even the Abyss Great Emperor could tame it. You will probably meet with the same result when you try to contract it." Chapter 2469 Controlling the Demon with the Tongue of Relinquish. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. It was amazing news that he would be able to make the Abyss Red Lotus his fey. The difference between using Morbius to spirit lock a fey versus Lin Yuan forming a contract with it was that the spirit-locked fey would only be able to use one ability. But now that the Endless Gem could unlock feys that had been spirit-locked, there were now technically no differences between both methods. Redthorn knew that Lin Yuan had been very busy of late, so it did not cling to him like it usually did. After such a long time of lacking affectionate interactions with Lin Yuan, Redthorn's feeling of possessiveness over Lin Yuan was in full throttle. Previously, Redthorn dared not show jealousy when Morbius was interacting with Lin Yuan. But now, Redthorn found Morbius extremely annoying. Redthorn and Lin Yuan's bloodlines were linked, so it could sense how much Morbius' words had delighted Lin Yuan. Redthorn immediately said curtly, "Yuan, my new tongue of relinquish has grown out. This demon's corpse is in such complete condition that I will be able to control it with the tongue of relinquish." Lin Yuan had been wondering about what he should do with the Abyss Great Emperor's corpse. He was not a demon, so he could not use the Abyss Great Emperor's body to increase his power even if he instructed Eternal Source to break the corpse apart. It would also not be a good choice to feed the corpse to the two Abyss demons that had just joined him because there was no guarantee that they would be able to successfully evolve to the afterlife realm even if they consumed the Abyss Great Emperor's corpse. As of now, Redthorn had only used the tongue of relinquish to control humans. Lin Yuan had not even thought about using the tongue of relinquish to control dimensional life forms. If Redthorn could truly use the tongue of relinquish to take control of the Abyss Great Emperor's body, Lin Yuan would have another afterlife realm expert under his control besides Eternal Source. With 2 afterlife realm experts in his possession, Lin Yuan could do things more confidently. Alpha Sigma Sigma Theta Psi Eta, Lin Yuan decided to let Red Thorn give it a try. Red Thorn could already use the Tongue of Relinquish to control Eternal Experts when it was at Diamond grade. This was because the Tongue of Relinquish would worm its way into the target and take control of the target's sanity, meaning that it controlled targets by taking over their bodies. The Abyss Great Emperor's soul was destroyed after his death, so Red Thorn was able to take over his mind. However, the Abyss Great Emperor's aura was so strong that Red Thorn had to use all its power. Rebol.com. If Eternal Source had not been using his aura to shield Lin Yuan, the Abyss Great Emperor's aura would have already caused Lin Yuan to collapse to the ground. With his Mermaid Theach bloodline, Lin Yuan's life rank was higher than that of the Abyss Great Emperor. However, life rank was not equivalent to power. Lin Yuan summoned out Red Thorn. Red Thorn's mouth of Relinquish was now an enormous creature of 50 meters tall and more than 450 meters in diameter. Moreover, there was now more than one mouth of Relinquish. Ever since Red Thorn consumed the other 2 source seeds, the mouth of Relinquish had split into 3. The 3 mouths of Relinquish were now crowded together as they absorbed and digested the corpse. The folds and sharp teeth on the skin would send chills up the spine of anyone who saw them. The mouth of Relinquish could take on all of the life form's abilities after absorbing its body. The dimensional life forms that Red Thorn had consumed the most of were abyss demons and alien insects. Red Thorn's mouths of Relinquish now emitted the odor of sulfur. Lin Yuan was accustomed to the appearance of the mouths of Relinquish, but the sight shocked Carlos, Caroline, as well as Eternal Source, who had already spent some time with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had stored the mouths of Relinquish in his spatial equipment ever since they reached a diameter of 30 meters. Otherwise, they would take up most of the space in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Red Thorn was now a fairy, and its main body was constantly consuming flesh in Lin Yuan's spatial equipment. In its fairy form, Red Thorn could enter and exit the Spirit Lock spatial zone freely. It did not have any opinions about this. Hence, although Lin Yuan had already passed through Klein Hub into the Spirit Lock spatial zone multiple times, he had never seen Red Thorn's main body. Red Thorn's fearsome and terrifying appearance aside, the 3 giant balls of flesh were the picture of utter viciousness and bloodthirst. Once dimensional life forms became dictators, they were able to sense a special numerical value called entropy. Each time a life form consumed or killed another, its entropy value would increase. Normally, dictators had entropy values of around 50,000. Once they became Samsara realm dictators, they would be able to kill many strong life forms. Nonetheless, the entropy value would not exceed 500,000. Evil Source was the most murderous life form in the Marsh world, but her entropy value was only 800,000. Yet, this weak life form had an entropy value of 43,000, meaning that it had reached the level of a dictator. One could only imagine how many life forms this small life form had killed and how many life forms' bodies' characteristics it had taken possession of. Carlos and Caroline had been stuck on the first level of the abyssal world and had never made contact with humans before. They had never seen a life form that could casually summon another life form. Both of them were wondering why Lin Yuan had summoned this weak life form. Could this weak life form help Lin Yuan separate the Abyss Great Emperor's corpse or take control of the Abyss Red Lotus Seed? Compared to the weak life form, Eternal Source, who had reached the afterlife realm, was a better choice. At that moment, Carlos, Caroline, and Eternal Source saw a small winged humanoid life form fly out from the mouth of Relinquish. They could sense an extremely elite bloodline energy from this small winged life form. After consuming a large number of abyss demons, Red Thorn could adapt to the abyssal world's environment despite being a plant-type life form. It was just that it did not like such an environment. Red Thorn immediately started clinging to Lin Yuan and acting affectionately toward him. Lin Yuan touched Red Thorn's rosy cheeks and said seriously, "Red Thorn, go and give it a shot. Regardless of what happens, nothing is more important than safety. Do not push yourself and end up harming your body." Lin Yuan was already surprised by Red Thorn's ability to take control of eternal experts with the tongue of Relinquish. However, controlling eternal experts was completely different from controlling an afterlife realm expert like the Abyss Great Emperor. Chapter 2470 New Spirit Locked Fey. Given the completeness of the Abyss Great Emperor's body, Lin Yuan estimated that the image of the Abyss Great Emperor could be sustained for a very long time. When Red Thorn heard Lin Yuan questioning its abilities, it immediately patted its chest as a gesture of confidence. It was as though it was afraid that Lin Yuan was underestimating it and hurriedly started moving the mouth of Relinquish. A vapor spewed forth from the mouth of Relinquish and caused it to start spinning. It was this spinning that moved the mouth of Relinquish over to the Abyss Great Emperor. Redthorn pointed to the Abyss Great Emperor's chest. Eternal Source understood what Redthorn meant but did not move immediately. Instead, he cast his gaze toward Lin Yuan. Only when Lin Yuan nodded at him, he moved over to the Abyss Great Emperor. His 10 fingers turned into claws that he forcefully plunged into the Abyss Great Emperor's chest and created a hold in the wall of muscle that covered the Abyss Great Emperor's heart. Eternal Source could feel heat on his fingertips and knew that the Abyss Great Emperor's blood was about to spray out. Before Eternal Source could pull his claws out of the Abyss Great Emperor's chest, he saw a strange tongue stretching out of one of the mouths of Relinquish. The purple and black tongue seemed to have a life of its own as it convulsed and twitched. It entered the Abyss Great Emperor's body through the holes that Endless Source's claws had made. Eternal Source sensed from the surrounding aura that the strange tongue slowly spread out after entering the Abyss Great Emperor's body and sealed off the hole that exposed the Abyss Great Emperor's heart. The black and purple tongue even sucked away all of the blood that had been on his claws and spat it back into the Abyss Great Emperor's body. When Eternal Source removed his claws from the Abyss Great Emperor's body, he felt as though the mouth of Relinquish had patched the Abyss Great Emperor's body back together so that it was whole again. The tongue of Relinquish slowly writhed inside the Abyss Great Emperor's body. This was much slower than when it took control of Eternal Experts. A mentally exhausted Redthorn only broke off the tip of the tongue of Relinquish after 5 days passed. Once the last part of the tongue of Relinquish entered the Abyss Great Emperor's body, he moved several of his fingers and placed his palm on the ground to support himself before his left arm started to move as well. This sight terrified Carlos and Caroline to the core. Both of them were under the Abyss Great Emperor's control. There was no one they were more afraid of than the Abyss Great Emperor. The Abyss Great Emperor was very domineering and hated being betrayed. The two of them had left the Abyss Great Emperor to join Lin Yuan. This could only be considered a betrayal. The Abyss Great Emperor would be sure to kill them once he awoke. Once the Abyss Great Emperor's arm stopped swaying, a gargling noise was produced in his throat. The sound resembled that of flowing magma. A moment later, a raspy voice emerged from his mouth, "Yuan, give me another 7 or 8 days, and I will be able to use the tongue of Relinquish's tongue tip to take full control of the Abyss Great Emperor." It was only at this moment that Eternal Source, Carlos, and Caroline realized why Lin Yuan had summoned this weak life form with an elite bloodline. It was using an unknown method to take control of the Abyss Great Emperor. The three of them would not believe this if not because they witnessed it personally. Most importantly, its attempt to take control of the Abyss Great Emperor had been successful. Lin Yuan walked over to the Abyss Great Emperor and reached out to stop Redthorn. "Redthorn, if you're too tired, you can take a break. We're not pressed for your time. I would also like to take the next few days to nurture the Abyss Red Lotus and help it sprout." Whenever Lin Yuan used true data to check on Morbius, the Fey species category had always shown 3 question marks. This had not changed. Morbius was very mysterious, just like Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan knew this aspect of himself well and never tried to hide it. If Lin Yuan was not mysterious and did not have any special characteristics, he would not have been chosen as a transmigrator. Not even the Abyss Great Emperor had been able to take control of the Abyss Red Lotus, but Morbius was able to spirit lock it in an instant. Despite Carlos and Caroline's claims of disobedience, it seemed as though the Abyss Red Lotus had not put up any resistance. It was true that the Abyss Red Lotus was not like regular dimensional life forms. Not only could it absorb source-type power and fire elemental energy, but it also had a strong craving for spirit chi. Although it had never absorbed spirit chi in the past, its power had already reached pinnacle samsara realm. Just what level would it be able to reach if it was provided with sufficient spirit chi? It was likely that it would even charge past the afterlife realm. Lin Yuan possessed both pure spirit chi and source-type power. The sacred sword-wielding queen was a far cry from what it used to be and could absorb law source crystals and world source crystals faster now. With its current speed, it could produce source-type power almost endlessly. Lin Yuan took out a handful of spirit chi crystals and crushed them before injecting a large amount of source-type power into the Abyss Red Lotus seed to help it sprout. After absorbing fire elemental energy for thousands of years, the Abyss Red Lotus had long completed the accumulation it needed for its transformation. All it needed now was a trigger that enabled it to sprout successfully. The source-type power and pure spirit chi that Lin Yuan provided was meant to be that exact trigger. Ferocious flames were blazing on top of the Abyss Red Lotus black and red seed. The dark red flames were extremely beautiful and seemed to be able to cleanse the world of its kindness, merit, evil, and wickedness. As the dark red flames continued to burn, a bright red seedling pushed out from the skin of the seed. The seedling quickly grew, stretched, and straightened as it absorbed the pure spirit chi and source-type power. Inky black roots also emerged from the bottom of the seed. The seeds were like swimming snakes that secured the space they occupied. The bright red leaves slowly turned black and were now covered with subtle dark red patterns. These dark red patterns were like scars left over after thousands of years of life experiences. They possessed the feeling of destruction as well as inexplicable beauty. A dark red flower bud grew out over all of the leaves and hung high above the rest of the plant. Soon, a small red lotus that was around the size of a palm bloomed. The red lotus changed continuously from light, to bright, to dark red. The shape of the flower petals changed continuously as well. When it was light red, it had exuded beauty. It was charming when it was bright red, and when it was dark red, it was elegant. Lin Yuan did not feel much now that he was the Abyss Red Lotus contractor. Redthorn's bloodline was linked to Lin Yuan and had not been affected by the Abyss Red Lotus. However, Eternal Source, Caroline, and Carlos both felt as though something was squeezing their throats so tightly that even breathing became difficult. Chapter 2471 Hellfire Lotus Imprint. It would be understandable if only Carlos and Caroline were affected. However, Eternal Source had reached the afterlife realm. How did this make sense? Just what was the Abyss Red Lotus? It was highly likely that the Abyss Great Emperor's death was related to the Abyss Red Lotus. The Abyss Red Lotus had managed to kill the Abyss Great Emperor while still ensuring its own survival in the form of a seed. This was absolutely astonishing. There was no question that the Abyss Red Lotus was stronger than him. Yet, Lin Yuan had easily formed a contract with it. Eternal Source had never been able to get a read on Lin Yuan. Now, Lin Yuan only seemed increasingly mysterious. Eternal Source used to think that it would be able to get a better read on Lin Yuan once he reached the afterlife realm. But despite becoming stronger and gaining more knowledge, Lin Yuan only became more mysterious. It was a blessing to be able to follow such a master. By following Lin Yuan, he had the chance to reach higher levels and gain even more opportunities. He had finally managed to break through the samsara realm curse of the marsh world and reached the afterlife realm. But to him, the afterlife realm was not the end but the beginning. As long as he proved his value, Lin Yuan would continue to provide him with resources. It was clear that out of all of his subordinates, Lin Yuan relied on Eternal Source the most. Lin Yuan looked at the sprouted Abyss Red Lotus and sensed that it felt parental respect toward him. Apparently, helping the Abyss Red Lotus had enabled him to leave a positive impression on it. With the addition of the Spirit Lock, the Abyss Red Lotus felt extremely affectionate toward him. Lin Yuan heard Morbius' voice in his head. "Partner, I have another piece of good news for you now that you've contracted the Abyss Red Lotus." The Abyss Red Lotus stored all of its previous life rank and knowledge of the main world in its seed. Hence, it can comprehend its own exclusive skill. You won't have to use your own willpower rune. There is a massive amount of energy inside the Abyss Red Lotus seed. It is currently only Diamond X/Fantasy V because of my limitations. I am doing my best to fuse with the endless gems, so I can't give it any more liberties. You are now an A-rank Spirit Chi professional. Once I combine the endless gems and remove the limitations on the Abyss Red Lotus, there is enough energy in the Abyss Red Lotus seed to enable it to become a suzerain/pinnacle myth 2 Fey. Lin Yuan looked surprised. According to what Morbius said, the Abyss Red Lotus had already reached Diamond X/Fantasy V. If Morbius weren't in the process of combining the endless gems, Lin Yuan's status as an A-rank Spirit Chi professional would have already allowed the Abyss Red Lotus to reach the pinnacle of myth 2. It could be said that out of all of Lin Yuan's Feys, the Abyss Red Lotus required the least amount of effort on his part. Fey name, Abyss Red Lotus. Fey grade, Diamond, 10/10. Fey type, Fire. Fey quality, Fantasy V. Abilities. Lotus Nirvana. After making a decision to self-destruct, all the energy in its body will be gathered inside the seed. When the seed sprouts, the life and bloodline will be passed on. Splendor of Fire. Fill the area with fire elemental energy. All other energies besides fire elemental energy will be eliminated and the ability of other life forms to control fire elemental energy will be removed. Hellfire Lotus Imprint. The Lotus Imprint will place a lock on the target and prevent it from gaining energy. Every layer of Lotus Imprint added will strengthen the lock on the target's energy and bloodline. Cleansing Aura Lotus Flames. The flames will transform into a lotus coffin. Choose a space and the flames will preserve it. Time and fixed entities will be preserved in their current condition. Lotus World Law. control the core of the world and issue orders to the life forms in the world. Those who were defiant would be blocked from receiving energy from that world. Hellfire application, combine with other life forms and combine the energy of the world controlled by Lotus locks the world with its own to boost itself. Exclusive skill. Red Lotus Hellfire, a target's karma, bloodline, and energy will be burned up. The flames will add the Hellfire Lotus imprint on the target's body. Lotus locks the world. When contact is made with the core of a world, the Lotus roots will wrap around the world's core. The core of the world will become an energy source for the Lotus while the Lotus takes over the world. From the Abyss Red Lotus species, Lin Yuan could be certain that it was a life form that was the only one of its kind and only existed in the abyssal world. Its circumstances were very similar to that of Genius and Chimey. However, its abilities could not be compared to those of Genius and Chimey. Lotus Nirvana would allow it to pass on its bloodline in its seed if it ever decided to end its life. It had used this ability to survive its battle against the Abyss Great Emperor. This regular ability would enable the Abyss Red Lotus to have a way of saving its own life when taking on stronger life forms. There was no question of its strength. However, this ability was not of much use to Lin Yuan. Luckily, he had the endless gems that could unlock the Abyss Red Lotus. Otherwise, the Abyss Red Lotus would have almost no abilities. This was because there was no way that Lin Yuan would instruct the only recently sprouted Abyss Red Lotus to use Lotus Nirvana and return it to its seed state. Spender of Fire came off as a very domineering ability. If he used this ability, life forms of any type who were fire type would be used to rejuvenate the fire elemental energy in the area. When Lin Yuan first went to the Radiant Moon Palace, he witnessed Long Tao summoning the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus, which automatically filled the area with water. When high-grade feys were able to automatically summon their affiliated elements, it would not only make the environment more comfortable for them but would also be a method of defense. However, the ability Splendor of Fire would prevent all other life forms from using such self-beneficial abilities. Chapter 2472 Tide Herb Treasure Conch. Once Spender of Fire was used, there would only be fire elements in the Abyss Red Lotus surroundings. However, this might not be a blessing for other life forms as the Abyss Red Lotus would take over their ability to control fire elemental energy. As a result, fire-type life forms would lose their ability to attack and defend. After all, life forms of other types could use the other types of energy stored in their bodies to utilize their abilities while other life forms would be left helpless. Splendor of Fire was proof of just how high the Abyss Red Lotus life rank was. From the ability Hellfire Lotus imprint onward, the Abyss Red Lotus abilities became rather unreasonable. Hellfire Lotus imprint would prevent a target from attaining any more energy. This meant that the target Fey would no longer be able to drain energy from others or the surroundings to activate their bloodline. This would result in them only being able to use up their energy but never being able to replenish it. Furthermore, the effects of Hellfire Lotus imprint could be stacked and accumulated. Every level would strengthen the seal on the target's bloodline and energy. Thus, this ability would continuously weaken the target. There were many types of energy, such as elemental energy, vitality, spirit chi, faith power, source type power, and more. Hellfire Lotus imprint covered a wide range. Cleansing Aura Lotus flames would create a coffin of flames and lock up a designated space. Time, space, and other fixed elements would all be preserved by this ability. This ability was a sealing type ability. Lin Yuan felt that it could be used in conjunction with the Remembrance Soul Whale's abilities. If anyone who was close to Lin Yuan ended up dying, Cleansing Aura Lotus flames could be used to seal space and time. As a result, their soul would not scatter, and their flesh would not decompose. Lin Yuan could then use the Jasmine Lily's exclusive skill Severed Limbs Growth, as well as Rememberling's soul gathering abilities, to bring his close one back to life. Cleansing Aura Lotus flames complemented Rememberling and the Jasmine Lily so that Lin Yuan now truly had the means to bring back someone from the dead on his own. Regardless of how broken the body was, the Jasmine Lily would be able to use Severed Limbs Growth on it as long as it was still fresh. It was clear that Lotus World Law and Lotus Locks the World were linked. Lotus Locks the World would allow the Abyss Red Lotus to use its roots to wrap around a world's core and thus use the world's core to nurture itself. It would then combine with the core of the world and take control of that world. The Abyss Red Lotus roots could multiply at will. Thus, as long as there were more cores of worlds around, the Abyss Red Lotus could continue taking control of them. It would live up to the ability's name of locking up the world. Lotus World Law would leverage the Abyss Red Lotus control over the world's core to block the life forms living in that world from absorbing energy. If Lin Yuan used the Abyss Red Lotus to take control of the main world's core, he would order the Abyss Red Lotus to use Lotus World Law on the Freedom Federation's Mirror God and God of Fools. The Mirror God and God of Fools had set their spirit fires alight. As long as they remained in the main world, Lotus World Law would prevent them from absorbing spirit chi from the main world. Lin Yuan felt this was the best method against Tower Cannon. However, Lin Yuan could not be certain that Tower Cannon was based in the main world. Lin Yuan still had no information about the world that the pilgrimage corpse bird had come from. Hellfire application made use of the energy from the world that Lotus Locks the world had taken control of to boost itself. It was difficult to imagine the power that one would achieve if all that energy was injected into them. Lin Yuan intended to try the ability out once the opportunity arose. But it went without saying that the prerequisite to this was that he would first have to take control of the core of a world. If he did not take control of a world's core, the abilities Lotus World Law, Hellfire Application, and exclusive skill Lotus Locks the World would all be rendered useless. Besides Lotus Locks the World, the Abyss Red Lotus also had another exclusive skill called Red Lotus Hellfire. Targets that the Red Lotus Hellfire burned would end up having their karma, bloodline, and energy all burned up. For example, if Lin Yuan used Red Lotus Hellfire on Red Thorn, not only would Red Thorn's grade and quality fall continuously, but its bloodline would also fall from that of a pinnacle 6-paired winged fairy back to 4 pairs of wings or even 2 pairs of wings. Red Lotus Hellfire could also burn up exclusive skills and laws. Lin Yuan sensed the Abyss Red Lotus strength and thought, if the Abyss Red Lotus seed landed in the main world and someone else formed a contract with it, it would be able to use the Abyss Red Lotus to cause chaos throughout the main world even if they had almost no talent. They would be no different from a monstrous being. Now that Lin Yuan had spirit locked the Abyss Red Lotus, the only thing that Lin Yuan needed to do in the abyssal world was wait until Red Thorn was done using the Tongue of Relinquish to take full control of the Abyss Great Emperor. A few days passed. Previously, the Abyss Great Emperor was only able to move its arm and neck. But now, it could stand and move individual limbs. Just as Red Thorn was about to be done using the Tongue of Relinquish to take control of the Abyss Great Emperor, Lin Yuan sensed a clear shift in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone and saw Morbius' projected image. Partner, the water world's treasure has appeared. Lin Yuan looked in the direction that Morbius was pointing and saw a giant conch shell on the pure land of bliss. The conch shell was spewing azure sea water that flew in an arc before being reabsorbed by the conch shell. Every dimensional world's treasure was vastly different from the other. The treasure's appearance was largely related to the world it belonged to. Partner, the water world's treasure is called the Tide Herb Treasure Conch. The method to use it is exactly the same as the Abundance Treasure Tree. All you need to do is place it somewhere in the water world. It will extract the water from the sea to self-circulate. Any life form from the water world that makes contact with its water will become one of its patterns and fall under its control. Chapter 2473 Control the Second Treasure. If you place the Tide Herb Treasure Conch in the water world, it will finish taking over its dimensional world sooner than the Abundance Treasure Tree. A smile spread across Lin Yuan's face. He could finally begin taking control of the water world. Lin Yuan had already given instructions before leaving the water world to return to the Radiance Federation. Extreme Ocean and a few King-class mermaids were sent to gather the dictators of the water world and head toward the entrance of the Class 6 water world dimensional rift. Now that such a long period had passed and given the speed of the dictators, most of the dictators, besides those who lived extremely far, should have already gathered. Once I formed a contract with the Tide Herb Treasure Conch and Red Thorn is done using the Tongue of Relinquish to take control of the Abyss Great Emperor, I will let Carlos and Caroline out. They will gather all of the powerful dictators and apostles at the 9th level and 10th level of the abyssal world. Carlos and Caroline used to be akin to kings in the abyssal world, so they will definitely be more familiar with how things are done. After leaving the abyssal world, we will head to the Iron Hammer Federation first. By the time the matters in the subterranean world are settled, the abyssal world's treasure should have already formed. Lin Yuan always had a complete plan before he began doing anything. He had already come up with a plan for the next 5 months. If he ever encountered another extended waiting period, he would use it to combine the marsh, water, and abyssal world's tomes so he would be able to take complete control of the dimensional worlds. He hoped that Tower Cannon would not cause any trouble before he was done taking control of all 5 dimensional rifts. Once he was done conquering the 5 dimensional worlds, Lin Yuan's plan was to use the Abyss Red Lotus roots to take control of the main world. The Radiance Federation's continent vein core was akin to the core of the main world. If Lin Yuan instructed the Abyss Red Lotus to take control of those continent vein cores, he would also be able to take control of the entire main world. At that time, regardless of the heinous plots Tower Cannon had, Lin Yuan could use the Abyss Red Lotus abilities to limit them as long as they were in the main world. This would prevent Tower Cannon from doing too much damage to the main world. Given his current power, Lin Yuan's plans were not difficult to accomplish. All he needed was time. With the experience from the Abundance Treasure Tree, Lin Yuan no longer felt any pressure when he formed a contract with the Tide Herb Treasure Conch. Lin Yuan let out the Jasmine Lily and instructed it to continuously provide him with vitality. Lin Yuan let his blood flow toward the Tide Herb Treasure Conch. Once the Tide Herb Treasure Conch drank Lin Yuan's blood, it became sensitive toward him. Lin Yuan used almost 3 days to form a contract with the Tide Herb Treasure Conch. This was around the same amount of time that it had taken for him to contract the Abundance Treasure Tree. Once Lin Yuan was done forming a contract with the Tide Herb Treasure Conch, he found it difficult to even maintain his standing position. Lin Yuan instructed the Jasmine Lily to heal him while he grabbed handfuls of blood-replenishing spiritual ingredients and began gobbling them up. Piles of blood-producing golden date seeds appeared by Lin Yuan's feet over these 3 days. Lin Yuan normally did not use the Jasmine Lily often, but it was one of his most important assets. There were countless times it had helped Lin Yuan at key moments. Without the Jasmine Lily's healing and the exclusive skill Vitality imprint, Lin Yuan would never have been able to make it to this point of being able to form a contract with the Tide Herb Treasure Conch and linking it to his bloodline. Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone and essentially disappeared from the abyssal world. Eternal Source had seen this ability many times and was used to it, but this was the first time Carlos and Caroline witnessed it. They felt that Lin Yuan had already performed multiple unimaginable feats in front of them. Besides a small part of the Abyss Great Emperor's body that still could not move, every other part of him could now move. If they were not certain that everything had indeed happened, Carlos and Caroline would be wondering if they were dreaming and that the Abyss Great Emperor was not actually dead in real life. While all these wild thoughts were running through Carlos and Caroline's heads, Lin Yuan reappeared at the same spot where he had disappeared not long ago. Ever since entering the Abyss Great Emperor's palace, Lin Yuan had instructed Redthorn to take control of the Abyss Great Emperor, then used Morbius to spirit lock the Abyss Red Lotus Seed. As such, he had not had the time to look through the palace. All the resources that the Abyss Great Emperor had accumulated were likely stored there. Recently, the Source Sand had been continuously absorbing Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. Lin Yuan also fed the mountain-containing embryo that he had found in the Startling Lines continent to the Source Sand. The Source Sand was now showing signs of evolving to myth breed. It was likely that it would be able to evolve within the next month. The amber button on Lin Yuan's wrist fell to the ground, and the Source Sand tunneled underneath the palace. Soon, Close Guard Sand began grinding down the rocks and creating a sea of sand granules. 4 whirlpools of sand started spreading out with Lin Yuan at the center. A large amount of yellow sand began pouring out from the whirlpools and spurted out in all directions. The sand granules that fell to the ground turned into small snakes that began thoroughly searching through the palace. The Source Sand had never displayed such strong power before this. Lin Yuan thought, the mountain-containing embryo must be related to why the Source Sand's sand granules are so strong now. The Source Sand scanned through the palace and quickly a medium-sized room below the palace. There were many resources stored in the room, and the top-grade strange flames were the lowest quality of resources. Lin Yuan had already conquered the marsh and water worlds. Thus, he already had an estimate of the availability of resources in the abyssal world. The Abyss Great Emperor had stored more top resources than Gray's Sacred Hall's rulers. It seemed as though at the time of his death, the Abyss Great Emperor had accumulated almost half of the abyssal world's resources. The Abyss Great Emperor's actions had caused the abyssal world to lose a significant amount of its combat power over the past 10,000 years. In order for resources to be useful, they had to be utilized continuously before continuously reproduced afterward. This flow would form a positive cycle. Not only was the Abyss Great Emperor's treasure trove disorganized, but he also lacked foresight. The Source Sand swiftly became familiar with the resources while organizing them. It separated all of the resources by type before using ferromanganese to store and deliver them to Lin Yuan's spatial equipment. Chapter 2474 The Goddess of Mercy and the Scale. I will give both of you a chance. The 2 of you will go and help me with something. Once you're done, I will reward you. But if you do a bad job, one of you will die while the other will remain to act as the dimensional world's watchdog. Although he had yet to use the abyssal world's treasure to take control of them, their disobedience would mean that they were innately traitors and that keeping them around would not be worth it. Carlos and Caroline froze and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Lord Lin Yuan. We will definitely do a good job. We won't disappoint you." Not a single part of Carlos and Caroline doubted that Lin Yuan was telling the truth. Previously, with just Eternal Source, who had reached the afterlife realm, Carlos and Caroline were already no match for him. But now, Lin Yuan also had the revived Abyss Great Emperor. The Abyss Great Emperor had been looming over them for a very long time and had been a source of stress for Carlos and Caroline for far longer than Eternal Source had. Lin Yuan's subordinates could leave the first level of the abyssal world, which was already a huge incentive for Carlos and Caroline. After hearing their response, Lin Yuan started to give out instructions. The two of you still start on the second level and gather all of the decent apostles and dictators at the entrances of the 9th and 10th levels of the abyssal world. I will give you a 1-month deadline. I'm sure that you will be able to do a good job with your power. Carlos and Caroline understood what Lin Yuan's intentions were. This task would be easy for them to carry out. We will be able to do a good job as long as the demons aren't stronger than us. Lin Yuan gave Zhong Ziyi's picture to the two of them and told them to protect him if they encountered him. Otherwise, given their characters, they would immediately attack a life form like Zhong Ziyi that did not belong to the abyssal world. After receiving the photograph from Lin Yuan, Carlos and Caroline carefully committed his image to memory before leaving the first level of the abyssal world. Once Red Thorn was done taking control of the Abyss Great Emperor, the first thing that Lin Yuan did was get the 10 abyss wombs under control. Then, he left the first level of the abyssal world and returned to the entrance of the abyssal world. After leaving the abyssal world, Lin Yuan arrived at the location where he had arranged to meet Ink Ocean, Frozen Ocean, and the Goddess of Mercy. Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean had been extremely anxious along the way and were terrified that first page Crimson would appear out of the blue. After meeting up with Lin Yuan, they sensed the aura coming off from Eternal Source before the two of them could let out a breath of relief. What? Eternal Source had managed to evolve past the Samsara realm. His aura was similar in level to that of first page Crimson, but it was clear that first page Crimson's aura was stronger. Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean knew what Lin Yuan was going to ask, so they did not beat around the bush and immediately told him about all the information they had found out and all that they had sensed. Not only was Lin Yuan unworried by the news, but he even became more relaxed than before. Eternal Source's power had only just broken past the Samsara realm and had similar power to an expert who had just reached the Spirit Fire level. Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean's information was very useful and could prove that first page Crimson was indeed on the same level as Eternal Source. When the Goddess of Mercy laid eyes on Lin Yuan and sensed the strength of his bloodline, her legs went weak, and she instinctively fell to her knees. The Goddess of Mercy already had special intentions toward Lin Yuan. Now that his bloodline had improved again, her affection for him intensified even further. The mermaids placed bloodline above all else. It was normal for inferior mermaids to become infatuated with elite mermaids. Lin Yuan knew this and expressively avoided her gaze after realizing her intentions. Lin Yuan had a traditional human mindset. According to their age, the Goddess of Mercy could be his great-grandmother. He could never accept such an age gap. Regardless of how the Goddess of Mercy felt toward him, it did not change the fact that she had helped him significantly and that he owed her a favor. He took out the Emperor scale that he had dug out from Brilliant Gold's body and gave it to her. Goddess of Mercy, if you fuse with this Emperor scale, you will be able to become an Emperor-class mermaid soon. Then, you will no longer be restricted by your birth horoscope. The Goddess of Mercy looked at the gold scale in his hand and could sense the Emperor-class mermaid energy within the scale. If she absorbed this scale, she would be able to become an Emperor-class mermaid even if she did not manage to receive Lin Yuan's affection. The Goddess of Mercy felt a jumble of emotions now that the cage that had trapped her for years was about to be unlocked. All of this had come from Lin Yuan. If the Goddess of Mercy continued to interact with Lin Yuan after breaking through to Emperor class, she would not have to try to attain his affection. This was a huge psychological load off of her shoulders. The Goddess of Mercy swished her tail until it was in front of her chest and bowed to Lin Yuan. Thank you, Lin Yuan. I won't be able to return to the Freedom Federation. Despite coming to the Radiance Federation, I have no intention of becoming part of the Radiance Federation. Why don't I stick with you from now on? The Goddess of Mercy spoke candidly to Lin Yuan. She knew that the Radiance Federation would never truly accept her and her style of doing things. This was because the Radiance Federation's members of royalty had rules that they had to uphold while she was used to doing as she pleased and never having to consider the consequences of her actions. Rather than remaining in the Radiance Federation and having to be wary of the other members of royalty, the best choice for her would be to stay by Lin Yuan's side. Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head. Goddess of Mercy, given your bloodline, you are now fully a mermaid. You intentionally eliminated your human bloodline long ago. The water world is enormous, and that is the true haven for mermaids. Rather than sticking with me, why don't you go to the water world and live with other mermaids? That way, you'll also be helping me to watch over the water world. Neither the mirror god nor the god of fools will be able to cause trouble for you if you are in the water world. What do you think of my suggestion? The goddess of mercy was shocked when she heard what Lin Yuan said. She was aware that mermaids existed in the water world. Chapter 2475 Arriving at the Iron Hammer Federation again. From what Lin Yuan said, was she about to pass through the Class 6 water world dimensional rift to enter the water world and meet with real mermaids. The goddess of mercy could not be more looking forward to this. The mermaid bloodline would not only allow mermaids to receive the loyalty of inferior mermaids but mostly generate infatuation in inferior mermaids. Mermaids were an elite society of life forms. This was why the goddess of mercy became so adverse toward humans once she gained the mermaid bloodline. Humans did not turn off Lin Yuan because he possessed the mermaid bloodline but had not removed his original human bloodline like the goddess of mercy had. Lin Yuan's human bloodline was always the dominant one. It was true that the goddess of mercy would be able to assimilate into the mermaids better than she would at the Radiance Federation. The Radiance Federation's culture and rules were unaccepting of her, and it would also be difficult for her to adjust to them. Since Lin Yuan had changed the subject, it meant that she had rejected her request. The goddess of mercy had been wondering how two spirit fire experts had suddenly popped up out of nowhere in the Radiance Federation. If there had been two other spirit fire experts besides the space-time elder, why had the Freedom Federation always had the upper hand? The goddess of mercy could tell that these two spirit fire experts' auras were even stronger than the mirror god and god of fools. From their attitudes toward Lin Yuan, the goddess of mercy came to understand numerous things. These two spirit fire experts were not from the Radiance Federation, they were Lin Yuan's subordinates. He was the one who had sent them to the Freedom Federation to protect her. Given that he had subordinates of such power at his disposal, it was true that she who had not even set her spirit fire alight did not have the right to stay by his side. Okay. I will do as you say and head to the water world. I really want to see what a culture created by mermaids is like. After chatting with the goddess of mercy for a while, Lin Yuan instructed Eternal Source to change into his original form so that he would be able to take him to the Class 6 water world dimensional rift as quickly as possible. Firstly, Lin Yuan needed to take the goddess of mercy there. Secondly, Lin Yuan needed to place the Tide Herb Treasure Conch in the water world. It would take time for the Tide Herb Treasure Conch to take control of the water world, so what Lin Yuan needed the most now was time. He sent an update to the Radiance Federation before he headed to the Azure Federation. Once he was done, he remained in the water world for some time. Ink Ocean, Frozen Ocean, Ancient Ocean, Dazzling Silver, Red Beauty, Light Green Umber, Blue Umber, and the other Samsara realm dictators that were near the Tide Herb Treasure Conch all fell under its control. Lin Yuan left Extreme Ocean in charge of watching over things while he rushed to the Iron Hammer Federation to take a look at the subterranean world. During this trip to the subterranean world, Lin Yuan had more than 20 Samsara realm dictators at his disposal. Thus, he would be able to plan freely and do whatever he wanted in the subterranean world and would not have to act from the shadows. When Lin Yuan arrived at the Startling Lines continent, he did not immediately head to the Iron Hammer Federation. Instead, he went to Thick Soil City first. He checked on the current development of Thick Soil City and ascertained the standard of living for the citizens of the Startling Lines continent's 3 federations. Lin Yuan was very satisfied with Yi Huailong, Jin Kyungsuan, and Loyal Land's management of the Startling Lines continent. The Divine Wood Federation had Yi Huailo helping to accumulate and build the foundation of the Divine Wood Federation. Yi Huailo had already personally picked the first batch of Divine Wood envoys. Now, the Divine Wood Federation was eligible to participate in the major Federation meeting that would take place 2 years later. With a Class 5 Creation Master leading a group of 5 youths and providing them with resources, they would all become top geniuses. Talent was very important in the main world. However, the existence of Creation Masters made talent much less important than before because Creation Master resources could manually crank up a person's talent. The places that used to be overrun with bandit groups that terrorized the lives of regular people were now heaven on earth. Lin Yuan was filled with a special sense of accomplishment. When Lin Yuan arrived at Thick Soil City, he brought Eternal Source with him to see Tale and personally complimented Tale. In spite of his young age, Tale had managed to enable Thick Soil City to flourish to such an extent. He had to have invested a lot of effort to achieve this. Lin Yuan's frequent compliments to Tale gave him confidence and helped him to grow. Tale wanted Lin Yuan to stay the night at Thick Soil City, but Lin Yuan turned him down because time was too tight. After handing a batch of resources to Ta Lei and instructing him to develop thick soil cities' city guards, Lin Yuan went to the Freezing Hammer tribe. Lin Yuan had informed Luo Lan in advance of his arrival, so she was there with Suo Yiren to welcome him. Luo Lan's character was rather weak. Thus, despite having handled the rebellious tribes, she still lacked the formidability of a ruler and found it difficult to naturally earn the respect of her people. Rather than saying that the heads of tribes submitted to her identity, her contributions, and the fact that she had saved the Iron Hammer Federation, they were more afraid of the power that she possessed. Luo Lan intentionally made herself out to have the image of a goddess, and this allowed her to manage the regular tribes but not the Black Gold tribes. When the Iron Hammer Federation had been in the midst of a crisis, the Black Gold tribes had let Luo Lan take the lead and used her to eliminate Luo Cai, who had been under the control of the Truth Association. However, what Luo Lan wanted as the ruler of the Iron Hammer Federation was to have a tight grip on the Iron Hammer Federation. This inevitably cut into the Black Gold tribe's piece of the pie. Luo Lan could not use only martial force against the rebellious Black Gold and Platinum tribes. Martial force could solve the problem but would also damage the Iron Hammer Federation. Luo Lan spent her days battered and beat up because of these circumstances, and there were many things that were beyond her power to accomplish. There was no way that she could go to Lin Yuan for help. Luckily, she had Su Yiren around. Su Yiren had been the most elite member of the younger generation of the 7 States of Darkness because her grandmother had been the only Class 5 creation master in the entire 7 States of Darkness. Her outstanding background allowed her to enjoy a golden status from the moment she was born. She was a natural-born elite. The 7 States of Darkness was an alliance of 7 federations, and the factions within them were very messy. Su Yiren had been watching how her grandmother managed the factions of the 7 States of Darkness from a young age and learned many tricks. Thus, there was no one better than her to address the Iron Hammer Federation's present problems. Chapter 2476 The Fulfilled Wish. If Luo Lan continued to be so kind and soft-hearted, her authority would slowly be stolen by the Black Gold tribes. At that point, it would be even more difficult for her to solve issues. She could only change the situation if she used Lin Yuan's eternal weapon to kill a large group of people and rebuild the system, just like what had happened in the Great Lush Federation. However, this would come at much too high a price. It would result in the Iron Hammer Federation, which was already weaker than the other 2 federations, to continue being at a disadvantage. Furthermore, Su Yiren and Luo Lan were on such good terms because they had similar pasts and because Su Yiren wanted to use Luo Lan's faction to help to revive and bring glory back to the 7 States of Darkness. Hence, it went without saying that the more secure Luo Lan's authority was, the better it would be. Listen was fully in charge of establishing the trade routes, and all the Iron Hammer Federation needed to do was send people to do whatever Listen told them to do. Luo Lan had already distributed all of the plant-type feys with the sacred wood bloodline that Lin Yuan had given the Iron Hammer Federation. The large tribes were currently nurturing them, so there was no need for Luo Lan to be overly worried. Hence, Su Yiren acted as Luo Lan's strategist and helped her to come up with a plan to become the true center of power of the Iron Hammer Federation. Now, none of the Black Gold tribes dared to say anything that went against Luo Lan's wishes. When Luo Lan saw Lin Yuan, she wanted to tell him about all that she had achieved in the Iron Hammer Federation. But she knew that he had serious business to attend to and forcefully controlled herself. Su Yiren walked over to Lin Yuan and said softly, "Young master, I have accomplished my goal of coming to the Iron Hammer Federation. I think I can reclaim the 7 States of Darkness now." Lin Yuan reached out and patted her shoulder. He had taken note of all the effort that she had put in. She was the member of the Astronomical Parliament that had helped Lin Yuan to solve the most problems. She and Wen Yu together handled all of Sky City's affairs. Su Yiren's heart was set on reclaiming and bringing glory back to the 7 States of Darkness. Lin Yuan could understand this wish of hers. If the Radiance Federation was ever in a crisis, he would also make it his first priority and goal to rescue it. Previously, it would have been challenging for Lin Yuan to reclaim the 7th Page War because none of his subordinates possessed power that could overwhelm 7th Page War. But now, he had a group of Samsara Realm dictators. He could send any 2 of them out, and Su Yiren would be able to reclaim the Dark Continent with ease. While Lin Yuan was in the midst of reclaiming the Abyssal World, the last of the Spirit Mother's 9 tests came to an end. Things played out exactly as Lin Yuan speculated. The Spirit Mother made his move against the 2 Sky Mother families at the last part of the test. Buletin Po eventually became the last and only option to become the next Spirit Mother. Once the current Spirit Mother stepped down, the Spirit Mother's responsibilities would fall onto Buletin Po's shoulders. Buletin had never stepped out of line. Thus, the Spirit Mother was especially trusting of him. These circumstances made Lin Yuan extremely happy. However, the Spirit Mother had mercilessly eliminated the two Spirit Mother families and obliterated them down to their roots. Thus, it could be seen that the current Spirit Mother was extremely cruel and capable of looking at the big picture. In actuality, the two Sky Mother families had not done anything disrespectful toward the Spirit Mother besides trying to help one of their members become the Spirit Mother's successor. The Spirit Mother did this because he was naturally overly suspicious. Did the Spirit Mother really not suspect Buletin in any way? Did he not wonder how a previously decrepit soul had managed to turn his life around and become a Class 3 creation master? The Spirit Mother had to have investigated Buletin before picking him to be a reserve disciple. Since Lin Yuan could not be fully assured, he decided to instruct Mountain Ridge Source, who was more reliable, to continue remaining in the Spirit Mother Federation to watch over Buletin and his sister, as well as observe the developments in the Spirit Mother Federation. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan recalled Carnage Source. Lin Yuan planned on sending Carnage Source to accompany Su Yiren to the Dark Continent and help with its reclamation. The Freedom Federation had invited 7th Page War over to their side, and all the top combatants were situated in Fresh City. This was the best opportunity to reclaim the Dark Continent. Yiren, I will send someone to head to the Dark Continent with you a week later to reclaim the Dark Continent. I will fully support you with martial power. However, whether glory can be restored to the 7 states of darkness or how far its development will be able to progress will fully depend on you. Many issues are currently bogging down the main world. I suggest that you focus on building up the defenses of the 7 states of darkness first. I can't shake the feeling that Tower Cannon is going to trigger large waves throughout the main world. Su Yiren's entire body trembled with excitement when she heard what Lin Yuan said. The dreams and hopes that she had been holding onto for so many years were about to be fulfilled. Frankly, she only needed Lin Yuan's support when it came to martial force, and she would be able to handle everything else herself. The Dark Continent was an enormous treasure vault in itself, and the resources harvested there would be sufficient to rebuild the 7 states of darkness. Su Yiren had a rightful claim to her position as a Dark Envoy. If anyone in the 7 states of darkness opposed her rule, she would use methods even more viciously than Luolan used against the Black Gold tribes to stamp out those bad seeds. Young Master, thank you for your help. I will do a good job of managing the 7 states of darkness after reclaiming it. Statues bearing your image will be placed everywhere in the Dark Continent so all life forms will be able to worship you. Lin Yuan, Su Yiren, and Luolan chatted idly for a while before they began discussing the main topic. I am planning on entering the subterranean dimensional rift and will be there for some time. If anything happens in the outside world, you can let me know immediately through the thoughts letter paper. Su Yiren and Luolan shared a look. This is their first time learning about the Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift. Numerous dimensional life forms were running out from the Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift every day. Some of these dimensional life forms possessed creation breed power. The dimensional life forms were a serious threat to the safety of the Freezing Hammer tribe. If the dimensional life forms attacked the members of the Freezing Hammer tribe, only the true experts would be able to save themselves, while most of the tribe members would be killed by the waves of dimensional life forms. Chapter 2477 Situation in the Subterranean World. Furthermore, the endless droves of dimensional life forms have already taken over the area around the Snow Celestial Mountain. I have no way of getting rid of all of them. So, we will have no choice but to battle the dimensional life forms in order to gain access to that area. This will probably take a long time. Luolan knew that Lin Yuan was very powerful, but her knowledge of his power was stuck at the point when he had conquered the startling Lines continent. At that time, the strongest experts he had were eternal ones. When the Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift first opened and many alien beasts streamed out, a confused Luolan sent the eternal weapon to investigate the situation. Luolan discovered that these subterranean dimensional life forms were powerful and were much stronger than even the strongest dimensional life forms that emerged from Class 5 dimensional rift. However, eternal weapons differed from eternal experts, and the amount of energy they could replenish each day was limited. This was the reason Su Yiren had not instructed the eternal weapon to clear out the subterranean dimensional life forms. As more time passed, Luolan became uncertain of how strong the subterranean dimensional life forms had become. Would she truly be able to defeat them if she used all of the Iron Hammer Federation's combat power? Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head. I will personally lead a group over there. You don't have to worry. Since Su Yiren has decided to reclaim the 7 states of darkness, it means that matters in the Iron Hammer Federation are basically settled. Why don't you go and prepare your men? Su Yiren will need your help later. Luo Lan thought that Lin Yuan had misunderstood her meaning and hurriedly said, Young master, Yiren is my sister. After all the help that she has given me, I will definitely help out the Dark Continent. I have prepared the men long ago. The Iron Hammer Federation's labor is akin to your own. The Iron Hammer Federation is willing to lay down its life for the sake of your desire to explore the subterranean world. Lin Yuan said, Eternal Source, go and gather the subterranean dimensional life forms. Then bring me the 3 strongest ones, so I can learn more about the subterranean world. Eternal Source bowed and said, As you wish. Soon, Eternal Source's body disappeared and reappeared above the snow celestial mountain. As an afterlife realm expert, Eternal Source was skilled at controlling his aura and preventing it from leaking. It could be used to create a cage around whatever needed to be protected. Eternal Source's aura crashed down on the dimensional life forms that were charging out of the Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift. At that moment, there was no question that he was an overlord and that he was capable of crushing armies of life forms. Even regular dictators were no different from dimensional life forms in his presence. The subterranean life forms fell to the ground in submissive positions and dared not even breathe. The main type of energy in Eternal Source's body was Source-type power. If they did not carefully sense his aura, the dimensional life forms would have no idea that he came from another dimensional world. But even the strongest of these dimensional life forms dared not sense Eternal Source's aura, as it was taboo in the dimensional worlds for an inferior life form to sense the aura of a superior life form. This rule applied to every dimensional world. After speaking to Eternal Source, Lin Yuan turned to Luo Lan and said, I don't need your help because I will be able to solve the problem easily. Here, take these resources. Nurture the experts who have contracted the feys with the sacred wood bloodline as soon as possible and send them to Thick Soil City within the next 2 months so they can be evolved. I am not planning on heading to the Divine Wood Federation and Great Lush Federation. You can send someone to deliver the resources to Yi Huailong and Jin Kyungsun. Next, Lin Yuan said to Su Yiren, you have contributed to both the Divine Wood Federation and Great Lush Federation. You can also ask Jin Kyungsun and Yi Huailong to help with your efforts to bring back the Dark Continent. They will definitely help you. The Dark Continent is near the Sea of Darkness. Once you have fixed your harbor, you can ask Jin Kyungsun to send a team of the island whales to deliver goods to you that will be helpful in rebuilding the 7 states of darkness. After that, you can continue trading with them. Su Yiren looked at Lin Yuan with delight and said excitedly, Young master, if that is the case, the 7 states of darkness will be rebuilt in just a year or 2. Lin Yuan sighed to himself. He could only hope that Tower Cannon would not cause any trouble and give Su Yiren these 2 years to prepare. Lin Yuan's facial muscles did not display any sign of his internal sigh. He did not want to affect Su Yiren's passionate enthusiasm. Moreover, he had only been guessing all of Tower Cannon's plans. They might not actually do anything over the next few years. Lin Yuan asked Luo Lan to prepare a room for him. An Eternal Source soon brought 3 subterranean dimensional life forms to see him. Lin Yuan was not at all surprised by these 3-dimensional life forms' powers. The Class 6 dimensional rifts opened at random locations in both the main world and the dimensional worlds. It was likely that just like the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift, the Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift had coincidentally opened at a location where many powerful dimensional life forms were situated. The lower class dimensional life forms would have already spread out and begun invading the surrounding federations instead of remaining concentrated in one area. However, Lin Yuan had not expected 2 of the 3 life forms to be dictators. It was clear that these 2 dictators had been frightened by the eternal weapon that Luo Lan had sent out and dared not attack because they were unsure of the extent of the eternal weapon's strength and wary of a hidden powerful army. Otherwise, given the power of these 2 dictators and the millions of dimensional life forms under their command, they were fully capable of conquering the startling Lines continent. Lin Yuan could not help but feel a pang of fear. He decided to leave a Samsara realm dictator in Thick Soil City to protect the entire startling Lines continent. Begin Lady transformed into a stream of water and started binding the 3-dimensional life forms. Lin Yuan picked the apostle that was close to evolving into dictator, and Begin Lady transformed into a cage of water that trapped the other 2 dictators. Lin Yuan had once turned a vain land imp into an apostle, so he had instructed Genius long ago to learn the language of the subterranean world. Chapter 2478 4 Major Mine Districts in Earth Ancestral Palace. Later, the 2 of them will also provide me with their descriptions. I'll be able to tell if you were telling the truth at that time. If you go into sufficient detail, I will allow you to leave even if you don't provide me with as much information as the 2 of them. Otherwise, if I need to kill someone to make an example out of them, you will be the chosen one. Only elite experts in the subterranean world used the method of killing to make an example. This apostle with the stone statue monster bloodline happened to like using this method to scare his believers. Moreover, Eternal Source's aura came with extremely heavy pressure. The apostle with the stone statue monster bloodline had never previously sensed such a powerful being in the subterranean world. For the sake of its survival, the apostle with the stone statue monster bloodline dared not keep any secrets. After cracking its head open while thinking, it told Lin Yuan everything it was at liberty to say and more. From this, Lin Yuan gained a general understanding of the dimensional world. It could be said that the subterranean world was the dimensional rift with the least human presence besides the water world. This was because the subterranean world's environment was pitch black, and many feys that could produce light also needed to be exposed to the sun to recover the light-type energy in their body and continue to produce light. The subterranean world was extremely deep and large. It was split into 4 districts akin to the marsh world's 6 major marsh circles. There were a large number of dimensional life forms in every district. But unlike the marsh world's 6 major marsh circles, conflict was common in the 4 major mine districts as they fought with each other over control of mineral resources. Each conflict would result in the deaths of many dimensional life forms and apostles. Occasionally, dictators died as well. There was no leader to lead the 4 major mine districts. There were only managers who divided up the territory among the 4 districts. All of these managers were turning realm dictators. At the center of the 4 major districts was an area known as the Earth Ancestral Palace that was akin to the Marsh World's Marsh Abyss. The Earth Ancestral Palace was dedicated to Samsara realm dictators. Every once in a while, the managers would provide offerings to the Earth Ancestral Palace, thus supplying the Samsara realm dictators with more resources that they could tap into. But the difference from the Marsh World was that the Samsara realm dictators in Earth Ancestral Palace were all united and rarely fought with each other. After all, they could enjoy the offerings from the entire subterranean world and had more resources than they required. They rarely fought over profits unless their characters were already at odds. In order to ensure that it was supplying a satisfactory amount of information, the apostle with the stone statue monster bloodline even mentioned the rumors it had heard. After speaking endlessly for 4 to 5 hours, the apostle now fell silent. As such, Lin Yuan asked, "What? Are you done speaking?" The apostle nodded seriously. Before the apostle could finish speaking, Eternal Source could not help but scoff angrily. "Are you even fit to become Lord Lin Yuan's servant? What even are you? How dare a mere apostle have such wishful thinking? If Lord Lin Yuan allows you to follow him, that will mean that we will end up with equal standing." Eternal Source did not voice any of these thoughts because it would come off as him trying to make decisions on Lin Yuan's behalf. He did not have the right to decide who Lin Yuan took in as his follower. Lin Yuan was not the type to be inclined toward killing. Otherwise, he would have killed the apostle with the stone statue monster once it was done speaking and essentially lost all of its value. Begin Lady used water to trap this apostle and let out one of the dictators. When the dictator spotted Lin Yuan, it spilled everything it knew and did not hold anything back. Lin Yuan's words to the apostle had not only been heard by that apostle. The 2 dictators also heard them. The 2 dictators did not know what the apostle said but were aware of that apostle's personality. There was no question it had been completely honest to save its own skin. If they did not give the whole detailed truth as well, they would end up angering Lin Yuan. A dictator definitely knew more than an apostle. Lin Yuan was only questioning the dictators now to check for any gaps in the story. He learned that the apostle had indeed told him everything without hiding anything. This dictator did know more than that apostle. From this dictator, Lin Yuan learned that there were a total of 51 managers for the 4 major mine districts and 8 Samsara realm dictators in the Earth Ancestral Palace. 3 of the Samsara realm dictators were very well known: Hollow Earth, Rock Underworld, and Mountain Furrow. Lin Yuan thought, there aren't that many Samsara realm dictators in the subterranean world. If every Samsara realm dictator had the right to enter the Earth Ancestral Palace, it meant there were fewer Samsara realm dictators in the subterranean world than in the Marsh world. Besides the 7 Samsara realm dictators with the word source in their names, there were 5 other Samsara realm dictators in the Marsh world. But despite the small number, the subterranean world's dictators were all of extremely high quality. The 3 Samsara realm dictators mentioned by this dictator were likely all at the pinnacle Samsara realm level. From their power, it seemed likely that there were no external life forms or entities in the subterranean world like in the water and abyssal worlds. Otherwise, their top combatants would not be of this level. Due to the intense warring of the 4 major mine districts, almost every dimensional life form had jumped ship multiple times and had many masters during their weaker stages. As a result, subterranean dimensional life forms were not loyal and followed whoever was the strongest. Lin Yuan decided to use Eternal Source and the other Samsara realm dictators to exert overwhelming pressure. They would split into groups of 3 to take control of the 4 major mind districts. Eternal Source would head to the Earth Ancestral Palace to take control of the Samsara realm dictators. Lin Yuan already had the Abyss Great Emperor, who was under Red Thorn's control. Thus, there was no need for Eternal Source to stick by Lin Yuan's side to protect him. Lin Yuan always saw things to completion. Although he now had a somewhat complete picture of the situation, he still questioned the last dictator. Chapter 2479 The Chaotic Sand Island Continent. Regardless of what the first two said, all the pressure was now resting on it. But how much could it possibly know? Earth Rock and Vibrating Gold were rivals. They were dictators who had simultaneously discovered the Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift and sent the apostles and believers under them into the main world. However, they did not inform any other dictators about this situation. Since the subterranean world was split into 4 major mind districts, these 2 dictators had to be the subordinates of a Turning Wheel Realm dictator. One did not have to think hard to understand what thoughts these 2 dictators were harboring by not reporting this situation to the Turning Wheel Realm dictator they were loyal to. Both of them were greedy and wanted to take possession of the main world for themselves. They wanted to do so despite knowing that eternal experts existed in the main world. This proved just how greedy Earth Rock and Vibrating Gold were. There was no way that greedy creatures would be willing to share the resources they found. Hence, both Earth Rock and Vibrating Fold wanted to kill the other. Alas, due to their similar levels of power, neither had been successful. Hence, they tried to recruit this apostle with the stone statue monster bloodline named Stone Toughness. Stone Toughness was only a small step away from reaching dictator. Whoever was successful in recruiting it would gain a powerful aid that would allow them to overpower the other. Despite being made of rocks, Stone Toughness was not stupid and was well aware of its value. Hence, it had yet to turn down Earth Rock and Vibrating Gold's advances or agree to them because it knew this was the most favorable situation. Otherwise, the subterranean world would not have kept its hand off of the nearby Freezing Hammer tribe for the past 2 months. Vibrating Gold believed that Earth Rock would definitely try to trap him in a scheme now if he wanted to kill him. Under such strong duress, Vibrating Gold also included many rumors in his account. Lin Yuan nodded to himself. Although this dictator mentioned some things that the previous dictator did not, their contents were about the same, and the key parts were almost identical. Once Vibrating Gold was done speaking, Begin Lady unlocked the water prison. I was initially planning on killing the one who knew the least to make an example out of them, but all 3 of you have mentioned important information, so I have decided to let all of you live. But you must do one thing for me, which is to be my guide in the subterranean world. Are you willing to do so? Lin Yuan spoke very kindly to them as though they were all old friends. Thus, all the pressure that the 3 of them had been feeling evaporated. But what Lin Yuan said next caused the pressure to come crashing back down on them even stronger than before. Eternal Source, you can kill any of the 3 who are unwilling. It'll be easy to catch a few dictators in the enormous subterranean world. Eternal Source would carry out any and every of Lin Yuan's orders. The 3 of them knew that if they said no, Eternal Source would immediately carry out Lin Yuan's order and remove their existence from this world. It was said that a bad life was better than a good death. Furthermore, this was a prime opportunity for all 3 of them. Eternal Source's aura was enough to explain everything. This powerful being was the mere subordinate of this humanoid life form. It was unlikely that there existed a being in the life form that could stand up to this humanoid life form. The Turning Realm dictator had once sent Vibrating Gold and Earth Rock that they sided with to the Earth Ancestral Palace to deliver resources. This might appear to be a chance to interact with the highest level of experts in the subterranean world, but the truth was far from so. This was because there were at least 2 dictators who lost their lives each time they were sent to deliver resources to the Earth Ancestral Palace. Once any of the figures from Earth Ancestral Palace found the resources to be unsatisfactory, they would take out their anger on the messenger. The managers knew that if the dictators and apostles they sent out had not returned in 2 months, they would have to deliver even better resources to the Earth Ancestral Palace as an apology. The managers of the 4 major mine districts were Turning Wheel Realm dictators and would never put their close subordinates in danger. Hence, neither Earth Rock nor Vibrating Gold was beloved by the managers they were loyal to. Rather than continuing to serve a master who did not treasure them, they might be able to carve out a better future by joining Lin Yuan. Moreover, Lin Yuan had demonstrated much greater power than the managers that they were loyal to could wield. In a world where dangers abound, only those who were loyal to the strongest would be able to avoid being implicated by the failures of their masters. The strength of the life form that one was loyal to was more important in the subterranean world than being favored. Earth rock, vibrating gold, and stone toughness immediately lay prone on the ground and used their source totems to make a promise. We will definitely do everything in our capacity to perform the tasks given by you. Lin Yuan sent out the Samsara realm dictators under him as per his original decision. Red Thorn sat on the Abyss Great Emperor's shoulder and accompanied Lin Yuan, its heart full of contentment. It finally had a reason to cling to Lin Yuan all the time. Lin Yuan did not remain there personally since he had sent out his subordinates to enforce his power in the subterranean world. Instead, he intended to wait for Eternal Source to bring the subterranean world's Samsara realm dictators out with him. Lin Yuan had left Mountain Ridge Source in the Spirit Mother Federation to protect Buletinpo and to keep watch on the nearby Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift. After witnessing how Wen Yu managed the Marsh world, Mountain Ridge Source had reflected more than once on how messy the Marsh world had previously been. However, the relationship between the Spirit Mother Federation, Sand Island Continent, and other federations was definitely much more disorganized than the Marsh world had been. As a Samsara realm dictator, Mountain Ridge Source could use her aura to sense all other life forms. It was almost as though she had the viewpoint of a deity. She could clearly see how the Sand Island Continent fought with the other federations, both openly and in the shadows. Robber groups were running amok all around the Sand Island Continent, but very few of them were real. Most of the robber groups were created by other factions, and their real goal was not to kill and steal for the sake of gaining more resources but to obstruct their enemy factions in any way possible. There were several times that even Mountain Ridge Source, a dimensional life form that lived by the law of the jungle, could not help but feel the urge to end these robber groups that were plundering without restraint. For Mountain Ridge Source, doing so would only take about the same amount of effort as sneezing. However, Lin Yuan had sent her there to protect this young boy and investigate the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift. Chapter 2480 Changes in the Subterranean World. Hence, Mountain Ridge Source resisted her urges. Lin Yuan did not learn much about the situation in the alien insect world from Mountain Ridge Source's messages. However, he did manage to learn a significant amount about the culture of the Sand Island Continent. The situation in the Startling Lines continent had been bad but not too serious. When the decayed parts were cut away, the wound healed quickly. But the infection in the Sand Island continent was widespread. Even the roots were completely decayed. Parasitic insects were climbing all over the roots and infecting everything they encountered. Lin Yuan knocked the surface of the table with his hand. A moment later, he decided to hand over the handling of the Sand Island continent to Su Yiren. AC separated the Sand Island continent and Dark continent. Even without the island whales, given the speed of Wo Lun's team, they could travel from the Dark continent to the Sand Island continent in less than a day. Once Su Yiren took control of the Dark continent and rebuilt the 7 states of darkness, she would be very willing to help the Sand Island continent. With her abilities and how she ruled with an iron fist, the Sand Island continent would be overhauled and given a new lease of life. Regardless of what methods she used to fix the Sand Island continent, even if her methods were crueler, they would only benefit the Sand Island continent. The subterranean world was extremely expansive and full of mineral veins, so it took longer and required more effort to travel through. Although Eternal Source had reached the afterlife realm, he could not provide Lin Yuan with a response too quickly. At that moment, Lin Yuan received news from Red Beauty through the Thoughts letter paper. Red Beauty was an Emperor-class mermaid, but Lin Yuan had yet to interact much with her. However, Lin Yuan instructed Wen Yu to give every dictator a piece of the Thoughts letter paper so they would be able to communicate with each other. When he heard the news from Red Beauty, Lin Yuan decided to head to the subterranean world to take a look. This was because Red Beauty had encountered a Samsara realm dictator in the mine district. Luckily, Lin Yuan had instructed 3 Samsara realm dictators to form a group and proceed together. Otherwise, there was a high chance that Red Beauty would have been overpowered if she took on a native subterranean Samsara realm dictator on her own. Lin Yuan thought, I trusted the information from the 2 dictators and apostle too much. It's unlikely that they are aware of the information that Turning Wheel realm dictators possessed, much less Samsara realm dictators. Given that a Samsara realm dictator was hidden in one of the mine districts instead of remaining in the Earth Ancestral Palace, it meant that there was more to the subterranean world than what the 3 had revealed. Thus, Lin Yuan felt he would be more assured if he brought the Abyss Great Emperor with him into the subterranean world. The Abyss Great Emperor became a red flash of light as he carried Lin Yuan into the subterranean world. Once he arrived in the subterranean world, Lin Yuan's vision went pitch dark. The subterranean world was far darker than he had anticipated. He knew that he and Redthorn would have to continue moving downward, where the environment was only going to become darker and more difficult to see. Thus, he instructed the Abyss Great Emperor to release his aura. Soon, 3 balls of fire sparked to life and encircled the Abyss Great Emperor's long horns. The fire light spread through the darkness, illuminating everything in front of Lin Yuan's eyes. The Abyss Great Emperor did not hold back from utilizing his aura, and no life form dared to oppose his aura and attempt to cause Lin Yuan any trouble. There was already an abundance of mineral resources in the Class 5 subterranean dimensional rift. Many humans had already obtained top-grade minerals from the Class 5 subterranean dimensional rift. However, compared to Lin Yuan's current environment, the minerals in the Class 5 dimensional rifts were pathetic. The minerals that creation masters had to pay extremely high prices for were nothing but inferior goods when compared to Lin Yuan's current environment. The subterranean world was truly a massive treasure vault. Compared to the fire-type spiritual ingredients from the abyssal world, the water-type spiritual ingredients from the water world, and the marsh soil from the marsh world, the minerals from the subterranean world were much more beneficial to the development of humans. Before the subterranean world was combined with the main world, the Iron Hammer Federation could rapidly strengthen itself with the minerals from the subterranean world or even lead the entire Startling Lines continent into an era of prosperity. Due to his strong body, the Abyss Great Emperor was even faster than Eternal Source. Moreover, the Abyss Great Emperor had trained for several thousand years after reaching the afterlife realm. He had only lost his life because he had tried to target the Abyss Red Lotus. Hence, he was even more powerful than Eternal Source, who had only recently reached the afterlife realm. It did not take Lin Yuan to arrive at the mine district where Red Beauty was and meet up with her. It was clear that Red Beauty and the 2 Samsara Realm dictators had taken a land imp captive. Becoming a Samsara Realm dictator was difficult for the land imp. Its bloodline had to have mutated several times during its evolution process. This Samsara Realm land imp was severely injured, and there were even cracks on its source totem. Red Beauty, Blue Umber, and another Samsara Realm dictator from the Marsh world had also sustained substantial injuries. Blue Umber was in an especially bad state, with there being a long slice across her tail. It would take centuries of recuperation before it healed. Lin Yuan did not immediately start questioning this land imp. Instead, he took out 2 brocade boxes that each contained 100 water-type Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls and handed them to Blue Umber and Red Beauty. The brocade box that he gave to the other Samsara Realm dictator contained 100 Earth-type Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls. Lin Yuan punished his subordinates when they made mistakes but also rewarded them when they did well. These Samsara Realm dictators were injured in the process of carrying out his orders, so Lin Yuan definitely had to provide them with generous compensation. This way, the 3 of them would always do their best for his sake, and he would not have to worry about their performance. Although the 3 of them did not know that these brocade boxes contained Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls, they could sense the pure elemental energy flowing out from the brocade boxes. Obtaining such pure elemental energy in the dimensional worlds was extremely difficult. The 3 of them hurriedly expressed their gratitude to Lin Yuan. At first, the captured land imp had been extremely indignant. Chapter 2481 What do you mean this injury isn't serious? The Samsara Realm land imp spoke the subterranean world's language and hurriedly said to Lin Yuan, I'm very glad to meet you. I think there has been a misunderstanding. Upon meeting each other, your subordinates forced me to submit without offering any explanation or telling me about your incredible strength. Otherwise, I would never have engaged in a conflict with them. If you need anything, just say the word. I will definitely do it regardless of whether it is within my capabilities. I, Sweet Vanquish, will definitely see it through. There is no one I admire more than extraordinarily powerful figures like you. Your appearance has raised the level of the entire subterranean world. Lin Yuan's lips twitched when Sweet Vanquish was speaking. After encountering a powerful enemy, this Samsara Realm land imp immediately began acting timidly and did not possess the dignity of an expert at all. Nonetheless, this situation fit perfectly with the subterranean world's culture of conquering for power and placing survival before anything else. Only those like Sweet Vanquish, who were social climbers, honey-tongued, and willing to set aside their pride to say anything, would be able to distinguish themselves in the subterranean world's environment. Through this, he even managed to become a Samsara Realm dictator. Sweet Vanquish's words caused Red Beauty, Blue Umber, and the Marsh Samsara Realm dictator's expression to turn into one of rage. The hot-tempered Blue Umber immediately used her torn tail to point at Sweet Vanquish as she roared, when we arrived, we told you that if you submitted, we wouldn't lay a hand on you. But you showed no signs of being willing to submit and kept trying to escape. If we hadn't stopped you, you would have already squirreled away in one of the subterranean world's mines. You wouldn't have had the chance to injure us if we weren't trying to stop you. If we were the ones who initiated the attack, how could you have injured us to such a degree while suffering such light injuries yourself? Sweet Vanquish had spun a tale that put himself in a positive light because he wanted Lin Yuan to form a positive impression of him. The fact that this humanoid life form did not give the order to kill him immediately upon seeing his injured subordinates meant that he was definitely of some use to this humanoid life form. It was likely that this humanoid life form would spare him after learning of his value. Given the circumstances, his attitude was extremely important. Sweet Vanquish wanted to use his attitude to build a bridge between him and Lin Yuan. Sweet Vanquish knew that his words would be met with a rebuttal. However, Sweet Vanquish could not accept what Blue Umber just said. What do you mean my injuries aren't that serious? Only your tail was injured, while my source totem was almost ripped apart by you two cruel women and that vicious guy. If you prevent me from healing myself and my source totem injury is left untreated for a few months, I might end up dying. Sweet Vanquish could feel his source type power continuously flowing out from his cracked source totem. Lin Yuan had compensated Red Beauty, Blue Umber and the other Marsh Samsara Realm dictator for the injuries they had sustained. They understood the reason for their arrival to the subterranean world. Thus, they would not mind if he released Sweet Vanquish. Since Sweet Vanquish wanted to act, Lin Yuan would accompany his performance. Lin Yuan had gained information about the subterranean world from stone toughness, earth rock, and vibrating gold. It was just that their information had not been sufficiently accurate. Of the three of them, 2 were regular dictators while the other was an apostle. Thus, it was understandable that they could not provide him with precise information. If he asked the Samsara Realm Sweet Vanquish the same questions, he would be able to gain more information than he had from the other 3. Regardless of how many opportunities they encountered or how smooth sailing their journey was, it would take almost 10,000 years for the Land Imp to become a Samsara Realm dictator. With his long life, Sweet Vanquish had plenty of time to seek out the truth of the subterranean world and thus provide Lin Yuan with the answers he was looking for. You have injured my 3 subordinates, so you must compensate them in some way. There is no way that I can let you go so easily. Sweet Vanquish's expression became tearful when he heard what Lin Yuan said. The Abyss Great Emperor's aura had stupefied Sweet Vanquish. After sensing the Abyss Great Emperor's pressure pressing down on him, Sweet Vanquish had even lost control of his bladder. Trying to oppose such a powerful force would be akin to leaping toward death. Not a single part of Sweet Vanquish wanted to die. Living with suffering was no light-hearted statement. Why did one have to live while enduring suffering? This humanoid life form said that he would not let him go so easily. Was he going to hand him over to his 3 subordinates so they could have their way with him? He would have a hard time enduring a beating from 3 Samsara Realm dictators even if he was at full strength. The Land Imp's body was not as sturdy as that of the stone statue monster. Land Imps mainly relied on their ability to control mineral veins as well as their brains. If a stone statue monster was present, it would all be over after a beating, and it would not think much of it. The stone statue monsters liked nothing more than showing off their tough bodies. In order to show off his body, Mountain Furrow liked to force his subordinates to punch his chest. There were countless of his subordinates whose hands had been ruined after slamming them against his rock-hard chest. It was said that the wise ones were those who understood the circumstances. He had once served as Hollow Earth's servant for almost 2,000 years. At that time, he had had to kneel and hold up glowing metal to illuminate Hollow Earth. He had once knelt for almost 3 years. After doing all of that, what difference would today make? Sweet Vanquish fell to his knees and started to kowtow to Lin Yuan. Lord, my source totem has cracked. Please have mercy and don't hurt my roots. This will also enable me to do my best for you. Since you're from another world, you probably need a guide. I am willing to be your guide. I am very familiar with the subterranean world. Lin Yuan was taken aback by Sweet Vanquish's tactfulness and coughed lightly before saying, Since you have said so, I am willing to give you a chance to demonstrate your loyalty. If I can't sense your sincerity, I will let the 3 of them make you their toy. I'm sure you can tell from their injuries how much they are dying to get their hands on you. Chapter 2482 10,000 River Rock Willow. Lord, I will definitely grab this opportunity that you have given me and ensure that you are able to feel my sincerity. Lin Yuan kicked out, and a rock was sent flying to Sweet Vanquish's face. He asked seemingly nonchalantly, given that you're a Samsara Realm dictator, why aren't you staying in the Earth Ancestral Palace but roaming around the 4 major mine districts instead? I want you to briefly introduce the subterranean world's situation to me. Don't leave out any details. After hearing what Sweet Vanquish said, Lin Yuan understood one thing, which was that he had a certain level of understanding of the subterranean world. He even knew that the Samsara realm dictators usually remained in the Earth Ancestral Palace. Sweet Vanquish never had any intention to lie to Lin Yuan and had been prepared to tell him everything. This was because he did not want to fall into Blue Umber, Red Beauty and the other marsh dictators' hands. However, Lin Yuan's words added significant pressure onto Sweet Vanquish's shoulders. Sweet Vanquish was not afraid of Lin Yuan knowing much about the subterranean world, but that he was operating under the wrong impression. What would he do if Lin Yuan did not trust him even after he had given the truth? Sweet Vanquish said gingerly, "Lord Lin Yuan, I can swear on my source totem and my family's 3,674 generations that every word I say is the truth. If what I say and the information you have been given end up clashing, I hope you will believe me instead of the person who had previously informed you of the marsh world's happenings." Lin Yuan nodded, and Sweet Vanquish relaxed. As a land imp, Sweet Vanquish was skilled at telling stories. Sweet Vanquish intended to answer Lin Yuan's question before launching into his description of the subterranean world. "Lord, the Samsara realm dictators do usually remain in the Earth Ancestral Palace, but my situation is slightly special. I would also like to remain in the Earth Ancestral Palace, but it can't take me in. The Earth Ancestral Palace is currently led by 3 pinnacle Samsara realm dictators named Hollow Earth, Rock Underworld and Mountain Furrow. The other 5 Samsara realm dictators in the Earth Ancestral Palace do not actually have equal standing with the other 3. They are actually attendants in the palace. I used to be Hollow Earth's attendant. Each time my power grew, he would force me to offer source-type power to suppress the increment of my power. I couldn't take his bullying anymore and fled from the Earth Ancestral Palace. 1,000 or so years have passed since I fled from Earth Ancestral Palace. I don't have any information on what has happened in the Earth Ancestral Palace during this time. There are a few other Samsara realm dictators like me who aren't part of the Earth Ancestral Palace. Like me, they don't want to lose the opportunity to increase their power. After roaming the 4 major mine districts for all these years, I have nurtured a group of my own subordinates. It will be difficult for Hollow Earth, Rock Underworld and Mountain Furrow to catch us even if they wanted to. Moreover, even if they try to take us on with force, the 3 of them will very likely end up injured as well. Although all 3 of them are the decision makers in the Earth Ancestral Palace, they are actually always locked in intense competition with each other. With myself included, I know of a total of 4 Samsara realm dictators who are free agents. All 4 of us reside in the same mine district and set up a casual group. We will share information with each other periodically. I can help you to find them if that is what you wish. If they catch wind of any news that threatens their safety, they will go into hiding. If that happens, it will be very difficult for you to seek them out." In a bid to leave a positive impression on Lin Yuan, Sweet Vanquish had already started selling out his comrades. The way that Blue Umber, Red Beauty and the other Samsara realm dictator were looking at Sweet Vanquish suddenly changed. Not only was Sweet Vanquish undignified, but he also lacked principles. Without these 3 free-roaming dictators who took on the Earth Ancestral Palace with him, Sweet Vanquish would not have been able to survive being cornered by the Earth Ancestral Palace's Samsara realm dictators. Hollow Earth had to bear deep resentment towards Sweet Vanquish for betraying him. If Hollow Earth was willing to share the resources after killing Sweet Vanquish, Mountain Furrow and Rock Underworld would definitely be willing to help him. The other 3 group members were still waiting for Sweet Vanquish to play his part and help out. Yet, Sweet Vanquish had betrayed them in order to get into Lin Yuan's good books. But if Sweet Vanquish could gather the other 3 Samsara realm dictators together and help them become Lin Yuan's subordinates as well, this would not be a bad result for the 3 of them. In fact, it would be a positive result. Lin Yuan would eventually conquer every dictator from the dimensional worlds. He would be at the center of all the dimensional worlds and create a new dimension. Previously, those from the same dimensional worlds competed against each other. But now, dictators from different dimensional worlds gathered and competed against each other. The only goal of their competition was to gain as much of Lin Yuan's recognition as possible. Sweet Vanquish's actions helped Lin Yuan, and he would definitely make a note of this for the future. Lin Yuan gave Sweet Vanquish an approving look before tossing 2 Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls to him. As Sweet Vanquish held the Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls and sensed the pure Earth elemental energy within, his eyes bulged out of their sockets. He had managed to receive a reward for such a trivial accomplishment. This meant that this humanoid life form in front of him, who was about to take control of his life, had a very generous nature. Given that he had tossed a treasure with such significant benefits so casually, it meant that he had to possess copious amounts of this resource. Sweet Vanquish knew that he would receive even more in the future if he continued to perform. If he was able to absorb such pure earth elemental energy for a prolonged period, it was only an eventuality that his power would increase. Sweet Vanquish's greatest dream was to become even stronger than Hollow Earth. Then, he would break Hollow Earth's knees and press his head down to use him as a light. He would make him kneel for 50 years straight. After answering Lin Yuan's question, Sweet Vanquish continued telling Lin Yuan about the subterranean world's circumstances. Much of what he said had not been mentioned by stone toughness, vibrating gold, and earth rock. However, this new information would not be of much help in enabling Lin Yuan to take over the subterranean world. Just as Lin Yuan was about to instruct Sweet Vanquish to get in contact with the other 3 free-roaming Samsara realm dictators, Sweet Vanquish said in a hushed tone, "Lord, Hollow Earth, Rock Underworld, and Mountain Furrow guard the Earth Ancestral Palace extremely fiercely. Despite no longer being part of the Earth Ancestral Palace, we still don't have complete freedom." Chapter 2483 Extreme Backstabbing. I had never heard Hollow Earth mention this name in the past. Even that time, it was only a coincidence that I heard Hollow Earth mention the 10,000 River Rock Willow. He had been enraged that I heard it, and I had to suffer an extremely heavy punishment as a result. There is a high chance that the 10,000 River Rock Willow is Hollow Earth, Rock Underworld, and Mountain Furrow's treasure. Lin Yuan made a note of the 10,000 River Rock Willow. However, he did not think much of it because it was just a name that Sweet Vanquish had heard by coincidence. Hollow Earth would never have mentioned it in front of Sweet Vanquish if it was truly something important. It was likely that Sweet Vanquish had pulled some strings in order to overhear what Hollow Earth said. This was the real reason that he had been punished. If the 10,000 River Rock Willow was really important, Hollow Earth would have informed Rock Underworld and Mountain Furrow that Sweet Vanquish had overheard it and discussed with them what they should do next. It was unlikely that the result of their discussion would be to allow Sweet Vanquish to live. Sweet Vanquish had betrayed the Earth Ancestral Palace immediately after reaching the Samsara realm. When he had been at the Turning Wheel realm, Sweet Vanquish did not possess much value and could be replaced easily. The dictators in the Earth Ancestral Palace often killed the dictator and apostle messengers sent by the managers of the mine districts who had come to deliver offerings when they found the offerings to be unsatisfactory. Such creatures would not have the desire to preserve the subterranean world's overall combat power. Lin Yuan would soon be able to see what kind of treasure the 10,000 River Rock Willow was. It just so happened that Lin Yuan received a message sent by Eternal Source through the Thoughts letter paper. Eternal Source, Lord Lin Yuan, I have arrived at the Earth Ancestral Palace. According to my investigation, there are a total of 9 figures within the Earth Ancestral Palace. 3 of them are Pinnacle Samsara realm. You just say the word, and I will enter immediately to take control of the situation. Lin Yuan had instructed Eternal Source to scout out the Earth Ancestral Palace's situation and report to him before he acted. Eternal Source was brimming with confidence after reaching the Afterlife realm. However, Lin Yuan could not allow Eternal Source to take on all the pressure of conquering a dimensional world's main combat power. According to Sweet Vanquish, there were 8 dictators left in the Earth Ancestral Palace after he left. It was likely that this additional one was an attendant that Hollow Earth had nurtured in the past 1,000 years or so. Since he had come to the subterranean world and needed to head to the Earth Ancestral Palace to take a look at the 10,000 River Rock Willow, he might as well head over with Eternal Source. Lin Yuan, Eternal Source, stay in the Earth Ancestral Palace for now and retract your aura while you wait for me to meet you. If anything happens in the Earth Ancestral Palace, let me know immediately. After receiving Lin Yuan's response, Eternal Source did not charge into the Earth Ancestral Palace. He obediently listened to what Lin Yuan said and stationed himself next to the Earth Ancestral Palace. This was in spite of the fact that Eternal Source believed that he had sufficient power to take control of the 9 fellows in the Earth Ancestral Palace with ease. Lin Yuan did not rush to head to the Earth Ancestral Palace. Instead, he instructed Sweet Vanquish to gather the 3 free-roaming Samsara realm dictators. One thing that Sweet Vanquish had been right about was that the 3 Samsara realm dictators would go into hiding if they caught wind of any news. The subterranean world's terrain was very complicated, and it would be challenging to find one being. This would make it impossible for him to take control of the 3 Samsara realm dictators before he took control of the subterranean world's treasure. Lin Yuan did not know when the war with Tower Cannon would begin. Every Samsara realm dictator would be able to add to his combat power. Allowing these three samsara realm dictators to slip away would not only cause him to lose the combat power they represented but would also result in him needing to send more samsara realm dictators to guard the subterranean world and ensure that these three dictators did not cause trouble. Sweet Vanquish maintained frequent contact with these three samsara realm dictators. Due to them having Earth Ancestral Palace as their common enemy, the four of them often worked closely together. Thus, the four of them trusted each other and understood the value that they posed to each other. With such value, they would never betray each other. If any of them had wicked thoughts and acted on them, they would only be harming themselves. After receiving Sweet Vanquish's summons and learning he had something important to discuss with them, the other three Samsara Realm dictators immediately started traveling toward him. As Samsara Realm dictators who had already lived for many years, they were still wary despite trusting each other. Lhala was very suspicious of Sweet Vanquish. He wondered more than once about the reason for Sweet Vanquish's summons. Lhala was a vain land imp, meaning he was the same species as Sweet Vanquish. The vain land imp's bloodline was elite and far superior to that of regular land imps. Lhala was always very arrogant and looked down on Sweet Vanquish. His opinion of Sweet Vanquish was that he did not like to stick his neck out and preferred to remain on the fence and follow the herd once someone else had begun leading the way. Sweet Vanquish had taken such an attitude during several past discussions. One's personality determined one's attitude. Sweet Vanquish did not like to cause a commotion. So why was he initiating a meeting with the rest of them? However, Lhala looked down on Sweet Vanquish more than he was suspicious of him. Thus, he did not set up too high of a guard. On the other hand, Ice Forest was immediately on high alert after hearing Sweet Vanquish's summons. He could not shake the feeling that Sweet Vanquish had an ulterior motive for calling them and was extremely suspicious. Could Sweet Vanquish have become loyal to the Earth Ancestral Palace and wanted to help them bring the rest of them down? However, Ice Forest shook this thought out of his head soon after it was formed. Sweet Vanquish's conflict with the Earth Ancestral Palace was the most serious of the four of them, as he was a pain in Hollow Earth's neck and on his kill list. Even if Sweet Vanquish became loyal to Mountain Furrow and Rock Underworld, Hollow Earth would demand that they hand him over. There was no way that Mountain Furrow and Rock Underworld would ignore Hollow Earth, so Sweet Vanquish would never help Earth Ancestral Palace to harm the rest of them. Could Sweet Vanquish want the four of them to band together to fight back against the Earth Ancestral Palace? If that was what Sweet Vanquish was after, Ice Forest believed that Sweet Vanquish was chasing a pipe dream. From the moment that Sweet Vanquish voiced this request, even Evening Crystal, who was on the best terms with him, would not agree. The thought of Evening Crystal filled Ice Forest with displeasure. Was Evening Crystal blind? How could she choose Sweet Vanquish over him? When it came to their bloodlines, they were worlds apart. Chapter 2484 The Goddess of Mercy's Betrayal. Ice Forest would have to face Sweet Vanquish and Evening Crystal for an extended period this time. Lin Yuan followed Sweet Vanquish to the mine district where he resided. No matter how destitute a Samsara realm dictator was, he could still enjoy the dimensional world's best resources. Lin Yuan spotted many metal-type spiritual ingredients he had never seen before in Sweet Vanquish's residence. A large portion of them could be considered sovereign grade. There were even some that were eligible to be considered beyond sovereign grade. The most appropriate measuring stick was the sovereign grade. If Lin Yuan obtained higher grade metal-type spiritual ingredients from the subterranean world, Green Vine could use Swallow same source to consume them and swap them out with the sovereign metal-type spiritual ingredient that its vine currently wielded. Now that Green Vine had obtained the exclusive skill Entire Body Medium, Lin Yuan planned on instructing Green Vine to use it to sacrifice the sovereign metal-type spiritual ingredient that it had previously consumed and consume a high sovereign metal-type spiritual ingredient instead. This way, the previously consumed sovereign metal-type spiritual ingredient would not go to waste. Lin Yuan spent 10 days waiting in Sweet Vanquish's residence. During these 10 days, there were large waves rolling across the Freedom Federation. On the one hand, the news about Fresh City had not been successfully kept under wraps and had already spread throughout the entire Freedom Federation. Normally, if the Mirror God and God of Fools intentionally stepped in, the news would not spread regardless of how much time had passed. The fact that the news had been leaked was itself evidence of a serious issue. It meant that the Freedom Federation was no longer under the Mirror God and God of Fools' tight lock and key. Once the Mirror God and God of Fools found out about this, their anger that had already been bubbling due to the destruction of their base in the Marsh world finally erupted. The Mirror God and God of Fools did not hold back from venting their fury. As a result, the other members of royalty all retreated out of fear that they would have to suffer a taste of the Mirror God and God of Fools' rage. After investigating the situation, they were shocked by two pieces of information that they uncovered. The first piece of information was that the Goddess of Mercy was the one who had leaked the news about the situation in Fresh City. The second piece of information was that the Goddess of Mercy was not actually in the Freedom Federation Sea but had gone missing. The Goddess of Mercy's actions caused the Mirror God and God of Fools to realize that she had betrayed them and fled. There was no question where she had gone after fleeing from the Freedom Federation. She could have gone nowhere else besides the Radiance Federation, which was at odds with the Freedom Federation. Given the Mirror God and God of Fools' understanding of the Goddess of Mercy, she would not have betrayed them or the Freedom Federation unless she had found a place that could allow her to preserve most of her profits. It was not Tower Cannon's greed that terrified the God of Fools and the Mirror God the most, as their greed could be satisfied by the provision of profits. Tower Cannon did not know what was currently taking place in the Marsh world, and there was no way for the Freedom Federation to rebuild their base there. Hence, there was no way for either side to make good on their promise. Since there was no way to fulfill their promises, there was no loss to the Freedom Federation. NANA and the rest were already going to take responsibility for compensating the losses that the Freedom Federation suffered in the Marsh world. However, this did not affect the Mirror God and God of Fools' own profits. The Mirror God and God of Fools were terrified that the leaked news would throw the entire Freedom Federation into chaos. As of now, there was no way for the God of Fools and Mirror God to leave Fresh City and take control of the situation. This was because they needed to defend against the potential invasion by the Marsh world's dimensional life forms. If any entity from the Marsh world that possessed power akin to spirit fire experts entered the main world, Tower Cannon would immediately depart and leave the Freedom Federation in the lurch. Thus, the two of them would be able to handle such a situation if it ever occurred. Furthermore, they needed to defend against Tower Cannon and ensure that they did not try anything that would be disadvantageous to the Freedom Federation. If they were not afraid of the news being leaked, the Mirror God and God of Fools would not have given the order to kill all those who had escaped from Fresh City. The Goddess of Mercy was a Class 5 creation master. Even if she never managed to set her spirit fire alight, she could still provide the Radiance Federation with high-class creation master resources that would help them inch closer and close the gap between them and the Freedom Federation. Damn it! The Goddess of Mercy also knew many of the Freedom Federation's key secrets. Looking at the current situation, it seemed that the Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation would have to brawl it out once the situation in the Marsh world was settled. The Freedom Federation and Tower Cannon shared from the same pool of profits in this event regarding the Marsh world. It was likely that Tower Cannon would agree to partner up when the time came to take on the Radiance Federation. The Mirror God and God of Fools decided that they would rip off all of the Goddess of Mercy's scales once they got their hands on her. They would then submerge her in mercury so she could live in constant pain. This was the only way the hatred they were feeling could be appeased. The God of Fools and Mirror God were only thinking about the Goddess of Mercy's betrayal and were deep in discussions with the Freedom Federation's inner circle. Neither of them paid any attention to the reactions of those from Tower Cannon. They had no clue that even Fourth Page Instant Extinguishment, who was solely motivated by his desires, was now also thinking of leaving Tower Cannon. While they were forcing Sixth Page Parting Thorn to provide them with an explanation, First Page Crimson suddenly stepped in to support Sixth Page Parting Thorn. This proved that despite being part of the 8 pages, they did not actually possess a stake in Tower Cannon's main authority. Sixth Page Parting Thorn belonged to First Page Crimson's side. This had to be the case to explain why First Page Crimson came out to protect him. If any one of the rest of them disappeared, First Page Crimson would immediately find someone to replace them. Suddenly, wealth did not seem so important when one's safety was being threatened. Fourth Page Instant Extinguishment aside, Seventh Page War and 8th Page Apoptosis had also decided to disregard the partnership with the Freedom Federation. The Freedom Federation wanted to work with Tower Cannon and not the two of them specifically. Eventually, the main stakeholders of the partnership would shift from them to First Page Crimson. There was no point in free labor. 7th Page War and 8th Page Apoptosis had decided to come up with a reason to leave the Freedom Federation before finding a place to hide. They would then watch how Tower Cannon reacted to their disappearance. Just as 7th Page War and 8th Page Apoptosis had made their decision but had yet to put it into action, 3rd Page Eternal Sin brushed down her hair with one hand while she squeezed the Medusa Snake Demon to death with another hand. Chapter 2485 Betrayed Faith. 3rd Page Eternal Sin kept her eyes on 7th Page War and 8th Page Apoptosis faces while she spoke. Compared to 8th Page Apoptosis' deadpan expression, 7th Page War's expressions were much more colorful. Although 7th Page War was also the taciturn type, 3rd Page Eternal Sin could see enough to judge what 7th Page War was thinking. Third page Eternal Sins gleamed with slyness. Unlike 7th page War and 8th page Apoptosis, 3rd page Eternal Sin had the support of a secret organization. She would be safe as long as she returned to them. There were 2 reasons that led to her calling out to 7th page War and 8th page Apoptosis. The first was that she wanted to ensure that she would be able to return to her organization safely. If they accepted her proposition, she would begin making use of them by turning them into her shields. The second reason was that she was certain that even if she managed to recruit him, 4th page Instant Extinguishment would return to Tower Cannon's main headquarters and pack up all of the resources he had accumulated in the Tower of Instant Extinguishment over the years. 3rd page Eternal Sin felt that this was no different from jumping toward one's doom. If 4th page Instant Extinguishment packed up his resources but failed to leave Tower Cannon, she would be able to assess the situation after hearing about what had happened. 1st page Crimson would definitely attack 4th page Instant Extinguishment for trying to leave Tower Cannon. Thus, 1st page Crimson would not allow the rest of them off for leaving Tower Cannon either. 7th page War's expression changed after hearing what 3rd page Eternal Sin said. She calmly turned her gaze onto 3rd page Eternal Sin as though she was trying to figure something out from 3rd page Eternal Sin's gaze. Eventually, 7th page War turned down 3rd page Eternal Sin's proposition and said, "I won't go with you even if I do leave Tower Cannon. You can leave if you want." Once 7th page War was done speaking, 8th page Apoptosis expressed his own stance, "I won't go with you either. We're not on the same side. This has become clear after all the years that we have spent together. 3rd page Eternal Sin, we won't fall for your schemes. Don't get the wrong idea." It was difficult for the naturally suspicious 8th page Apoptosis to trust anyone else at such a time. He had been very downhearted the moment he decided to leave Tower Cannon. 8th page Apoptosis' hobby was experimenting on various feys and needed a lot of equipment to do so. 8th page Apoptosis had built the equipment after a long period of research and development. Many of them were very difficult to replicate or even impossible due to the lack of suitable materials. For example, the materials that came from special sacred source life forms had abilities that could not be replaced. 8th page Apoptosis knew he could not bring these out of Tower Cannon. 8th page Apoptosis was not as brave as 4th page Instant Extinguishment. He could clearly sense anger and deadly intent from 1st page Crimson. 3rd page Eternal Sin was not at all surprised by 7th page War and 8th page Apoptosis answers. She could tell what they were thinking from their responses. Like her, they were both intending to leave Tower Cannon. When they left Tower Cannon, the 3 of them would become 3 separate targets. Even if 1st page Crimson wanted to come after them, he would have to pick one direction. This would greatly lower the risk she would have to undertake. 3rd page Eternal Sin had achieved her goal. The Mirror God and God of Fools would remain in Fresh City to clear out all of the dimensional life forms from the marsh world and dump the marsh that was pouring out from the dimensional rift into Fresh City's surrounding seas. Dumping mud and marsh into the sea would not sit well with the sea clans. However, the only ones who would be displeased were the members of the 8 clans of Sea Emperors, who were residing in Fresh City's surrounding seas. The vast sea labyrinth would never interfere in such a matter. After all, the mud and marsh would only pollute the sea for a short period before they sank and became part of the nutrients at the bottom of the sea. The Mirror God and God of Fools did not think that it was a sustainable plan to remain in Fresh City long-term to keep watch over the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift. Someone needed to step out to handle the mess that was the Freedom Federation. Fresh City was now a ghost town. The Mirror God and God of Fools hoped that the members of Tower Cannon would remain in Fresh City and make it their temporary base. This would enable the members of Tower Cannon to cooperate efficiently with Freedom Federation according to Fresh City's changing needs. This way, the members of Tower Cannon would also be able to help to keep watch over the Marsh Dimensional Rift for a longer period. The 2 of them would then be able to step in to address the Freedom Federation's mess and eliminate the families who were stirring up hysteria. But after looking around, the Mirror God and God of Fools only managed to find 6th page Parting Thorn. All the other 4 members of Tower Cannon were missing. The Mirror God and God of Fools questioned 6th page Parting Thorn in a fit of anger. However, 6th page Parting Thorn was unable to provide any valuable information. All he said was that he assumed that 4th page Instant Extinguishment had returned to Tower Cannon's headquarters. As they thought back to how 6th page Parting Thorn, 3rd page Eternal Sin, 7th page War, 8th page Apoptosis, and 4th page Instant Extinguishment were bristled with their swords drawn and how 1st page Crimson later appeared to apply pressure on the 4 of them, the Mirror God and God of Fools believed that they might have left Tower Cannon. The Mirror God and God of Fools were already prepared to invite any of the 8 pages who decided to leave Tower Cannon to join the Freedom Federation. But in the end, they were not given the opportunity to make the offer. Thus, they not only ignored their potential beneficial offer but also abandoned the Freedom Federation and ignored the agreement that they had signed. How could the Freedom Federation hold on if a large wave of Marsh-dimensional life forms poured out from the Marsh-dimensional rift at this time? Although the Mirror God and God of Fools' rage had reached a peak, they did not vent it on 6th page Parting Thorn. You are Tower Cannon's new 6th page. This is the first time that we are working together. I'm sure you won't betray our faith just like the other pages have done, right? We the Freedom Federation are willing to help you secure your position as the 6th page of Tower Cannon. While the Mirror God and God of Fools were communicating with 6th page Parting Thorn and hoping that he would stay, they did not notice that 2 purple candles had sparked to life in his eyes. The black flames that topped the candles were strange and bizarre. They resembled bottomless pits. Betray your faith? It goes without saying that I would never do anything that betrays your faith. I don't need the Freedom Federation to help me secure my position as the 6th page of Tower Cannon. As long as I am sitting in the position, it is secure. With all the thoughts running through your mind, you should devote some of it to trying to come up with a way to help the Freedom Federation overcome the current crisis. Once he was done speaking, 6th page Parting Thorn returned to the chair beside the entrance of the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift. This was a clear declaration of his stance. Chapter 2486 Why has Sweet Vanquish gathered us? However, they could only push down their unhappiness and maintain their silence. Rather than returning to the palace simultaneously, the girl wearing a black skirt watching the scene looked indignant. It was as though she did not care at all about the betrayal of Tower Cannon's members. She took out a few toys and was about to toss them to the ground when her hand halted. She looked at the first tightly sealed coffin and said softly, "Since you have revealed our power in the Freedom Federation, you have clearly shown that you don't trust me to leave me alone. If that's the case, you can clean up this mess. I'll also go and lay in the coffin for a month. By the time I come out, I should be able to meet with Violet Light Green and Sister Falling Rainbow. However, I have to deal with a greedy traitor first." Lin Yuan had stored various delicacies in his spatial equipment before he entered the subterranean world. Otherwise, there was not much that he could eat in the subterranean world. He could not consume mineral veins for sustenance like other life forms could. Just as Lin Yuan was getting a little impatient, Sweet Vanquish jogged over to report the situation to him. "Lord Lin Yuan, the other 3 Samsara Realm dictators, Lahalu, Ice Forest, and Evening Crystal, have arrived. They don't know that I have become loyal to you and are wondering why I have gathered them for a discussion. I will stall for time by inviting them to my guest room. You can put into action any plans you have now." Lin Yuan had sent the Samsara Realm dictator from the Marsh world to the other mine districts as aid. There were the most Turning Wheel Realm dictators in the North Mine district. Lin Yuan did not want to let any of them escape, even if they were Turning Wheel Realm dictators. Lin Yuan had brought with him Blue Umber and Red Beauty, who were Samsara Realm dictators with the Emperor-class mermaid bloodline. Red Beauty looked at Sweet Vanquish, who threw sickly sweet compliments at Lin Yuan each time he communicated with Lin Yuan and suddenly felt pressure pushing down forcefully onto her. Red Beauty and Blue Umber knew that Sweet Vanquish did not have much of a backbone, but they had not expected him to be so skilled at bootlicking. If they were Lin Yuan, they would already be repulsed by Sweet Vanquish. Before their power reached the afterlife realm, they could not match up to Eternal Source. The dictators who were at Pinnacle Samsara Realm and were about to enter the afterlife realm were also more useful to Lin Yuan than they were. Those who had the least power could only compete in terms of trying to gain the most favor. Sweet Vanquish mentioned himself more than once during this speech. This was also a way of trying to show off his achievements. If Sweet Vanquish performed well, he would be rewarded by Lin Yuan again. Just as Blue Umber and Red Beauty predicted, one Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearl landed in Sweet Vanquish's arms. Lin Yuan wanted to meet with these 3 Samsara Realm dictators who had been ostracized by the Earth Ancestral Palace and instruct Red Thorn to use the Abyss Great Emperor to tame them with force. To be frank, he did not have the time to sit around waiting in Sweet Vanquish's residence. Not only were things becoming impatient on Eternal Source's side, but Mountain Ridge Source had reported that the alien insect tide in the Sand Island continent that had been mostly quiet was now showing signs of movement. It was possible that the alien insect tide was preparing to make big moves. Lin Yuan wanted to conquer the subterranean world as soon as possible and obtain the subterranean world's books and 2 endless gems before he went to address the alien insect world's situation. Sweet Vanquish relaxed when he heard that. He had to endure significant pressure when facing Lahalu, Ice Forest, and Evening Crystal. Firstly, Sweet Vanquish did not actually have anything to discuss with Hollow, Ice Forest, and Evening Crystal. Furthermore, he had lied to them. He did not feel anything toward Ice Forest and Sweet Vanquish, but he did feel rather guilty toward Evening Crystal. Lord, let's go. Let me admire the view of your back before you leave. Blue Umber, who rarely spoke, could not listen to any more of this. Sweet Vanquish, Lord Thearch has never been to your guest room. How do you expect him to walk ahead of you? Just lead the way. You still aren't fit to admire the view of his back. Blue Umber would never say such a thing if she was only coming from the perspective of Lin Yuan's subordinate. But due to their bloodlines, Blue Umber now saw Lin Yuan as the leader of their species. She felt closer to him than she did the Samsara realm dictators of other species. This was why Blue Umber had snapped at Sweet Vanquish after hearing his endless train of oily flattery. Sweet Vanquish did not feel awkward at all after hearing what Blue Umber said. He had said what he said so that Lin Yuan would recognize his attitude. As long as he was successful in this, his words would not be in vain. He would not compare himself with Lin Yuan's other subordinates for now. Instead, he would compete with the Samsara realm dictators from the other worlds. Since they were all going to be loyal to Lin Yuan in the future, he had to make sure that he did enough so that Lin Yuan would look at him more than he did the others. Sweet Vanquish was rather anxious. He had the most ordinary bloodline among the four of them, while Hollow possessed the Vain Land Imp's bloodline. That was the most elite bloodline of the Land Imp species, which heavily pressured Sweet Vanquish. When it came to their bloodlines, there was a high possibility that Lin Yuan would prefer Ice Forest. As he walked with Sweet Vanquish to the guest room, Lin Yuan heard a gruff voice even before they arrived at the door. Evening Crystal, why has Sweet Vanquish gathered us? He probably needs our help with something again. Do you really think he will share benefits with us? Sweet Vanquish could not help but frown when he heard this gruff voice. He, Ice Forest, and Evening Crystal were old friends. He was acquainted with them longer than Lahalu. Sweet Vanquish did not have any feelings toward Evening Crystal. It was not a good thing for Sweet Vanquish that Evening Crystal had feelings for him, as it caused him to gain an unnecessary enemy in Ice Forest. This was not the first time that Ice Forest was causing trouble for him because of Evening Crystal. Sweet Vanquish had never been able to do anything against Ice Forest. Ice Forest and Lahalu had a very good relationship. Lahalu would unquestionably side with Ice Forest if Sweet Vanquish clashed with Ice Forest. Chapter 2487 Where did you find this pretty toy? Soon, Ice Forest's gruff voice was followed by a dainty female one. Ice Forest, stop with your animosity toward Sweet Vanquish. He has never offended you. Instead, you're the one who always causes trouble for him. You are so annoying. If you are really unhappy with Sweet Vanquish in any way or have anything to say against him, you did not have to come. There's no need for you to have such a forked tongue. You're the reason Sweet Vanquish has always kept his distance from me. Ice Forest, I'm warning you to stop clinging to me. Otherwise, you will no longer be able to continue interacting with the nice version of me. Ice Forest was not at all bothered by Evening Crystal's threat. What Ice Forest cared about was how Evening Crystal spoke so protectively of Sweet Vanquish. What was so good about Sweet Vanquish? Why was Evening Crystal so smitten with him? Ice Forest would not have this big of an issue if Lahalu was the one Evening Crystal had feelings for. After all, he had the Vain Land Imp bloodline. Given that Evening Crystal chose Sweet Vanquish over him, this meant he could not match up to Sweet Vanquish. His bloodline was stronger than Lahalu. Sweet Vanquish did not have the right to be compared to him. Lahalu silently watched the fight between Ice Forest and Evening Crystal. He had seen such fights countless times. Ice Forest's love-boggled brain and Evening Crystal's lack of taste rendered him speechless. Can the two of you take a rest? You have been fighting over these stupid things from the moment you met. Evening Crystal, since you care about Sweet Vanquish so much, why don't you go and ask him when he's coming over? We are busy with many things and don't have time to waste being here in the West Mine District. Evening Crystal scoffed coldly and turned to leave the guest room to search for Sweet Vanquish. Evening Crystal's affection for Sweet Vanquish was not a recent development. It was because of this affection that made Evening Crystal enthusiastic to know more about Sweet Vanquish. Given Evening Crystal's understanding of Sweet Vanquish, he would be waiting for them here if he truly had something urgent to discuss with them. They had already waited for him for so long. Why was he still nowhere to be seen? Evening Crystal could not shake the feeling that something was very wrong with this situation. She intended to ask Sweet Vanquish about this after they met. If she was enough to help Sweet Vanquish, he would not need to approach Lahalu and Ice Forest. If Sweet Vanquish sought help from Lhalo and Ice Forest, they would definitely try to harm him. Sweet Vanquish always endured silently when he was in front of Lhalo and Ice Forest. However, Evening Crystal did not wish to see him this way. Before Evening Crystal walked out of the door of the guest room, she saw Sweet Vanquish walking over with a hunched back and a charming smile plastered on his face. There was a beautiful humanoid life form following him. Lin Yuan had never been to the alien insect world and did not know what the apostles and dictators there looked like. But from his experience from the past four-dimensional worlds that he had been to, the subterranean world's apostles and dictators had the least appealing looks. Mermaids highly prioritized appearance. This was why Red Beauty and Blue Umber could not warm up to Sweet Vanquish and continued attacking him verbally, even after discovering that he had become Lin Yuan's subordinate. Red Beauty and Blue Umber always thought that Ancient Ocean was the ugliest life form to ever exist. They never expected the apostles and dictators from the subterranean world to look even worse. They found it extremely strange that someone not only found him appealing but was even enraptured by him. They wanted to know what kind of a being was so lacking in taste. But once they met Evening Crystal, they felt that it was understandable that Sweet Vanquish had never accepted Evening Crystal's feelings. Evening Crystal's looks left a lot to be desired. She might even be uglier than Sweet Vanquish. Blue Umber and Red Beauty were more lenient when it came to female life forms. When Ice Forest, Evening Crystal, and Lhalo spotted Blue Umber and Red Beauty behind Lin Yuan, they were immediately captivated. Lin Yuan, Blue Umber, and Red Beauty completely overhauled their idea of outer appearances. The three of them had lived in the subterranean world for many years and had never come across such breathtaking appearances. Previously, Ice Forest's gaze had been focused on Evening Crystal. But now, Ice Forest's gaze had shifted away from Evening Crystal and was swinging between Blue Umber and Red Beauty. He seemed to be trying to decide who was more beautiful. Mermaids with the Emperor-class mermaid bloodline all had unique styles of their own. Each person assessed the beauty of Emperor-class mermaids differently according to their individual beauty standards. Each mermaid was like a uniquely beautiful pearl. It might be hard to pick at first. But when it came to picking one's favorite, each person would make a different choice. Eventually, Ice Forest's gaze locked onto Red Beauty. He believed that Red Beauty stood out more. Even Lhalo, who was never interested in pretty faces, felt that it might be a good idea to keep one of these beauties around. Such beauty could only be complemented by experts like him. Where did Sweet Vanquish find such pretty toys? Of the two male humanoid life forms that followed Sweet Vanquish, one was refreshingly handsome, while the other was tall and intimidating. It was likely that Evening Crystal would lose interest in Sweet Vanquish after laying eyes on them. While Lhalo's gaze was swinging between Red Beauty and Blue Umber, he did not notice that Evening Crystal's gaze had returned to Sweet Vanquish. Evening Crystal's gaze turned stern. If these three life forms were really toys that Sweet Vanquish had obtained for pleasure, his selfish nature would never allow him to share them. Sweet Vanquish's gaze had been fixed on the male humanoid life form behind him, and his eyes were filled with reverence and respect. Evening Crystal had seen Sweet Vanquish with this same expression back in the Earth Ancestral Palace. At that time, Sweet Vanquish had been Hollow Earth's attendant. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across the three of them before he nodded slightly at Evening Crystal. He had not expected her to be the only one to put up her guard. Red Beauty and Blue Umber had wholly attracted the other two Samsara realm dictators. Lin Yuan found this to be rather comical. This situation resulted from Lin Yuan instructing Red Thorn to retract the Abyss Great Emperor's aura and because Red Beauty and Blue Umber had hidden their powers. Ice Forest walked over to Red Beauty. Red Beauty looked at Ice Forest with disgust before turning her gaze to Lin Yuan. Red Beauty felt that Ice Forest's gaze was blasphemous. Chapter 2488 Don't do anything stupid. They did not even have the most basic sense of wariness. Such Samsara realm dictators were not worth utilizing. Lin Yuan felt that Evening Crystal was the only one who would be worth connecting with after he took control of them. If Evening Crystal turned out to be capable, Lin Yuan could rely on her from now on. Lin Yuan would definitely keep the other pinnacle Samsara realm dictators so he could use them to conquer the alien insect world. Lin Yuan could not take full control of the subterranean world until he produced the subterranean world's treasure. But due to the complex terrain of the marsh world, it was possible that the news of him trying to take over the subterranean world would reach some dictators and cause them to go into hiding. Hence, he had to leave more than one Samsara realm dictator behind to watch the subterranean world. There needed to be a leader amongst these Samsara realm dictators. Lin Yuan looked at Red Thorn seated on his shoulder and said, "Red Thorn, take control of them. If any of them tries to resist, break their source totems." Red Thorn immediately instructed the Abyss Great Emperor to release his Afterlife Realm aura. The Afterlife Realm expert's aura was extremely ferocious. Evening Crystal, Lhalu, and Ice Forest had no time to react before the aura choked them. Their legs lost all strength, and they fell to their knees. All three of them were floored. The three of them all came from the Earth Ancestral Palace, and the aura of the three figures from the Earth Ancestral Palace could not be compared with the aura that they were feeling. The three of them had been able to resist the auras of the three figures from the Earth Ancestral Palace but were completely stripped of their courage when facing this figure's aura. Lin Yuan spoke in the subterranean world's language. The three of them had no doubts that the life form that this aura belonged to had the ability to shatter their source totems. Ice Forest and Lhalu, who had been entranced by their beauty, promptly woke up and came to several realizations. It was likely that Sweet Vanquish was also under control and had been taken hostage earlier than they had. Given that the other party chose not to kill Sweet Vanquish and accepted his loyalty instead made it likely he would not kill them either. Lhalu, Ice Forest, and Evening Crystal had thought about resisting, but these thoughts did not last long. If they tried to resist, the only result would be death. Thus, any attempts to do so would waste the years of effort that had gone into increasing their powers. There was no doubt that he was going to take control of them. But what they needed to think about was how they could do so while still securing as many benefits as possible. It would be much humiliating if they ended up being ranked below Sweet Vanquish. Unfortunately, Lhalu and Ice Forest had no idea that Lin Yuan did not consider them to be valuable at all, so they had no leverage that they could use to negotiate their terms. Evening Crystal was the most stubborn of them all. Now that she was under duress, she wanted to fight back. At that moment, she heard Sweet Vanquish communicating with her through their souls. Evening Crystal, our only choice is to become loyal to this lord. I trust that you will make the right choice. Don't leap toward death. Don't do anything stupid. Sweet Vanquish knew that Lin Yuan would definitely sense his soul communication. Yet, he still did so because he was trying to help Lin Yuan persuade Evening Crystal. Thus, Lin Yuan would not place blame on him. Sweet Vanquish's words set Evening Crystal at ease, and she stopped pushing hard against the ground and let herself kneel fully and comfortably. At that moment, Ice Forest's hoarse voice sounded out. Lord, I am willing to become loyal to you. I hope that you will allow Lhalu and me to manage Sweet Vanquish and Evening Crystal in the future. We are both stronger than Evening Crystal. Lhalu has the Vein Land Imp bloodline, which is many times more elite than Sweet Vanquish's bloodline. Ice Forest believed that his request was more likely to be granted since he had willingly offered his loyalty. Furthermore, he had only spoken the truth and even tied Lhalu to himself so they both had access to the same potential benefits. It was unlikely that Lhalu would oppose his actions. This act of tying two people together demonstrated the power of strength in numbers. Red Beauty and Blue Umber shared a look when they heard what Ice Forest said. They felt that he not only lacked a sense of wariness when being threatened but was extremely short-sighted as well. From Sweet Vanquish's reaction, Red Beauty and Blue Umber could be certain of one thing. He saw them as his rivals from the moment he became loyal to Lin Yuan and had been secretly competing with them ever since. However, he would not act too ostentatiously. While the two of them were scorning him, he still tried to establish a positive relationship with them while simultaneously competing with them on the down low. This behavior was exactly that of infighting in a powerful organization. Sweet Vanquish had cleverly predicted what the situation would be like after he became loyal to Lin Yuan. However, Ice Forest was still only focused on Sweet Vanquish and Evening Crystal. He was not aware of the truth of the situation at all. Red Beauty and Blue Umber were rather suspicious. How did such a character make it in the subterranean world? Was the subterranean world an easier environment to live in than the water world? From Lhalu's words, Ice Forest sensed that something was wrong. Given the circumstances, he felt there was no point in trying to fight with Sweet Vanquish and Evening Crystal. Rather than fighting to retain autonomy, it was more important to try to gain favor with the master. Although he had sensed that something was off, Lhalu did not say anything about it because he knew that he might let slip something that resulted in them failing to achieve their goal. It might even cause him to lose an ally in Ice Forest who had voluntarily bound the two of them together. Lin Yuan looked at Ice Forest, but unlike what Ice Forest expected, he did not agree to his request. Instead, he hissed at the three of them. You either submit or die. Your source totems might be more valuable to me rather than your living selves. If you intend to become loyal to me, swear it on your source totems. I don't want to waste too much time on you. After Lin Yuan was done speaking, Evening Crystal was the first to swear her loyalty on her source totem. Neither Lhalu nor Ice Forest had expected the situation to take such a turn. The two of them had already decided to become loyal to Lin Yuan. All they were trying to do was gain some benefits before they gave away their loyalty. But in the end, not only did they fail to obtain a sliver of benefits and even ended up angering this figure and allowing Evening Crystal to outperform them. Very few Samsara realm dictators were willing to accept such a price. However, the current circumstances were the most important consideration. They were in the midst of a life or death situation, so there was no margin for error. Ice Forest and Lhalo had no choice but to follow Evening Crystal and swear on their source totems to become loyal to Lin Yuan. Chapter 2489 What do you have to gain? It was possible that Sweet Vanquish, who was the first to join Lin Yuan, would become their manager in the future. If that happened, not only would Evening Crystal be unopposed, but she would also listen to Sweet Vanquish obediently. After all, she had been so responsive to Sweet Vanquish's soul message. Lhalo and Ice Forest were extremely unwilling to be managed by Sweet Vanquish. They were extremely indignant of Sweet Vanquish due to his lowly and impure bloodline. The land imps always prioritized their bloodline. However, Lin Yuan declared that they had to either submit or die. There was no way that Ice Forest and Land Imp would dare to test Lin Yuan. Both of them followed in Evening Crystal's footsteps and swore on their source totems to become loyal to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan ignored them and tossed another 2 Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls to Sweet Vanquish. You have done well. You will lead the 3 of them for now. 2 hours later, head to the Earth Ancestral Palace. Once he was done speaking, Lin Yuan led Red Beauty and Blue Umber out of the guest room. At first, Lin Yuan had treated dictators like East Glow with great respect. But after experiencing so much and gaining subordinates of increasing power, Samsara realm dictators were now nothing but tools and labor to Lin Yuan. There was no need for Lin Yuan to be overly concerned about every Samsara realm dictator. Sweet Vanquish and the other 3 had known each other for a long time, and he was smart enough to know what to do. Lin Yuan was now fully focused on the Earth Ancestral Palace. According to news he had received from Eternal Source, the Earth Ancestral Palace seemed to be gathering forces. A large number of Turning Wheel Realm dictators from the 4 major mine districts had gathered at the Earth Ancestral Palace. Clearly, they were not there to offer resources to the 9 Samsara Realm dictators. They did not have to go personally if they were there to offer resources. There had to be something else going on. Eternal Source needed to keep watch over the Earth Ancestral Palace's every move and could not capture one of the Turning Wheel Realm dictators to question them. Otherwise, he would set off the alarms and fail to wait until Lin Yuan made his move. After reading Eternal Source's report, Lin Yuan thought back to something that had been part of Sweet Vanquish's previous reports. Sweet Vanquish said that Hollow Earth, Mountain Furrow and Rock Underworld all wanted to show off their status and had been preparing since 2 millennia ago to divide up their assets. After his betrayal, Hollow Earth lost 1 attendant and came off as weaker than Rock Underworld and Mountain Furrow when they divided up their assets. Thus, Hollow Earth had personally scrapped this plan. After Eternal Source's investigation, he found that there were a total of 9 Samsara realm dictators in the Earth Ancestral Palace. This meant that the empty attendant position had been filled. Were the large number of Turning Wheel Realm dictators streaming into the Earth Ancestral Palace related to the division of assets? Lin Yuan was nonchalant about the division of assets as any number of Turning Wheel Realm dictators could be easily kept under control by Afterlife Realm power. Furthermore, with all these Turning Wheel Realm dictators gathering at the Earth Ancestral Palace, Lin Yuan could save the effort of going to look for them. While Lin Yuan was communicating with Eternal Source through the Thoughts letter paper, Sweet Vanquish gleefully went over to Sweet Vanquish and pulled her up before taking a step forward and forcefully stomping down on Lhalo and Ice Forest's hands. Lhalo and Ice Forest let out a gasp before they glared at Sweet Vanquish. Sweet Vanquish smiled and exerted more force into his leg. Ice Forest, Lhalo, you must be extremely displeased with me. I know you have always looked down on me. But none of that matters now. From now on, you have no choice but to listen to me. I will report the matter to Lord Lin Yuan if you aren't obedient. I'm sure that he would prefer to turn the disobedient ones into source totems. Don't you think I'm right? At first, Lhalo and Ice Forest wanted to forcefully push off Sweet Vanquish's feet. But after hearing what he said, they continued to glare at him but did not follow up with any other action. Ice Forest kept his voice stable and said, Sweet Vanquish, what are you so smug about? You are just his servant. What do you have to be so happy about? There are worlds of differences between different servants. To Lord Lin Yuan, my rank is higher than both you and Lhalo. Why else would he reward me with this treasure and instruct me to manage you 2 idiots? From now on, you will have to listen to my orders. Or else, I'll tell Lord Lin Yuan that you are being uncooperative. If he is enraged by your disobedience, he might even ask me to put an end to your lives," replied Sweet Vanquish. When Lin Yuan handed Sweet Vanquish the leverage, he knew that he could take any attitude he wanted with Ice Forest and Lahalu. Sweet Vanquish was acting this way toward Lahalu and Ice Forest because he knew that both of them despised him to their cores. If he took a soft approach, they would only see it as an opportunity to become more impudent. If the rules were not laid down right from the beginning, they would only become more difficult to manage in the future. Lin Yuan had instructed him to manage Lahalu and Ice Forest. If Lahalu and Ice Forest were disobedient, Lin Yuan's opinions of them would not change, but he would see Sweet Vanquish as incompetent. Lin Yuan had already made it clear that he was going to utilize Sweet Vanquish. Sweet Vanquish hoped that Lin Yuan would use him more in the future. Thus, he could not allow Lin Yuan to question his capabilities. He also needed to do all he could to keep Lahalu and Ice Forest under control because, given the circumstances, they could be considered weapons under his control. He could use Lahalu and Ice Forest as leverage when he competed with Lin Yuan's other subordinates in the future. Evening Crystal looked at Sweet Vanquish with a troubled expression. Evening Crystal felt that she should be hating Sweet Vanquish as he was the one who caused her to fall under someone else's control. If she had not fallen for Sweet Vanquish's scheme and had been lured there, she would have still been a powerful free agent. Although she would still be no match for the Earth Ancestral Palace, she could at least spend her days living comfortably. However, Sweet Vanquish had caused her to be taken captive and become a dispensable tool. Yet, for some unknown reason, Evening Crystal found it very difficult to feel hatred for Sweet Vanquish. Eventually, she sighed and said to Ice Forest and Lahalu, "My suggestion is that you listen to Sweet Vanquish. The pearl that was just tossed to Sweet Vanquish contains pure earth elemental energy. This lord is very generous. You might have the chance to receive something from him in the future." Chapter 2490 Big Secret. Regardless of whether they had truly submitted, they at least appeared to have done so. Sweet Vanquish looked at Evening Crystal and felt increasingly apologetic. Evening Crystal did not say anything when she saw Sweet Vanquish's apologetic gaze. All she did was twitch her lips in the direction of Lahalu and Ice Forest to gesture at Sweet Vanquish to take advantage of the situation. Sweet Vanquish ignored Evening Crystal's gesturing and only winked at her in thanks. Sweet Vanquish felt that he did not need to take advantage of the situation now. However, as long as they were weaker than Lin Yuan, they could only keep their heads lowered in front of Sweet Vanquish. He could not use a soft approach in order to bring them over to his side. The only possible method was to use force. In response to Lahalu and Ice Forest's silence, Sweet Vanquish's voice turned cold. "What? Are you telling me that the two of you have other plans? Since you're unwilling to listen to Lord Lin Yuan's orders, I will go to him now and ask him to teach you a good lesson." Once he was done speaking, Sweet Vanquish made a show of leaving the guest room. Frankly, he would not go to Lin Yuan immediately after leaving the guest room. If he ran to Lin Yuan to complain about such a small matter, Lin Yuan would be disappointed in him. Sweet Vanquish only wanted to scare Ice Forest and Lahalu and force them into submission. The two of them had already submitted, but submitted in terms of words and actions were completely different matters. It would be easier for him to tame them once they submitted in terms of words. The moment Sweet Vanquish's first foot stepped out of the guest room, Ice Forest and Lahalu said simultaneously, "Sweet Vanquish, we're willing to listen to you. We hope that you won't slander us even if you don't speak up on our behalf. The four of us are now a team. The team's strength will suffer regardless of who falls into trouble." Lahalu and Ice Forest said this while only considering their own profits. Yet, Sweet Vanquish smiled when he heard that. If Ice Forest and Lahalu saw the four of them as a team, things would be able to proceed with much greater ease from now on. Sweet Vanquish pulled the two of them up from the ground and said with a cold expression, "I won't say anything unnecessary. I'm sure the two of you are well aware of the circumstances. As long as you listen to me and don't make me look bad in front of Lord Lin Yuan, I promise not to take away your profits. If Lord Lin Yuan rewards me in the future, it will also come from your effort. I will provide you with the benefits that you deserve. However, you have to be obedient and not act a certain way in front of me, then another way behind my back." Lin Yuan had been instructing Red Thorn to keep watch over what was happening in the meeting room through the Abyss Great Emperor. Lin Yuan handed the mess that was Evening Crystal, Lahalu, and Ice Forest to Sweet Vanquish. Thus, he needed to ensure that Sweet Vanquish was up to the job. If Sweet Vanquish turned out to be incapable, Lin Yuan would have to come up with other plans. Luckily, Sweet Vanquish did not disappoint him. Someone so cowardly and prone to adulation as Sweet Vanquish did not make a good friend or foe. But as Lin Yuan's subordinate, Sweet Vanquish would be able to do well as long as he was only given small tasks. 3 hours passed by in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan sat on the Abyss Great Emperor's shoulder and followed Blue Umber, Red Beauty and the 4 Samsara realm dictators that were newly under his control into the Earth Ancestral Palace. With nothing to do during their journey, Lin Yuan started to ask Sweet Vanquish and the rest of them questions. Sweet Vanquish, you previously reported that the Earth Ancestral Palace had sent out the order instructing all Turning Wheel Realm dictators to head to the Earth Ancestral Palace. Why do you think Earth Ancestral Palace is making such a big move? Lin Yuan's question stumped Sweet Vanquish. Sweet Vanquish had not been paying close attention to the Earth Ancestral Palace, as they could not touch him. If he kept tabs on them, any news about Hollow Earth would only add to his troubles. But now that Lin Yuan had asked him, he could not say that he did not know. His brain began turning quickly as he sorted out all the information that he knew about the Earth Ancestral Palace. He soon remembered that his betrayal had caused Hollow Earth to halt the division of assets. The large-scale division of assets was likely the only thing that could cause the 3 figures in the Earth Ancestral Palace to stir up such a commotion. After gathering the Turning Wheel Realm dictators, the Earth Ancestral Palace would have to host them comfortably. Without these Turning Wheel Realm dictators taking care of the 4 major mine districts, the 4 mine districts would become disorganized, and the harvesting of mineral veins would be affected. If that happened, the messengers would have fewer resources to offer the Earth Ancestral Palace. With this thought, Sweet Vanquish said warily, Lord Lin Yuan, could it be that they are trying to divide up the assets again? I think that this possibility is highly plausible. Lin Yuan turned his gaze to Evening Crystal, Lhalu, and Ice Forest and said, what do you think? This was the first time that Lin Yuan was trying to engage them in discussion. Lhalu and Ice Forest seemed to see this as their chance to save their image. On the other hand, Evening Crystal had not only chosen to become loyal to Lin Yuan but genuinely wanted him to have a good impression of her. Thus, she started to seriously ponder over his question. All 4 of them had heard the news that the Turning Wheel Realm dictators from the 4 major districts were being gathered at the Earth Ancestral Palace. In order to investigate the situation, the 3 of them had even sent the Turning Wheel Realm dictators who were loyal to them to the Earth Ancestral Palace to scout out the situation before reporting back to them. All 3 of them felt that there was something wrong with the Earth Ancestral Palace's order. Evening Crystal and Ice Forest's answers were very similar to Sweet Vanquish's. Both of them believed that the division of resources was a highly likely possibility to explain what was happening. Lhalu and Evening Crystal seemed to remember something while giving their replies as their expressions turned stern as though they were deep in thought. Only after Ice Forest spoke, Lhalu decided to tell Lin Yuan about what had been going through his mind. It was unlikely that Sweet Vanquish, Evening Crystal, and Ice Forest were aware of this. Lord Lin Yuan, I have a different view on this matter. Sweet Vanquish ended up in the 4 major mine districts because he betrayed the Earth Ancestral Palace, while Evening Crystal and Ice Forest were never chosen to become attendants because they refused to agree to the Earth Ancestral Palace's terms and rejected Mountain Furrow and Rock Underworld's olive branches. Because of my Vein Land Imp bloodline, I was once the subordinate of all 3 of the Earth Ancestral Palace's Samsara realm dictators. I helped them search for top mineral veins and form the heart of the mineral vein. Chapter 2491 Earth's Sacred Fruit. When Lin Yuan heard what Lhalu said, he immediately looked interested. Clearly, what Lhalu was about to say was related to one of the subterranean world's key secrets. Oh? If it is really a piece of important news, I will make sure that you are well compensated. You don't have to be certain of the accuracy of your information, but you have to take responsibility for its truth. I'm sure you understand what I'm getting at. Lin Yuan's words caused Sweet Vanquish, Ice Forest, and Evening Crystal to realize that Lin Yuan was very reasonable. Unlike Hollow Earth, Mountain Furrow, and Rock Underworld, Lin Yuan did not require his subordinates' reports be fully accurate. After all, some pieces of information were only rumors they had come across and could not be verified. Because of what Lin Yuan said, they did not have to be overly anxious when giving their reports in the future. Regardless of how brave Lhalu was, he would not dare to make up news after he had sworn on his source totem to become loyal to Lin Yuan. Back in the Earth Ancestral Palace, Lhalu took advantage of his status and managed to uncover more information than the other attendants. There are a total of 3 treasures in the Earth Ancestral Palace. The first is called the 10,000 River Rock Willow, the second is the Earth's Sacred Fruit, and the last is called the Mine Birthing Well. The 10,000 River Rock Willow's roots are very thin and can locate the distribution of almost all the mineral veins in the subterranean world from the Earth Ancestral Palace. The mind-birthing well will supply energy to the ground every once in a while. Each time it does so, the 10,000 river rock willow will discover a few more mineral veins. The mind-birthing well is the reason the mineral veins of the subterranean world have not gone dry after being tapped into so many times. However, the energy mind-birthing well injects into the ground must come from somewhere. The more hearts of mineral veins are placed inside the mind-birthing well, the more energy it can produce. Many of the hearts of mineral veins I found using my vein land imp bloodline were placed in the mind-birthing well by the three. The three figures did not place the hearts of mineral veins in the mind-birthing well instead of using them for themselves because they want to develop the subterranean world but because they want to enable the earth's sacred fruit to ripen. It's said that whoever consumes the earth's sacred fruit will be able to surpass the samsara realm. I can't be certain of the truth of this information, but the three figures are certain of it. The earth's sacred fruit will not only ripen by consuming minerals but also creatures that consume minerals. The earth's sacred fruit is a fruit that grows from a stalk. It is my understanding that trying to enable it to ripen by only feeding it minerals will take at least 20,000 to 30,000 years. The three of them can't wait until then. However, these are all my guesses. I can't say for sure if they're right. But I have seen all three treasures myself, so I can vouch for their existence. They are located below the Earth Ancestral Palace. Lin Yuan had already realized that every dimensional world had something uniquely special about them, so it was unsurprising that the subterranean world was no exception. The 10,000 river rock willow, mind-birthing well, and Earth's sacred fruit were all top treasures. The mind-birthing well's existence allowed a world to have an endless supply of mineral veins. As a result, the world's resources would never run out. If it was brought into the main world, humans would never have to worry that they would eventually use up all of the natural resources. If the Earth's sacred fruit was truly as Lhalo described, it could reach the entire subterranean world. The most powerful experts in the subterranean world were pinnacle samsara realm dictators. This level had been the obstacle that blocked the development of the subterranean world's life forms for a long time. If there was another figure like the Abyss Great Emperor in the subterranean world, Lhalo, Sweet Vanquish, and the other samsara realm dictators would have heard about it. The Earth's sacred fruit could create two afterlife realm experts after it became ripe. If this information was false, the three pinnacle samsara realm dictators would be considered to have gone mad. But if it was true, would the life form that was clearly above the level of all other subterranean world life forms be willing to allow itself to be consumed without putting up a fight? Given the Earth's sacred fruit's life rank, it had to possess intelligence. The only ones that could interact with the Earth's sacred fruit were Hollow Earth, Rock Underworld, and Mountain Furrow. The three of them were either on hostile terms with the Earth's sacred fruit or were its puppets being controlled using unknown means. In actuality, the top of the pyramid of the Earth Ancestral Palace was the Earth's sacred fruit that was anxious to be ripened. After this idea popped into Lin Yuan's head, he suddenly felt that the subterranean world was not as weak as he had originally thought. It was said that the true hunters acted as prey. Sweet Vanquish had coincidentally overheard Hollow Earth mention the 10,000 river rock willow. Lhalo now verified its existence. Thus, there was a high chance that Lhalo's guesses were right. We should be arriving at the Earth Ancestral Palace soon. If what you've said about the 10,000 river rock willow, Earth's sacred fruit, and mind-birthing well turn out to be true, you can use the items in the box however you please. After receiving the box that Lin Yuan had tossed to him, Lhalo noticed that it contained 10 of the same pearls Lin Yuan had previously given to Sweet Vanquish. After sensing the pure earth elemental energy, Lhalo was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked Lin Yuan. Thank you for your reward. If I am lying and those three treasures don't actually exist in the Earth Ancestral Palace, I will let Sweet Vanquish bring you my source totem and this brocade box. Lhalo was making a promise on his life. Ice Forest, Evening Crystal, and Sweet Vanquish looked at each other. This was the first time they heard about the Earth's sacred fruit. This was also the first time they learned that despite reaching the samsara realm, there was so much about the subterranean world that they did not know. The three of them were also glad they could receive Lin Yuan's protection now that they were his subordinates. Otherwise, if Lhalo's speculation came true and two of the three samsara realm dictators from the Earth Ancestral Palace reached the afterlife realm after consuming the Earth's sacred fruit, there was no way that the four of them would be allowed to continue living. The four of them could find a place in the subterranean world to hide if they were still only at the pinnacle samsara realm level. They had sensed the power beyond the samsara realm from the Abyss Great Emperor. In the face of such power, they seemed like ants that could be crushed with ease. Given Ice Forest, Evening Crystal, and Sweet Vanquish's understanding of the three figures, they might want to sacrifice the Turning Wheel Realm dictators to increase their powers. Chapter 2492 Lin Yuan's Power. The three of them should be fighting over the possession of the earth's sacred fruit. For the chance to reach the afterlife realm, it would be worth it for the three of them to duke it out to death. Thus, there was no way that the three of them had started fighting over possession of the earth's sacred fruit. It could only be considered strange that the three of them were gathering all the Turning Wheel Realm dictators at the Earth Ancestral Palace before they had even settled the issue of ownership. Were they going to wait until the Earth's sacred fruit ripened before they began allocating the shares? With the Abyss Great Emperor rushing at full speed, Lin Yuan soon reconvened with Eternal Source. When Eternal Source saw Sweet Vanquish, Lhalu, Ice Forest, and Evening Crystal behind Lin Yuan, he realized that these Samsara Realm dictators were the reason Lin Yuan had told him to wait there. It had not been long, but Lin Yuan had already acquired 4 new Samsara Realm dictator subordinates. It was likely that Lin Yuan had gained a comprehensive understanding of the subterranean world's circumstances from these 4 Samsara Realm dictators. Lord Lin Yuan, I have been keeping watch over the Earth Ancestral Palace. Although there have been a large number of Turning Wheel Realm dictators entering the Earth Ancestral Palace, there hasn't been much activity coming from within. The 6 Samsara Realm dictators that haven't reached the pinnacle Samsara Realm have been coming out frequently to receive the Turning Wheel Realm dictators. It's clear that these Turning Wheel Realm dictators are very important to the Earth Ancestral Palace. Lin Yuan shook his head. According to the current information, these Turning Wheel Realm dictators couldn't be important to the Earth Ancestral Palace. If these Turning Wheel Realm dictators were important, so many would not have been killed when they were sent to deliver offerings. If the Earth Ancestral Palace was a farm, these Turning Wheel Realm dictators would be the cows. The cows had to periodically milk themselves and deliver the milk to the farm owner. The division of assets was meant to show off Mountain Furrow, Rock Underworld, and Hollow Earth statuses. The 3 of them were the true main characters of the event. Given that these Turning Wheel Realm dictators were only witnesses, it did not make sense for the Earth Ancestral Palace to make such a fuss out of receiving them. With all this fuss surrounding the arrival of these Turning Wheel Realm dictators, one might be led to think that they had become the main characters. If these Turning Wheel Realm dictators were to be sacrificed to quicken the ripening of the Earth's sacred fruit, it would be accurate to call them the main characters. Previously, Lin Yuan had intended to use the Abyss Great Emperor and Eternal Source's combined strength to take control of the Earth Ancestral Palace. But now that the Turning Wheel Realm dictators from every corner were gathering at the Earth Ancestral Palace, it would be better for Lin Yuan to observe from the sidelines and wait to see just what Hollow Earth, Rock Underworld, and Mountain Furrow were up to. There was no way that these Turning Wheel Realm dictators would willingly allow themselves to be sacrificed. At that time, conflict would surely break out. When all the Turning Wheel Realm dictators of the subterranean world were gathered, the Earth Ancestral Palace's 9 Samsara Realm dictators would make their appearance. Eternal Source, let's stay here and see what happens. I will be getting some sleep. If anything urgent happens and I haven't awoken, you can act based on Red Thorn's instructions. It was not a requirement for Lin Yuan to be asleep in order to fuse the books into a tome. It was just that days were a very small unit of measurement in the dimensional worlds. At the rate at which things were going, it would take about a month before the situation in the subterranean world was handled, and it could begin stabilizing itself as well as developing. Now that First Page Crimson had shown his real power, Tower Cannon would definitely take action soon. If Lin Yuan was going to take control of the dimensional worlds as soon as possible, he would need to fuse himself with the tomes before Tower Cannon made their move. He had spirit-locked the Abyss Red Lotus, so it was now one of his spirit-locked feys. Lin Yuan now knew that the treasures formed from combining the books were the cores of the dimensional worlds. It was no wonder that they could alter the rules of the dimensional worlds to a certain extent. Once he fused all the dimensional worlds' tomes, he would use the Abyss Red Lotus roots to link all the tomes together. At that time, he would be able to freely wield the power of all the dimensional worlds. Lin Yuan had already given Red Thorn the necessary instructions. With Red Thorn's intelligence, it would be able to handle any situation perfectly. Eternal Source nodded seriously in response to Red Thorn. Before he saw what Red Thorn was capable of, Eternal Source would have felt rather humiliated that Lin Yuan was allowing such a weak creature to order him around. But after witnessing Red Thorn use a bizarre method to revive the Abyss Great Emperor's corpse, Eternal Source was now terrified and wary of Red Thorn. Eternal Source had wondered more than once whether, if he hadn't chosen to become loyal to Lin Yuan back then, Red Thorn would have taken control of his corpse after Lin Yuan killed him. Even if he died now, it was likely that Red Thorn would be able to take control of his corpse. Luckily, he had managed to join Lin Yuan and reach the afterlife realm. The blurry future was scarier than the known present. Red Thorn's abilities were unknown territory to Eternal Source. After receiving Eternal Source's response, Lin Yuan flashed himself into the Spirit Lock spatial zone and began fusing with the Marsh World's tome. Eternal Source was no longer surprised by Lin Yuan's ability to disappear abruptly. He knew that Lin Yuan possessed a beautiful space. The space was filled with various types of pure energy and was linked with the Marsh World. Although Eternal Source was unsurprised, Lhalu, Ice Forest, Sweet Vanquish, and the rest definitely were. The four of them used their auras to search around but could not sense even a hint of Lin Yuan. When the four of them saw the Abyss Great Emperor, they had been astonished that an afterlife realm expert had chosen to become someone else's servant. Then, they met Eternal Source. It turned out that Lin Yuan had more than one subordinate who had reached the afterlife realm. The four of them found it difficult to sense Lin Yuan's aura and had not seen him use any techniques. Thus, they were filled with questions about his powers. Chapter 2493 The Moon Empress is acting out of character. At the same time that Sweet Vanquish and the others were shocked by this discovery, they also felt uncontrollable excitement rising within them. Now that they were loyal to such a figure, they would never have to worry about their own safety ever again, even if he decided not to utilize them heavily. Even if they encountered Hollow Earth, Rock Underworld, and Mountain Furrow, the three Samsara Realm dictators would not dare to touch them. They would suffer external injuries at the very most, but their lives would be left intact. This was because the three of them would have to consider Lin Yuan before attacking. Lin Yuan could make two experts who were beyond the Samsara realm into his subordinates. Even if two of the three Samsara realm dictators from the Earth Ancestral Palace managed to break through past the Samsara realm, Lin Yuan would definitely be able to handle them. He might even make all three of them into his subordinates. At first, Sweet Vanquish, Lhalu, Ice Forest, and Evening Crystal had all felt slightly bitter as they felt that they had lost their freedom and were now servants. But now, they were thrilled. Red Thorn told Eternal Source about the information that Lhalu had provided, so he now knew about the existence of the 10,000 River Rock Willow, Mine Birthing Well, and Earth's Sacred Fruit. A strange expression appeared on Eternal Source's face when he heard about the existence of these three entities. Eternal Source was native to the Marsh World, but his horizons had been significantly broadened while accompanying Lin Yuan. He had even been to three-dimensional worlds. The Water World had the Deep Chasm Sea, allowing mermaids to break past Pinnacle Samsara realm. The Abyssal World had the Abyss Great Emperor and Abyss Red Lotus. The Subterranean World had the 10,000 River Rock Willow, Mine Birthing Well, and Earth's Sacred Fruit. By comparison, the Marsh World seemed impoverished. If not for Lin Yuan, it would be difficult for Eternal Source and all the life forms in the Marsh World to distinguish themselves. The only opportunity that the Marsh World could say that it had received, which the other dimensional worlds could not make the same claim to, was that it had encountered Lin Yuan the earliest. Besides that, the Marsh World could not compete with the other dimensional worlds. It was truly Eternal Source and the entire Marsh World's blessing to have been able to be the first to become Lin Yuan's subordinate. When he found out that it was likely that the three Pinnacle Samsara Realm dictators from the Earth Ancestral Palace would be sacrificing the Turning Wheel Realm dictators, Eternal Source now knew what he needed to dive deeper into and investigate further. Eternal Source used his aura to place a mark on the Turning Wheel Realm dictators. He could not clearly sense their movements after they entered the Earth Ancestral Palace, but he would be able to tell if they were alive or dead. He would know to take action if any of these Turning Wheel Realm dictators' auras disappeared. Since Lin Yuan wanted to take control of the subterranean world, every one of the subterranean world's experts would potentially become part of Lin Yuan's power. Eternal Source's power was a fact. The marks that he had placed on these Turning Wheel Realm dictators could not be forcefully erased, as it was unlikely that the experts from the Earth Ancestral Palace had such capabilities. There could only be one possibility to explain the disappearance of the marks he had placed, which was that the Turning Wheel Realm dictators had fallen into danger and were dead. At that time, he could attack the Earth Ancestral Palace to help Lin Yuan preserve the subterranean world's present power. If was alone, it would be a struggle for him to take on all of the subterranean world's Turning Wheel and Samsara Realm dictators. But now that the Abyss Great Emperor was present, there would be no issue for the two Afterlife Realm experts to handle any situation that could possibly crop up. It was not easy to reach the Afterlife Realm. Even if the three Pinnacle Samsara Realm dictators consumed the ripened Earth's sacred fruit, the process would take some time. It would be impossible for them to achieve the breakthrough immediately. There was plenty of time for them to arrive to stop the breakthrough to the Afterlife Realm. The subterranean world was constantly shrouded in darkness. But currently, the sky was also dark in the main world. The main world had been blanketed by darkness for the past few days. Neither the moon nor stars could be seen at night. To Mystic Moon's memory, the Moon Empress hated this type of weather the most. In the past, the Moon Empress would never leave the main palace whenever the sky was overcast or when it rained and the moon could not be seen. But tonight, she went to the back palace to admire the lotuses and even walked to the back corridor to listen to the rain. Mystic Moon pondered over it and eventually understood the reason for the change in the Moon Empress mood. The change in the Moon Empress mood could only be because of one person, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had completely refreshed Mystic Moon's perspective more than once. At first, Mystic Moon did not have a deep impression of Lin Yuan. As a Moon Envoy, Mystic Moon's job was to follow the Moon Empress orders. The Moon Empress orders were the laws that Mystic Moon lived by. Thus, Mystic Moon had no choice but to accept the disciple that she chose and had no right to express his likes or dislikes. Mystic Moon was so courteous to Lin Yuan because he had been chosen by the Moon Empress and had become the young lord of the Radiant Moon Palace. Long Tao and Cheng Rui had only been there to go through the motions. If either Long Tao or Cheng Rui had been chosen, Mystic Moon's eventual attitude toward the chosen one would have changed. Mystic Moon's positive feelings toward Lin Yuan came about from Lin Yuan's ability to affect the Moon Empress mood. The Moon Empress had become much happier since Lin Yuan entered her life. It was from then that Mystic Moon started to feel genuine concern for Lin Yuan. It was not the Moon Empress but Mystic Moon who ordered for all of the information surrounding Lin Yuan that was available on Star Web to be sealed away. Mystic Moon felt that he had been watching the young lord of the Radiant Moon Palace grow step by step. He did not know when it started, but Lin Yuan's rate of growth had accelerated exponentially. Suddenly, the young lord of the Radiant Moon Palace, whom the Moon Empress, Cold Moon, and he were meant to protect, became the savior of the palace. He discovered the lifespan mouse, which saved the Moon Empress and relieved her of any concerns about her lifespan. In the past, Lin Yuan was Radiance Federation's hero, and Black was the idol of many youths because he had saved Millstone Town. But this feat was still considered reasonable. But the lifespan mouse was something that not even a Class 6 creation master like the Moon Empress could nurture. It surpassed regular logic. Chapter 2494 Cleaning Out the Abyssal World. Following that, Lin Yuan produced many resources that even the Moon Empress could not produce and saved the Space-Time Elder's life. By the time Mystic Moon was done with what he needed to do and had the time to pay attention to Lin Yuan, the latter had already begun his crusade across the dimensional worlds. He even told Mystic Moon that a wider world existed beyond the main world and blew apart all of their previously held perspectives. To Mystic Moon, Lin Yuan was no different from the Moon Empress now. The Moon Empress mentioned that the Space-Time Elder had given the Radiance Federation's continent vein core to Lin Yuan. If Mystic Moon had heard about this a year ago, he would have wondered whether the Space-Time Elder had gone mad. But now, not only was Mystic Moon unsurprised, but he also found it to be a reasonable action. Moon Empress, Chef Supreme, Tianfeng, the Bamboo Monarch, and Cicada Song have all requested to meet with you tomorrow. Will you be available? The Moon Empress smiled. She was well aware of the reason behind their intention to meet with her. She had revealed at the Imperial meeting that Lin Yuan had given her the resources, which had far exceeded the realm of comprehension of all the members of royalty. Even she had been astonished when Lin Yuan first showed her the resources. Every member of royalty of the Radiance Federation was willing to give up their profits for the sake of the Radiance Federation. But when everything was going smoothly in the Radiance Federation, the members of royalty would then see each other as rivals. Such friendly competition was very beneficial for the Radiance Federation's development. Lin Yuan had provided numerous resources and declared there would be more to come that she would also have to allocate. Thus, the Moon Empress decided to tell the other members of royalty who wanted to obtain resources from her about Lin Yuan's request. If they were willing to agree to his request, she would be generous in her distribution of resources. It was already confirmed that Tower Cannon had experts above the Spirit Fire level. It was time for the Radiance Federation, as well as the entire main world, to unite. Given the Moon Empress character, she would not have any selfish desires for the resources as long as Lin Yuan's request could be met and it was ensured that he would not suffer in any way. Let them come and see me in the sequence of the timing of their request. I'll meet with all of them. Leaning Moon has been handling some scuffles caused by carcinoma phase. Mystic Moon, do me a favor and deliver this to her. Mystic Moon hurriedly received the diamond phase storage box that the Moon Empress was holding out. He was aware of the relationship between the Moon Empress and Night Leaning Moon. The Moon Empress would surely keep Night Leaning Moon in mind during the distribution of resources. I will see to this task now. It just so happens that I need to make a trip to Ascending Dragon City. After you gave the resources to Coiling Dragon's Valley, there are experts there who have feys that need to break through. I will gather all of them at the back of Leaning Moon Mountain. Before giving out resources to the other members of royalty, the Moon Empress had first distributed them to the factions on good terms with Lin Yuan. She had included Coiling Dragon's Valley, Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine, the Cage of Brahma Insects, as well as Whale Ocean Commerce, which was now under Ji Feng's control. The Moon Empress might not be able to protect Lin Yuan now, but she could still cover his bases when it came to such trivial matters. Although these factions were not significant to him now, they still made up his support system in the Radiance Federation. After Mystic Moon left, the Moon Empress called Cold Moon, who picked up after less than 2 rings. The Moon Empress said solemnly, "Cold Moon, we are currently in a state of emergency. Stop Chu Si's external training and bring her back to the Radiance Federation." Lin Yuan had yet to fully display his abilities, and Tower Cannon was completely oblivious to the fact that Lin Yuan was their final opponent. As it stood, Tower Cannon was exposed while Lin Yuan was hiding in the shadows. This was why they had yet to make a move on him. Eventually, his identity would become known to them, and Tower Cannon would definitely come after him. Besides Tower Cannon, the Freedom Federation and the rest of the Radiance Federation's enemies would also see him as an obstacle that needed to be removed. If these people were unable to touch Lin Yuan, they would divert their attention to Chu Si instead. Chu Si was the only blood relative that Lin Yuan left in the world. She was the apple of his eye. Before he became her disciple, Lin Yuan had kept Chu Si alive despite his weak body. With the meager earnings from running his small fey store, Lin Yuan only bought medicine to keep them alive and saved all the rest in order to buy a decent fey for Chu Si. Chu Si was the apple of his eye but also his Achilles heel. When Cold Moon brought Chu Si back, the Moon Empress could also help teach Chu Si. Chu Si would be able to receive just as much improvement as when she was training externally. When Chu Si was within arm's reach, the Moon Empress would be able to ensure her safety. The rain lasted until the next day, and the Moon Empress eventually met with and distributed resources to Chef Supreme, the Bamboo Monarch, Tianfeng and Cicada Song. The Moon Empress could not help but think, these members of royalty are in charge of the Radiance Federation, but Lin Yuan has done more for the Radiance Federation in the past 3 months than they have. Chef Supreme was linked to Lin Yuan because his daughter and first disciple had ties with him. Lin Yuan was the one who introduced Cicada Song's disciple to him. Lin Yuan had saved the Bamboo Monarch's life by removing Wang Fuxiang's curse. After receiving Lin Yuan's resources, these people would all begin siding with him. Tianfeng and the rest did not have any ties to Lin Yuan. But they would definitely comply with his request after receiving his resources. Wen Yu had told the Moon Empress about Lin Yuan's conquering of the Abyssal World. Wen Yu was currently helping Lin Yuan manage the Abyssal World. Once Carlos and Caroline escaped from the first level of the Abyssal World, they immediately began taking over the Abyssal World with the dominance of rulers. They used their absolute power to take control of each level of the Abyssal World. There were also Samsara Realm, as well as Pinnacle Samsara Realm demons, in the Abyssal World. However, Carlos and Caroline were already showing signs of moving past Pinnacle Samsara Realm. They only needed an opportunity before they were able to reach the Afterlife Realm. Thus, the Pinnacle Samsara Realm demons could only quake in fear and dared not take Carlos and Caroline on directly. Powerful Samsara Realm demons usually set up their own groups, each managing their own territory. They would be the only demon of their level to be living in their territory. Chapter 2495 The Mirror God and God of Fool's Secret. It was said that there was strength in numbers. Moreover, the other side not only had the upper hand in terms of number but were overall stronger. It would be stupid of them to continue clashing with such opponents. They would only act out violently against weaker opponents. When facing demons that were stronger than them, the only way to keep themselves alive was to submit. Wen Yu expected Carlos and Caroline to begin to overwhelm the Abyssal World. They were the top experts of the Abyssal World. If they could not take over the Abyssal World, there would be no need for Lin Yuan to keep them. Once they gained their freedom, they began utilizing the might that they possessed. Although they were now under Lin Yuan's control and had essentially lost their freedom, their lives were still better than when they were trapped in the Abyssal World. Carlos and Caroline were aware of the situation regarding the Abyss Red Lotus, but they dared not try to make a grab for it. Many cases involved parents and children killing each other when they fought over power. Furthermore, the concept of parents and children did not exist among demons because they were all born from the Abyss wombs. Carlos and Caroline were very aware that once they started scheming after the Abyss Red Lotus seed, a wedge would be driven between them. This would inevitably lead to trouble. This was no longer a matter of whether they trusted each other. Carlos and Caroline had been thinking to themselves about whether they should allow the other to obtain the Abyss Red Lotus seed and increase their power. But eventually, none of them were willing to take a step back. When their level of power was similar, they could address each other as equals. But once one of them became stronger than the other, their relationship would change to that of a superior and inferior. Besides the issue of deciding the ownership of the Abyss Red Lotus, both of them were terrified of the Abyss Red Lotus. The Abyss Red Lotus had caused the death of the Abyss Great Emperor and only the seed was left now. There was a high chance that it was hiding powers that neither of them could handle. In the past, when they were under the control of the Abyss Great Emperor, they had no freedom. But now, they had some degree of freedom under Lin Yuan. Carlos and Caroline were very satisfied with this kind of lifestyle. From Eternal Source's interaction with Lin Yuan, the two of them inferred that Eternal Source's breakthrough had been largely reliant on Lin Yuan. If Eternal Source's breakthrough was really related to Lin Yuan, the two of them might also be able to reach the afterlife realm if they did their best in the tasks that Lin Yuan handed out to them. This was not wishful thinking on their part. They just saw themselves as above all the other Samsara realm dictators. It would require a lot more resources to enable another pinnacle Samsara realm dictator to reach the afterlife realm as compared to helping the two of them break through. With profits dangling in front of them, Carlos and Caroline were filled with motivation. They were all competing with each other. The two of them could use this time while they were taking over the abyssal world to ally with the other powerful demons. Using profits to control these demons would be much more effective than using power. No superior would look kindly at subordinates who colluded. Thus, they could only do such things in secret. While Carlos and Caroline were helping Lin Yuan take over the abyssal world, the Mirror God and God of Fools were already reflecting deeply on their current circumstances. The Freedom Federation had been standing strong for the past few thousands of years. As more of the sea was discovered, the maps humans drew also expanded. The Freedom Federation had always been known as one of the top human federations. When they first started building the Freedom Mystic Temple and the members of royalty began having their meetings there, they had not been cooking up any schemes. They did not know when it started, but the schemes among the members of royalty began increasing. Eventually, everyone was on guard against one another, and none of them could coexist in harmony. Even the two of them who were the creators of the Freedom Federation had lost sight of their initial cause and saw the Freedom Federation as their everything. They did not want to encounter anything that would shake their position of authority. The Mirror God and God of Fools looked at the Class 6 marsh dimensional rift continuously spewing mud and marsh and felt as though this entire matter was a lost cause. The only way out of this mess was by rallying their troops to take effective action against the marsh world. They needed to use their power to force the marsh world's life forms to see reason, ensuring neither side infringed on the other. Only then could the members of royalty from the Freedom Federation leave Fresh City. The Class 6 marsh dimensional rift exploded intermittently without warning. Thus, even if the Mirror God and God of Fools could fix this mess, they would not dare to leave Fresh City for too long. The Goddess of Mercy had abruptly betrayed the Freedom Federation and leaked the news about Fresh City. This had been a big blow to the Freedom Federation. The other members of royalty were also capable of doing the same. Ever since the Goddess of Mercy's betrayal, the Mirror God and God of Fools could no longer trust the other members of royalty. The Freedom Federation's status as one of the three major federations would not change before the major federation meeting began. In fact, it could maintain its position even after the major federation meeting began. However, as things stood, the situation in the Freedom Federation was in such disarray that it did not have the aura befitting its position at all. On the other hand, the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation had been developing rapidly in recent years. This especially applied to the Radiance Federation. Previously, the Radiance Federation only had that old man to fall back on. He was the one who brought up Chef Supreme, the Bamboo Monarch, and the Moon Empress. The three Class 5 Creation Masters enabled the Radiance Federation to cement its position among the three major federations. Later, the Moon Empress managed to break through her Creation Master level and became a Class 6 Creation Master. If not for the fact that the Freedom Federation had more Spirit Fire experts, the Radiance Federation would also have the upper hand on them. The only thing that had not changed in the Freedom Federation after all these millennia was the relationship between the Mirror God and God of Fools. There was no one in the entire main world besides the two of them who knew that they were actually twins. Chapter 2496 The God of Fools Decision. However, the God of Fools knew that this superficial peace only caused the underlying gales to become even more ferocious. They could still forcefully quiet the next storm that broke out. However, as time went on, the day might come when their strength was insufficient to push the lid down. Once the dimensional life forms from the marsh world rushed out into Fresh City, the Freedom Federation's base would truly be destroyed. Of Tower Cannon's 8 pages, the only one still left in the Freedom Federation was 6th page Parting Thorn. The others had left without warning, meaning they had decided to abandon the Freedom Federation during their crisis. Tower Cannon and the Freedom Federation had been allies for centuries. But now, they were showing just how unreliable they could be. The corner of the mirror god's lips twitched before he said to the God of Fools, "Brother, we can't allow the foundation of the Freedom Federation that we have been building for the past few thousands of years to be destroyed. There is no way that we can rely on Tower Cannon anymore. I think that we should seek help from the Azure Federation and Radiance Federation." The mirror god never anticipated the day his lips would utter such words. If someone had told him a year ago he would say such words, he would think that that person had gone mad. The God of Fools looked livid when he heard that. But at the same time, his tightly wound nerves relaxed. The God of Fools was enraged because he did not want to accept this fact. But once they sought help from the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation, all of the formidable and imposing might that the Freedom Federation had established over the past few millennia would evaporate. They would then become the laughingstock of the entire main world. However, the God of Fools knew that the mirror god's words had hit the nail on the head. This was exactly how he was feeling as well. It was true that going to the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation for help would be the least cost course of action for the Freedom Federation. Nonetheless, as an expert who had set their spirit fire alight and a member of the upper echelon, many decisions led to after effects. This would have an unimaginable impact on the Freedom Federation. At first, the God of Fools was going to turn down the mirror god's suggestion. Eventually, he failed to voice this opinion as the words lodged in his throat. The words that did eventually fall from his lips were, "Brother, go and inform the others that we will be holding another meeting. Many things will be cleared up during this meeting. Don't forget to fetch Tower Cannon's 6th page Parting Thorn as well. Regardless of what decision comes out from this meeting, there is no question that Tower Cannon will never be linked to the Freedom Federation again. Also, don't forget to keep a close eye on 7th page War, 3rd page Eternal Sin, 8th page Apoptosis, as well as 4th page Instant Extinguishment. 3rd page Eternal Sin and the rest just got in a disagreement with 1st page Crimson. Tower Cannon is no longer functioning as one united entity. Regardless of whether 1st page Crimson finds new members to replace them or makes some other decision, he will have to make a stand. We have worked with Tower Cannon for hundreds of years. I can't believe we had no clue of such an enormous secret. I'm sure you're really curious about this." The God of Fools had already decided that the Freedom Federation would be cutting all ties with Tower Cannon. The Mirror God was slightly surprised by the God of Fools' decision. The alliance with Tower Cannon had always been very important to the God of Fools. The Mirror God was indeed very curious about Tower Cannon's situation. However, he felt that 3rd page Eternal Sin, 7th page War, and 8th page Apoptosis who had left, as well as 4th page Instant Extinguishment, who had returned to Tower Cannon's headquarters, would be more curious. 4th page Instant Extinguishment's greed was really not an act. He was still willing to put himself in danger for the sake of resources at such a time. The God of Fools decided to sever ties with Tower Cannon. This meant that he was ready to try forming a genuine link with the Radiance Federation. This was because the Freedom Federation needed to find an ally and source of support. Without Tower Cannon, the Freedom Federation's only options were the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation. The Mirror God calmed himself and looked solemnly at the God of Fools as he said, "Brother, for all these years, you have been the one making all the decisions. This will not change. I will continue to remain by your side. 1st page Crimson's power is too shocking. We should keep up our guard against Tower Cannon. Otherwise, they might cause us to suffer greatly." At the moment that I saw 1st page Crimson, a bad feeling rose within me. The God of Fools' expression immediately turned stern. There was a high chance that the Mirror God's bad feeling was related to his sacred source life form. We aren't able to do a thorough investigation into Tower Cannon. Once we've passed this crisis, I will investigate Tower Cannon personally and find out just what they have up their sleeve. The wind speed rapid antelope had been much busier of late. Ever since Morbius Grade evolved and the Spirit Lock spatial zone became larger, the elemental shellfish produced elemental pearls at a much higher rate. Even the coral jades that needed to be supplied to Silver Corona now became fully jade textured within a few days. The wind speed rapid antelope needed to collect them and lay out new coral jades. As the wind speed rapid antelope's grade evolved, its intelligence grew. The wind speed rapid antelope's organization of the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls and spirit chi crystals also became much more detailed. Every time Lin Yuan needed to find a certain type of heavenly maiden grade elemental pearl or one with a certain outer radiance, the wind speed rapid antelope would be able to control winds to kick up the sand on the pure land of bliss and tell Lin Yuan exactly how many there were of the elemental pearls that he wanted. As a result, Lin Yuan had a clear and deep understanding of his stock of resources. The wind speed rapid antelope not only performed the duties of the Spirit Lock Spatial Room's manager but also spent a large amount of its time with Chimey and Lin Yuan. As it accompanied the sleeping Lin Yuan, Chimey could sense that it was only one step away from transforming to myth breed. As long as it wanted to, it would be able to cross that gap. Cooping itself up in its nest on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree was no longer of much help to Chimey. As Chimey spent time with Lin Yuan over the last few days, it felt the same way it did when it had still been a sound bird and spent every moment by Lin Yuan's side. Back then, it did not think about its own power. All it needed to do was spend its carefree days singing for Lin Yuan. Every time Chimey snuggled into Lin Yuan's arms while he was napping, it always felt extremely blissful. Genius would occasionally return to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone through Klein Hub and have a sleep with Lin Yuan. Chapter 2497 Genius and Chimey's Plan. Before Genius evolved into a fey, it had been a housekeeping beast and was meant to assist humans. This meant that the 100 questions beast species intelligence reached that of young humans even before they evolved into feys. After Lin Yuan evolved Genius into a fey, it began collecting all the knowledge available worldwide. It would not be a stretch to say that it was the most scholarly life form on Earth. As a Class 6 creation master, the Moon Empress possessed vast amounts of knowledge. She was a true erudite. Yet, she had not come close to reading the same number of books that Genius had, nor had she organized the information in the books to the same degree of detail and depth as Genius. Genius was long aware of the hopes that Lin Yuan held for it. He wanted it to become a Class 5 creation master. Ever since it began walking down the creation master path, Lin Yuan's hopes became Genius' motivation. It now saw it as its duty to become a Class 5 creation master. Otherwise, there would be no need for a fey like Genius to tire itself out the way it did. Although Lin Yuan had hopes for Genius, he never forced or abused it. He never demanded that Genius spend every second working hard and increasing its power. In fact, more often than not, Lin Yuan noticed how hard Genius was working and advised it to balance work and rest. He was always telling Genius not to push itself too hard and to always put its health first. Each time, Genius pretended to give Lin Yuan its word before it went back to secretly working as hard as possible. Otherwise, even if Lin Yuan provided Genius with the best resources and possessed its species' greatest talent, it would be limited by the fact that it was just a fey. Without the constant hard work that it had put in, it would never be able to grow to such an extent within a year. After all, knowledge was gained through accumulation. After waking up next to Lin Yuan, Genius stretched. 7 of its 8 tails wrapped around Lin Yuan's body, while the last one wrapped around Chimey. Genius had evolved into a fantasy cat genus/fantasy cat species fey. Its tails existed in a state that was between tangible and intangible. As such, Lin Yuan and Chimey could not clearly feel them. Genius did not get up in a hurry like it usually did. Instead, it tried its best to enjoy this present warmth. It was not very confident when it came to using the exclusive skill Tail of Fate to pray to the heavens for guidance on becoming a Class 5 creation master. It knew that doing so came with significant risks. If it were lucky, it would be able to fulfill Lin Yuan's hopes and become a Class 5 creation master, thereby creating history by becoming the first Fey Class 5 creation master. It would be hit with recoil and suffer grievous injuries if it was unlucky. Death was not out of the realm of possibilities either. Genius had seriously considered this issue and eventually decided that it was not afraid of death. It was only afraid that it would never be able to see Chimey and Lin Yuan again after it died and that its death would bring them sadness. Genius silently watched Chimey and Lin Yuan, and its lips curled upwards slightly. It looked extremely sentimental. Chimey was the type that struggled to get out of bed. When it was in its nest in the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, it could absorb energy from the strange flames even when asleep. It usually only showed signs of getting up after Genius had been awake for almost half a day. Once it did get up, it would flap its wings a few times and scratch its head with its small claws. No part of it had the elegance of a lady. Chimey rolled over and intended on snuggling up in Lin Yuan's arms. But when it saw that Genius was already awake, it flew up to Genius' head and used its beak to comb Genius' fur with practiced and gentle movements. Evidently, this was something that Chimey had done countless times. Genius and Chimey had a very special relationship. Genius already had a very high intelligence when they met and always looked out for Chimey. The two of them had become feys together. Genius had witnessed Chimey's path of growth. As a Class 4 creation master, Genius could clearly sense the aura fluctuations within Chimey's body. It knew that if Chimey was not waiting for Lin Yuan to wake up, it could evolve its grade immediately by leaving the spirit lock spatial zone. Chimey would definitely evolve to myth breed before Genius did. Genius, how long more do you think it will be before Yuan wakes up? Chimey directed all its questions to Genius. It believed that there was nothing that Genius did not know and that it would always be able to receive an accurate answer from it. Genius knew Lin Yuan was sleeping to absorb the tomes from the dimensional worlds. In the past, it took Lin Yuan almost 2 weeks just to absorb one book. In response to Chimey's question, Genius had no idea how long it would take for Lin Yuan to absorb the tomes. Genius felt that the amount of time Lin Yuan spent sleeping did not matter. What was important was that he could accomplish this task safely and without any obstacles cropping up. Given Lin Yuan's current level and all that he had experienced, it was likely that Morbius was the only entity in the spirit lock spatial zone that could help him. Chimey, Yuan can plan for himself. We don't need to worry about him. You're about to evolve to myth breed anytime. Yuan has also become an A-rank spirit chi professional. You will be able to reach suzerain/pinnacle myth too. At that time, you will be able to transform. Don't you have many plans for when such a time happens? At that time, you'll be able to enjoy yourself. Chimey became extremely hopeful when it heard what Genius said and started to chirp loudly. It was so loud that it even woke up the wind-speed rapid antelope. Chimey hastily apologized to the wind-speed rapid antelope. The wind-speed rapid antelope sent a gentle breeze over to Chimey, enveloping Chimey in comfort. The wind-speed rapid antelope dashed back to the elemental shellfish and began dutifully sorting through the elemental pearls. Genius could not help but confess to itself that if not for the wind-speed rapid antelope, given the speed at which resources were produced in the spirit lock spatial zone, it would have been filled to the brim within a few days. The wind-speed rapid antelope could manipulate wind to swiftly sort through the resources. If Genius or Chimey had to sort the elemental pearls instead, they would not be able to match the speed at which the elemental shellfish produced them. While Genius was reflecting, Chimey had already begun imagining how it would enjoy itself after transforming into human form. It had been a sound bird that did not know how to sing and ended up being put up for sale. As a result, Chimey felt ashamed and inferior. Chapter 2498 Lin Yuan is awake. After successfully evolving into a fey, Chimey's voice was a smashing success on Star Web, and it regained its confidence as well as an army of fans. Chimey's plan was to evolve to myth breed and change into human form before holding a fan meeting. It had its own dreams and reason for determination. This was why it had asked Lin Yuan to obtain the spirit Bodhi fruit for it when it left Star Web and was preparing to go into seclusion. Chimey was well aware of how well Lin Yuan treated it. It believed Lin Yuan would also be delighted when its dream of holding a concert came true. Genius and Chimey basked in the warmth that came with being by Lin Yuan's side, but they never neglected their real duties either. Now, Chimey no longer needed to stay in its nest in the phoenix-perching Chinese parasol tree. It only needed to refine the energy in its body to increase the chances of its bloodline evolving when it reached myth breed. Genius also prepared to return to the marsh world so it could guide the 100 Questions beasts a little more before it attempted to become a Class 5 creation master. This was so that if anything did go wrong, the army of 100 Questions beasts would be able to serve Lin Yuan in its place. As an intelligent creature, Genius was used to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Just as Genius was about to step through Klein Hub, Lin Yuan woke up. The first thing that he did was fish out his phone to check the time. He saw that he had only taken 8 days and 14 hours to absorb the marsh world's treasure. He could not help but gasp to himself. It had only taken him 8 days and 14 hours to absorb a treasure formed from all the dimensional world's books. Yet, it had taken him more than 2 weeks to absorb one of the Dead World's books. Tower Cannon had 8 towers. The books from the Dead World were kept on the highest floor of the towers, meaning there should be 8 books in total. One of the reasons he was able to absorb the marsh world's treasure so quickly was that he had formed a contract with the Abundance Treasure Tree. However, the difference in speed should not be this big. This meant a large difference existed between the Dead World and the regular dimensional worlds. Now that Lin Yuan had absorbed the Water World's treasure, he had a benchmark for the time it would take him to absorb the other dimensional world's treasures. Soon after Lin Yuan formed a contract with the Tide Herb Treasure Conch, the Water World's treasure had been formed. As such, Lin Yuan decided to move on and begin absorbing the water world's treasure to save time. At that moment, Lin Yuan was knocked backward by Genius and Chimey, who had just charged at him with full force. Yuan, you're finally awake. I can evolve to myth breed at any time. After Chimey was done speaking, Genius said, Yuan, I can prepare to attempt to become a Class 5 creation master. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. But this was not a good time to evolve Genius and Chimey's powers. If he left the Spirit Lock spatial zone now, he would appear in the subterranean world. He could not bring Genius and Chimey through the Class 6 subterranean rift and back to the Iron Hammer Federation. This back and forth would take around 10 days for even Eternal Source and the Abyss Great Emperor. Eternal Source and the Abyss Great Emperor were currently preoccupied with a very important task. Lin Yuan would not be able to rest easy if either of them left their post near the Earth Ancestral Palace. If Lin Yuan's guess was right, the Earth's sacred fruit would also be above the level of the subterranean world. Even if it was not of a higher level, it was the subterranean world's sacred entity and lived up to the title of sacred fruit. Lin Yuan had sent out all of the Samsara realm dictators who were under him. Without Eternal Source and the Abyss Great Emperor here, there was a high chance that Lin Yuan would lose a few of his subordinates if Mountain Furrow, Hollow Earth, Rock Underworld and the other pinnacle Samsara realm dictators launched an attack. If such a large-scale confrontation involving death occurred, Lin Yuan would have to maintain peace among his troops. If he had to kill anyone as a means of punishment, he would inevitably lose the trust of these Samsara realm dictators. The only way to appease their anger would be to kill the subterranean Samsara realm dictators who had participated in the attack on his subordinates. However, doing so would come at a very high cost. This would also go against his goal of conquering the subterranean Samsara realm dictators and increasing his own power. As a strategist, Lin Yuan would never do such a thing. Lin Yuan said to Genius and Chimey, Genius, Chimey, you will have to wait for some time before you are able to evolve to myth breed. You know that I need to remain in the subterranean world for now. You can continue accumulating a little more power. Once I'm done with what I need to do in the subterranean world, I'll help you with your breakthroughs. The two of you aren't alone. The Source Sand, Blackie, Purple Afterglow and the Jasmine Lily are also ready to evolve to myth breed. I will help all of you at the same time. Lin Yuan's expression turned stern as he looked at Genius and said solemnly, Genius, there is the risk of accidents taking place when you use your exclusive skill Tail of Fate to ask the heavens for a way to become a Class 5 creation master. I hope that you will wait for me. I have recently spirit-locked a Fey called the Abyss Red Lotus. The will powers of the main world exist as the continent vein cores. The Abyss Red Lotus can take control of the main world by controlling the continent vein cores. This will allow it to influence the willpower of the main world. After I help the Abyss Red Lotus to take control of a few of the continent vein cores, your chances of success when using Tail of Fate will be heightened. Even if you fail, it won't come at as high of a cost. Although Chimey was very anxious to hold its fan meeting, it was also very understanding and knew Lin Yuan was busy with important matters. Chapter 2499 The Downhearted Golden Wings. Lin Yuan could not help but smile. These little fellows were so kind. He could sense how badly Genius and his other Feys yearned to increase their powers. Chimey was especially anxious to hold its own fan meeting. Lin Yuan never forgot these. Lin Yuan intended to place Chimey in the Radiant Moon Palace for some time after he was done with what he needed to do in the subterranean world. At that time, Chimey would be able to personally attend to all the tasks that came with holding its fan meeting. Previously, Lin Yuan felt great urgency in enabling Genius to become a Class 5 creation master. Back then, Redthorn had yet to take control of Diwanmai, and Yihuelo had yet to become a member of Sky City. But now, Sky City had two real Class 5 creation masters. Although it was still important that Genius become a Class 5 creation master, Lin Yuan no longer felt that same sense of urgency. Now that they were on the brink of a battle with Tower Cannon, one Class 5 creation master could not solve anything. Lin Yuan intended to wait until the battle with Tower Cannon had been handled and after he obtained a few more of the continent vein cores before he addressed the issue of Genius becoming a Class 5 creation master. Genius was not only a Fey that Lin Yuan had contracted but also his companion and a part of his family. After coming to this world and discovering that he was a regular person who was unable to absorb spirit chi, Lin Yuan had been completely lost and devoid of hope. Luckily, he was not the type to wallow and resort to extreme measures. Otherwise, he would have chosen a path of darkness. Chu Ci was Lin Yuan's family. After their parents died, she became his responsibility. However, she could not save him. Given Lin Yuan's condition then, he would not have tried to buy a housekeeping beast to shoulder some of his burdens if not for his extremely poor physique. Genius had been rejected by others due to its matted and spotted fur. When it met Lin Yuan, an abnormality that could not absorb spirit qi, they became each other's saviors and source of comfort. At that time, Chimey was still a regular sound bird with little intelligence. Lin Yuan did not want Genius to be put at risk, even if it meant he would lose the chance to gain another Class 5 creation master. Thus, Lin Yuan had to ensure that Genius' safety was guaranteed before it used Tail of Fate. Lin Yuan had told Genius and Chimey about the circumstances in detail, and both of them were very understanding. Nothing bad could come out of steady accumulation. Although Chimey was ready to reach Myth Breed at any time, having accumulated more power would only be to its benefit. After addressing Genius and Chimey, Lin Yuan fed the hard-working wind-speed rapid antelope a few wind-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls before turning to the golden wings that he had not had much time to nurture. Even now, he still did not have enough resources to nurture Shiny. Lin Yuan had gained power at an exponential rate. Only half a year had passed since he last worked with Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. This was not enough time to gain a large amount of high-grade dragon liver and phoenix blood. He had combed through the Divine Wood Federation, Iron Hammer Federation, and Great Lush Federation's treasure vaults. However, the dragon liver and phoenix blood were so hard to come by and difficult to preserve that there had not been much stock of them in the 3 treasure vaults. Lin Yuan had been unable to increase Shiny's power for a long time. Additionally, it had feelings for Chimey that were not reciprocated. As a result, Shiny became downhearted and even slightly depressed. Lin Yuan tried to accompany Shiny in the Spirit Lock spatial zone whenever he had time, but its condition had not improved. Rather, it even seemed to worsen. Lin Yuan guessed that it would only be able to regain its confidence when he gathered sufficient dragon liver and phoenix blood and it was able to begin increasing its power. Lin Yuan was not against his feys finding love with each other, but it had to be reciprocal. If one party did not feel the same for the other, Lin Yuan would not hurt their happiness for the sake of the other fey. This was one of his principles. He took full responsibility for each and every fey that he contracted. As he sensed Shiny's condition, Lin Yuan said, "Shiny, you will be able to increase your power in another month or 2. If you're bored before then, you can head into the marsh world to hunt or play with Wenyu's wailing snake." Lin Yuan knew that feys with the barren bloodline felt comfortable around each other's auras. Even such feys that had never encountered each other in the past would enjoy each other's company, and none of them would attack another. Lin Yuan and Wenyu were close friends. The close relationship between contractors would definitely spread to their feys. The wailing snake and Shiny had hatched at around the same time, and they soon started playing together like children who were around the same age. Shiny flapped its wings and started to chirp softly after hearing what Lin Yuan said. There were many reasons for its recent dip in emotions. Chimey was definitely a contributing factor, but the main reason was that it had yet to increase its power. It had hatched before the wailing snake did, but the wailing snake had already reached pinnacle myth breed after Wenyu fused with Mystic Moon's dragon species bloodline and became an A-rank spirit chi professional. Shiny was no different from a helpless playmate in front of the wailing snake, and this was a big blow to its confidence. As a fey with the barren bloodline, Shiny was extremely proud of its bloodline. Other feys were able to soothe themselves quickly after being rejected. They might even convince themselves that the other party had no taste. This might make them seem arrogant, but such thinking was justified when it came to feys with the barren bloodline. Shiny communicated spiritually with Lin Yuan to confirm everything it just heard. Lin Yuan immediately gave Shiny a definitive answer. According to the deadline that Lin Yuan and Long Tao had agreed on, Coiling Dragon's Valley would deliver the goods soon. Once he obtained a large amount of dragon liver from Coiling Dragon's Valley, he could immediately trade for phoenix blood from Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. Shiny could then make up for lost time and reach Pinnacle Suzerain/Pinnacle Myth 2. After receiving a definitive answer from Lin Yuan, Shiny leaped into his arms and began cuddling up to him. Next, it dashed through Klein Hub into the marsh world and began playing with the wailing snake. Chapter 2500 How they asked the Radiance Federation for help? Vine Source was terrified that danger would befall Shiny while it was in the marsh world. He could not afford the consequences of Shiny being put at risk or becoming injured. Vine Source was well aware that he had offended Lin Yuan. If he allowed Lin Yuan's fate to befall danger now, he would not even be allowed to continue watching over the marsh world. Hornless Dragon Source and Vine Source were on good terms. Although he did not try speaking up for Vine Source after Lin Yuan punished him, he did tell Vine Source all that had happened in the water world. Vine Source learned that an Emperor-class mermaid had angered Lin Yuan for an unknown reason. leading to her losing her emperor scale and being demoted to the turning wheel realm. That emperor-class mermaid had possessed pinnacle samsara realm power and shared the same bloodline as Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan was even willing to do such a thing to his own kind, Vine Source knew that he could not expect mercy from him. To put it nicely, Lin Yuan had given him the job of watching over the marsh world. However, Wen Yu was in charge of organizing all of the power in the marsh world, and there was nothing that Vine Source needed to do. Now, every samsara realm dictator in the marsh world commandeered an army. If he tried to interfere in another samsara realm dictator's territory, he would have to deal with the backlash, and this would inevitably lead to trouble. Since Vine Source had nothing to do, he spent his time accompanying Shiny and ensuring its safety. This was the best way to ensure that nothing went wrong. Even if there was a slip, Vine Source would be able to fix it immediately. After organizing the Spirit Lock spatial zone and ensuring that the space was used in the most efficient manner, Lin Yuan began absorbing the water world's treasure. Eternal Source was still silent and unmoving as he focused on observing the Earth Ancestral Palace. After waiting for more than a week, he counted the arrivals of only around 120 turning wheel realm dictators. This was an extremely small number. There were many more turning wheel realm dictators in the marsh world, and the gap was even larger when compared to the water world. Eternal Source thought, there are 9 samsara realm dictators in the Earth Ancestral Palace. 3 of them have reached pinnacle samsara realm. Even if there are turning wheel realm dictators out there who are unhappy with them, it's unlikely they will outright ignore a summons from the Earth Ancestral Palace. So why have there been so few of them entering the Earth Ancestral Palace? Unlike Sweet Vanquish, Evening Crystal, Lhalu, and Ice Forest, these were turning wheel realm and not samsara realm dictators. Hence, they would not be able to protect themselves if the Earth Ancestral Palace targeted them. When the day came that there were still no new arrivals of turning wheel realm dictators, Eternal Source immediately started questioning Lhalu and the rest. This was when he learned that there was actually a large number of turning wheel realm dictators. It was not that they were ignoring the Earth Ancestral Palace's summons but that the battles in the subterranean world were too intense. Each fight would lead to injury or even end in death. There were many turning wheel realm dictators who died during the process. Almost all the turning wheel realm dictators who were left had already arrived. The answer that Eternal Source received did not sit right with him. There was nothing wrong with the number of experts in a world decreasing due to continuous battles. Those that were left would definitely become stronger after all the fighting that they had gone through. Alas, the subterranean world's overall power did not increase despite the falling number of experts. This was not right. If almost all of the subterranean world's turning wheel realm dictators had arrived at the Earth Ancestral Palace, it meant that its plan was about to be kicked into high gear. Although Eternal Source had not sent Lin Yuan any messages, Lin Yuan had received about 7 or 8 other messages through the Thoughts letter paper. These all came from the Moon Empress. She had just finished participating in 2 imperial meetings. However, another imperial meeting was about to begin due to the message that had just come from the Freedom Federation. The atmosphere in this imperial meeting would be much more austere than before. In order to attend this imperial meeting, Night Leaning Moon had not even had the chance to take a break in Ascending Dragon City after handling an outbreak of carcinoma phase. After being warned by Cicada Song, Iron Prison had become much more restrained. He no longer offended people on the fly during the imperial meetings. If he did not want to offend anyone during the imperial meetings, the best decision would be to speak cautiously and less. He would wait for others to express their opinions. If their opinions opposed his, he would bring up his own thoughts instead of forcing them right from the beginning. There were many times Iron Prison did not need to express his own opinions as others would express them before him. This allowed him to clash with and offend others less. After taking in Cicada Song's suggestion, Iron Prison had been doing well for some time. However, Iron Prison was especially headstrong during this imperial meeting, even more so than he used to be. I don't agree with the Freedom Federation's request to form an alliance. During a time when we could have gotten along peacefully, the Freedom Federation never ceased to cause trouble. The Radiance Federation has suffered in both seen and unseen ways. If not for the Space-Time Elder, the Freedom Federation might have even invaded the Radiance Federation. But now that they are having problems, they are asking us for help in cleaning up their mess. If you agree to the alliance, it means that you have decided to make an enemy out of me. Let's cross swords, and the one who survives gets to decide. All the Space-Time Elder did was explain the situation, but that was enough to cause Iron Prison to explode with rage and even fly into a stubborn fit of fury. In the past, Cicada Song would have kicked Iron Prison under the table and told him to watch himself instead of rushing into things. But he did not do so now. Instead, he looked at Iron Prison approvingly. The Radiance Federation always carried themselves with kindness and never bullied other federations. However, they were not stupid enough to continue to extend their aid when they were already being taken advantage of. Cicada Song was curious about how the Freedom Federation had come to have such an image of the Radiance Federation. Cicada Song was always the calmest and most rational of the members of royalty. But in this case, Cicada Song felt that there was no need for rational thinking. Tian Feng rarely spoke during imperial meetings, especially after his falling out with the Bamboo Monarch.